Chu Jiangwei died. And then, Chu Jiangwei lived again. She stood in her dorm room, quickly checking the time on her phone. She had returned to March 23, 2506. There were less than 24 hours left until the zombie outbreak. After the apocalypse began in her previous life, she had risked everything to protect her best friend and roommate, Jiang Jinjin, only to be pushed by her into a horde of zombies, eaten until not even her bones remained. Chu Jiangwei clenched her fists. But there was no time to settle the score with Jiang Jinjin now. SEZZZ. Apocalypse Hotel creation complete. Searching for host. Qualified host found. Binding in progress. 1%. 2%. 10%. Binding successful. A white nine-tailed fox appeared before Chu Jiangwei, along with a virtual screen. What the heck is this? Hello, host. I am the Apocalypse Hotel System Spirit, ID 001. As the little fox moved its mouth, a childish voice sounded in Chu Jiangwei's mind. Apocalypse Hotel System? Although Chu Jiangwei was always busy with part-time jobs to cover her living expenses, she had read her share of novels, especially apocalypse-themed ones. She just never imagined the real world would actually turn into an apocalypse like in those stories. Mission issued. Please choose a location for the Apocalypse Hotel and arrive at the site within 24 hours. Mission reward. To be unlocked. What's the reward? Chu Jiangwei wasn't about to do business at a loss. Whatever you want, I've got it. As long as you run the hotel well, I'll take care of all your food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. What are you waiting for, host? With the hotel in hand, the world is yours. Hearing the little fox's words, Chu Jiangwei narrowed her eyes. She didn't know if it was telling the truth, but it was worth a try. Chu Jiangwei pulled out her phone and opened the map app. Any requirements for the location? Reporting to host. No requirements. But I suggest you pick a place with lots of foot traffic. After all, it was a hotel. If you want to make money, you need guests. You're sure you'll cover all my food, clothing, shelter, and transportation? Absolutely, positively, definitely. This was a special benefit just for the host, and the little fox replied without hesitation. Chu Jiangwei studied the map for a long time before finally picking a spot. This is it. Apocalypse Hotel navigation at your service. Host 001, please select a mode of transportation. Several options appeared. 1. Car. 2. Electric scooter. 3. Bicycle. Chu Jiangwei didn't have a driver's license, so she chose the electric scooter. The next second, a sleek, high-tech electric scooter appeared at her feet. An hour later, Chu Jiangwei was riding the scooter and arrived at a grassy area near Xingshi Huadu residential complex. The terrain here was flat and open, with no obstructions. Anyone passing by would be able to see the hotel. Mission issued. Please choose a location for the Apocalypse Hotel and arrive at the site within 24 hours. Mission complete. Rewards. Hotel Real Scene Atlas, Hotel Item Guide, Hotel Lord's Token, exclusive to Apocalypse Hotel hosts. All rewards will be automatically activated once the hotel opens. Host, just take out the Hotel Lord's Token and activate it, and you'll have a hotel with endless supplies. The little fox perched on Chu Jiangwei's shoulder, its eyes shining as it looked at the grassy field. Chu Jiangwei took the Hotel Lord's Token out of her system backpack. The token had the word "Activate" written on it in big letters. Chu Jiangwei reached out and tapped it. Hotel Lord's Token activated. Apocalypse Hotel under construction. Please wait. Next, Chu Jiangwei watched as a smoky area appeared out of thin air before her. Various tools flew around inside, and a 10-minute countdown hovered above. Isn't this just like adding a new building in a game? Only, what Chu Jiangwei saw was the real-world version. 10 minutes passed quickly, and when it was over, Chu Jiangwei stared at the shabby thatched hut in front of her and grabbed the little fox by the scruff. This is the hotel you said would have everything. At the same time, Chu Jiangwei received a new mission. Mission issued. Apocalypse Hotel construction complete. Please name your hotel. Mission reward. To be unlocked. Host, why don't you give it a name? The little fox obediently let Chu Jiangwei hold it, not daring to move. Without even thinking, Chu Jiangwei named the hotel Jianglin Hotel. The perfunctory attitude was obvious. Mission: Apocalypse Hotel construction complete. Hotel named. Mission complete. Rewards: unlock building 1, floor 1, single rooms, 10 rooms, unlock 5 food items, white rice, steamed buns, meat buns, corn, potatoes. Reward: 5 Apocalypse Hotel branded electric scooters that never run out of power. Mission issued. Please receive and successfully check in guests 0/10. Mission reward to be unlocked. Seeing the mission rewards, Chu Jiangyue's urge to settle accounts with the little fox eased a bit. The hut was shabby, but it was spacious. The system had even given Chu Jiangwei a private room on the second floor. The first floor had a lobby for receiving guests. At the back was a counter, serving as the hotel's front desk. In front of the counter was an old square table and 4 stools, with a teapot and 4 enamel cups on the table. The unlocked food was displayed on a shelf on the right wall by the entrance: bowls of white rice, steamed buns, meat buns, corn, and potatoes. In front of the shelf was a virtual screen for purchasing items from the shelf. The 5 electric scooters that would never run out of power were parked outside in a 2-wheeler parking spot that had automatically extended from the hotel. As night fell, Chu Jiangwei decided not to go out. She went straight up to the second floor to wait for the apocalypse to arrive. Midnight. At some point, the moon in the sky had turned blood red. Many people came outside or leaned out their windows to watch the spectacle. No one expected that, all of a sudden, the people around them would go mad and start biting anyone they could reach. The crowd that had gathered to watch the phenomenon soon turned into a horde of walking corpses, knowing only how to devour raw flesh. On the streets, in apartment buildings, in schools, screams echoed everywhere. When people tried to call for help, they found their phones had no signal, not even emergency calls would go through. In an instant, the whole country, and even the world, was plunged into despair and misery. But none of this had anything to do with Chu Jiangwei. Day 1 of the apocalypse. When Chu Jiangwei woke up, she immediately sensed a change in her body. Her wood-type ability had awakened. Compared to her previous life, this was a whole month earlier. This was yet another surprise her rebirth had brought her. She stretched out her hand, and after activating her ability, a small vine sprouted from her fingertip. Bang! 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 Before Chu Jiangwei could check her surroundings, she heard someone pounding hard on her first-floor door. "Host, someone's here." The little fox dashed up from the first floor. Chu Jiangwei retracted the little vine at her fingertip, picked up the little fox, and went downstairs. But she didn't open the door right away. Instead, she took out the hotel real scene atlas she'd received from her first mission. Opening to the first page, she saw a holographic simulation of the Jianglin Hotel, with the scene outside the front door displayed in perfect clarity. Standing outside was Jiang Jinjin. She hadn't expected to see them again so soon. In her previous life, before she had awakened her powers, Jiang Jinjin had relied on a man in her fish pond who had awakened fire abilities to safely escape from the school. At the time, she had felt that, since she hadn't awakened any powers, she shouldn't follow Jiang Jinjin and become a burden. Relying solely on her own determination, she stuck with the main group from the school and eventually waited for the rescue team from B City's safe base. She never expected that, in this life, she would leave the school early and, by coincidence, run into Jiang Jinjin, who had left with that fire-powered man. Chu Jiangyue's lips curled up slightly. She put away the hotel's real-life photo album and walked behind the hotel front desk. "Little fox, open the door." "Roger." Without Chu Jiangwei lifting a finger, Little Fox, a single fox, opened the hotel's main door. "Brother Cui Hao, the door's open." As soon as the door opened, Chu Jiangwei heard Jiang Jinjin's sickly sweet voice, which almost made her gag. Let's go in, baby." The next second, Chu Jiangwei saw a man only half a head taller than Jiang Jinjin, walking in with his arm around her. Chu Jiangwei could see a trace of hidden disdain in Jiang Jinjin's eyes. So much for being a beautiful, kind-hearted white lotus, she wasn't all that. Chu Jiangwei stood behind the counter, saying nothing. She just wanted to see Jiang Jinjin's reaction when she realized the safe house they'd worked so hard to find was actually Chu Jiangyue's turf. Yeah. You? What are you doing here? Jiang Jinjin finally spotted Chu Jiangwei, but quickly sensed something was off. Chu Jiangwei was way too clean from head to toe. She was even wearing a pure white t-shirt, and there wasn't a single stain on it. So you're Jinjin's roommate? What a coincidence. Cui Hao hadn't expected that. By randomly picking a place, he'd run into Jiang Jinjin's roommate, Chu Jiangwei. Before the apocalypse, Cui Hao had been head over heels for Jiang Jinjin, but ever since awakening his powers, his mindset had changed. So, when he saw Chu Jiangwei now, a flash of surprise, and then a hint of lechery, appeared in his eyes. How had he never noticed before? Jiang Jinjin's roommate was actually this pretty. That face, that figure, she totally outclassed Jiang Jinjin. Yeah, right? I'm Cui Hao, a fire ability user. Cui Hao reached out to shake hands with Chu Jiangwei, but his eyes were glued to her chest. Chu Jiangyue's expression instantly darkened. As expected, anyone who could fancy Jiang Jinjin was no good. Hello. This is Jianglin Hotel, and I'm the owner. To stay here, please recharge first. Ignoring their words, Chu Jiangwei cut straight to the point and introduced herself. Yeah, what nonsense are you talking about? This is clearly just a thatched hut. It looked big, sure, but no matter how you looked at it, it didn't resemble a hotel. Jiang Jinjin thought Chu Jiangwei must have lost her mind. A hotel? Does Yaya want to get a room? Before he could finish, Chu Jiangwei activated her powers, using vines to wrap around Cui Hao's neck. Cui Hao, didn't your parents teach you any manners? If not, someone else will. She tightened the vines and flung him against the wall. You have powers too. Jiang Jinjin now looked at Chu Jiangwei with intense jealousy. Why? How could Chu Jiangwei, a poor student who had to work part-time just to get by, awaken powers too? And yet she herself was stuck clinging to trash like Cui Hao. Jiang Jinjin thought Chu Jiangyue's attention was all on Cui Hao, so she didn't bother hiding the hatred and jealousy in her eyes. Little did she know, Chu Jiangwei had seen through her act long ago. That's right. Don't you? Chu Jiangyue's lips curled up in a smile, but Jiang Jinjin felt a chill run down her spine. Of course she didn't have powers. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sticking to Cui Hao and wouldn't have had to give up her body. If Chu Jiangwei had still been in the dorm yesterday and awakened her powers, she wouldn't have ended up like this. It was all because of Chu Jiangwei. It was her fault. In an instant, Jiang Jinjin blamed everything that had happened to her on Chu Jiangwei. Yeah, I haven't eaten since yesterday. Do you have any food? Jiang Jinjin was good at pretending. Even though her jealousy was almost tangible, she didn't let a hint of it show on her face. Of course I do. Jiang Jinjin's eyes lit up, but inside she was mocking. Chu Jiangwei really is as stupid as ever. Recharge first, then you can buy. Chu Jiangwei pointed to a tray-like device on the counter. Our hotel offers an item exchange service. Recharge for the first time and you'll get a special hotel ID card, Jinjin. You're such a good person, you wouldn't expect me to just give it to you for free, right? Jiang Jinjin, who had planned to mooch food off Chu Jiangwei, could only grit her teeth but couldn't argue back. After all, she still had to keep up her image as a beautiful and kind person. Meanwhile, Cui Hao, who had been thrown against the wall, tried to activate his powers to launch a sneak attack, but no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't use his ability. You bitch! What did you do to me? Why can't I use my powers? Obviously, it was because, aside from her, no one could use powers inside the hotel. Jiang Jinjin was shocked again when she heard Cui Hao's words. Cui Hao couldn't use his powers. Didn't I say? Within the hotel, powers are disabled. Cui Hao was furious, but there was nothing he could do to Chu Jiangwei. But you just used your powers. Oh, I'm the boss. Of course I'm not the same as you. Chu Jiangwei spoke lightly, but to Cui Hao, it was a death sentence. Cui Hao was silent for a long moment before finally speaking again. I want to buy something. You said anything can be exchanged. How does it work? He was impulsive, but he knew when to adapt. Jiang Jinjin, on the other hand, was so angry at Cui Hao's words that she nearly ground her teeth to dust. Why? Why? Back at school, she couldn't compare to Chu Jiangwei, and now, even after the world ended, she still couldn't compare. Chu Jiangwei, why don't you just drop dead? Chu Jiangwei had no idea how frustrated Jiang Jinjin was feeling at that moment. She didn't have any deep-seated grudge against Cui Hao. Since he knew how to read the situation, Chu Jiangwei didn't mind giving him a chance. She briefly explained to him how to exchange and purchase items at the Jianglin Hotel. Cui Hao was young, after all. Chu Jiangwei only had to explain once before he could operate everything smoothly. Besides food, our hotel also offers lodging. Right now, we have a limited supply of 10 single rooms, 200 copper coins per night. Hearing that Chu Jiangyue's place offered accommodation, Cui Hao's eyes lit up. But when he heard they were single rooms, he lost interest. He wasn't about to let Jiang Jinjin out of his sight while they rested. As for Jiang Jinjin, hearing the conversation between Chu Jiangwei and Cui Hao, her eyes flickered. She lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Cui Hao didn't have much of value on him. He pulled Jiang Jinjin along, planning to go outside and search for some gold and jewelry to exchange for food. Before being dragged away, Jiang Jinjin turned to look at Chu Jiangwei, her eyes full of pleading. But Chu Jiangwei simply ignored her, watching as Jiang Jinjin was pulled away by Cui Hao. In her previous life, one of the reasons she'd been so badly deceived by Jiang Jinjin was because of Cui Hao. After following the base's rescue team into the B-City safe zone, she'd run into Jiang Jinjin, who had already been living there with Cui Hao. Once Jiang Jinjin learned that she had awakened a wood-type ability, she started playing the victim in front of her, claiming that Cui Hao was a pervert, especially when it came to certain things, and had a penchant for abuse. Jiang Jinjin had shown her the whip marks and rope burns on her body more than once. As a fellow woman, Chu Jiangwei had felt sympathy for her, so whenever she got something good, she'd share it with Jiang Jinjin. But who could have imagined that, in the end, she would die at Jiang Jinjin's hands? Chu Jiangwei lowered her eyes, hiding the emotions in them. Help! Woo-woo. Host. Someone's calling for help. The little fox, who had been quiet for a while, piped up as soon as it heard someone shouting for help. Chu Jiangwei actually didn't want to meddle, but since the little fox wanted to save someone, she couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. She walked out of the hotel, headed to the spot where the electric scooters were parked, pulled one out, inserted her hotel lord's token, and rode the scooter toward the girl calling for help. After a night of chaos, there were quite a few corpses on the ground, most of them in pieces, some so mangled they couldn't even be pieced together. As soon as she left the hotel's protective barrier, Chu Jiangwei was hit by the stench of decay and nearly threw up. The one calling for help was a girl. When she saw Chu Jiangwei open the door, she immediately ran toward her. At the beginning of the apocalypse, zombies weren't very fast, so the girl had managed to leave them far behind. But her constant screaming had attracted even more zombies in her direction. Chu Jiangwei frowned slightly and stopped about 10 meters away from the girl. Hey, hurry up and help me get rid of them. Host. Hearing the commanding tone in the girl's voice, the little fox realized it might have just brought trouble to its host. Chu Jiangwei, however, simply turned the scooter around without hesitation, not even glancing at the girl still howling behind her. With that much energy, she clearly didn't need any help. Still, people often find unexpected strength when faced with death. The girl watched in disbelief as Chu Jiangwei turned and left. Not wanting to die, and with no one else to help, she had no choice but to rely on herself. She gritted her teeth and chased after Chu Jiangwei, running for her life. Host, she's following us. Chu Jiangwei ignored the little fox and sped back into the protective barrier of the Jianglin Hotel. After parking the scooter, she entered the hotel, and the girl who'd been calling for help also rushed in at that moment. Apparently still bitter about Chu Jiangyue's earlier refusal to help, the girl tried to push Chu Jiangwei out of the protective barrier as soon as she stepped inside. Chu Jiangwei kicked her hard in the stomach, sending her flying several meters until she slammed into the hotel wall with a loud bang. Bitch! How dare you kick me? Well, I already did, so it's a bit late for that. Do you know who I am? Host? I know. The little fox, perched on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, had learned to jump in with answers. Chu Jiangwei glanced down at it, signaling for it to continue. Host, she's the vicious supporting female character in this world, named Lui. She lives in the Shangshi Huadu community nearby. Vicious supporting female character? Don't tell me, our world is actually a novel? Chu Jiangwei found this a bit hard to believe. Yes and no. The moment you were reborn, this world became real. In her previous life, Chu Jiangwei had died because she was influenced by the plot. If she's the vicious supporting character, then who are the male and female leads? Chu Jiangwei had no intention of letting all her hard-earned possessions fall into someone else's hands. I haven't unlocked that yet. I need to get relevant information or meet them in person before I can find out. The little fox sensed that Chu Jiangwei was in a bad mood and chose its words carefully. Host, non-hotel guests can only stay inside for 2 hours within a 24-hour period. Should I remind her? Hearing this, Chu Jiangwei raised an eyebrow. From the moment you walked in, you have 2 hours. After that, you'll be thrown out. If you don't want to be sent out unprepared, I suggest you leave as soon as possible. After all, she'd be running a business here in the future, so Chu Jiangwei decided to at least do her part in customer service. She'd given the warning. Whether Lui listened or not was her own problem. Clearly, Lui scoffed at Chu Jiangyue's words and planned to stay put. She didn't believe that, with her right here, the other woman would really just ignore her. But Chu Jiangwei had no problem being ruthless. After warning Lui, she went into the hotel kitchen, opened the fridge, and started preparing breakfast for herself. The fridge was stocked with all kinds of ingredients, both meat and vegetables. This was something Chu Jiangwei was quite satisfied with. She cooked a bowl of noodles for herself, just a single serving, with no intention of making any for Lui. From the moment Chu Jiangwei entered the kitchen, Lui watched her with longing eyes. She'd been fasting for several days to lose weight, and Chu Jiangwei was generous with the ingredients, making the aroma waft through the air. When Chu Jiangwei brought out her noodles and sat at the dining table in the lobby to eat, Lui couldn't hold back any longer. Hey, I want some too. Make me a bowl. Chu Jiangwei ignored her and continued eating. Lui had always been spoiled. No matter what she did, her family would always clean up her mess. Seeing Chu Jiangwei ignore her, she lost her temper and, regardless of her current situation, stood up and tried to knock over Chu Jiangyue's noodles. After 3 years of surviving the apocalypse, cherishing food was ingrained in Chu Jiangyue's bones. Realizing Lui wanted to ruin her meal, her expression turned cold and she kicked Lui again. Get lost. Lui was sent flying into the wall. When she fell, her blood surged, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chu Jiangwei had used her full strength. After being kicked 3 times in a row, Lui was now both afraid of and hateful toward Chu Jiangwei. She'd never suffered such humiliation in her life. Her eyes were full of hatred, but she was no match for Chu Jiangwei now and could only swallow her anger. She vowed that one day, she'd make Chu Jiangwei pay for what she'd done today. You told me not to kill her, but she's been thinking about killing me all along, Chu Jiangwei complained to the little fox in her mind as she ate. The little fox felt a bit guilty. It knew Chu Jiangwei was the one suffering here. But it was just a newly minted system, with nothing in its pockets to compensate its host. Now it felt even more guilty. What should it do? Its 9 tails were flailing around in distress. 2 hours wasn't long or short. Lui thought she could linger in Chu Jiangyue's place for a while, but suddenly, she was sent out. As the hotel's power expelled her, Lui's face was filled with terror. You bitch, what did you do to me? I told you, you could only stay here for 2 hours. By now. No, I don't want to go. Save me. You. Before Lui could finish, a beam of light from the hotel sent her outside. She won't die, right? After all, she was the villainess needed to trigger the plot. It couldn't be that easy for her to die, right? Don't worry, host. As long as her plot-triggering role isn't finished, she won't die. Of course, that's assuming Chu Jiangwei doesn't interfere. But the little fox didn't dare say that last part. Chu Jiangwei was just asking out of curiosity. She didn't really care what happened to Lu Yi. Not long after Lu Yi was sent away, Cui Hao returned with Jiang Jinjin. Cui Hao was carrying a large black backpack. After entering the hotel, he put it on the counter and dumped everything into the exchange tray. Detected: metal blocks times 20, jade times 10, diamonds times 20. Total value: 2 gold coins, 50 silver coins, 60 copper coins. Exchange? Press yes to confirm, no to cancel. Seeing all this, Chu Jiangwei guessed Cui Hao had found a jewelry store. But after exchanging so much, the amount of money wasn't impressive, and Cui Hao's face didn't look too happy. Still, he knew the situation was beyond his control, so he could only accept it. Dear Mr. Cui Hao, congratulations on becoming Jianglin Hotel's first customer. You have exchanged for 2 gold coins, 50 silver coins, and 60 copper coins. As a first-time customer, you receive an identity card. Please keep it safe. The items in the exchange tray vanished, replaced by a silver card the size of a bank card. This is your identity card. From now on, all your transactions and activities in this hotel can be done with this card. Cui Hao didn't let Jiang Jinjin exchange anything. He took her to the vending machine, bought some steamed buns and dumplings, and then left with her. From the moment she entered the hotel, Jiang Jinjin had been looking at Chu Jiangwei with pleading eyes, but Chu Jiangwei ignored her completely. She wasn't about to be fooled by Jiang Jinjin again. Jianglin Hotel was located near the Xingshi Huadu residential area. Although Xingshi Huadu was a villa community, there were still plenty of people around. Not long after Cui Hao left with Jiang Jinjin, Chu Jiangwei saw, through the hotel's wide-open doors, someone using an ability to blast several zombies into piles of charred remains. The apocalypse had just begun, and someone had already awakened an ability. What's more, it was the lightning ability, recognized in her previous life as the most powerful offensive power. This was the classic male lead setup. But how come she'd never seen such a big shot in her past life? Chu Jiangwei was a little puzzled. Shin Jigui had already noticed Chu Jiangwei and the existence of Jianglin Hotel. He'd lived in Xingshi Huadu for 5 years and knew very well that both this woman and the hotel had only appeared after the zombie virus outbreak. Whether it was the woman who'd suddenly shown up, or the building that had appeared overnight, everything about them was suspicious. For the safety of himself and his teammates, Shin Jigui decided to check things out. Seeing the big shot walking toward her, Chu Jiangwei stood behind the front desk and flashed a perfectly timed smile. Hello, this is Jianglin Hotel. Would you like a room? We're having a grand opening special, only 100 copper coins per night. That's right, Chu Jiangwei hadn't given Cui Hao the grand opening discount, but for this big shot, she definitely wanted to make a good impression. She was a pro at reading people and adjusting her approach. As soon as Shin Jigui entered the hotel, he realized his ability no longer worked. Things felt even more off. A lone woman, offering accommodation, and a hotel that could suppress abilities, Shin Jigui couldn't help but be on guard. 100 copper coins? What's that? Copper coins are the hotel's universal currency. 100 copper coins equals 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. You can exchange any item for them. For your first top-up, you'll get an exclusive hotel ID card. Having seen how he dealt with zombies just now, Chu Jiangwei was sure this was a future VIP, so her attitude was extra friendly. She knew how to treat people according to their status. Someone told me on the way over that you have supplies here. Instead of taking anything out, Shin Jigui said this. He had indeed been guided here by someone, but the situation wasn't quite what he'd expected. Lu Yi. Other than the person in front of her, only Lu Yi had been here. Don't know her. Shin Jigui was telling the truth. The person who'd pointed him here was a woman, but he didn't know her. No problem. If you want to buy supplies, please top up first. Chu Jiangwei narrowed her eyes, her smile dazzling. But to Shin Jigui, the brighter her smile, the bigger the trap ahead. Still, he did need supplies. Shinjigue took off his wristwatch and placed it on the tray Chu Jiangwei had indicated. Metal watch detected. Can be exchanged for 500 copper coins. Confirm exchange? Press yes to confirm, no to cancel. Shinjigue pressed yes. Dear Mr. Shinjigue, congratulations on becoming the second customer of Jianglin Hotel. 500 copper coins have been credited to your account. As a first-time top-up, you receive an exclusive ID card. Please keep it safe. The watch on the tray vanished, replaced by a card that looked like a bank card. This is your ID card. From now on, you just need to swipe it to enter, exit, or make purchases in the hotel. A new room is 100 copper coins per night. Would you like to stay? Shinjigue picked up the card. No, I want to buy supplies. He never forgot his purpose. Chu Jiangwei, cursing inwardly, smiling outwardly. Over there. Just follow the instructions to buy. Chu Jiangwei pointed at the display case filled with steamed buns and meat buns. Shinjigue pretended not to notice Chu Jiangyue's gritted teeth and calmly walked over to the display. Without needing her to explain, he figured out how to place an order on his own. After placing his order, a virtual screen appeared in front of him, clearly showing his balance and the items he'd just bought. But what caught Shinjigue's attention most was the Friends tab, even though, for now, it was empty. Boss Chu, this Friends tab. Oh, if your friends are also hotel customers, you can add each other as friends. Just treat it like a social app from before the apocalypse. Chu Jiangwei had no idea just how much of a surprise this was for Shinjigue. With the planet's magnetic field in chaos, all electronics had stopped working. Out in the world, they had no way to contact each other. If what Chu Jiangwei said was true, Shinjigue felt he had to bring his teammates here. His 500 copper coins actually couldn't buy much. I'll go get my friends. If he bought too much, he couldn't carry it all himself, but someone in his team had awakened a spatial ability. Friendly reminder, if you run into a level 1 zombie and manage to kill it, you can exchange its crystal core here. 1 level, 1 zombie core can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. Since Shinjigue could make it here alone and wasn't even that dirty, it proved he was quite capable. Shinjigue paused, turning to look at Chu Jiangwei. She seemed to know too much. Chu Jiangwei met his gaze without a hint of guilt, a faint, teasing smile on her lips. In the end, Shinjigue looked away. Got it. Thanks for the tip. No need to thank me. The more money customers have, the better my business will be. Shinjigue didn't reply, just took his ID card and left. Her new mission was to receive 10 guests and have them check in. Right now, she only had customers who'd topped up, but none had actually stayed. Chu Jiangwei was a little frustrated. But today must have been her lucky day, because not long after Shinjigue left, he returned with several people. Each of them had a backpack, and their eyes lit up as they entered the hotel. Boss Chu, they all want to top up. Sorry for the trouble. The appearance of the ID card had solved a major problem for Shinjigue's team, so their attitude toward Chu Jiangwei was noticeably warmer. All right, one at a time. Having been briefed by Shinjigue, they were all very familiar with the top-up process. And the things in their backpacks were all items they considered valuable. Gold, silver, jewelry, jade, regardless of whether it was theirs, they dumped it all onto the exchanger. After all, in the apocalypse, these things were the least valuable, nobody would even bother picking them up off the street. Now that they could finally put them to use, they were naturally delighted. Once everyone had finished exchanging, Chu Jiangwei, so happy, squinting eyes face, Shinjigue and his group stood in front of the display, placing their orders. Among Shinjigue's 4 teammates, Jiang he had awakened a spatial ability. Currently, he could store the equivalent of 2 24-inch suitcases, and most importantly, it kept things fresh. This ability made life much easier for Shinjigue's group. Chu Jiangwei watched as Shinjigue's team bought 20 of each of the 5 types of food, then had Jiang he store them away. But what surprised Chu Jiangwei most was that Shinjigue's team already had a spatial ability user. In her previous life, she hadn't even heard of spatial ability users until a year into the apocalypse. Chu Jiangwei glanced at Shinjigue and his group again, feeling like something was off. Little Fox, do you know what kind of character Shinjigue and his team are? With such strength, how could she have never heard of them in 3 years of the apocalypse? Host, I haven't detected any storyline characters among Shinjigue's group. If they haven't been detected, does that mean they're just background characters? Of course, there's another possibility, they're dead. Dead people obviously don't have storylines. Chu Jiangwei considered several possibilities, but since nothing had happened yet, she couldn't draw any conclusions. After buying what they needed, Shinjigue and his group reluctantly left. Watching their departing figures, Chu Jiangwei couldn't shake the feeling that she was overlooking something. But she wasn't the type to make things hard for herself. If she couldn't figure it out, she'd just let it go. Little Fox, don't you think our hotel is way too low-key? We're not attracting any customers at all. Shinjigue brought 3 people over, but not a single one chose to stay. Maybe the hotel looks too shabby on the outside. People who live in big villas wouldn't want to come here. The little fox squatted on the front desk cabinet, pretending not to hear. It was a brand new system, just bound to its host and starting its first mission. Where would it get the energy to renovate the hotel's appearance? Better to focus on completing the mission. Finish early, upgrade early, and then renovate. That's the right path. Say something. Don't you want to finish the mission sooner? Since it was a system spirit, it should level up along with the hotel, right? Host, I don't have any energy. Tears shimmered in the little fox's eyes. Did it not want the hotel to look better? No, it just didn't have the energy. Chu Jiangwei, what use are you then? She couldn't count on this useless fox, so Chu Jiangwei decided to come up with her own solution. After a while, Chu Jiangwei dug up a stack of A4 paper from some forgotten corner, then rummaged through her suitcase several times before finally finding a pen. Relying on others or the system was useless, better to rely on herself. Chu Jiangwei picked up a blank sheet and started writing. Big headline, Grand Opening of Jianglin Hotel, Huge Discounts. Body, the apocalypse is here, are you still starving? Jianglin Hotel offers fresh steamed buns, meat buns, white rice, corn, potatoes, whatever you want, we have it. Grand opening special, room rates slashed. Not 998. Not 888. Just 100 copper coins. Only 100 copper coins. What? You're asking what copper coins are? Whether it's gold, silver, jewels, or scrap metal, our hotel will exchange them all, no upper limit. Don't miss out as you pass by. If you want steamed buns, come on in. Address: the thatched hut on the lawn near Xingshi Huadu. Business hours, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., don't be late. After writing this long ad, Chu Jiangyue's hand was sore. Looking at the thick stack of paper, she immediately felt discouraged. There were so many, her hand would fall off just copying them all. Chu Jiangyue's gaze shifted to the little fox. Feeling her stare, the little fox's tail puffed up in alarm. Host, what are you planning? Look, I've even written the ad copy for you. Just use a tiny bit of energy to help me copy it onto the rest of the pages. That's not too much to ask, right? She wasn't even asking it to renovate anymore. If it couldn't handle this, it really was too weak. All right, I'll try. The little fox wasn't sure if it could do it. It was a new system, after all, with no experience. Chu Jiangwei watched as the little fox mustered all its strength, baring its teeth, its 9 tails flying everywhere. But hard work pays off. The little fox managed to copy Chu Jiangyue's ad onto all the other sheets of A4 paper. Looking at the freshly made flyers, Chu Jiangwei was very satisfied. Whether people believed it or not, as long as they saw it, they'd remember. When things got truly desperate, even if they didn't believe, someone would always want to give themselves one more chance. For Chu Jiangwei, that was enough. With the flyers in hand, Chu Jiangwei got ready to go out and hand them out. But handing out was really more like leaving a flyer every so often along the way. Host, where are you going? The little fox hopped onto Chu Jiangyue's shoulder. To hand out flyers, of course. If I wait for you to come up with an idea. If she could survive 3 years under Jiang Junjin's exploitation in her previous life, she was definitely capable. This time around, she'd only be stronger. Then be careful, host. If you're in danger, I'll do everything I can to save you. With its current energy, outside the hotel, it couldn't offer much protection, only enough for a last resort rescue. Save your energy for leveling up. Chu Jiangwei stuffed the flyers into her backpack, slung it over her shoulders, grabbed a tang sword, and headed out. Her target audience, the residents of Xingshi Huadu. The little fox perched on her shoulder, growing more and more nervous as they left the hotel grounds. Host, there's a zombie coming this way. Host, another zombie is coming. Host, there are several zombies coming. Little fox, shut up. If the zombies don't kill me, you'll drive me crazy first. Chu Jiangwei tried to hold it in, but she couldn't take it anymore. Were all systems this jumpy these days? Annoyed by the little fox's constant warnings, Chu Jiangyue's zombie-slaying moves became even more efficient. These low-level zombies hadn't even evolved crystal cores yet. Chu Jiangwei didn't even need to use her powers. She could cut them down with her sword alone. The commotion she made killing zombies in Xingshi Huadu caught the attention of quite a few people inside, including Shen Jigui's group. Seeing Chu Jiangwei out killing zombies, Shen Jigui, who hadn't planned to go out again today, called 3 people to head out. They ended up having a chance encounter with Chu Jiangwei. Boss Chu. Chu Jiangwei glanced at Shen Jigui and his group, nodded slightly as a greeting. Boss Chu, what brings you out here killing zombies? After visiting the hotel twice, Shen Jigui had already noticed Jianglin Hotel's uniqueness. Zombies didn't attack it, there was an unlimited supply of steamed buns, and there were identity cards and virtual screens that clearly weren't possible with current technology. All of this proved that Jianglin Hotel was far from ordinary. As the hotel owner, Chu Jiangwei naturally became someone Shen Jigui paid close attention to. No business at the hotel, so I'm out handing out flyers. If you don't mind, you can help me distribute some. As she spoke, Chu Jiangwei dispatched a lunging zombie with a single slash, then calmly opened her backpack and took out a few flyers. Given the circumstances, the flyers are a bit rough, but don't mind the details. Shen Jigui took the flyer from Chu Jiangwei. The food we bought from the hotel was really good. We'll help spread the word for you, Boss Chu. The existence of Jianglin Hotel would, to some extent, be the last hope for many people. Who knows, it might even become the hope of the whole Blue Star in the end. Thanks then. I'm off to hand out more flyers. See you. With that, Chu Jiangwei walked around Shen Jigui's group and continued on her way. This Boss Chu looks so delicate, but she's actually really tough. One of Shen Jigui's companions remarked in admiration. How could you possibly think someone who can run a hotel in times like these is weak? A bespectacled guy next to Shen Jigui shot back mercilessly. Only Shen Jigui, watching Chu Jiangwei dispatch zombies with precise, efficient strikes, fell into deep thought. Chu Jiangwei killed zombies as she went, handing out flyers along the way. Only when she started to feel tired did she head back. But on her way home, she ran into some unpleasant obstacles. Brother Wonin, it's her. She's the one who kicked me this morning. You have to get revenge for me. Lu Yi blocked Chu Jiangyue's path, dragging a man along with her. Host, that's the male lead, Zheng Wenin. When you fight, can you go easy on him? He can't die yet. This world had just entered the apocalypse and things were still unstable. If the male lead died now, the whole world would probably collapse soon after. He can't die yet, so he can die later. I didn't say anything. The little fox, realizing it had let something slip, quickly covered its mouth and could barely speak. Chu Jiangwei didn't press it, just curled her lips in a faint smile. The male lead? He didn't look like much. Honestly, even Shen Jigui was better looking. Move. Chu Jiangwei tightened her grip on her Tang Dao. As long as the male lead got out of the way, she could let this go. Yi said you kicked her several times. You have to apologize to her. Zheng Wenin demanded. Apologize? Why don't you ask her what she did first? Zheng Wenin frowned. Yi would never lie. If you don't apologize, don't blame me for being rude. Zheng Wenin had always been put on a pedestal. This was the first time someone had embarrassed him, and he didn't like it. Seeing Zheng Wenin act like this, Chu Jiangwei seriously doubted whoever picked the male lead for this world. If you won't move then, die. With that, Chu Jiangwei raised her Tang Dao and swung it at Zheng Wenin's neck. Host, the male lead can't die. Zheng Wenin had some skills. Seeing the blade coming for him, his heart skipped a beat and he quickly dodged to the side. Chu Jiangwei hadn't actually intended to hit him, she just wanted him to get out of the way. So as Zheng Wenin dodged, Chu Jiangwei swiftly pulled back her strength, slipped past Zheng Wenin and Lu Yi, and strode ahead. A zombie lunged at her, and she cut it down with a single blow. By the time she made it back to the hotel, it was already evening. After 6 o'clock, Chu Jiangwei shut the hotel doors without a second thought and went upstairs to her room to wash up. Having spent the day hacking up zombies, Chu Jiangwei scrubbed herself several times before she finally felt clean. By the time she came out of the bathroom, an hour had passed. Host, you almost killed the male lead today. The little fox had been scared stiff. If the male lead died, it would be scrapped and rebuilt too. It had just come off the assembly line. Who said I was going to kill him? If I didn't go hard, how would he move out of the way? Seriously, who picked this male lead? Are you sure their eyes work? Silence. Existential crisis. Nothing to say, huh? I told you, your taste in male leads is questionable. Take Shin Jigue no. Even that guy with glasses next to Shin Jigue is more reliable than Zheng Wenin. Lu Yi is such a big white lotus, and he actually said, he would never lie. Oh my god, I could cry. Host, please stop. I didn't pick the male lead either. I had no idea he'd turn out like this. The little fox felt like it might need to be rebuilt after all. It's fine, it's fine. If the male lead's a dud, maybe the female lead will be better? If she dumps him, that's not our fault, right? Seeing the little fox on the verge of a breakdown, Chu Jiangwei quickly tried to comfort it. It was just the beginning, anything could happen. You're right. I need to find the female lead as soon as possible. This male lead was just unbearable. The little fox felt a chill in its heart. Only the female lead could heal its wounded soul. Day 2 of the apocalypse. Chu Jiangwei slept in until she woke up naturally. When she checked the time, it was 9:30, still before her set business hours, so she got up and washed at a leisurely pace. When she went downstairs, she found several people standing outside the hotel. What's this? Chu Jiangwei opened the hotel doors, and a crowd surged in. Do you really have steamed buns and meat buns? I heard from the big boss next door that everything on the flyer is real. I have money. However many buns you have, I'll buy them all. The crowd was so noisy that Chu Jiangwei's head hurt. Stop. Quiet. Line up, one by one. If you don't blame me for what happens. Chu Jiangwei used her diaphragm-powered lion's roar, finally subduing the crowd. If you want to buy something, come here to top up your card. Once you've topped up, buy as much as you want, I won't stop you. After all, the more they bought, the more she earned. There was no such thing as running out of stock. The first customer was a tall, skinny guy who nervously handed over a battered metal bowl. Even a beggar's bowl from before the apocalypse would probably be in better shape. But Chu Jiangwei didn't say anything. Her flyer did say she accepted scrap metal, but she never said how much she'd pay for it. Detected. Broken metal bowl X1. Even 1 copper coin is too much. Exchange for 0.5 copper coins? Yes/no. This was the first time Chu Jiangwei had seen the exchanger sass someone. It felt pretty good. 0.5 copper coins? Are you kidding me? The skinny guy's face twisted with anger as he glared at Chu Jiangwei. Can't you see? It's a broken metal bowl. Even 1 copper coin is too much. I'm only offering you 0.5 because you're a new customer. Take it or leave it. If not, move along, there are others waiting. Yeah, you brought a broken bowl and think the boss is stupid. Exactly. Trying to take advantage and getting mad when it doesn't work. The apocalypse had just begun, and survivors still had some sense of decency. Seeing the skinny guy's behavior, several people spoke up. The skinny guy shot Chu Jiangwei a glare, but in the end, he accepted. 0.5 copper coins was still something, and the exchanger even gave him a first-time customer ID card. Having failed to get a better deal, he had no choice but to bring out something more valuable. Detected, low-purity gold bar. Exchange for 200 copper coins? Yes/no. This is gold. Real gold. How can it be worth only 200 copper coins? I could get way more for it at the market. Before the apocalypse, gold prices were soaring. If he hadn't been holding out for an even higher price, he wouldn't have kept it until now. Now, being told this big gold bar was only worth 200 copper coins, the disappointment was hard to swallow. All prices are set by the exchanger. If you're not satisfied, you're free not to trade. After all, it was a seller's market now. Chu Jiangwei didn't care about losing this one deal. The tall, skinny man refused to accept this. Things were turning out completely different from what he'd expected. No way. You have to pay me more. Otherwise, I'll block the entrance and make sure you can't do business. He thought he could intimidate Chu Jiangwei, but in the next second, he found himself restrained by an invisible force. Only Chu Jiangwei could hear this voice. To everyone else, it simply looked like the tall, skinny man vanished into thin air. Those present were all shocked and suspicious. Anyone who'd been harboring any sneaky thoughts quickly gave up on them. Boss Chu, what just happened? That guy. Someone with a bit more courage spoke up. That gentleman's behavior disrupted the normal operation of the hotel. The hotel system determined he should be expelled and issued a warning. But don't worry, so long as you don't break the hotel's rules, you'll be fine. All right, next person who wants to top up, please step forward. Chu Jiangwei didn't want to say more. As long as they understood that the hotel's rules were absolutely inviolable, that was enough. With the tall, skinny man serving as a warning to others, the rest of the top-ups went smoothly. Chu Jiangwei could see more and more customer information appearing on her panel. Boss Chu, I heard the hotel also offers accommodation? Someone asked about lodging and Chu Jiangwei perked up immediately. That's right. Today is the second day of our grand opening promotion and tomorrow is the last day. Single rooms are 100 copper coins per day settled daily. This place is so run down. Why would you want to stay here? Someone tried to talk the other person out of it. But that person seemed determined and insisted on staying at Jianglin Hotel. Boss Chu, I'll stay for 10 days. I want to move in today. No problem. You can swipe your card here. Chu Jiangwei operated her virtual screen, and the man swiped his card. Xiang Chengyuan happily swiped his card and hurried off to pack his things. Many people thought Xiang Chengyuan was crazy, but Chu Jiangwei admired his foresight. After all, temperatures had been rising these past 2 days, and many places were already experiencing water and power outages. Without air conditioning, even a big villa couldn't compare to her thatched cottage. Of course, Xiang Chengyuan wasn't the only one with foresight. Chu Jiangwei looked at the 4 familiar faces in front of her and smiled. Mr. Shin, are you here to stay this time? The first time they came, she tried so hard to sell them on lodging, but was rejected. Now look, weren't they coming to her after all? Shen Jigui rubbed his nose. The first time he'd entered the hotel, he'd indeed been wary of Chu Jiangwei. We're all here to stay. Are there still rooms available? Yes. How many days will you be staying? 10 days. At 100 copper coins a day, that's 10 silver coins for 10 days. All right, please queue up to swipe your cards. Once Shen Jigui and his 3 companions had checked in, Chu Jiangwei looked at her task panel and saw she only needed 5 more guests. She fell into thought. But luck was truly on Chu Jiangwei's side. After checking in Shen Jigui's group, more people came to stay. Among them were Cui Hao and Jiang Jinjin. Jiang Jinjin's room fee was paid by Cui Hao, who also swiped his card for her. The remaining 3 were Shen Jigui's neighbors, probably thinking they'd benefit by sticking with him. After successfully checking in 10 guests, Chu Jiangwei received a notification that her task was complete. Once everyone had finished shopping and left, she checked her task notification. Of course, Chu Jiangwei chose yes, if not now, then when. Currently, Chu Jiangwei was the only one in the hotel. She just had to stand still. The next second, she heard a clatter of construction noises. Through the hotel's front door, she could see dust flying outside. From the outside, Jianglin Hotel was shrouded in a cloud of dust, with various construction tools flying around inside. 10 minutes passed quickly. The thatched cottage transformed into a brick and tile house. The old wooden reception desk became a carved hardwood counter. The lobby was much larger, with a new 4-person table and chairs. Whereas before only the first floor had rooms, now there were rooms on the second floor, and Chu Jiangyue's own room had moved to the 3rd floor. The kitchen was bigger too. Most noticeably, the single-door fridge was now a double door, stocked with a wider variety of ingredients. But the biggest change was Chu Jiangyue's own room. She now had a separate walk-in closet, packed with all kinds of clothes and jewelry. Her own clothes were squeezed into a corner. Besides the closet, there was now an open study, connected to the bedroom just like the closet. See? I told you, anything the host wants, you'll have it all. Chu Jiangyue was quite satisfied. Now, whenever she didn't want to go out, she could enjoy total wardrobe freedom right in the hotel. After all, what girl doesn't like wearing pretty dresses? The little fox stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, reminding her. Why didn't you tell me before that I could post announcements? If she could post announcements, she wouldn't have worked so hard handing out flyers. Host, this feature is only available after the hotel upgrade. Plus, flyers help you attract new customers, while announcements only reach guests who've already registered. The two methods were different. All right, I'll post an announcement now. Chu Jiangyue finished editing the announcement and sent it out. Everyone who had visited Jianglin Hotel and successfully topped up saw a virtual screen forcibly appear in front of them the moment Chu Jiangyue sent the announcement. The announcement was displayed in bold, in large text, and they couldn't close it without clicking to read. In Xingshi Huadu No. 1 Villa, Shen Jiguei, Su Zhucheng, Jiang He, and Lin Xuyuan were discussing business when the announcement popped up, leaving them all surprised. The hotel has new upgrades. They even have braised pork now. Back at Jianglin Hotel. After sending out the announcement, Chu Jiangyue finally went into the kitchen to make herself breakfast. She'd been so busy helping guests top up, register, and buy buns that she hadn't had time to eat. When her one-dish one-soup breakfast was ready and she brought it to the dining table in the lobby, the first guest of the day, someone who had left but returned, arrived. Boss, I'd like a room for the night. We only have double rooms left, but they're all newly renovated. To celebrate our grand opening, it's 200 copper coins per night today. The price goes back up to 400 coins tomorrow. How many nights would you like to stay? I'll stay for 10 nights to start. 200 copper coins per night was a bit pricey, but after thinking it over, Xia Silin agreed. That was half price, after all. Once he found someone to share the room with, he wouldn't have to pay double for staying alone. Chu Jiangyue raised an eyebrow and tapped a few times on the virtual screen. Please swipe your ID card here. Xia Silin pulled his ID card from the pocket inside his trench coat and swiped it where Chu Jiangyue indicated. Dear Mr. Xia Silin, welcome to Jianglin Hotel. Your stay, 10 nights. Total cost 2,000 copper coins, grand opening discount. Payment received. We wish you a pleasant stay. Your room number is 0201. Go in here, up the stairs, and it's the first room on the right. Just swipe your ID card to enter. Xia Silin nodded to show he understood. But he didn't leave right away. Instead, he looked at Chu Jiangyue, hesitating as if he wanted to say something. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to eat. My food's getting cold. Handling his check-in had almost let her meal go cold. Boss Chu, the food you're eating today, can I buy it from the hotel? This is my own cooking, not for sale. But the hotel has new dishes on the menu today. You can check over there. Chu Jiangyue pointed to the food counter. There were quite a few new dishes today. She'd tried to negotiate with the little fox before about selling kitchen ingredients to others, but the fox had made it clear, no way. Guests could only eat the food that had been unlocked. Hearing her refusal, Xia Silin visibly wilted, his energy draining away. He shuffled over to the food counter, but when he saw the braised pork, his eyes lit up. Boss, this hotel is amazing. Braised pork, now that's not an easy dish to make. If you like it, buy as much as you want. There's no limit. Hearing this, Xia Silin's eyes sparkled even brighter. Boss, I'll go pack my things right now and come back to check in. With that, he vanished in a flash. Chu Jiangwei shook her head. Young people, always so dramatic, so full of emotion. She ignored Xie Silin and went back to her breakfast. Villa number 1. Bang bang bang. Brother Shin. Brother Su. Brother Jiang. Brother Lin. It's me, Xiaoxie. At first, Shen Jigui and the others thought someone was pounding on their door to pick a fight, but it turned out to be Xie Silin. Lin Chuyuan opened the door and was surprised to see Xie Silin grinning from ear to ear. What's up? I just booked a room at Jianglin Hotel. Boss CH. Sure, but if we run into danger, we might not be able to look after you. No problem, no problem. I'll take care of my own safety. I just feel safer with you guys. I've already packed my things. Being able to travel with these big shots made Xie Silin very excited. Now he really felt secure. Shin Jigui and the others didn't say anything more. They grabbed their things, put Xie Silin in the middle of their group, and quickly made their way toward Jianglin Hotel. Any zombies drawn by their scent didn't even get within 2 meters before being dispatched, either by powers or a casual swing of a weapon. These low-level zombies were no threat to Shin Jigui and his team. But Shin Jigui hadn't forgotten what Chu Jiangwei told him: zombies with evolved crystal cores, level 1 zombies. If there were level 1 zombies, would there be level 2, level 3, even level 4 zombies? For the safety of the whole team, Shin Jigui was already planning ahead. Chu Jiangwei had no idea that a single comment from her had made Shin Jigui think so much. When she saw them arrive with Xie Silin, she was a little surprised. You all came together? Yeah. Brother Shin and the others are really strong. On the way here, I didn't even get a chance to do anything. That's the sense of security you get from being with big shots. It's solid. Chu Jiangwei clicked her tongue. Kids these days are just too naive. Your rooms are all on the first floor. The room info is on your ID cards. Just swipe your card at the door to get in. Shin Jigui nodded to show he understood. Of the 5, only Xie Silin's room was on the 2nd floor. Brother Shin, I'll head upstairs first. If you need anything, just let me know. With that, Xie Silin carried his luggage upstairs. The other 4 also went to find their rooms. Shin Jigui quickly found his, and Su Zhuqing and the others followed to take a look. When the door opened, the room's interior came into view. It's not big, but it's really clean. Small but complete, everything you need. Su Zhuqing and the others gave their verdict. In the apocalypse, a room this clean was a rare find. Jiang, he pushed up his glasses. This boss Chu is really something. There were no signs that Jianglin Hotel had ever been attacked by zombies. The rooms were spotless, just as the flyers advertised, newly renovated and never occupied. Don't overthink it. If the weather really does get as hot as the boss predicted, at least with this hotel, we'll have a place to catch our breath. Who knows how people without access to Jianglin Hotel would survive? Su Zhucheng didn't want to dwell on it. Let's eat first. No point in talking more. Even if they asked, Boss Chu wouldn't spill all her secrets. Yeah. At the mention of food, everyone's eyes lit up. After days of eating instant meals, they were sick of it. After Xie Silin moved into a double suite by himself, he began to consider who he could invite as a roommate. But before he could find one, in order to afford the daily rent of 400 copper coins, Xie Silin stuck to Shin Jigui and the others every day, going out with them to scavenge for supplies. He sold almost everything he could and exchanged it all for copper coins at the hotel's converter. In just these few days, Shin Jigui's group had brought back quite a few survivors. The latest mission, to host 20 guests and complete the first top-up, was quietly completed while Chu Jiangwei wasn't paying attention. At this moment, Chu Jiangwei was looking at the new reward for completing the mission. Mission: please host 20 guests and complete the first top-up, 2020 completed. Mission reward: unlock 20 triple rooms on the 3rd floor. Reward: random fruit tree sapling X1, EXP plus 200. Current hotel level, 1-290/100. You have met the requirements to upgrade to level 2 hotel. Upgrade now? Yes/no. New mission: Register 100 people for hotel ID cards. Mission reward, to be unlocked. Seeing the fruit tree sapling, Chu Jiangwei immediately straightened up. After the zombie virus outbreak, there would be a 3-month period of extreme heat, during which most plants would wither and die. Those that survived mostly turned into mutated plants. If you ran into one of those while scavenging, you basically had no chance of making it out alive. But now she'd gotten a fruit tree as a reward. Didn't that mean she could sell fresh fruit in the future? Chu Jiangwei claimed all the rewards at once, and the fruit tree sapling appeared right at her feet. Luckily, she was alone in the hotel lobby, so no one saw this happen. Little fox, where do you think I should plant this fruit tree? There was definitely no space inside the hotel, but outside wasn't great either. Soon, the temperature would keep rising, and it would be nearly impossible for ordinary people to survive outdoors without getting sunburned. Just plant it right at the hotel entrance, host. The system will automatically include the fruit tree within the hotel's protected area, so you don't have to worry about it not surviving. Little Fox was actually a bit surprised to see Chu Jiangwei draw a fruit tree sapling. Wasn't this series of rewards supposed to have a super low drop rate? It had heard plenty of complaints from its seniors about this, so how did its host manage to get one on just the 3rd mission? Still, surprise was one thing, Little Fox didn't show it. The more trees she planted, the more benefits she'd see in the future. Chu Jiangwei had no idea what Little Fox was thinking, but she was a bit surprised by its answer. Just plant it directly? Do I need to water it? Water it once after planting, then just water it every other day. You don't need to fuss over it. Of course, if you want, you can feed it some wood-type ability energy. There might be a nice surprise. A reward with such a low drop rate, of course, wasn't like the delicate saplings she remembered from before. The fruit tree saplings produced by the Apocalypse Hotel system were tough as nails. Alright, since no one's around, I'll go plant it now. Chu Jiangwei carried the sapling to the hotel entrance, only to realize she didn't have any tools for planting. Little Fox, do you have a shovel? How was she supposed to dig without a shovel? Little Fox fell silent. Because the plant series rewards dropped so rarely, it had forgotten to set up a tool room for the hotel. Chu Jiangwei at $% carrot. What's Boss Chu up to? Chu Jiangwei was just cursing out Little Fox's programmer when Shinjigue happened to come out. Weren't they supposed to be cooking? Oh, I just found a sapling and thought it looked nice, so I wanted to plant it at the hotel entrance for a bit of greenery. But I brought the sapling back and realized I don't have any tools for planting. Shinjigue looked at the healthy sapling and wanted to say that all the plants nearby were wilted and dying. This one clearly wasn't from around here. But he didn't call her out. If he wanted to keep living in the hotel, he needed to know when to speak and when to stay quiet. Those who know how to read the room are the ones who survive. I'll go ask the others. With that, Shinjigue went back inside. Not long after, he came out holding a big iron shovel. To be honest, seeing someone as calm and dignified as Shinjigue holding a shovel was a bit of a letdown for his image. Chu Jiangwei had to try really hard not to laugh. He followed behind Shinjigue. When he saw the vibrant sapling at Chu Jiangwei's feet, he adjusted his glasses without a word. No wonder she was able to open a hotel in the apocalypse. Chu Jiangwei took the shovel from Shinjigue and picked a spot about a meter to the left of the hotel entrance to start digging. Do you need any help? Seeing her thin arms and legs trying to dig, Shinjigue couldn't help but think it didn't suit her image at all. No can do, host. The hotel's trees have to be planted by you personally, or they won't survive. Chu Jiangwei was about to hand over the shovel, but pulled it back. Thanks, but I've got it. I can handle this myself. She pressed the shovel down as hard as she could, trying to dig up as much dirt as possible with each scoop. When the hole was about half a meter deep, she finally stopped, set the shovel aside, carried the sapling over, put it in the hole, filled it in, watered it, and infused it with wood-type energy, all in one go. All done. Thanks for the shovel. I'll wash it before I return it. Chu Jiangwei took the shovel, planning to wash the dirt off in the first-floor public restroom. No need, I'll have someone else wash it later. Shinjigue took the shovel from her and headed back toward the guest rooms. None of the people entering the hotel noticed that the soil around the newly planted sapling was slowly returning to a healthy color, and the sapling itself was starting to sprout new buds. The difference between the land inside and outside the hotel's boundaries was stark. Chu Jiangwei waited in the hotel all day, but the third wave of guests never came. After 6 p.m., she closed up and started cooking for herself. Even in their rooms, Shin Jigui and the others could smell the delicious food Chu Jiangwei was making. The next day, when Chu Jiangwei went to open the hotel doors, she immediately noticed that the fruit sapling she had just planted yesterday seemed to have grown a lot taller. Little fox, has it gotten taller? Yesterday, it had only reached her knees, but today it was up to her thighs. Wasn't this growth rate a bit too fast? This couldn't be scientific. That's right, it really has grown taller. This is perfectly normal, host, don't worry about it. If it keeps growing at this speed, won't I be able to sell fruit at the hotel in no time? Anyway, there was already fruit in the kitchen fridge. Once this tree started bearing fruit, she could generously share it with the hotel guests. Let's wait until the fruit tree matures before talking about that. The reward was a random fruit sapling, so who knew what kind of fruit it would eventually bear? But Chu Jiangwei clearly hadn't thought of this yet. She shifted her gaze away from the sapling and glanced outside. Little fox, look over there. Is that a level 1 zombie? It was a bit far away, so Chu Jiangwei couldn't see clearly, but that zombie was obviously moving much faster than the others. Yes, that's a level 1 zombie. Host, do you want to take care of it? Level 1 zombies weren't actually that strong. What made them truly terrifying was the zombie virus they carried. If an ordinary person got scratched, they'd enter an incubation period and eventually turn into a zombie themselves. That was the trickiest part about the zombie virus. Let Shin Jigui and the others handle it. I don't make a living by fighting zombies anyway. This was actually the first time Chu Jiangwei had seen a level 1 zombie since her rebirth, but it also meant that zombies were starting to evolve. There were fewer zombies in the Villa district, but now that even level 1 zombies had appeared, there might already be level 2 or even level 3 zombies in the more densely populated areas. But host, Shen Jigui and the others don't seem to be around here killing zombies right now. Chu Jiangwei only opened the doors at 10 a.m. Shin Jigui and his group had already left the hotel with their ID cards by then. They're not here now, but they'll run into it eventually. Besides, Chu Jiangwei suspected that Shin Jigui and the others weren't hunting zombies near the hotel precisely because there were too few zombies in this area. She thought they'd be out until evening, but to her surprise, they came back at noon. Boss Chu, you didn't go out today. Xia Silin had managed to get in with the right crowd and was out hunting zombies with Shin Jigui's group today. Seeing Chu Jiangwei sitting cool and fresh behind the counter, it was impossible not to feel a twinge of envy. She even had time to braid her hair today. Chu Jiangwei shook her head. No, I didn't go out, but I did see a level 1 zombie at the entrance. Did you guys run into it? It's not the zombies, the problem is the temperature. It shot up all of a sudden today, we couldn't stay outside for long at all. The villa district had no running water or electricity. People hiding in their villas were probably at their limit by now. But they'd also noticed that Jianglin Hotel was completely unaffected by the weather. As soon as you stepped inside, it was back to a comfortable temperature, with even a gentle breeze blowing. There are still vacant rooms at the hotel. If you have friends, you can invite them over. There wasn't much Chu Jiangwei could do about the heat wave. She was only able to get by thanks to the hotel. Yeah, and if you can find more people to come register for ID cards at the hotel, we might be able to open up even more rooms. As for going out herself, Chu Jiangwei had no intention of doing that. The 5 of them looked at each other, speechless. Let's wait until the sun goes down this afternoon. It was just too hot right now. They weren't foolish enough to risk their lives for someone else. Chu Jiangwei didn't comment. She didn't really care either way. We'll head back to our rooms first. They were all drenched in sweat. All Shin Jigui wanted now was a shower. Little fox, isn't there anything we can do about this? Chu Jiangwei thought. Since the little fox had come here, there was no way its only purpose was to have her run a hotel. Host, just focus on completing your tasks and leveling up as quickly as possible. Beyond that, The little fox refused to say anything more. That's easy for you to say. With this heat wave, hardly anyone can go out. We barely have any guests at the hotel, and it's not like they all come every day. Some of the more timid ones probably hadn't even left their homes yet. But the little fox stayed silent. If it had a solution, it wouldn't still be stuck as a plain old fox. Hey, boss, help. Chu Jiangwei had just been about to go to the kitchen to cut up a watermelon when someone showed up at the door. It looked like guests who'd been to the hotel before. There were two of them, both with beer bellies. Clearly, they'd lived well before the apocalypse. Wow, it's so cool in here. Boss, do you sell iced water? Before the apocalypse, they'd never even drunk iced water. It was always coffee or tea. No iced water, but take your time and cool off. By the way, we still have vacant rooms. Do you want to stay? 200 copper coins per day. The grand opening discounts were over. Yes, I'll stay. Book me for 10 days, boss. With this damn weather, the villa is useless. Me too. 10 days, same as him. The two big-bellied men were surprisingly unanimous. All right, just come over and swipe your ID cards to pay when you're ready. Chu Jiangwei processed their bookings, then headed into the kitchen. She still had that big watermelon on her mind. She sliced it in half, grabbed a spoon, and walked out with the watermelon in her arms. Watermelon? Boss, how much for the watermelon? I've got money. But Chu Jiangwei shook her head. This is mine. You can't have any. This was a perk the hotel gave her as the boss. No one else got it. Maybe she'd be lucky enough to get more in the future. Boss, come on. You clearly have watermelon. Why can't you sell it? Chu Jiangwei shot him a look. That's the rule. The other man nudged his companion, signaling him to drop it. Just having a place to stay was already a blessing. If they stayed in their own villas, they'd probably die from the heat sooner or later. Though disappointed, the man didn't press further. He was afraid of offending Chu Jiangwei and getting kicked out. They'd seen that tall, skinny guy disappear with their own eyes. The two of them swiped their ID cards and paid, then went to their rooms empty-handed. As long as their ID cards had enough balance, they wouldn't starve in the hotel, so Chu Jiangwei didn't bother with them. If they'd managed to make it safely from their villas to here, they must have some skills. As long as they weren't too lazy, they'd be able to afford their stay. Chu Jiangwei looked out the hotel entrance, her mood growing heavy. This heat wave was really going to be a problem. Not long after two pot-bellied men entered the room, they came out again. In order to get into the Jianglin Hotel as quickly as possible, they hadn't brought much with them. Now that they'd settled in, they started feeling reluctant to leave their supplies at home, so they decided to go back and bring over everything they'd left behind. Chu Jiangwei tried to persuade them to wait until after sunset to go back, but they refused. If they waited any longer, someone else might snatch up the supplies in their villa. Although Chu Jiangwei thought it wasn't worth the risk for a few supplies, she was just the boss. She could guide her guests, but she couldn't control their decisions. Since they insisted, all she could do was wish them a safe trip. Host, I've detected that the male lead and the female supporting character are approaching the hotel. The little fox's sudden voice made Chu Jiangwei instantly lose interest. A greasy man and a pretentious woman. If she were the heroine, she'd wish for them to be locked together forever, just to get them out of her way. She wondered which unlucky soul got stuck with this pair as their male lead and female supporting character. Host, they really seem to be heading for the hotel. The little fox didn't have any good feelings toward the male lead, Zheng Wenin, either. All it wanted was to find the real heroine as soon as possible. Chu Jiangwei was a little surprised. She'd kicked Louis several times the other day. Louis should hate her by now. Why would she come to the hotel? Was she just asking for trouble? Brother Wenin, it's right here. Before they even reached the hotel entrance, Chu Jiangwei heard Louis's voice. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, Zheng Wenin and Louis walked in. Chu Jiangwei sat behind the front desk, making no move to stand up and greet them. She treated people according to how she felt about them. For people she didn't like, she couldn't force herself to give them good service. Hey, didn't you see us come in? Since you're running a hotel, why is your service so bad? Lu Yi had disliked Chu Jiangwei from their very first meeting, mainly because she hated that face, which was prettier than hers. My hotel is the only place near Xingshi unaffected by the heat wave. If you don't like my attitude, you're free to leave. She hadn't forgotten that, at their first meeting, Lu Yi had tried to push her out the hotel door. If it weren't for the little fox telling her to keep Lu Yi around, Lu Yi wouldn't have survived that day. Miss Jiangwei. Please call me Boss Chu. Hearing her own name come out of Zheng Wenin's mouth made Chu Jiangyue's skin crawl. She felt physically uncomfortable. Zheng Wenin hadn't expected his usual friendly approach to be cut off so bluntly by Chu Jiangwei. But he was always good at enduring awkwardness, so he quickly adjusted his attitude. I heard there are still vacant rooms available. Could you please open 2 rooms for us? Chu. It shouldn't affect anything, right? At this point in the story, the male lead is still supposed to be with Lu Yi in Xingshi. According to the plot, they'll leave with the rescue team in half a month. Since they were still within the boundaries of Xingshi, it probably wouldn't matter. And since they were already here, there was no reason to turn them away. There are still rooms available, but only double and triple rooms. No singles left. Would you two like to share a double? Chu Jiangwei smiled, a hint of mischief in her eyes as she looked at the pair. As expected, when they heard only double and triple rooms were left, their expressions changed. We'll take 2 double rooms. It wouldn't be appropriate for a man and a woman to share. Zheng Wenin was destined for the heroine, and he cared a lot about his reputation. He spoke up before Lu Yi could, afraid she'd ask for them to share a room. If that happened, he'd never be able to clear his name. Brother Wenin, don't leave me. I'll be scared if I stay alone. Lu Yi clearly hadn't expected Zheng Wenin to rather spend more money than share a room with her. Yi, you're grown up now. It's not appropriate. You need to think about your reputation. Zheng Wenin tried to persuade her earnestly. Lu Yi really didn't want to stay alone, but since Zheng Wenin insisted, she had no choice. Pouting, she took off her gold and jade bracelets and, without caring about the amount shown on the exchange machine, agreed to the transaction. I've exchanged my valuables. Hurry up and get me a room for 5 days. After Lu Yi finished, Zheng Wenin quickly placed his jade guanyin pendant and a silver brooch on the tray to exchange for copper coins. Boss Chu, I've exchanged mine too. Please open another room for me. He was worried Chu Jiangwei would listen to Lu Yi and put them in the same room. Given the close ties between their families, if not for the apocalypse, they probably would have ended up married. That tradition of marrying within close families was still very influential in China. So even if they did share a room, no one would really question it. Just swipe your card here. Chu Jiangwei pointed to the machine in front of her, indicating that they could pay separately. Dear Ms. Lu Yi, welcome to Jianglin Hotel. Your stay, 5 days. Fee, 1,000 copper coins deducted. Have a pleasant stay. Congratulations. Chu Jiangwei congratulated Lu Yi with a smile, but inside, she was just here for the drama. After Lu Yi paid, Zheng Wenin did too, successfully checking in. Brother Wenin. Lu Yi looked at Zheng Wenin, still hoping they could share a room so she'd have a chance to make a move. Their parents had gone on a business trip together, and, before leaving, they'd told the two to look out for each other, clearly hoping to set them up. Brother Wenin, why don't you want to stay with me? Lu Yi's tone was full of grievance, her eyes turning red. Chu Jiangwei rolled her eyes inwardly. That acting was just too much. A girl's reputation is the most important thing. He clearly just didn't want to, but he had to make it sound so noble. Host, this male lead is so fake. How did he even get chosen as the male lead? The little fox, seeing Zheng Wenin for the second time and confirming his identity, was still in disbelief. Who picked this guy? Did they not even check when choosing the male lead? The little fox's complaints almost made Chu Jiangwei burst out laughing. She quickly covered her mouth before anyone noticed. Realizing she really had to live alone in a double suite, Lu Yi pinned all the blame for this situation squarely on Chu Jiangwei. You bitch. Was it you? Did you say something to Wenji that made him not want to stay with me? Do you like Wenji too? Dream on. Wenji can only be mine. Detected, Guest Louis harbors malicious intent toward the hotel owner. First warning. Guest Louis will now be charged double for all purchases within the hotel as punishment. This sudden penalty made Chu Jiangwei feel instantly refreshed. See? She dares to yell at me on my turf. She really doesn't know her place. Why should I? Miss Liu, please mind your language. Chu Jiangyue's words were the very picture of shrimp and pig heart. Lu Yi was afraid that if she said anything more, the next punishment would be immediate expulsion. Though she was unwilling, she ultimately swallowed her anger. Once Lu Yi entered her room, Chu Jiangyue's expression immediately fell. Little fox, are you sure I can't just kill Lu Yi? Lu Yi had suffered setbacks in front of her several times now, and Chu Jiangwei was already harboring murderous intent. If she let her stay, who knew when Lu Yi might stab her in the back? She and the male lead haven't met the female lead yet, and her plotline hasn't been triggered. So, it's a no. Chu Jiangwei felt a little stifled, but she managed to suppress her emotions in the end. She'd better not try anything in the hotel. When Chu Jiangwei said this, she was practically gritting her teeth. By 5 p.m., the sun was already slanting westward and the temperature had dropped a bit. Shen Jigui and his group of 4, along with Xie Silin, all came out of their rooms, just in time to run into the 2 chubby guys returning with their luggage. The 2 looked surprised to see Shen Jigui's group, but quickly regained their composure. Heading out, boys? It's hot out there right now, you'd best stay in if you can. Thanks for the reminder, but we need to go kill zombies and earn some crystal cores. Gold and jewels will run out eventually, but zombies are endless, at least for now. If they wanted to keep staying at the hotel, their main source of money would have to be exchanging zombie crystal cores for copper coins. Kill zombies for crystal cores? What do you mean? It was obvious these 2 had never fought a zombie in their lives. Just looking at all that fat, they probably couldn't even outrun a basic zombie. No harm telling you. There are now level 1 zombies showing up in the neighborhood. Level 1 zombies have evolved crystal cores in their heads. You can exchange crystal cores at the hotel. 1 level 1 core gets you 100 copper coins. Just kill 2 level 1 zombies and you've got a day's room fee. As for food, if you're not picky, you can survive on a steamed bun for 20 copper coins a day. Only 100 copper coins? That's not even enough for one night's stay. The chubby guy who'd tried to buy a watermelon from Chu Jiangwei earlier blurted out, shocked that a level 1 zombie core only got you 100 copper coins. I was just telling you, not asking you to go kill zombies. Xie Silin felt a little annoyed at the fat guy's reaction. Jianglin Hotel's rate of 200 copper coins a night was already cheap. He was sure that if a real safe base was built somewhere, the price would be even higher. Anyway, Xie Silin had made up his mind. While Shen Jigui's group was still here, he'd learn as much as he could from them. That way, when they left, he'd be able to stand on his own. In times like these, if you don't work to get stronger, you'll end up as zombie food sooner or later. He didn't want to live such a pathetic life. Shen Jigui glanced at the 2 chubby guys, but didn't bother saying anything more. Boss Chu, we're planning to go a bit farther this time, to spread the word about Jianglin Hotel to some other survivors. Alright. As a thank you, once the fruit tree outside the hotel ripens, I'll sell you the first batch of fruit. Chu Jiangwei couldn't sell the fruit she ate herself, but there was no such restriction on fruit grown by the tree. When Chu Jiangwei mentioned the fruit tree, Shen Jigui's eyes lit up. Because of the zombie virus, most fruit they found now, unless it was sealed in airtight packaging, had already rotted. The virus outbreak had only started a few days ago, so for fruit that usually keeps well, this made no sense. But they had no choice but to accept it. When they saw Chu Jiangwei eating half a watermelon by herself today, they were truly envious. Thank you for your generosity, Boss Chu. Shen Jigui had no intention of refusing. Even though no one knew when the fruit tree would bear fruit, that didn't stop him from accepting the offer. Boss Chu, that's not fair. Fruit grown by the hotel should be shared with everyone. Why sell it only to them? The nosy chubby guy piped up again. If you help spread the word about my hotel too, I can make sure you get a share as well. How about it? Chu Jiangyue's words successfully shut him up. He wanted fruit, but he wasn't about to risk his life for it. Honestly, he thought those guys were crazy, going so far out. What if they never came back? But no one cared what he thought. Shinjigue's group stepped outside, checked that the temperature was bearable, and headed out without hesitation. Host, I think I've detected some information about Shinjigue's group, but it's incomplete. This popped up just as Chu Jiangwei and Shinjigue's group had reached their verbal agreement. The little fox suddenly spoke up, and since it was about Shinjigue's group, Chu Jiangwei immediately perked up. Tell me more. Shinjigue's group will leave Xingshi Huadu with the male leads group in half a month and join the official safe base in V-City. After that, it just says Shinjigue's team went on a mission, and that's it. What mission? Where? For how long? Did they succeed? None of that was mentioned, just an ellipsis. Hearing this vague information, Chu Jiangwei frowned. Something's off. Way off. Shinjigue's group was obviously much stronger than Zheng Wennin's, so how come Zheng Wennin managed to make a name for himself, while Shinjigue's group faded into obscurity? Could they really just be background characters? That's all? What mission did they do? Did they go on the mission as soon as they got to the base? No idea. What use are you then? Little fox, I'm hurt, but I won't say it TT. Not long after Shinjigue and the others left, it was time for Chu Jiangwei to get off work. Without hesitation, she closed the hotel doors and started making dinner for herself. Halfway through cooking, she attracted the attention of the two chubby men and Louis in the building. Boss Chu, you wouldn't sell us watermelon at lunch, but surely you can spare us some dinner, right? Chu Jiangwei ignored him. The one speaking was the always nosy chubby man. Boss Chu, Uncle Jiang is talking to you. Isn't it a bit rude not to respond? Louis was more than happy to see someone giving Chu Jiangwei trouble, so she chimed in as soon as Jiang Jianzhong spoke. The other man didn't say anything, but he didn't try to stop them either. In Chu Jiangyue's eyes, this kind of person was the worst, never doing anything, but when something happened, it was nothing to do with me, and if things went well, they'd still get a share of the benefits. Looks like I didn't kick you hard enough last time. It hasn't been that long, but you're already bouncing around again. Chu Jiangwei finished cooking and finally looked up at Louis. Louis's expression froze for a moment when Chu Jiangwei brought up the embarrassing incident of her getting kicked. You actually kicked someone? For a hotel owner, your customer service is really terrible. Jiang Jianzhong started complaining again, putting on his fatherly act. Chu Jiangwei couldn't even be bothered to respond. If you have a problem with me, you can leave the hotel. Otherwise, just keep your mouth shut. And you, if you don't want to get kicked again, you'd better behave yourself in the hotel. Otherwise, I'm sure your dear one-in would be happy to take your place here, don't you think? With that, Chu Jiangwei carried her food to the dining table in the first-floor lobby. Little fox, next time we upgrade the place, can you move the kitchen and dining room next to my room? It's really inconvenient for me otherwise. If the kitchen and dining room were upstairs, even if the smell of her cooking drifted down to the first floor, no one could come up and disturb her peace. But host, I've been following the upgrade guidelines. How the place gets renovated isn't really within my job description. Little Fox was still a newbie, with no permissions at all. It had to figure most things out on its own. Chu Jiangwei sighed. No wonder she ended up in a world where the male lead was a two-faced, Mr. Nice Guy. She really was a rookie, clueless about everything. But just as Chu Jiangwei finished setting the table and was about to sit down, Jiang Jianzhong suddenly snapped, for reasons unknown, and snatched the plate of tomato scrambled eggs she'd just put on the table, taking the whole plate with him. Warning! Warning! Guest misconduct detected. To maintain a civilized and harmonious relationship between buyers and sellers in the hotel, guest Jiang Jianjing will be punished with an electric shock and expelled. He may not re-enter the hotel for 24 hours. At the same time, Chu Jiangyue's wood-type ability summoned a vine that wrapped Jiang Jianzhong up completely. The plate of tomato scrambled eggs in his hand was also retrieved by Chu Jiangyue's power and placed back on the table. What is this thing? It was Louis's first time seeing a supernatural ability. She had no idea Chu Jiangwei was using a wood-type power, she just wondered if she was seeing ghosts. Chu Jiangwei had no intention of explaining, her gaze fixed on Jiang Jianzheng, who was tightly bound by her vines. I wouldn't sell to you, so you tried to steal? Aren't you something? Boss Chu, we haven't had a hot meal in days. He was just too hungry. Please, let him go. The chubby man, who'd been watching the drama from the sidelines, quickly spoke up for Jiang Jianzheng when he saw him tied up. Chu Jiangwei just shot him a glance and said nothing, watching as Jiang Jianzheng's figure disappeared from the hotel, leaving only a few vines behind. Once he was gone, Chu Jiangwei retracted the vines from the floor, and they vanished at her fingertips. Boss Chu, how can you be so cold-blooded? What if he gets expelled into a place with zombies? That's basically a death sentence for Uncle Jiang. Lu Yi's words made Jiang Jianhai, who'd just pleaded for Jiang Jianzhong, catch his breath. Thinking of that possibility, he looked at Chu Jiangwei with reproach. If you're so worried, how about I make an exception and send you out to join him? Chu Jiangwei looked at Lu Yi with a half-smile. If she thought she could guilt-trip Chu Jiangwei, she'd picked the wrong target. As long as she had no morals, no one could guilt-trip her. Jiang Jianhai also looked at Lu Yi, but Lu Yi had only wanted to make trouble for Chu Jiangwei. Now that she might actually have to pay the price, she fell silent and slipped back to her room. And you, Mr. Jiang? With both of them standing there, Chu Jiangwei had lost her appetite. She just wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. Jiang Jianhai was angry that Chu Jiangwei had sent his brother away, but he didn't want to go out and look for him either. So he mumbled something and made an excuse to return to his room. With everyone gone, and Lu Yi afraid of getting kicked again, she quietly slipped away too. Finally alone, Chu Jiangwei could sit down and eat in peace. One by one, none of them were easy to deal with. Because of the time wasted dealing with Lu Yi and the Jiang brothers, it was already 7 by the time Chu Jiangwei finished dinner. By then, the sun had completely set and it was getting dark. But from her experience in her previous life, Chu Jiangwei knew that from the day the zombie outbreak began, sunset would come later and later until the world entered a period of perpetual daylight. When that happened, the hot weather would turn into extreme heat, and that would mark the true beginning of the global apocalypse. Chu Jiangwei glanced outside, put her dishes into the kitchen's automatic washer, and went upstairs to the second floor. Little Fox, do you think Shinjigue and the others will make it back safely tonight? I'm not sure, host. In the storyline Little Fox had received, neither Shinjigue's team nor Xia Silin were even mentioned by name, so it had no way of knowing what would happen to them. And with the appearance of Jianglin Hotel, the plot had already deviated, but Little Fox didn't think it was a big deal, so it didn't make a fuss. Fine, whether they make it back or not is up to fate. Chu Jiangwei wasn't one to dwell on things. Since she didn't get an answer from Little Fox, she didn't think about it any further. She grabbed her pajamas and went to take a shower. Her dressing table was stocked with all kinds of skincare and makeup products. After showering, Chu Jiangwei put on a face mask. She had to admit, her current life was much more comfortable than before the apocalypse. After her skincare routine, Chu Jiangwei didn't stay up late. Feeling very content, she climbed into bed to sleep. Wake me up at 9 tomorrow. Yep, work at 10, up at 9 to wash up, perfect. Okay, host. Good night. Good night, sweet dreams. Little Fox, although technically I don't actually need to sleep. __ZZZZ. Midnight. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Host, wake up. The sudden blaring of the alarm startled Chu Jiangwei awake. Stupid fox. What are you doing? Did it even know what time it was? She'd clearly said to wake her up at 9 a.m. the next day, but now it was only midnight. Host, it's not my fault. Shinjigue and the others are back, and they've brought a whole group of people with them. These were all potential customers. Every second's delay in receiving them was a loss. Chu Jiangwei forced a smile. Guess why I set working hours? If I had to get up and open the door for every person who came after hours, what's the point of having business hours at all? Do you know what a seller's market is? In a seller's market, they have to follow my rules, not the other way around. Little Fox, you're still new, so I won't blame you this time. But from now on, unless it's an emergency, don't disturb me after hours, even if there are guests. Got it. Chu Jiangwei figured if she didn't lay down the law now, this would keep happening. She had no desire to be dragged out of bed in the middle of the night again. Sorry, host. I was just too eager. The little fox drooped its ears and hung its head, looking utterly pitiful. All right, just don't let it happen again. How many people did Shinjigue bring? For the little fox to be this excited, it must be quite a few, right? Not too many, not too few, exactly 100 people. Host, you can complete your mission now. Chu Jiangyue's current mission was to receive 100 people and successfully process their ID cards. Hearing she could complete her mission, Chu Jiangyue's mood improved a little, and she wasn't as annoyed at being woken up. Let's go down and take a look. Shinjigue's group of 5 had originally planned to bring everyone over the next morning, but they'd unexpectedly run into a small zombie horde that night. The 5 of them alone couldn't possibly handle that many zombies. After weighing the risks, they had no choice but to leave with everyone in the middle of the NI. Honestly, even Shinjigue felt relieved to have made it back to the hotel safely. But when they arrived and saw the tightly shut hotel doors, Shinjigue knew things were about to get awkward. Chu Jiangwei had emphasized her business hours to them more than once, telling them not to bother her outside of emergencies or after hours. But now, even without a clock, it was obvious it was the middle of the night. Chu Jiangwei was definitely off duty and probably asleep. Without her to open the door, the survivors, who didn't have ID cards, couldn't get inside. So, what now? Don't even think about it. The 3rd floor is Boss Chu's private area. We can't get up there. So, what do? A big group like this, stuck outside, was just a bunch of sitting ducks. Zombies would be drawn by the scent in no time. They could still catch their breath for now only because the hotel had some zombie-repelling effect around it. But that wouldn't last forever. Sooner or later, it would wear off. They could only blame their bad luck for running into a zombie horde. Why aren't we going in? Yeah, it was so hard to find a place not surrounded by zombies. They brought us here but aren't letting us in. What's that about? Don't talk nonsense. They helped us escape the zombie horde. Isn't that enough? You want them to take care of you for life. There were all kinds of voices in the crowd. Shinjigue and his group heard the ungrateful complaints, but others spoke up in their defense. Honestly, the 5 of them felt pretty conflicted at that moment. Wait, I think I see lights on the 2nd floor. Silin had been glancing at the 2nd floor, hoping they might get lucky and catch Chu Jiangwei up for a midnight bathroom break. To his surprise, the lights really did come on. Shinjigue and the others all looked toward the staircase, and sure enough, there was light. Soon, Chu Jiangwei came downstairs, fully dressed, but wearing a huge fisherman's hat. You sure picked a great time to come back. Even though they'd brought her customers, Chu Jiangwei was still pretty annoyed at being woken up in the middle of the night. She could only take out her frustration on the little fox when no one was around. After all, it was just a string of data. No matter how much she squished it, it wouldn't die. But that didn't mean Shinjigue and his group could get off scot-free. It was an accident. We'll be more careful next time. Shinjigue knew this was an awkward time. All right, bring everyone in. Have them line up. You explain how everything works. Chu Jiangwei opened the hotel doors, yawned, and slowly walked behind the front desk. Knowing they were in the wrong, Shinjigue's group didn't say anything about her obvious laziness. They took it upon themselves to keep order, leaving one person at the front to teach everyone how to exchange goods for copper coins. Why do we have to hand over stuff to get an ID card? Is this some kind of scam? Chu Jiangwei glanced up at the person who asked, noting their wariness, but also their lack of sense. At this point, what's the point of scamming you? Even if we were bored out of our minds, we wouldn't bother. If you have a problem with it, you're free to leave. We're not forcing anyone. After all the trouble they'd gone through, and after hearing the earlier complaints, now that Boss Chu had finally opened the door, someone was still accusing them of being scammers. Silin immediately lost his patience. No good deed goes unpunished. I didn't mean it like that. The person who'd raised the question hadn't expected Silin to tell them to leave. After all the effort to get here, They weren't about to just walk away. Chu Jiangwei ignored the minor commotion, watching her mission counter tick up as more people registered, her mood gradually improving. "Boss, I saw the sign outside says this is a hotel?" Someone finally asked the most important question. Chu Jiangwei looked up and nodded at the person. "Yes. If you want to stay, get your ID card first, then line up here." Hearing this, many people automatically formed a line. "Do you really have steamed buns for sale?" To be honest, the apocalypse had come so suddenly that many people hadn't stocked up on food. Quite a few hadn't had a proper meal in days. In the north, steamed buns were a staple. "Of course. If I was lying, you wouldn't even have copper coins." Chu Jiangwei waved her hand, and a virtual screen appeared at the front desk. Xia Silin dutifully stepped up to show them how to buy. Once they paid, the steamed buns or stuffed buns would appear right in front of them. As for how to store them, that was their own problem. "Give me 2 steamed buns." Me. I want steamed buns too. I want a meat bun." Most of these people were just ordinary folks without much to barter, and among all the food available at the hotel, steamed buns and meat buns were the most cost-effective options. Chu Jiangwei had just introduced the steamed buns and meat buns. Those who had already topped up their accounts and received their ID cards rushed back immediately. With the option of eating steamed buns and meat buns, who would still want to eat those dry, tasteless bread and crackers? Over there. Look at the instructions on the virtual screen and place your order and pay by card yourself. Chu Jiangwei directed them to the virtual screen in front of the vending container. A crowd surged forward, some even getting into fights just to be the first to buy. "Everyone, stop it. I already said there's no limit on supply. What's the rush? Line up." Having been woken up in the middle of the night, Chu Jiangwei was already in a bad mood. Seeing this chaotic scene made her temper flare. Some people initially thought Chu Jiangwei was just a woman and didn't take her words seriously. In a fit of anger, Chu Jiangwei activated her wood-type ability, transforming it into a thorny vine whip, which she lashed hard against the ground, producing a loud crack. "If you don't follow the rules, let's see whether your skin is tougher or my whip is sharper." Xia Silin shook his head as he watched the crowd instantly turn meek as quails. He'd warned them repeatedly on the way here, after entering the hotel, absolutely do not offend the hotel owner. Clearly, none of them listened. Still, Xia Silin looked at the vine whip in Chu Jiangyue's hand with envy. Boss Chu's vine whip, Boss Shen's lightning, Boss Zhang's spatial powers, every time he saw them, he couldn't help but be jealous. Under Chu Jiangyue's forceful suppression, everyone obediently lined up, buying or exchanging what they needed. Finally, after an hour and a half, everyone had finished topping up and received their own personal ID cards. Chu Jiangyue's task of registering 100 people and successfully issuing their ID cards was completed smoothly. Last time, Chu Jiangyue had forgotten to upgrade the hotel. This time, she could make up for it all at once. Chu Jiangwei didn't rush to upgrade the hotel, since people who had just finished getting their ID cards were still lining up to buy steamed buns and meat buns. Once everyone had finished buying, nearly 2 hours had passed. Non-resident guests can only stay in the hotel for 2 hours each day. Your time is almost up for today. Please leave before your time is up. Otherwise, if the hotel enforces it, I can't guarantee where you'll end up. If they were unlucky and got dumped into a horde of zombies, they'd just have to accept their bad luck. The hotel wouldn't be responsible. A bunch of people looked toward Shinjigue and the others. Since they'd come with them and couldn't stay at the hotel, surely they'd help them find somewhere to stay, right? Hey, don't tell me you're really this shameless. We risked our lives to bring you out of the zombie horde. That's already more than enough. Do you really expect us to find you a place to stay and settle all of you? Get this straight, it's the apocalypse. The apocalypse. If it weren't for Big Brother Shen's kindness, you'd all have been wiped out by the zombie tide. Your 2 hours are almost up. Go find somewhere to stay yourselves. Shishihuadu is huge, there's bound to be empty villas. Any random one will be better than the apartment building you were in before. Xia Silin really couldn't stand seeing his idols get taken advantage of. The moment he saw the look on these people's faces, he jumped in to cut them off. He's right. We have no obligation to take care of you. While you still have time, leave and find somewhere to stay. Chu Jiangwei ignored their argument. After making sure everyone had their ID cards and finished shopping, she planned to go back to her room and catch up on sleep. She'd worked 2 extra hours tonight, so she decided to start work 2 hours later tomorrow. You have 5 minutes to decide. If you're still here after 5 minutes, the hotel will automatically clear the premises. With that, Chu Jiangwei didn't care how they reacted and headed upstairs. It's up to you. It's late, we're going to rest. Jiang He always looked gentle and refined, but his words left no room for argument. The 5 of them ignored the survivors and went back to their own rooms. I don't believe it. With so many of us here, can they really kick us out? Honey, let's just go. If what they said is true, we'll be fine, but Nyonya wouldn't be able to handle zombies alone. Those with families mostly chose to leave, they couldn't afford to take the risk. Over the next 5 minutes, people gradually left, but some stubborn ones stayed behind. But 5 minutes passed quickly. Those who hadn't left suddenly felt an invisible force restrain them, then they were yanked away, everything went black, and they vanished from the hotel. Rumors were nothing compared to seeing it with your own eyes. Those who were still a few seconds short of their time scrambled desperately for the exit. But after 2 rounds of renovations, the Jianglin Hotel's lobby was still spacious. In just a few seconds, another stampede ensued, and everyone was jammed at the entrance, forced to watch as people around them disappeared one by one. Back in her room, Chu Jiangwei had no idea what was happening in the first-floor lobby. After confirming that no one was wandering outside their rooms, Chu Jiangwei clicked upgrade. In the quiet of the night, Jianglin Hotel was quietly being renovated. By the next morning, it would surprise everyone. At dawn, someone in Jianglin Hotel woke up. When Lin Shuyuan got up, he instinctively glanced out the window. For the past few mornings, all he'd seen was fog, trash, and the scattered limbs of people and zombies. But today, he saw a vibrant green lawn. Lin Shuyuan couldn't even be bothered to brush his teeth or wash his face. He rushed out of his room and started banging on Shin Jigue and the others' doors. Boss! Boss! Wake up! Get up! Get up! All the hotel guests were woken up by Lin Shuyuan's commotion. When Shin Jigue and the others came out of their rooms, there was no hiding Lin Shuyuan's excitement. Boss, Jiang He, come look outside. Before, stepping out of their rooms led straight to the hotel lobby, and outside the lobby, aside from the sapling Chu Jiangwei had planted, everything was bleak and desolate. But today, outside the hotel lobby, there was a 2-meter-wide ring of lush green lawn, thriving and vibrant. The tree Boss Chu had planted had also grown much taller, with its branches and leaves looking much fuller. Wait, why is there a new building over there? Xia Silin turned his head and saw a 2-story wooden cabin surrounded by the lawn. From the outside, it actually looked pretty nice. Shin Jigue and the others turned their heads in the direction Xia Silin was pointing and immediately spotted the wooden house. There's even a path connecting the 2 buildings. Don't tell me Boss Chu built all this. Su Zhucheng quickly noticed some details. Sure enough, as soon as Su Zhucheng spoke, everyone looked at him. Looks like you're not as clueless as I thought, Jiang He said with a faint smile. With all this commotion, how did we not hear a thing last night? Is Boss Chu really that incredible? Lin Shuyuan found it all unbelievable. Ever since they'd met Boss Chu, everything around them seemed to defy logic. All I can say is, the world is full of wonders. So where's Boss Chu? After making such a big change, shouldn't someone come explain things to us? Xia Silin had just glanced back and realized that the place they were staying in had transformed from a 2-story mud brick house into a 10-story red brick building with a sloped roof. Judging by the fact that they'd just walked out without having to go downstairs, their rooms must still be on the 1st floor. Boss Chu doesn't get up until 10. Let's eat breakfast first, then head out to look for supplies. By the time we come back for lunch, Boss Chu should be up. I'm so jealous of Boss Chu. She's living better than we did before the apocalypse. Even before the end of the world, none of them had it as easy as Chu Jiangwei did now. If you think you've got enough money in your account to live in a hotel for the rest of your life, you can just lie back and take it easy too. Because of the Jianglin Hotel's exchange system, they'd been spending their days hunting level 1 zombies for crystal cores, as well as collecting gold, silver, jewelry, antique vases, anything they thought might be valuable. Unfortunately, most of the things they considered valuable weren't worth much in the exchange machine. In the end, they concluded that hunting zombies for crystal cores was the most cost-effective way to get by. Hey, there's baby bok choy for sale now. Too bad I didn't collect any seasonings, or I'd buy a few to try. Back in the lobby, Qian had originally planned to buy a meat bun for breakfast, but was surprised to find the hotel had new food items. The fresh, green bok choy looked so appetizing that just seeing it made his mouth water. When Qian pointed it out, Shen Jigui looked over too. Seeing it really was bok choy, his eyes lit up. Whoa, that price is eye-catching too. Lin Shuyuan was about to suggest they buy a few to stir-fry. Knowing Jiang, he probably had seasonings in her storage space. But when he saw the price, 100 copper coins per leaf, he realized that 2 leaves cost as much as a night's stay. Guys, how about we pool our coins and each buy 2 or 3 leaves to share? Qian couldn't bear to buy too many himself, but he was willing to splurge on 1 or 2. Shen Jigui simply bought 20 leaves in one go, swiping his card with practiced ease. The 20 bok choy leaves appeared on the counter in the next second. Shen Jigui handed them to Jiang He. You guys take care of the rest. Jiang He tossed them to Qian. You're in charge of washing the veggies. Open your room, we'll cook in there. Got it. Right away. Qian hugged the bok choy, unable to hide his grin. After the 5 of them entered Qian's room, Jiang Jianhai and Lu Yi finally opened their door, exchanged a glance, and then promptly slammed it shut again. Chu Jianhua had been woken up in the middle of the night to work overtime until 2 a.m. and had collapsed into bed as soon as she got back to her room. When she woke up, it was already 9:30 in the morning. But she'd already decided last night to start work 2 hours later today, so she wasn't in a rush. Host, the hotel's upgrade and renovation is complete, and a new mission was issued yesterday. There are so many guests waiting to check in. Hurry up and get to work. Seeing Chu Jiangwei moving sluggishly, even showing signs of wanting to go back to sleep, the little fox quickly spoke up to urge her on. A new mission? Chu Jiangwei opened her system panel and, sure enough, saw the mission issued after the hotel's upgrade was completed yesterday. Mission issued. Building 1 has been fully unlocked. Please receive guests and complete check-in, 8/100. They really don't plan to let me rest, do they? She'd just unlocked a new building, and immediately there was a check-in mission. Even a donkey working in the fields would feel sorry for her. Host, you can't blame me. The missions are automatically issued by the system based on your progress. There's no time limit for completion. It's already very humane. The little fox quickly distanced itself from responsibility. It was just the system spirit, not in charge of the mission module. Chu Jiangwei didn't say anything more. She was just venting. By the way, your fur, it looks a lot smoother than before. Maybe it was just her imagination, but Chu Jiangwei felt the little fox's fur looked more realistic than ever. Right? You think so too. Once the hotel reaches level 5, I'll have a physical body. Then it could finally eat for real, instead of just drooling over whatever Chu Jiangwei ate. You'll have a physical body? But with your appearance, won't it be hard to show up in public? A 9-tailed fox only existed in legends. It's the apocalypse, host. You've awakened superpowers, why can't a 9-tailed fox show up too? The little fox proudly displayed all 9 of its tails to Chu Jiangwei. For now, only Chu Jiangwei had the privilege of petting all 9 tails. Well, when you put it that way, it makes sense. With superpowers around, who cared about science anymore? Hey, I'm supposed to be reminding you to get to work, but we're getting off topic. Host, hurry up and get ready for work. There are already a lot of people waiting to ask about rooms. The changes to Jianglin Hotel were obvious to anyone with eyes, and some quick-witted folks had already guessed there might be rooms available. But with Chu Jiangwei nowhere in sight, those hoping to try their luck were starting to get impatient. With the daytime heat so intense, they couldn't afford to waste too much time at the hotel. All right, I'm getting ready. Chu Jiangwei climbed out of bed, quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face, then grabbed a random outfit from the closet. Thanks to the little fox's urging, she managed to get ready and out of her room in 30 minutes, then made herself breakfast. By the time she finished eating and left the 2-story wooden house, it was almost 11 o'clock. After yesterday's upgrade, Jianglin Hotel's grounds had expanded significantly, with the lawn marking the new boundary. Within the grassy area, the outside temperature could be ignored. It was always as comfortable as a spring breeze. Sharp-eyed people had already spotted Chu Jiangwei coming out of the wooden house and heading toward Building 1. "Boss Chu, you're finally here. Boss Chu, are there any rooms available today? Can I book one?" "Good morning, Boss Chu." As soon as Chu Jiangwei appeared, everyone surged toward her, their eyes filled with anticipation. There really are new rooms available at the hotel. You can all check the details at the front desk in Building 1. The hotel had been upgraded, and all the rooms in Building 1 were now unlocked, with the front desk also receiving an upgrade. Above the front desk, a virtual screen displayed the floor plan of all the rooms. Guests could clearly see which rooms were available and which were already occupied at a glance. The lobby was packed to the brim with people eager to move into Jianglin Hotel. Chu Jiangwei paid no mind to the small movements of these three. After all, no matter who checked into the hotel, she was the one making money in the end. During the day, outside temperatures had soared to 50 degrees Celsius, and with both water and power outages, it was nearly unbearable even indoors. Besides the survivors Shin Jigui had brought in the early morning, many original residents of Xingshi Huadu had also come, dragging their families along. Word had spread throughout the Xingshi Huadu community that Jianglin Hotel was unaffected by the outside weather. "Boss Chu, we have elderly and children in our family. Do you have any family suites? 3 bedrooms would be enough, we're not picky." The speaker was a man around 30, accompanied by his wife, who was holding a wailing infant, and 4 elderly relatives. A man with both the old and the young to care for, and a wife who looked rather frail. Chu Jiangwei couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for him. But in the apocalypse, being able to stay together as a family was already a stroke of luck. 3-bedroom suites were available, but compared to single rooms, the rates were much higher. "We have standard and deluxe 3-bedroom suites, priced at 600 copper coins and 1,200 copper coins per day, respectively. If you want 6 people to stay in one suite, you'll need to register as couples. Only then can 2 people share a bedroom. The child will also need to be registered with a guardian." 3-bedroom suites were available, but at 600 or 1,200 copper coins per day, the price was steep for ordinary people. But they had no choice. Their villa in Xingshi Huadu was completely out of food. Staying there any longer would mean waiting for death. Jianglin Hotel was their last hope. "Thank you, Boss Chu. We'll take it." The standard suite, for 1 month. Maybe after a month, the government would have found a solution and life could return to normal. Chu Jiangwei didn't hesitate and operated the virtual screen in front of her. "Each person, please swipe your card." To uphold fairness, the hotel would deduct the room fee, 3,000 copper coins per person, from each of the 6 guests' ID card accounts. As for the baby, as long as they stayed with their guardian before the age of 8, the room fee would be waived. Each of the 6 took out their ID cards and swiped them, each losing 3,000 copper coins, equivalent to 30 silver coins. The 4 elderly relatives winced at the sudden drop in their balances, their faces full of pain. Chu Jiangwei noticed, but said nothing. Since they'd chosen Jianglin Hotel, they had to follow the rules. Otherwise, if she gave discounts to anyone who acted pitiful, everyone would come to her for sympathy and bargains. She might as well run a charity instead of a hotel. "Boss, we're a couple too. The double room is too expensive. Can we both stay in a single room?" Chu Jiangwei raised an eyebrow. She'd just agreed to let couples share double rooms, so it wouldn't make sense to refuse this. "Register your marriage, and once the system verifies it, you can." Hearing Chu Jiangyue's confirmation, the couple's eyes lit up. Now they only needed to pay 50 copper coins a day for the room, enough savings to last them quite a while. Chu Jiangwei didn't know what they were thinking. Once they finished checking in, She called for the next guest. Boss Chu, I have family in another province. Can the hotel help me find them? Find someone. This was the first time Chu Jiangwei had received such a request. Host, I can do it. But this function uses a lot of energy. He'll have to compensate me for the energy spent, and I don't work for free. In other words, besides covering the energy cost, he'd have to pay extra. Where's the person you're looking for? Chu Jiangwei asked calmly. In Province H. We just spoke on the phone yesterday. If he'd known the apocalypse was coming, he would have gone to Province H to find her beforehand. Host, ask him if he just wants information so he can go find her himself, or if he wants us to find her and bring her back. The former is 1 gold coin, the latter 10 gold coins, no bargaining. The little fox immediately raised the price. Right now, it was a seller's market. It wasn't worried about having no business. 1 gold coin was 10,000 copper coins, 10 gold coins, 100,000. Even Chu Jiangwei thought the little fox was being a bit greedy. Still, the little fox was on her side, and Chu Jiangwei knew where her loyalties lay. Normally, the hotel doesn't offer this service. But since you have a need, it's not impossible. However, I'm a businesswoman. I don't do money-losing deals. How much can you pay? Boss Chu, we haven't even checked in yet. Can we handle this later? Chu Jiangwei glanced at the long line of people, looking a bit embarrassed. Then please have a seat over there for now. I'll take care of the other guests first. She had him wait in the lounge area. The man understood that Chu Jiangwei was busy, and his request would take some time anyway. He said nothing more and went to sit on a sofa in the waiting area, waiting for her to finish. Chu Jiangwei didn't like keeping people waiting, so she sped up her check-in process. After a while, she finally finished checking in all the guests. Although it looked crowded, the final tally showed only 63 people had checked in today. She was still far from the 100 guests required for her mission. But for now, the pressing matter was the missing person request. Chu Jiangwei stepped out from behind the counter and sat down in the lounge area. Jin Churen. He was a resident of Xingshi Huadu, but Chu Jiangwei felt like she'd heard his name somewhere before. Host, I know. The little fox suddenly piped up, startling Chu Jiangwei. What is it now? The last time it had startled her like this was when they'd run into the central air conditioning male lead. Host, he's someone important. The little fox hadn't noticed before, but now that it was close to Jin Churen, a lot of information had been unlocked. Go on, tell me more. He's the female lead's little brother. And he's totally obsessed with his sister. Before the female lead and the male lead got together, this Jin Churen really caused them a lot of trouble. Of course, in the end, the little puppy was won over by the male lead and became a die-hard fan of his sister and her future brother-in-law as a couple. However, right now, the little fox really didn't like Zhang Wenin, the male lead of this world, and was starting to get dissatisfied with how the plot was developing. How could such a cool and gorgeous female lead end up with a scumbag like Zhang Wenin? A guy who's nice to everyone just doesn't deserve her. Hearing the little fox's words, Chu Jiangwei raised her eyebrows. Did she just poke a hornet's nest of main characters? First, in her previous life, it was a female supporting character who got her killed. After arriving at Xingshi Huadu, she first ran into a vicious female supporting character, then the male lead, and now, the female lead's little brother. Based on what the little fox said about Jin Churen being obsessed with his sister, Chu Jiangwei guessed that the person he was looking for was probably the female lead. If he found her and the female lead showed up at Jianglin Hotel with Jin Churen and met the male lead ahead of schedule, wouldn't that mess up the plot? Chu Jiangwei quickly shared this concern with the little fox. He's the female lead's brother, so the person he's looking for is probably her, right? Didn't you say the male lead and the vicious female supporting character would leave Xingshi Huadu in half a month? If the female lead shows up now, doesn't that throw the plot off? Meeting the right person at the wrong time, who knows what could happen then? Little fox. What should we do? The female lead absolutely can't meet the male lead ahead of time. Otherwise, the plot will collapse and this world will basically be doomed. It really didn't want to fail its first mission and end up getting scrapped and rebuilt. Then let's just tell him where to look for her, and let him go find her himself. Fine, but that means we'll only earn 1 gold coin. Host, you go talk to him. At this point, the female lead should already be in Province H, building her own team. If she hadn't met the male lead, the little fox actually thought she'd be a great match with the devoted second male lead. Fate is so cruel. You'll have to tell me exactly where the female lead is, where he should go, and how to find her once he gets there, right? After all, Chu Jiangwei didn't have the ability to figure that out herself. The female lead is currently at the safe base in City S, Province H. She's awakened ice powers and formed a team called the Qian Ability Squad. The little fox flipped through the unlocked plot, and the more it read, the more it felt the female lead was better suited for the devoted second male lead. Who was it, anyway, that paired such a strong female lead with a nice guy to everyone male-led? Who? The little fox raged internally. City S safe base? That place gets pretty tragic later on, doesn't it? But it's been a while, so Chu Jiangwei wasn't sure if she remembered correctly. She just made a mental note and didn't say anything. Even though Chu Jiangwei and the little fox had a long conversation, it only took a few breaths, so Jean Churan didn't notice anything strange. Boss Chu, I'm looking for my sister. Her name is Jean Chuyu. Sure enough, the person he was looking for was his sister. I do have some information, but it wasn't easy to get. If you want it, it's a flat price, 2 gold coins. Deal or not? Host you. The little fox never expected the host to be such a ruthless middleman. That markup was savage. It only asked for 1 gold coin, and the host doubled it just by passing along the info. 1 gold coin is your price to me. 2 gold coins is my price to Jean Churan. You're not losing out, are you? That 1 gold coin markup was her rightful profit. No problem. But how do I pay? That's easy. Add me as a friend and just transfer the money. Chu Jiangwei waved her hand, opened her virtual screen, found Jean Churan's profile in the hotel guest list, and sent a friend request. Jean Churan quickly opened his own virtual screen and accepted. Then, under Chu Jiangyue's guidance, he transferred 2 gold coins to her. Chu Jiangwei immediately accepted the payment before saying, Safe base, City S, Province H. She's awakened ice powers and formed the Qian Ability Squad. 2 gold coins for just that one sentence. Jean Churan didn't even know how to feel. Still, he was happy to finally have news of his sister. Although Zhonglin Hotel was great, he was still determined to go find his sister. If he got the chance, he'd bring her to Zhonglin Hotel. Thank you, Boss Chu. Once I find my sister, I'll definitely come back to repay you. No need. You paid for the info, money for news, fair and square. Chu Jiangwei took the 2 gold coins and gave 1 to the little fox, meaning she'd earned 1 gold coin for free today. Today's a good day. Boss Chu, I'd like to stay here. Can you recommend a nice room? Now that he had news about his sister, Jean Churan's mood visibly improved, and with that, he felt like spending money. With Chu Jiangwei recommending, of course she'd suggest the luxury suite. If you don't mind the price, the best is the presidential suite on the 10th floor, 288 silver coins per night. 288 silver coins was 28,800 copper coins. A little under 30,000 a night. Before the apocalypse, Jean Churan wouldn't have hesitated to stay in a hotel for 30,000 a night. But now, in the apocalypse, he didn't have much savings left. He just spent 2 gold coins, and if he spent another 20,000 plus copper coins, he'd be nearly broke. Boss Chu, maybe recommend something more affordable. 288 silver coins was just out of his league. Chu Jiangwei cleared her throat. The most affordable is a single room, 200 copper coins per night. I'll take that. It's small, but at least it has water and electricity, which is better than a villa with none. How many nights? 5. Jean Churan was planning to head to City S to find his sister, so he didn't intend to stay long. 5 nights would give him a buffer. After that, once he left Zhonglin Hotel, there'd be no turning back. Chu Jiangwei handled the check-in smoothly, and Jean Churan took out his ID card to pay. The daytime heat was intense, and hardly anyone was out and about. Chu Jiangwei discussed with the little fox whether they should move business hours to the evening. Of course, the little fox readily agreed. Every night, seeing people pass by the hotel but not being able to get them to stay was heartbreaking. Now that Chu Jiangwei suggested it herself, the little fox had no objections. At dusk, Shen Jigui and his group of 5 returned, dusty and tired, bringing back a group of survivors. Chu Jiangwei was impressed. "You guys are something else. Every time you go out, you bring back more people." She hadn't realized before that these people had such a savior complex. It was the apocalypse and they could barely take care of themselves, yet they still had the heart to save others. Still, it brought her new customers, so Chu Jiangwei was happy. "Didn't you say that if there were more guests, the hotel might open up more rooms? We just wanted to do our part." Chu Jiangwei hadn't expected that Shen Jigui and the others were so eager to rescue survivors and bring them back to Jianglin Hotel, all because of something she'd said. "In theory, yes, but I can't guarantee it," she replied. After all, the rewards for completing each mission were always random. And before the mission was complete, she never knew what the reward would be. "It's fine. We were just lending a hand anyway." Before saving anyone, Shen Jigui always made sure to assess the risks. If there was any real danger to their lives, he definitely wouldn't do it. "Is this the hotel Brother Shen mentioned, the one where we can stay?" Chu Jiangwei and Shen Jigui had barely exchanged a couple of words when someone interrupted, cutting off what Chu Jiangwei was about to say. Shen Jigui shot the speaker a cool glance, clearly displeased by the interruption, but seeing Chu Jiangwei's lack of reaction, he simply nodded in response. "That's great. Thank you, Brother Shen. If it weren't for you, we'd have been trapped in the underground garage for good." There was nothing in the underground garage except cars. But because of that, they'd been lucky enough to avoid zombie attacks. They'd survived this long by knocking on car windows and occasionally finding some snacks inside. "If you want to stay at the hotel, register with Boss Chu." "Why are you all staring at Big Boss Shen?" Xia Silin sensed the awkward atmosphere and quickly tried to smooth things over. The girl who had spoken earlier didn't look too happy. But seeing that Xia Silin was with Shen Jigui, she just pouted and said nothing more. The smarter ones, prompted by Xia Silin, hurried over to the front desk to ask Chu Jiangwei. "Is it true? Can we really stay here? What do we have to register for?" "There are rooms, but let me be clear. This is a hotel. Staying here costs money," Chu Jiangwei replied, suspecting these people had mistaken Jianglin Hotel for a rescue shelter. "But didn't you say we could stay here and get food? Why do we have to pay?" Sure enough, as soon as Chu Jiangwei mentioned payment, someone objected. Su Zhucheng, Lin Shiyuan, and Xia Silin all stared wide-eyed at the person who spoke, shocked by the misunderstanding. "Boss Chu, I swear, we never said staying or eating here was free." Su Zhucheng quickly distanced themselves from the claim. Boss Chu was in charge of their food and lodging, definitely not someone to offend. Chu Jiangwei knew it wasn't their fault, some people just made assumptions. "I'm running a business here. If you don't want to pay, just head out the door, walk straight, turn right, and leave Shishirhuadu." Chu Jiangwei wasn't the type to swallow her anger. "Miss, we're just students. We don't have much money. Could you make an exception? We're not asking for a free ride, we can work in exchange for a place to stay. Would that be okay?" The speaker seemed to be the leader among the students. Though some looked reluctant, at least no one objected. Honestly, Chu Jiangwei admired his resourcefulness, but she picked up a water glass from the table and poured it onto the floor in front of the front desk. "Hey, why'd you pour out the water? If you didn't want it, you could have given it to us." God knows how they'd managed these past few days. Seeing Chu Jiangwei waste water, many people looked disapproving. "Take a closer look," Chu Jiangwei said, gesturing at the water on the floor. Everyone glanced down. In no time, the water stain vanished without a trace. All eyes turned to Chu Jiangwei. "Is this? Now do you still think I need you to work here?" Chu Jiangwei looked at the boy who'd suggested trading labor for lodging. The hotel had an automatic cleaning system. Even if someone spilled a bowl of soup on the floor, it would be spotless in seconds. The boy fell silent. The hotel didn't need labor, and he had no other options. "If you have anything valuable, You can exchange it for the hotel's special currency. It's up to you. Since they were just students, Chu Jiangwei was fairly lenient and didn't hold their earlier rudeness against them. I bet you just want to trick us into handing over our valuables so you can sell them for cash. That sofa over there looks comfy. I'll just sleep there tonight. Su Shucheng looked at the girl who'd just spoken as if she were an idiot. Had she not listened to a word they'd said along the way? Forget it. Let's not bother with them. Bringing them here was already more than enough. They'd explained the hotel's rules repeatedly on the way. If someone still didn't get it, it was her own fault. Non-hotel guests can only stay inside for 2 hours a day. If you don't leave after that, the hotel will automatically kick you out. Chu Jiangwei didn't like difficult guests, but still gave a reminder. Of course, some people just don't listen. Even after Chu Jiangwei's warning, they insisted on doing things their own way. So Chu Jiangwei left them alone. After all, she wouldn't be the one getting kicked out. But for every stubborn person, there were those who listened. They rummaged through their belongings and exchanged whatever they could for the hotel currency. The boy who'd wanted to trade labor for lodging also took off his jade pendant. Detected. Hand-carved jade. Can be exchanged for 10 silver coins. Confirm exchange? Yes/no. How much is 10 silver coins? It was his first time seeing this currency, so he didn't know its value. The hotel uses gold, silver, and copper coins. The exchange rate is 1:100:10,000. So 10 silver coins equaled 1,000 copper coins. And copper coins had about the same purchasing power as Dragon Country's regular currency. Can I get a room? Yes, but you can stay for a maximum of 5 days. I suggest you save some coins for food. Chu Jiangwei kindly reminded him. After thinking it over, the boy decided to stay for 3 days and keep the remaining 400 copper coins for food. With food, Chu Jiangwei answered each person who asked. As for those who refused to listen, she didn't even spare them a glance. Brother Shin, where are you going? Seeing Chu Jiangwei had everything under control, Shin Jigue relaxed and headed back to his room. He'd barely taken 2 steps before someone called out to him. Hold up. We've fulfilled our promise by escorting you to the hotel. What you do next is up to you. And one more thing, you're all underage, so don't get any funny ideas. Boss isn't interested in little sprouts like you. Su Zhucheng blocked the people trying to pester Shin Jigue, only stepping aside after Shin Jigue had entered the room. Chu Jiangwei sat behind the front desk in a luxurious boss's chair, thoroughly enjoying the show. As expected, outstanding people never lack admirers, no matter the circumstances. Looks like Shin Jigue is popular with all ages. Out of the dozen or so students, the obedient ones already had their own rooms, while the disobedient ones were automatically kicked out by the hotel after 2 hours. Chu Jiangwei felt no sympathy for them. They had brought it on themselves. After handling the new guests' check-in, Chu Jiangwei left Building 1 and walked over to the random fruit sapling she'd planted earlier. Raising her hand, she channeled some wood-type ability into the little tree. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but Chu Jiangwei felt as if she sensed the sapling's joy. She even got the impression that the sapling was expressing, "That was tasty, I want more." What was going on? In her previous life, even when her ability had reached level 4, she'd never experienced anything like this. Chu Jiangwei was baffled. But after thinking it over for a while and getting nowhere, she simply let it go. It didn't affect her normal use of her powers, and this new feature, being able to sense a plant's emotions, could only be a good thing. Watching the fruit sapling she'd planted grow taller by the day, Chu Jiangwei was in a great mood. Host, someone's coming. Looks like someone's injured. Host, hurry and save them. The little fox, who'd been off who knows where playing, suddenly bounded over and leapt onto Chu Jiangwei's shoulder. Who is it? No idea, but it looks like an ability user squad. An ability squad? That probably meant they'd come from a safe base. If even H province had a safe base, there was no way the capital, B city, didn't have one. How far from the hotel? Anne. I'm a businesswoman, you know. She wasn't about to get up early for nothing. If the reward for saving them didn't meet her expectations, Chu Jiangwei wasn't interested. I think the injured one can't hold on much longer. If he goes down, the whole team could be wiped out. The little fox's voice grew softer and softer, while Chu Jiangyue's frown deepened. All right, I'll go take a look. Chu Jiangyue knew the little fox was playing the pity card, and she was a sucker for it. She'd just consider it as doing the little fox a favor. Time was tight, so Chu Jiangyue didn't bother going back for her weapon and simply walked out of the Jianglin Hotel's protective barrier empty-handed. With the little fox leading the way, Chu Jiangyue soon spotted a group of people locked in a desperate fight with zombies. There weren't many zombies here, but the group's luck was bad. They'd run into several level 1 zombies at once. There weren't many people who'd awakened abilities yet, and most of those had low-level powers. They could handle regular zombies, but facing level 1 zombies, especially when outnumbered, made escape nearly impossible. Not to mention, they had to avoid getting scratched or bitten, which limited their movements and made it even harder to fight effectively. Hearing someone approach, the group's faces lit up, only to fall again when they saw it was just Chu Jiangyue alone. But Chu Jiangyue immediately used her vines to bind up several zombies. Her ability was especially effective at ranged attacks. Seeing the zombies suddenly tied up, the group's faces brightened and they quickly retreated. They didn't even bother with the level 1 zombies' crystal cores, they just wanted to get away as fast and as far as possible. The bound zombies could only watch as their prey escaped, flailing in frustration and growling, huh. Of course, Chu Jiangyue's vines were conjured by her ability, and since she was only at level 2 in this life, she was much weaker than before. The vines could only hold the zombies for about 5 minutes. But that was more than enough time for the others to escape. Supporting each other, the group approached Chu Jiangyue. Thank you for your help. We're from the B-City Safe Base. We came here looking for survivors. We didn't expect to run into 5 level 1 zombies. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have made it out alive today. They'd awakened abilities and formed a squad. Life in the apocalypse was just starting to get on track. To die so pointlessly would have been a real shame. Luckily, fate was on their side and someone had come to their rescue at the critical moment. It was nothing. I run a hotel up ahead. If you want to thank me, how about supporting my business? Chu Jiangyue led them toward Jianglin Hotel. The group looked surprised at her words. There's still someone running a hotel in the apocalypse? Though they were skeptical, they still followed Chu Jiangyue. Whether it was true or not, she had saved their lives. After just a few steps, they saw the Jianglin Hotel, a world apart from everything else around it. What's that? Grass. Green grass. Is this a mirage? The 3 of them couldn't believe their eyes. Since the apocalypse began, plants had withered and green had become a rare sight. Now, when they went out, they never saw any green at all. Who would have thought they'd see such a vibrant scene here? That's my hotel. Right now, we mainly offer lodging. Chu Jiangyue pointed toward the lush green lawn, completely unaware of the shock her words caused the 3. That's your hotel? The leader asked, incredulous. Chu Jiangyue nodded. Just opened recently, but business is decent. You're welcome to check it out, even if you don't stay. These people were from the B-City base. Once they returned, they'd surely tell friends and family about Jianglin Hotel, free advertising for her. This place really is like a paradise. Chu Jiangyue smiled. It was all thanks to the system. What are those 2 buildings for? The wooden house on the left is where I live. The red brick house with the slanted roof is the guest house for customers. She had nothing to hide and told them the truth. And there's a tree. It doesn't look like it's withering at all. The more they looked, the more amazed they were. What kind of magical place was this? Oh, I planted that. Supposedly it's a fruit tree, but it hasn't borne fruit yet, so I don't know what kind. You're a wood-type ability user. It's not surprising you can keep it alive. At the base, wood-type abilities were highly valued. Not only could you have your own land, but you could sell whatever you grew directly to the base. No need to worry about finding buyers. Unfortunately, everyone in their squad had attack-type abilities. Since there aren't any other guests right now, I'll take you inside for a look. Feel free to ask me any questions you have. These people were potential clients that Chu Jiangyue had high hopes for. If they got to know the base, they might even help her bring in new customers. So, her attitude was especially warm and welcoming. "Thank you for your trouble." "It's no trouble at all. My surname is Chu, you can call me Boss Chu." Chu Jiangwei led them straight into Building 1. When they saw the clean and tidy floors inside, the group became even more interested in the place. "What's this?" As soon as the three of them entered, they noticed a virtual screen on the front desk. "This is where you register for accommodation, this is for shopping, and over here is where guests can exchange currency," Chu Jiangwei patiently explained. "Exchange currency? So the money used in the hotel is something you set up yourself." The base's general currency had changed from paper money to points. You could earn points by picking up tasks at the office and completing them, or by selling supplies to the office. The hotel's currency is gold, silver, and copper coins, with an exchange rate of 1:100:10,000. You can exchange zombie crystal cores for them, or trade in other items as well. However, only zombie crystal cores have a fixed exchange rate. For other items, the amount you get depends on their value. Gold, silver, and jewelry all varied in quality, style, and age from person to person. The system would evaluate them from multiple angles, so the amount you got each time would be different. "Crystal cores? We have those." The leader of the group's eyes lit up when he heard Chu Jiangyue's words. Even though their team only had 3 people, all of them were awakened, and their strength was well known among the base's ability user squads. "Would you like to exchange them? Just place them here and follow the instructions." Chu Jiangwei pointed to the exchanger on the counter. Honestly, if she hadn't said anything, they would never have guessed that this odd-looking tray was actually an exchanger. The 3 exchanged glances, and the leader took a few zombie crystal cores from his backpack and placed them on the tray. "Detected. Level 1 zombie crystal core X3. Can be exchanged for 300 copper coins. Confirm exchange? Press yes to confirm, no to cancel." He pressed yes, and in the next second, the crystal cores vanished from the tray, replaced by a silver card the size of a bank card. This is an ID card the hotel gives you with your first exchange. If you open the panel, you can check your balance. In the future, you can use this card to pay for anything in the hotel, just swipe it. Of course, you'll need to make sure there's enough balance on it. Before he could ask any questions, Chu Jiangwei explained further. The other 2's eyes also lit up when they heard this. It sounded much more convenient than the manual registration at the base. The only downside was that this card probably only worked at Jianglin Hotel. This Friends tab. Following Chu Jiangyue's instructions, Ling Feng successfully opened the panel attached to the ID card and saw the Friends tab, which made him a little excited. "Oh, that's so you can add other people with ID cards as friends. You can think of it as a kind of social app from before the apocalypse." If nothing else, this Friends feature was something hotel guests really loved. "So you're saying, as long as we're friends, we can send messages to each other, anytime and anywhere?" Ling Feng could hardly believe it. After all, with the planet's magnetic field in chaos, all electronics had basically become scrap metal. These days, there was basically no way to contact family or friends from before. But if this Friends feature on the ID card worked as Chu Jiangwei said, it would be a huge surprise. If the base leaders found out about this, they might even organize people to come here and get cards in batches. Of course. So far, there's never been a case where a message couldn't be sent. If you don't believe me, you can try it out yourself. Chu Jiangwei was very confident about this. "Boss, let's each get an ID card and try it out." If what Chu Jiangwei said was true, this was a really big deal. "Boss Chu, if we can verify this, we might report it to the base." How do you feel about that? If everyone in the base could get an ID card, it would basically restore communication within the base. There's a huge difference between having communication and not having it. "I'm running a business. The more people, the better." Chu Jiangwei wasn't worried at all about people finding out about the hotel. In fact, she hoped they'd help spread the word. After all, the hotel's rooms still weren't fully booked. "Boss Chu, you're really generous." Ling Feng was genuinely impressed. To have such a treasure and be willing to share it with everyone, if it were him, Ling Feng wasn't sure he could be as open-handed as Chu Jiangwei. Chu Jiangwei, however, was a bit confused. Generous? Did he misunderstand something? But Ling Feng didn't notice her expression, as he immediately urged the other two to take out their crystal cores and get their own ID cards. For the simple way to add friends, just put your ID cards together and follow the prompts. Everyone present was in their 20s and used to smartphones, so they quickly figured it out and all added each other as friends. Boss Chu, can we add you as a friend? This was the first time anyone had proactively asked Chu Jiangwei this. They were all guests, so of course she didn't refuse. Sure. Chu Jiangwei didn't use an ID card herself. She just waved her hand, and her own panel appeared in front of her. Her panel had both a guest list and a friends tab. Currently, there were only 5 people, Xin Jigui's group, in the friends tab. Now, Ling Feng's group of 3 was added as well. Chu Jiangwei found their names in the guest list and sent friend requests to all 3. They quickly accepted. To test it out, Ling Feng sent a punctuation mark to each of his teammates. The moment he hit send, the other 2's panels received the message. The speed was incredible. It worked. Ling Feng looked at Chu Jiangwei with newfound respect. This friends feature on the ID card really solved a huge problem for them. When global communications went down, everyone in the relevant departments had worked overtime to try to restore them. Even just getting phone calls to work would have been good. But after all this time in the apocalypse, even with safe bases established, communications still hadn't been restored, not even on a small scale. Who would have thought that someone they met by chance would bring them such a huge surprise? Boss Chu, about the ID card messaging feature, I need to report this to the base right away. There might be people coming to verify it, so I hope you'll cooperate as much as possible. This was too important. Ling Feng didn't dare waste a single moment. As long as they're not here to cause trouble, they can get their ID cards however they want. Chu Jiangwei was not the type to just grin and bear it. If the people from the base didn't sit well with her, she certainly wouldn't go out of her way to be nice to them. Don't worry, Boss Chu. We'll make sure to tell the higher-ups to send someone easy to talk to. I'll say this up front. If they piss me off, the hotel has every right to put them on the blacklist. Anyone on the blacklist is banned from Jianglin Hotel for life. They'll never set foot in here again. After all, these people were from the B-City safe base, so Chu Jiangwei felt it was best to make the blacklist policy clear ahead of time. Otherwise, if someone ended up blacklisted and couldn't get into the hotel, then came looking for her for an explanation, that would just be ridiculous. Don't worry, Boss Chu. We'll make sure the leadership understands. Thinking about the blacklist, Ling Feng's expression grew even more serious. Boss Chu, just now you mentioned there's food for sale here. What kind of food? How does it work? Qian, who was standing next to Ling Feng, had been thinking about Chu Jiangyue's mention of food ever since she said it. Now that they'd confirmed the friend system really did let them communicate, he finally brought it up. Steamed buns and meat buns, plus some bok choy, fresh bok choy. There's also braised pork, tomato and egg stir-fry, and so on. You can check the options on the vending machine over there. If you want to buy something, just order on the screen and swipe your card. Chu Jiangwei replied casually. Since the hotel rooms had never been fully booked, the menu hadn't unlocked any new dishes, so for the past couple of days, these were the only options. But since the supply was unlimited, none of the guests had complained. You had to understand, outside, aside from vacuum-sealed food, everything else had basically rotted and was inedible. After all this time searching, there was very little food left to be found out there. So even though Jianglin Hotel only offered a few dishes, at least the ingredients were always fresh, and there were plenty of staple foods, enough to fill your stomach. In the apocalypse, filling your stomach was the most important thing. Steamed buns. Bok choy. Meat buns. Boss Chu, are you sure you're not joking? Even in the base, these foods were extremely rare. What would I get out of lying to you? It's not like I'd get any coins. Chu Jiangwei simply raised her hand and tapped open the food menu on the virtual screen at the counter, then selected the staples and vegetables categories for them to see for themselves. Just tap here to enter the quantity you want. Swipe your ID card here to pay, and the food will appear right in front of you. Ling Feng immediately followed Chu Jiangyue's instructions and bought a steamed bun. The moment he swiped his card, a steamed bun appeared out of thin air on the counter. At the same time, 20 copper coins were deducted from his card balance. Now, no one doubted Chu Jiangyue's words anymore. This was another huge surprise. Ling Feng even felt that Jianglin Hotel was like a ray of hope in the apocalypse. Where there's light, there's hope. Chu Jiangyue didn't care what they thought. As far as she was concerned, anyone who could bring in revenue was a good person. The three of them were eager to get back and report on Jianglin Hotel, so they quickly bought 5 of each item from the vending machine and hurried off. Not long after Ling Feng and his group left, a few students who had gone back to their rooms to rest came out. Seeing Chu Jiangyue at the front desk, they all greeted her. "Good evening, Boss Chu." "Good evening, Boss Chu." Chu Jiangyue just nodded slightly, not reacting much to their comings and goings. "Boss Chu, we'd like to buy some food." They'd been trapped in the underground garage before, and when Shin Jigue and the others rescued them, they basically had no supplies left. Now that they were settled in, their stomachs were starting to protest. But on their way over, Shen Jigue and the others had already told them that food was available for purchase at the hotel. "Help yourselves, don't mind me." With that, Chu Jiangyue, not wanting to make them uncomfortable by hovering around, stood up from her seat and left Building 1. Meanwhile, after leaving Jianglin Hotel, Ling Feng and his companions didn't even care about their injuries. They rushed back as fast as they could. The level 1 zombies Chu Jiangyue had tied up were nowhere to be seen, so they quickly left the Xingshi Huadu area. "Boss, who should we report this to when we get back?" The situation with Jianglin Hotel was too important. If they told the wrong person, they might accidentally offend Boss Chu. Don't be fooled by Boss Chu's young appearance. Anyone who dares run a hotel alone in the apocalypse is no ordinary person. Offending Boss Chu would be a terrible idea. We'll go straight to the base leader. Ling Feng didn't know about the other leaders, but he was sure the B. As long as Ling Feng and his group spread the word at B City Safe Base, someone would believe them and brave the scorching weather to come. And once they arrived, the little fox was confident the hotel could keep them. After all, Jianglin Hotel was the only paradise unaffected by the extreme heat outside. Hearing the little fox's words, Chu Jiangyue smiled. As long as the people at the base weren't idiots, they'd know what to do. Chu Jiangyue walked along the stone path at Jianglin Hotel, soon reaching the edge of the property. "Little fox, is it just me, or is the desertification around here getting worse?" She hadn't noticed it much before, but now, standing at the edge of the hotel grounds and looking at the stark contrast between inside and outside, she frowned slightly. "Host, Blue Star has already entered the apocalypse era. So, anything could happen now." Chu Jiangyue pressed her lips together. This apocalypse really was a catastrophe for humanity. The little fox didn't say anything more, just stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, its 9 tails swaying in the breeze. Just then, a zombie staggered past in front of Chu Jiangyue, but since they were separated by the hotel's protective barrier, the zombie didn't sense her presence at all. Chu Jiangyue couldn't help but feel that the desertified land was creeping higher and higher. Some of the lower-lying villas were already being swallowed up by the sand. With the extreme heat and the spreading desert, humanity was truly being pushed to the brink. But after watching for a while, Chu Jiangyue turned away. Rather than standing here feeling sorry for herself, she might as well focus on upgrading the hotel and getting more people to stay. Chu Jiangyue headed back to her 2-story wooden cabin. The first floor was the living room, kitchen, dining area, and bathroom. The second floor had her bedroom, study, walk-in closet, and an en-suite bathroom. Ling Feng and his companions made good time, and since B City Safe Base wasn't too far from Jianglin Hotel, they finally made it back by 11 p.m. Because Ling Feng was injured, he had to be kept under observation in a separate room for 24 hours to make sure he wouldn't turn into a zombie before he could come out. Qian and Tang Heng took their things and returned to their place first. Once Ling Feng's 24-hour quarantine ended, the 3 of them would go together to see the base leader. 24 hours isn't that long. Ling Feng slept twice in the quarantine room, and then he was out. When he came out, both Qian and Tang Heng were waiting for him. "Boss, we just heated up a steamed bun. You can eat it as soon as you get back." The buns they heated were bought from the Jianglin Hotel and tasted far better than the hard, black bread buns provided by the base. But they didn't have many crystal cores on them, so they couldn't exchange for much copper coin, and in the end, they hadn't been able to buy many buns or dumplings. Still, their boss had just come out of quarantine, so it was necessary to let him eat something good. Ling Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He followed the two back to where they lived. The buns on the table were still warm. Ling Feng immediately wolfed down two. A 24-hour quarantine isn't a big deal, but for someone with poor mental resilience, after going through it a few times, it could easily lead to psychological problems. Fortunately, Ling Feng hadn't had to do it many times. Today was actually his first time in quarantine. "Boss, when are we going to see the base leader?" Qian was impatient. As soon as Ling Feng finished eating, he asked directly. "Right away." Ling Feng finished the bun in a few bites and took a sip of pickled vegetables. Who would have thought that these days, even pickled vegetables would become a luxury? Once Ling Feng had finished eating, the three of them headed out together. Their ability user squad was well known in the B-City safe base, so as they moved together, quite a few people looked their way. Ling Feng and the others were used to this. They ignored the stares around them and headed straight for the base leader's office. Because the apocalypse had come so suddenly, there hadn't been time to prepare much. The B-City safe base had been set up in a high-end residential complex that was quickly cordoned off. This upscale neighborhood was in a remote location and had a low occupancy rate, which made it easier for the authorities to clear out zombies. The base leader's office was temporarily set up in a house at the center of the complex. The second floor had been completely opened up, and the office was in one of the rooms. The building housed several important elders, so even if Ling Feng and his team came here, it wasn't guaranteed they could see the base leader right away. Sure enough, when the three of them reached the first floor, they were stopped by soldiers standing guard at the entrance. "Who are you?" "We're from the Hong Feng Ability Squad. We have something important to report to the base leader," Ling Feng replied, not intending to force their way in. After all, once the base leader knew about the Jianglin Hotel, he'd be the one anxious to act, not them. "What's the matter? Do you have an appointment?" The guards knew about the Hong Kong squad, but the base leader was an important figure, busy with countless affairs every day. He couldn't meet just anyone who showed up. "It's about food. We might be able to solve the base's food shortage." If nothing else, the Jianglin Hotel definitely wasn't lacking in food. The guard's pupils contracted slightly when he heard Ling Feng say they could solve the base's food problem. "Wait here, I'll go report." Of the two guards, one turned and went up the stairs behind them. As long as someone went to report and explain the reason, Ling Feng was confident the base leader would see them. After all, food was the most important issue in the base. The base leader wouldn't let any opportunity slip by. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the guard returned and let the three of them through. He led the way, bringing Ling Feng and the others to the base leader's office. "The base leader is inside. You can go in yourselves." "Thank you." Ling Feng thanked him, stepped forward, and knocked. Only after hearing a voice from inside say, "Come in," did he push open the door. The base leader was an energetic old man, but if you looked closely, you could see his hair at the temples was gradually turning white. After Ling Feng and the others entered, Lu Xingyao looked up with a kind expression. "Have a seat. Supplies are scarce these days, so there's nothing I can offer you except plain water. Is that all right?" At that moment, someone came in from outside carrying a tray with 4 glasses of hot water. These days, even water is precious. "This is already very good," Ling Feng replied. Currently, all the water in the base was provided by water or ice-type ability users. Each person could only exchange for a set amount per day, and it wasn't cheap. Lu Xingyao had always insisted on fairness and justice. He himself exchanged for water at the same price and quantity as everyone else. You could say these 4 glasses of water were paid for out of Lu Xingyao's own pocket to treat Ling Feng and his team. I heard you have a way to solve our base's food problem. What exactly is your solution? Tell me, Lu Jingyao said, motioning for his assistant, who had brought in the water, to sit beside him. It's like this. Ling Feng explained how they'd gone out to search for supplies and to check Xingshi Huadu for survivors, planning to bring any they found back to the base. By chance, they'd met Chu Jiangwei and discovered the Jianglin Hotel. He told the whole story in detail. He emphasized two things. The Jianglin Hotel could provide unlimited food, and the identity cards could be used to send messages to each other. These 2 points were the most important. Whenever Ling Feng left something out, Qian and Tang Heng would fill in the details. When they finished, Lu Jingyao and his assistant fell silent. How can you prove what you're saying is true? Lu Jingyao asked. Of course, he hoped it was all true, but he was a materialist and remained skeptical about the Jianglin Hotel. He couldn't risk the lives of everyone in the base. Ling Feng and his team took out the identity cards they'd gotten at the Jianglin Hotel. These are the identity cards we received after topping up with crystal cores at the Jianglin Hotel. They all activated the virtual screens on their cards. This simple action made Lu Jingyao stand up, and his assistant stared intently at the virtual screens in front of them. You can only buy things inside the Jianglin Hotel, but we can prove the messaging function. Yes, we've already added each other as friends at the Jianglin Hotel, and we can send messages to any friend anytime, anywhere. Lu Jingyao couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly walked behind Ling Feng and the others. Send a message to me so I can see? If it was true that the identity cards could be used for communication, he'd have to make sure everyone in the base got one. A world with communication was completely different from one without. Ling Feng opened the chat windows for Qian and Tang Heng and sent each a punctuation mark. Qian and Tang Heng did the same. Who's this? Why haven't you sent her a message? Lu Jingyao quickly noticed an extra profile picture. That's the owner of Jianglin Hotel. If it weren't for official business, Ling Feng really wouldn't want to message Chu Jiangwei. If he annoyed her and got blocked, that would be bad. The hotel owner? Then ask her about those steamed buns, meat buns, and baby bok choy you mentioned earlier. Can she really supply them endlessly? Our entire base has over 1 million people. From the original population of over 20 million, they were now down to just over 1 million. To be honest, Lu Jingyao found this heartbreaking. But the dead were gone, and the living still had to carry on. They didn't have time to wallow in grief, they could only face the challenges head-on. Chief, it's true we have over 1 million people, but if we buy that much food, are you sure we can bring it all back? Trying to buy enough rations for 1 million people in one go, Ling Feng thought that was an impossible task. You're right. I was being unrealistic. Lu Jingyao quickly calmed down. Buying food for 1 million people at once really wasn't feasible. Since your team has already been there and returned safely, could you perhaps lead some of the other teams from the base? We'll issue a mission and have the ability user squads each bring some supplies back for us. Little by little, it'll add up and solve the problem. Besides, the base still had some reserves left, enough to last a while. By the time those reserves ran out, the supplies brought back from Jianglin Hotel would have accumulated quite a bit. This way, the base's food shortage would naturally be resolved. Leading the way is no problem, but I think the base could consider working directly with Boss Chu. From what Ling Feng had observed at Jianglin Hotel, Chu Jiangwei seemed to really enjoy people bringing her business. As far as he knew, no other base had contacted her yet, so why shouldn't their base be the first? Sending ability user squads on missions to buy food wasn't a long-term solution. Lu Jingyao's eyes lit up. I'll get people on it right away. I'll have to trouble you to lead them again. As for the details of the cooperation, it would be best to have their own people negotiate in person. No problem. We're ready to go whenever. Ling Feng still felt a strong sense of belonging to the B-City safe base, and he was happy to help out. But I suggest you carefully select who you send. Boss Chu has a bit of a temper. If the people you send annoy her, the deal might fall through. In serious cases, you might even get blacklisted. Ling Feng remembered Chu Jiangyue's friendly warning. Anyone on the blacklist is banned from Jianglin Hotel for life. Right now, that might not seem like a big deal. After all, there were other sources of supplies outside the hotel. But Ling Feng had a feeling that the longer the apocalypse lasted, the more important Jianglin Hotel would become. Lu Zhengyao nodded slightly. I understand. I'll make sure to have people pay attention to that. If possible, Lu Zhengyao certainly didn't want to offend the owner of Jianglin Hotel. After all, anyone who could run a hotel in the apocalypse was definitely not an ordinary person. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave? Ling Feng was still thinking about selling some of the things he'd collected on this trip at the base's free market. Lu Zhengyao waved his hand. Go ahead. I'll arrange everything as soon as possible and let you know. Whether Jianglin Hotel was real or not, for the sake of feeding everyone at the base, Lu Zhengyao was determined to have it checked out. Meanwhile, inside Jianglin Hotel, Chu Jiangwei had no idea she was about to land a huge business deal. She'd just finished eating and was taking a stroll along the stone path within the hotel grounds, channeling wood-type powers into a sapling she'd planted herself. Then she returned to her 2-story wooden cabin, went into the kitchen, cut open a watermelon, grabbed half of it and a spoon, and headed toward Building 1. Because of the extreme heat, people hadn't been able to go out during the day lately. To match everyone else's schedule, Chu Jiangwei had to change her own working hours. Today was her first day on the new schedule. When Chu Jiangwei walked into Building 1 carrying half a watermelon, she happened to run into Shin Jigui and the other 4 as they were heading out. Xia Silin's eyes lit up when he saw the watermelon in her hands. Boss Chu, you have watermelon? Don't even think about it. This is mine. You can't have any. But since you've brought me so many customers, that fruit tree outside is showing signs of blooming today. Maybe it'll bear fruit soon. Just wait a little longer. The little fox had made it clear, all the supplies the hotel provided were for her use only. She couldn't share them with anyone else, not even for free. So, no matter how much Xia Silin and the others craved it, Chu Jiangwei wouldn't share. Another hotel rule? Xia Silin thought that if it weren't for the hotel's rules, given their relationship with Boss Chu, she wouldn't be so stingy as to not even sell them a little watermelon. Chu Jiangwei didn't answer, but her silence was as good as confirmation. Boss Chu, are you working overtime today? It was already past 6 p.m. normally. Chu Jiangwei would have gone home by now, but here she was, carrying a watermelon back to Building 1. Shin Jigui immediately sensed something was different. No, I changed my working hours. With this heat, people are mostly active at night now, so. Chu Jiangwei didn't finish, but the others understood what she meant. That's true. Boss Chu, what's your new schedule? Maybe we'll run into you when we get back. Su Zhucheng blurted out the question, then realized he might have asked something a bit too personal. He quickly shut up, stood at attention, and looked nervously at Chu Jiangwei. It's fine, I was going to say anyway. My new hours are from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Of course, she couldn't guarantee she'd be in Building 1 right at 5, she might still be eating dinner. But after 11, she definitely wouldn't be there. She was all about being late if she wanted, but never working overtime. At that, Su Zhucheng realized there was no guarantee they'd be back in time, so he just gave a couple of awkward laughs. The atmosphere grew a little awkward. You're heading out, right? Go ahead, don't mind me. Chu Jiangwei gestured for Shin Jigui and the others to leave as they pleased. All right, we're off. See you, Boss Chu. Su Zhucheng quickly said goodbye, dragging Lin Shuyuan out of Building 1 with him. Now, in the whole Shisher Huadu area, only Jianglin Hotel still had its lights on. It was like a lighthouse every night. As long as they saw the lights, they knew they could find their way home. After Shin Jigui and the others left, Chu Jiangwei focused on digging into her watermelon. She had to admit, the system's supplies were top-notch, not a single seed, and the taste was incredibly sweet. Eating a bite of watermelon in this heat was pure bliss. Host, the male lead is here. After a long silence, the little fox suddenly spoke up. Hearing the little fox's words, Chu Jiangwei raised an eyebrow. She'd never had a good attitude toward Zheng Wenin and Liu Yi. If Zheng Wenin had even a shred of backbone, he wouldn't keep coming to her. After all, he's the male lead. Even if his character isn't great, he should have at least a little self-respect, right? Turns out, not everyone is blessed with something like backbone. Jung Won-in hesitated in his room upstairs for a long time before finally deciding to come out. At the same time, Louis also stepped out of her room. Won-in Gij. Her syrupy voice almost made Chu Jiangwei gag. Jung Won-in nodded at Louis, but didn't act particularly close. His target had shifted from Louis to Chu Jiangwei. That's right, our boss Chu. Jung Won-in's taste wasn't bad, but he really overestimated himself. He'd been flattered for so long, he'd forgotten his own worth. Jung Won-in had dressed up before coming out today. Even though he tried to look sharp, there were still wrinkles here and there, instantly lowering his level by several notches. After entering Building 1, he ignored Louis, who was trying to cozy up to him, and gazed affectionately at Chu Jiangwei. Boss Chu, I'd like to buy some food. Place your own order at the vending area. No need to ask me. Chu Jiangwei didn't pick up on Jung Won-in's signals at all. In fact, she found him a bit of an eyesore. Jung Won-in had no idea what Chu Jiangwei thought of him. Facing her, he tried to project a scholarly, refined air, the most popular, fresh-faced young man type before the apocalypse. Chu Jiangwei remained completely unmoved. Please don't stand in front of the counter. You're blocking my business. A customer is a customer, so Chu Jiangwei wouldn't refuse a transaction outright, but her attitude definitely varied depending on the person. Jung Won-in was dissatisfied with Chu Jiangwei's perfunctory attitude, but considering his current situation, he swallowed his frustration. If you want something, you have to give something up. No matter how tough things got, Jung Won-in never showed any impatience. Once he won her over, he'd trick her into handing over the hotel. And then he'd be the one calling the shots. Whether it was Chu Jiangwei or Louis, they'd both end up as his playthings. Out of sight, Jung Won-in's ambition grew boundlessly. If only Chu Jiangwei knew what he was thinking, she'd probably just want to say, "What bad luck." Sorry, I just got distracted when I saw Jiangwei. I'll move aside now. As he spoke, Jung Won-in stepped to the side and gave a couple of weak coughs. If Chu Jiangwei didn't already know what kind of person he was, she might actually have been fooled. Won-in Gij, are you okay? Why are you coughing all of a sudden? See? There's always someone who falls for it. There are basically... How can you be so heartless? If anything happens to Won-in Gij, I'll never forgive you. Chu Jiangwei curled her lip. Some people just aren't worth reasoning with, and she couldn't be bothered. Host, why do I feel like the male lead's attitude toward you is a little weird? The little fox perched on Chu Jiangwei's shoulder, watching Jung Won-in's every move, feeling that something was off. He's not completely stupid. Chu Jiangwei had noticed Jung Won-in's intentions, but she had zero interest in this central air conditioning male lead. Things weren't going the way he'd planned, and his expression darkened for a moment before he quickly recovered. It's all your fault. If you had opened up the rooms earlier, Won-in Gij wouldn't be sick. You're the one to blame. At this point, Louis forgot her usual wariness toward Chu Jiangwei and started pointing fingers. He moved in with you, didn't he? You're not sick, so why is he? Chu Jiangwei slammed her half-eaten watermelon down on the counter and looked at Louis with clear annoyance. Forget it. I wasn't careful enough. Don't blame Boss Chu. Jung Won-in didn't want to fall out with Chu Jiangwei now. He was still hoping to win her over and become master of the hotel. Louis shot Chu Jiangwei a glare, then carefully helped Jung Won-in inside. Chu Jiangwei, you'd think he was about to give birth, but no one actually treats you like you're precious. She grumbled inwardly, then, once they were out of sight, went back to eating her watermelon. Not long after Louis and Jung Won-in went into their room, someone else came out. This time it was the heroine's younger brother, Jin Churin, along with a few students brought back by Shin Jigue and his team. When they saw the half-watermelon in Chu Jiangwei's hands, envy flashed across their faces. As expected of someone who could run a hotel in the apocalypse. She got to eat half a watermelon all to herself, scooping it out with a spoon. There was still half left. Maybe Boss Chu would be willing to sell it to them? Boss Chu, how much for the watermelon? On a hot day like this, a bite of chilled watermelon was pure heaven. Not for sale. If you want to hunt zombies, you'd better hurry. Soon you won't even see a shadow of one. Now that people knew they could exchange zombie crystals for money at Jianglin Hotel, the guests had started organizing teams to hunt zombies. All across Xingshihua, there were hardly any zombies left, just a few stragglers wandering around. No one even bothered with the low-level ones anymore. Teams like Shinjigue's, who were strong, would even go further afield to hunt, and wouldn't bother with anything below a level 1 zombie. Jin Churen was a bit disappointed. If he could buy some watermelon, he could show off when he found his sister, at least he wouldn't be outdone by a girl. But Chu Jiangyue's tone left no room for negotiation, so he knew there was no point in pestering her. He joined the other students and soon disappeared into the night. The lights of Jianglin Hotel were the brightest stars in the darkness. No matter where they went, they could always find their way home. It was a quiet night. Chu Jiangyue waited until 11 p.m., but aside from the guests heading out to hunt zombies and gather supplies, no new customers appeared. When the time was up and no one showed, Chu Jiangyue clocked out without a shred of guilt. Tomorrow I'm sleeping in. Unless it's urgent, don't wake me. Back at her place, Chu Jiangyue immediately reminded the little fox. After all, it wasn't the first time the little fox had woken her up early. Got it, got it. You can count on me. The little fox patted its tiny chest, swearing up and down to keep its promise. But Chu Jiangyue didn't really believe it. Maybe it was because she'd woken Chu Jiangyue up twice before, but the little fox seemed a bit embarrassed. The next day, it really didn't disturb Chu Jiangyue, letting her sleep in until she woke up naturally. Chu Jiangyue washed up and had breakfast at a leisurely pace before finally stepping outside. Today, she'd chosen a cool, industrial-style suspender dress in the dressing room, paired with black marten boots. Her long, slightly wavy hair cascaded down to her waist. If it weren't for the ruins outside the Jianglin Hotel, anyone seeing Chu Jiangyue like this would have thought the apocalypse had never happened. Sure enough, as soon as she stepped out, the guests who were already up and strolling around the hotel grounds were all stunned. In the apocalypse, probably only Boss Chu had the means to keep herself looking so refined. Good morning, Boss Chu. It's already 10:30, not so early anymore. Boss Chu, have you eaten yet? I have. Eventually, Chu Jiangyue made her way to the fruit tree she'd planted earlier. In just a few days, it had grown from a waist-high sapling into a tree so large it would take 2 arms to encircle it, looking from afar like a giant green umbrella. Chu Jiangyue raised her hand and channeled some wood-type powers into the tree. Boss Chu, when will it bear fruit? Quite a few people had seen Chu Jiangyue yesterday, eating half a watermelon with a spoon. It was impossible not to be envious. So, when they learned that the only tree in the hotel was a fruit tree personally planted by Chu Jiangyue, many started to look forward to it. Soon, she replied. Yesterday, Chu Jiangyue had already noticed some buds forming. At the tree's current growth rate, it should bloom today, bear fruit tomorrow, and be ripe the day after. But she didn't say all that after all. It was just her guess, and she wasn't sure of the exact timing. Hearing her answer, Jiang He's eyes lit up and he asked tentatively, Boss Chu, about what you said before, selling us the first batch of fruit, does that still count? Chu Jiangyue glanced at him and nodded. Of course. As long as they could afford it, she didn't mind selling them the entire harvest. But she knew well the principle of rarity driving value, she definitely wouldn't sell these fruits cheaply. She just hoped they wouldn't be too shocked by the price when the time came. After channeling her powers into the tree, Chu Jiangyue returned to her cabin. When she came out again, she was carrying a folding lounge chair and a small folding table. The people chatting on the lawn watched as Chu Jiangyue calmly set up her chair and table, then lay down on it herself. She even piled the table with snacks and drinks. Everyone else, comparing lives really is infuriating. Boss Chu's lifestyle is just too enviable. She's living better now than I did before the apocalypse. No wonder she's the boss. Shin Jigue glanced at Chu Jiangyue, who was lying on the chair with her eyes closed, then turned and went back to building one. Host, you're being such a slacker. Since you're so free, have you thought about going out to drum up some business for the hotel? It's so hot outside. How long do you think I'd last out there? In her previous life, Chu Jiangyue had endured high temperatures for real. She had no intention of going through that again. The little fox was left speechless by her reply. Well, she had a point. After thinking for a while, the little fox dangled a carrot in front of her. Host, as long as you finish the mission quickly, I'll try to get you a more practical mission reward this time. What kind of reward? Anyone can make empty promises. Chu Jiangwei wanted something concrete. I haven't negotiated it yet, but I promise it'll be the most practical reward so far. Don't you trust me, host? The little fox gave her a sincere look. Chu Jiangwei, it's exactly because it's you that I don't trust it. Got it. I'll figure something out. Actually, Chu Jiangwei had been looking forward to seeing what results Lin Feng and the others would bring after returning to B-City's safe base. If they could bring some guests to stay, that would be perfect. With Chu Jiangyue's promise, the little fox gave her a thumbs up. As expected of itself, the little fox scampered off somewhere to play. The guests from B-City's safe base, whom Chu Jiangwei had been eagerly awaiting, finally showed up at dusk. The little fox came running back, excited. Host, host. The leader looks like Lin Feng, the one who's been here before, and he's brought his 2 sidekicks. The little fox's surveillance range was much wider than Chu Jiangyue's eyesight. As soon as it spotted people, it rushed over to report. Where are they? Chu Jiangwei got up from the lounge chair. Lin Feng had promised to advertise Jianglin Hotel when he got back to B-City safe base. They're almost here. Host, you might want to tidy up a bit. The little fox glanced at the lounge chair and table at Chu Jiangyue's feet, which were still covered in snack wrappers she hadn't thrown away yet. If other guests saw this, their first impression wouldn't be great. Who'd want to stay at a place where the boss seemed unreliable? Chu Jiangwei awkwardly and quickly cleaned up the trash, then dragged the chair and table under the giant fruit tree. She had just finished tidying up when the little fox messaged her that the guests were at the gate. She turned and, sure enough, saw a sizable group approaching, with Lin Feng and his 2 sidekicks at the front. Seeing the large group slowly approaching the hotel, Chu Jiangyue's eyes sparkled with surprise. She'd thought Lin Feng might bring a few people, but she hadn't expected such a big group. For the first time, Chu Jiangwei went to the hotel entrance to greet them. Boss Chu, we meet again. Lin Feng got out of the SUV, beaming. The others, hearing Lin Feng call her Boss Chu, were a bit surprised. They hadn't expected the hotel owner to be such a young woman. But they'd all been carefully selected by Lu Jingyao, so their character was beyond reproach. So, even though they were surprised, none of them showed any disrespect. Captain Lin, please come in. Chu Jiangwei gestured with her hand and stepped aside to let them through. Lin Feng and a tall, upright man walked into the hotel side by side. Even though it was Lin Feng's second time here, he still marveled the moment he stepped onto the hotel grounds. This comfortable temperature, this was paradise on earth. The man walking beside Lin Feng also felt the stark contrast in temperature and was quietly impressed. Boss Chu, you're really generous. Just maintaining this temperature must cost a fortune. Even B-City safe base couldn't manage it. Chu Jiangwei raised an eyebrow and smiled without replying. But while the leader could keep his emotions in check, not everyone in his group managed to do the same. This is Song Chungjun, the chief of the base patrol unit. He's here on behalf of B-City's safe base to discuss a possible collaboration with you, Boss Chu. Captain Song, this is Boss Chu Jiangwei of the Jianglin Hotel. Lin Feng took the initiative to introduce them to each other. Boss Chu, I've heard a lot about you. Song Chungjun extended his hand. Hello. Chu Jiangwei reached out and shook his hand briefly before letting go. The hotel just opened, so it's a bit small. Sorry if it's not up to standard. The group entered Building 1. With so many people, it felt a little crowded. Let's get down to business first. I'll have my people line up to top up and apply for identity cards. Song Chungjun had brought a team of at least 100 people this time. The main goal was to get as many people as possible equipped with identity cards so they could communicate and coordinate over a wider area. Everyone Song brought had been strictly selected. At his command, they quickly formed orderly lines. No matter when, seeing such a well-trained team always filled Chu Jiangwei with respect. In the 3 years since the apocalypse, she'd been saved by people like this a few times, though not by Song Chungjun himself. Chu Jiangwei remembered that when she entered B City's safe base in her previous life, the chief of the patrol unit wasn't Song Chungjun. So, what happened to him later? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Captain Song, what kind of cooperation did you have in mind? The base wants to establish a long-term partnership with your hotel. If possible, we'd like to open up a safe passage between the hotel and the base, so we can exchange resources and support each other. Song Chungjun came from a military background and preferred to get straight to the point during negotiations. Chu Jiangwei appreciated his honesty. If B City's safe base had sent some roundabout negotiator who talked in circles, she wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Establishing a safe passage isn't an easy task. With the global magnetic field and chaos, they couldn't even survey many areas. Planning a route was already a huge challenge. Host, if they can't do it, I can. I've got route maps and construction materials. As soon as the little fox heard Chu Jiangwei and Song Chunjuan's conversation, it knew its chance had come. This was a golden opportunity to expand their customer base. What do you mean? Right now, the hotel only has guest rooms and a bunch of food unlocked. Once you sign an agreement with B City Safe Base, you'll unlock the relevant items. This was a hidden mission. Whether or not it could be triggered depended on luck. It seemed Chu Jiangwei had a bit of luck on her side. In just a few days, she'd already attracted a major base wanting to sign a contract. After hearing the little fox's explanation, Chu Jiangwei understood. Since that was the case, it was time to start negotiating terms. If you have any suggestions, Boss Chu, please feel free to bring them up. The main reason for this proposal was that Lu Jingyao wanted every resident in the base to have an identity card. That way, management would be much more efficient in the future. Let me put it this way. I can provide all the construction materials needed for the safe passage. And I guarantee that if you use my materials, the passage will be zombie-proof. However, these materials don't come cheap. We'll buy them. If the passage could really be made zombie-proof as Chu Jiangwei claimed, then no matter the cost, they had to secure it. Chu Jiangwei raised her eyebrows. When it came to money, the base was definitely loaded. Captain Song, take a look at this contract. If you don't have any objections, just sign it. With a wave of her hand, a virtual screen appeared in front of them, displaying a contract for the purchase of construction materials for the safe passage, just as they'd discussed. Song Chungjun flipped through the contract page by page. When he saw the price, 1 gold coin per meter for construction materials, his heart ached. That was a lot of money. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins, or 100 level, 1 zombie crystal cores. Just thinking about the amount of work involved nearly made Song Chungjun faint. What's more, the contract clearly stated that the hotel was only selling the materials. After purchase, they'd have to organize their own people to build the road. The only considerate part was that Chu Jiangwei would provide a recommended route, ensuring minimal danger and no unnecessary detours during construction. Boss Chu, isn't 1 gold coin per meter a bit steep? The base isn't exactly close to the hotel. Even in a straight line, it's over 10 kilometers. Before the apocalypse, that distance would have been nothing, a few minutes' drive. But now, with zombies everywhere and rubble blocking the roads, just clearing the way would be a massive job. That's not my concern. I've already given you a discount. If it were anyone else, I'd charge double. Chu Jiangwei wasn't exaggerating. The price the little fox gave her was 80 silver coins per meter. Of course, she needed to make a profit, and usually she'd double the price. The fact that she wasn't charging 1 gold and 60 silver coins per meter was already her being generous. If you can't pay it all at once, you can pay in installments. The contract will specify the payment dates. When the time comes, the hotel will automatically deduct the amount. You just need to make sure there's enough balance on the designated identity card. Only a 20 silver coin markup, plus the option to pay in installments. Chu Jiangwei felt she was being especially kind today. When Ling Feng heard the price of 1 gold coin per meter, he thought it was outrageous. But then he realized this was a zombie-proof safe passage. Maybe 1 gold coin per meter wasn't so bad after all. I only brought a batch of gold and zombie crystal cores this time. I'm not sure how much money I can exchange them for. Besides buying construction materials for the passage, I need to set aside some funds for other supplies. Whether it was steamed buns, meat buns, or fresh vegetables, he needed to buy them all. How much he could buy depended on how much he could exchange his goods for. Meanwhile, Song Qingjuan's people were still lining up to top up and apply for identity cards. They'd have to wait a bit longer. Host, I'll give you a complimentary exchange machine. With such a big customer, the little fox gritted its teeth and used the points it had saved from previous missions to buy Chu Jiangwei an extra exchange machine, placing it next to the original one. Chu Jiangwei stared at the new exchange machine that had suddenly appeared, lost in thought. So the little fox wasn't as innocent as it acted. It could still, generously, provide her with an exchange machine. Captain Song, since you have a lot to exchange, please come over here. Chu Jiangwei didn't show any surprise. She simply led Song Qingjun to the new exchange machine and called over all the spatial ability users he'd brought. Chu Jiangwei thought to herself, so B City's safe base already has spatial ability users? No wonder her past self had been so clueless and out of the loop. You guys go ahead and do the exchange first. I'll wait for you over there. There was nothing for Chu Jiangwei to do during the exchange, so she decided not to get in their way. Boss Chu, please wait a moment. We'll be as quick as we can. At this moment, the little fox hopped onto the counter and sat right next to the exchange device in front of Song Qingjun, staring intently at them as they made their trades. Fortunately, no one else could see it right now. Otherwise, being watched so closely by a fox, these big guys would probably be blushing the entire time. Chu Jiangwei refilled her tea twice before Song Qingjun and his team finally finished exchanging all the items they'd brought. Host, I just counted. They exchanged a total of 7,059 gold coins, 256 silver coins, and 30 copper coins. To be honest, that amount surprised Chu Jiangwei a little. As always, the base really is the richest. But with the safe passage materials costing 1 gold coin per meter, this amount probably isn't enough. After all, the distance between Jianglin Hotel and Base B is definitely more than 7,000 meters, and Song Qingjun still needs to set aside money for food. Still, with the little fox reporting the numbers, Chu Jiangwei now had a clear idea of the total. When it came time to sign the contract, she'd know roughly how much the first payment should be. By now, Song Qingjun had finished exchange. According to the route the little fox had helped plan, the total distance was 40 kilometers, coming out to 40,000 gold coins. Since Song Qingjun needed to keep some funds for other supplies, Chu Jiangwei only asked for a 6,000 gold coin down payment. The remaining 34,000 gold coins would be deducted in 3 installments over the next week. The first payment would be 10,000 gold coins, the second 10,000, and the third 14,000. Captain Song, please review the contract carefully. If there are any disputes later, we'll have to follow what's written here. The contract was airtight. Every responsibility for both parties was spelled out in black and white. I trust you, Boss Chu. The revised contract was almost the same as the previous one, just with an added section about the responsibilities and rights for installment payments. After confirming the changes, Song Qingjun signed his name on the virtual screen. Chu Jiangwei also signed her name on her own virtual contract. She'd only tried this on the little fox's suggestion, wanting to test it out, but she hadn't expected to actually trigger a hidden mission. Chu Jiangyue's mood instantly brightened. See? I told you my way would work. The little fox stood proudly on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, clearly fishing for praise. Yes, you're always right. All right, but it's a bit much to take everything out here. Let's head outside. As soon as the contract was signed, a material pack for Song Qingjun appeared in Chu Jiangyue's system backpack. It was still technically on credit. Only after she received all payments within the week would the hidden mission be considered fully complete. Song Qingjun had no objections. He called over the spatial ability users from earlier and followed Chu Jiangwei out of Building 1 to the open lawn in front of Jianglin Hotel. With a wave of her hand, Chu Jiangwei produced bag after bag of road construction materials, piling them up until they formed a small mountain beside her. Boss Chu, my ability users might not be able to take all of this in one go. Would you mind storing the rest for us? We'll take what we can now and come back for the rest later. Seeing the sheer volume of material packs, Song Chungjun realized that even with all the spatial ability users he'd brought, most of whom had only recently awakened their powers, they wouldn't be able to carry it all. Chu Jiangwei paused, then agreed. After all, storing it in her system backpack only took up one slot. Sure, take as much as you can. We'll deal with the rest next time. The contract was already signed. She doubted they'd dare try anything under her nose. Once Song Qingjuan's team had packed away as much as they could, Chu Jiangwei put the remaining materials back into her system backpack. Boss Chu, we'd like to stay the night. Someone from Song Qingjuan's group suddenly came over to make the request. Chu Jiangwei was a bit surprised. Was it really okay to ask to stay here right in front of Song Chungjun? Captain Song, do you agree to them staying here? She thought they'd leave right after signing the contract and buying supplies. After all, with the high daytime temperatures, most people now went out for supplies at night. We've been on the road all day. Traveling through the night would be too exhausting. We can leave before dawn tomorrow. As long as they found shelter for the afternoon and waited until sunset, they wouldn't lose much time getting back to base. Since Song Chungjun said so, Chu Jiangwei had no reason to refuse. Besides, even if they only stayed one night, with everyone checking in, she'd be able to complete her latest mission. All right, line up here. Chu Jiangwei didn't mention that there might not be enough rooms right now. After all, once the mission was complete, she might unlock more guest rooms. Song Chungjun was first. See here? The grayed out rooms are already occupied. You can pick any available room. After looking through the options, Song Chungjun chose the presidential suite for himself and 3 others, Ling Feng and his 2 teammates, for one night. He realized there might not be enough rooms for everyone, so he decided to take the most expensive one himself. As for Ling Feng and the others, they were typical support staff, but they were also quite curious about the presidential suite. Just assigning rooms took Chu Jiangwei over an hour. Seeing the newly unlocked restaurant, Chu Jiangwei was genuinely delighted, her eyes sparkling with joy. Those who didn't get a room yet, don't worry. There will be new guest rooms available in 10 minutes. Please wait here for a bit. With that, Chu Jiangwei opened her virtual panel, unlocked Building 2 and the restaurant, and started the renovation. 10 minutes later, Building 2 was fully unlocked. Chu Jiangwei called for the people Song Chungjun had brought to move from the lobby of Building 1 to the lobby of Building 2. The 2 buildings looked almost identical, both had 10 floors and the prices were the same. Everyone present was familiar with the process and lined up on their own initiative. Faced with such an orderly queue, Chu Jiangwei found herself working much faster than usual. Only after everyone had checked in and gotten their rooms did Chu Jiangwei finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you for your hard work, Boss Chu, Song Chungjun said. He knew that Chu Jiangwei had to personally check in over 100 people. One by one, it was exhausting just to stand for that long. It's nothing. The more, the merrier. I'm here to make money, after all. Though tired, Chu Jiangwei felt a happy kind of exhaustion. Who doesn't like making money? Oh, by the way, I just opened a restaurant. If you're interested, feel free to check it out. She pointed to the restaurant, which was 2 floors away from her own wooden cabin. This time, both Song Chungjun and Ling Feng looked surprised. They were certain there hadn't been a restaurant over there before. But then again, with Building 2 now open, maybe it wasn't so hard to accept. Let's go take a look. Everything about Jianglin Hotel had been so miraculous so far, and this new restaurant piqued their curiosity even more. Chu Jiangwei led the way, with Song Chungjun, Ling Feng, and the other 3 following behind. As soon as they entered the restaurant, the first thing they saw were robot servers inside. The restaurant only served prepared dishes. There was no menu to choose from, just the food items that had been unlocked previously. If anyone paid close attention, they'd notice that the food shelves in Building 1 were now gone. Just find a seat, sit down, and press the button on the armrest. You can order from the virtual screen, pay by card, and the robot will bring your food over once the payment goes through, Chu Jiangwei explained. When she wanted to eat, she used her Hotel Lord's token, which worked the same as swiping a card. The only difference was that Chu Jiangyue's Hotel Lord's token let her eat for free. When Song Chungjun and the others saw Chu Jiangwei take out her Hotel Lord's token, they all paused for a moment. But Chu Jiangwei had no intention of explaining, and those with any sense knew better than to ask about the token. Song Chungjun and his group were clearly sensible people. They didn't ask about the token, but instead opened the virtual menu and ordered what they wanted to eat. Not long after placing their orders, robot servers brought over their food. Seeing the robot servers again, Song Chungjun's eyes seemed glued to them. His gaze practically screamed, "I want one." But he also knew that since Chu Jiangwei hadn't offered, they probably weren't for sale. Chu Jiangwei and Song Chungjun weren't talkative people, and while Ling Feng was a bit chattier, he wasn't exactly outgoing either. In the end, the meal was eaten in almost complete silence. After a long day, Song Chungjun, Ling Feng, and the other three planned to return to their rooms to wash up and rest. Chu Jiangyue's shift wasn't over yet, so after a short walk to digest, she returned to Building 1 to keep watch. It wasn't until around 9 p.m. that people began to trickle back in from outside. As soon as they returned, they placed the day's haul on the exchange machine to convert it. Some only exchanged a few hundred copper coins, others got a few hundred silver coins, and a few even earned a lot of gold coins. Chu Jiangwei had grown used to these differences over time. It was close to 11 p.m. when Chu Jiangwei finally saw Shen Jigui and his group of 5 return from outside. But this time, it looked like someone was injured. "Good evening, Boss Chu," Jiang He greeted, slumped on Lin Shuyuan's back. Sensing they'd finally made it back to Jianglin Hotel, he used the last of his strength to say hello to Chu Jiangwei. Chu Jiangwei was startled. He looked seriously hurt. "Injured? Is he okay?" If he'd been scratched by a zombie, that would be a huge problem. Shen Jigui pursed his lips. It was their mistaken judgment that had led to Jiang He getting hurt. He was injured by a mutant plant. There's no risk of infection. He had to make this clear, or there would definitely be trouble later. "Don't worry, host. If he were at risk of mutation, the hotel would sound an alarm," the little fox said, standing on the counter and noticing the injured as well. Seeing Chu Jiangyue's concern, the little fox quickly reassured her. "That's not what I meant." "If there was a risk of infection, he wouldn't have been able to get in," Chu Jiangwei replied, confident in the hotel's security system. Hearing this, Shen Jigui and the others finally relaxed. Even though they knew the injury was from a mutant plant, they couldn't help but worry. Now, with Chu Jiangyue's confirmation, they could finally let go of their anxiety. Getting hurt was a minor issue. The thing they feared most was someone being infected by the zombie virus. "It's fine. We've already found some medicine. We'll clean his wound and apply some ointment. He'll be fine in a few days." After awakening their abilities, the most noticeable change was their improved physical condition. If not for that, as a spatial ability user, Jiang He wouldn't have been allowed to go out and fight zombies every day. But as the saying goes, man proposes, but God disposes, they still ended up with Jiang He injured. "Well, you'd better get inside and start treatment. Don't delay." When guests were injured, there wasn't much Chu Jiangwei could do. After all, she hadn't received any medicine as a reward yet. She wondered when she'd finally unlock some medical supplies. "Don't lose heart, host. You'll get everything you want." The little fox had said this so many times already. Of course, she herself had everything, but the guests couldn't just get whatever they wanted. But it was about time for her shift to end, so Chu Jiangwei didn't dwell on it. She tidied up the counter and headed back to her 2-story wooden cabin. Before dawn, there was already movement in buildings 1 and 2. Song Chungjun, in his military boots, quietly led his people onto the hotel lawn to do a head count. After confirming no one was left behind, they prepared to set out. This time, however, Ling Feng and his 3 companions didn't go with them. Besides showing Song Chungjun the way, they had their own mission to complete. Although they got up with Song Chungjun's team, once they left Jianglin Hotel, they split up and went in different directions. After Song Chungjun and his group left, Shen Jigui and the other 4 came out of Building 1. Boss, do you think those people are from the B-City safe base? Since the apocalypse began, they'd been living in Jianglin Hotel and hadn't been anywhere else. They wondered what life was like in the B-City safe base and how it compared to Jianglin Hotel. Are you thinking of going to the base? Shen Jigue glanced at Lin Shiyuan. No way. I'm sticking with you, boss, Lin Shiyuan quickly denied. He'd never even considered leaving his boss. The base has its advantages, but we're better suited to Jianglin Hotel. They were used to being in charge. If they went to the base, they might end up under someone else's control, or even get dragged into conflicts. That was the main reason Shen Jigue didn't want to go to the base. Let's head back. There's nothing more to see. The only reason they'd come out was because they'd noticed the commotion outside. They thought someone might be targeting the Jianglin Hotel, so they woke everyone up just in case. Now that the people had left, there was no reason for them to stick around. The early morning disturbance didn't affect Chu Jiangyue's sleep at all. It wasn't that she was less alert, but the wooden cabin she lived in was completely soundproof. If anything really went wrong, the little fox would come and warn her, so Chu Jiangyue slept soundly. By the time Chu Jiangyue woke up at dawn, Song Chongjun and his group were already gone without a trace. Little fox, did Song Chongjun and the others leave? After all, they'd just closed a big deal together. Chu Jiangyue had planned to get up early to see them off. She hadn't expected that by the time she woke up, they'd already disappeared. Chu Jiangyue sighed regretfully. If she'd known, she would have told the little fox to wake her up when Song Chongjun and his group were leaving. Boss Chu, your life is already so comfortable. What are you sighing about? Lin Shiyuan asked, not thinking much of it and voicing his curiosity. Chu Jiangyue shook her head. It's nothing. Are you all heading out to look for medicine again today? With Jiang He injured, and without the convenience of a spatial ability user, Shen Jigue and the others could only carry back a limited amount of medicine in their backpacks. Shen Jigue nodded. They'd found a pharmacy yesterday, but Jiang He's spatial storage was already full, and with him around, they hadn't brought large bags. In the end, they only managed to bring back a small amount, just enough for Jiang He to use 2 or 3 times. Well, good luck then. Boss Chu, I'm planning to leave today to look for my sister. I wonder if I can get your blessing. Jean Churin suddenly emerged from Building 1. You're going to look for your sister? To be honest, Chu Jiangyue admired Jean Churin's courage, a girl daring to travel alone across the entire country to find her sister. But according to the little fox, Jean Churin would eventually become the main CP shipper for the protagonists, so she probably wouldn't die so easily. Well, safe travels then? Chu Jiangyue couldn't think of anything else to say, so she just wished her well. Thank you, Boss Chu. Jean Churin beamed with a sunny smile at Chu Jiangyue's blessing. Chu Jiangyue, meanwhile, started thinking about the restaurant's revenue. 50,000 copper coins didn't seem like much, but the restaurant didn't have many dishes, and the prices were low. Many guests barely had any money and ate nothing but steamed buns for all 3 meals. 1 bun per meal, 3 meals a day, that's only 60 copper coins. Only big shots like Shen Jigue could afford to splurge on meals. But the reason big shots were big shots was because others weren't as capable as them. Without enough strength, people couldn't scavenge more supplies, and without supplies, they had nothing to exchange, so their card balances never increased. Mr. Shin, did you go to the restaurant yet? Shen Jigue and his group had returned late yesterday, so Chu Jiangyue wasn't sure if they'd eaten at the restaurant. After all, the servers were robots, so the restaurant was open 24/7. Even so, the robot servers worked in 2 shifts. No matter how efficient they were, they couldn't work around the clock. We went this morning. How did you find the food? Do you think the prices are reasonable? If the restaurant were to run a promotion, what kind of event would you like to see? At the current rate of daily spending, it would take forever to reach 50,000 coins. Chu Jiangyue decided it was time for a promotion. Promotion? What kind of promotion? Lin Shiyuan suddenly popped up, nearly startling Chu Jiangyue. Shen Jigue shot Lin Shiyuan a warning look. We're planning a restaurant promotion. I'm asking Mr. Shen for his opinion, but if you have any ideas, feel free to share, Chu Jiangyue said, thinking that while Shinjigue was the steady type, creative ideas might come from someone lively like Lin Shuyuan. A promotion sounds great. Otherwise, we can't go out during the day, and staying in the hotel all the time is boring. The Jianglin Hotel was still small, just rooms and Chu Jiangyue's cabin, with the restaurant as the only new addition. If the restaurant ran an event, Lin Shuyuan would be the first to sign up. Do you have any good ideas, Mr. Lin? Chu Jiangyue looked at Lin Shuyuan expectantly. The classic is an eating contest. For example, finish a certain amount of food within a set time and you get your meal for free. Or a competition to see who can eat the most in a given time. Lin Shuyuan rattled off several types of events that restaurants used to hold before the apocalypse. Now, only Chu Jiangyue would have the resources to host such an event. Lin Shuyuan couldn't help but feel a little envious. That actually sounds pretty good, but just a free meal seems a bit plain, Chu Jiangyue mused, wondering what other prizes she could offer. Host, did you forget? That fruit tree is about to bear fruit. The little fox perched on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, its tail swishing and occasionally brushing her face, taking advantage of the fact that no one else could see it. Chu Jiangyue glanced at the fruit tree, now in full bloom, and suddenly understood. She'd promised to sell the fruit to Shinjigue's group first, but there were so many fruits on the tree, they couldn't possibly buy them all. If she used fresh fruit as a prize, plenty of people would be eager to participate. You really think of everything. Once you have a physical body, I'll cook something delicious for you, Chu Jiangyue promised. Cooking was one of her few real talents, though she'd never had the chance to study it formally. Yay! Host, if you need any props for the event, I'll help you get them. The little fox, still new to the world, was brimming with enthusiasm. And so, the restaurant promotion was set. Besides working out the details, Chu Jiangyue poured wood-type energy into the fruit tree every day. Finally, 3 days later, the entire tree was laden with ripe fruit. Standing beneath the tree, Chu Jiangyue looked at the bright red fruit. It looks kind of like an apple, but not quite. Host, check your hotel item guide, the little fox reminded her. Taking the hint, Chu Jiangyue pulled out the hotel item guide from her system backpack. On the very first page, she found the fruit's description. Fire fruit restores 30% ability power instantly for fire-type ability users. No effect for other ability users. For ordinary people, promotes good health. Suggested price, 10 silver coins each. I wonder if Boss Chu remembers our agreement? Shinjigue asked. Of course, Chu Jiangyue replied. Once she made a promise, she kept it unless something truly unavoidable happened. But even though we have an agreement, I can't sell you all of them, she added. Shinjigue nodded, indicating he understood. Shinjigue and the others could see the fire fruit as well. Although it looked quite similar to an apple, the truth was it wasn't an apple at all. This is a fire fruit. Its main effect is that fire element ability users can restore 30% of their power. It's ineffective for other ability users. However, if ordinary people eat it, it's beneficial for their health. The price is 10 silver coins each. As for the fruits on this tree, I can sell you at most half of them. Chu Jiangyue truthfully shared the information she had just seen about the fire fruit. After all, she planned to put it on sale later, and its effects would be clearly listed then. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, Shinjigue immediately looked up at her. Are you serious? If this fire fruit really had the effects Chu Jiangyue described, then it was simply incredible. This completely shattered their understanding of fruit. Even though it only worked for fire element users, that didn't make it any less miraculous. Of course. I'm right here at Jianglin Hotel. If the fire fruit doesn't work as I say, you can come find me for compensation. In Shinjigue's 5-person team, Lin Shuyuan was the fire element user, so the fire fruit was most useful to him. This fruit only works for fire element users, boss. I'll just buy it myself. Shinjigue had originally planned to use the team's communal funds to buy from Chu Jiangyue and then split the fruit evenly. But now that Chu Jiangyue had explained the effect, Lin Shuyuan felt there was no need to use the team's funds. Although 10 silver coins was a bit pricey, The ability to instantly restore 30% of his power was practically a lifesaver when they were out searching for supplies. Spending 10 silver coins to buy himself a life, Lin Shuyuan thought it was well worth it. Boss Chu, I'd like to buy some too. Xia Silin, though he acted with Shin Jigui's group, kept his supplies separate. Even though he wasn't a fire element user, he still had friends and family. Buying some now might come in handy in the future. Sure, buy as you like. But you only get priority purchasing once. If you don't buy today, once I put it on the hotel's online shop, you'll have to order like everyone else. After unlocking the restaurant, the shelves in buildings 1 and 2 had been removed, but now that she had the fire fruit, Chu Jiangwei planned to put the shelves back. After some discussion, Shin Jigui's group decided that each person would buy 20, which came to 2 gold coins each. Once the quantity was settled, Chu Jiangwei opened the hotel's real-time map, found the random fruit tree, and tapped the one-click harvest icon. The next second, all the fire fruit on the tree disappeared, and 500 fire fruit appeared in Chu Jiangyue's system inventory. Seeing the fruit vanish before their eyes, Shen Jigui and the others stared at Chu Jiangwei in amazement. Was Boss Chu a spatial ability user too? But could spatial users collect things from a distance like that? With Jiang He not around, Shen Jigui and the others had no one to ask. Let's talk back in Building 1. You'll probably want to check if Mr. Jiang wants to buy any as well. Jiang He was still recovering from his injuries and lying in his room. No one objected, and they followed Chu Jiangwei back to Building 1. But as soon as Chu Jiangwei sat down on a bench in the lobby's lounge area, she saw Cui Hao dragging Jiang Jinjin over. Seeing Cui Hao reminded Chu Jiangwei that he was also a fire element user. Compared to Lin Shuyuan, though, Cui Hao's abilities were a bit lacking. Chu Jiangwei didn't know why she'd suddenly taken a dislike to Jiang Jinjin, but Cui Hao had been careful not to bother her, always keeping his distance when out with Jiang Jinjin. Chu Jiangwei appreciated this consideration. Now that Cui Hao was approaching with Jiang Jinjin, Chu Jiangwei guessed he must have overheard her introducing the fire fruit to Shin Jigui's group. After all, any fire element user would find the fire fruit's effects irresistible. Boss Chu, about that fire fruit you mentioned, how are you selling it? Cui Hao had only caught part of the conversation, so he came over to ask. Fire fruit is 10 silver coins each, but you'll have to wait your turn. I'll go find Old He first, Su Zhucheng said, taking the initiative and quickly heading toward the guest rooms. Since they'd already decided on the quantity, Shin Jigui's group promptly transferred 2 gold coins each to Chu Jiangwei. Chu Jiangwei took out the 20 fire fruit each from her system inventory and placed them on the table in separate piles. Their transaction drew a lot of attention from others. Seeing the fire fruit, many people instinctively thought they were apples. Fresh apples were a rare commodity these days, so people started asking about the price. Just then, Su Zhucheng ran back. Boss Chu, Old He wants 20 as well. He's already transferred the gold coins to you. Please set aside 20 for him, I'll take them to him later. I've also transferred the gold coins for my own 20. Chu Jiangwei checked her virtual screen and saw the 2 gold coin transfers. She waved her hand and took out 40 fire fruit. Su Zhucheng quickly produced an empty backpack and packed all the fruit inside. Boss Chu, I want to buy 10. Cui Hao said anxiously, afraid he'd miss out. There weren't many people living in Jianglin Hotel, but there were still quite a few fire element users. Wait for now. I'll put them all on sale later. Keep an eye on the identity card announcements. Chu Jiangwei had only promised priority sales to Shin Jigui's group. She wasn't giving anyone else special treatment. Cui Hao's expression darkened at missing out, but since Chu Jiangwei called the shots at Jianglin Hotel, there was nothing he could do even if he was unhappy. After getting their fire fruit, Shin Jigui's group quickly returned to their rooms, not giving others a chance to ask questions. Chu Jiangwei, meanwhile, returned to her cabin. Little Fox, can the shelves in Building 1 be restored? Previously, the shelves had been used to sell meals, but after the restaurant opened, they'd become obsolete. But now that she wanted to sell fire fruit, she needed a dedicated spot. She'd sold 100 fire fruit to Shin Jigui's group, leaving her with 400. She planned to use 10 as prizes for the restaurant event, so only 390 would be available for sale. Yes, host. Just go to the renovation items tab and you'll see them. Following Little Fox's instructions, Chu Jiangwei opened the renovation tab and found 2 idle shelves. She immediately put them back in their original spots. She placed 195 fire fruit each on the shelves in buildings 1 and 2, then posted a hotel announcement. Announcement. Good news, good news. Jianglin Hotel has new stock. Jianglin Hotel's new item, fire fruit. Price, 10 silver coins each. Effect, fire element ability users can instantly restore 30% of their power. No effect for other ability users. Ordinary people, promotes health. Limited to 390 pieces, first come, first served. Act fast. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone with an ID card received it. When they saw that the reward was a fruit that could restore 30% of their supernatural energy, excitement flared in their hearts. But when they looked again and realized it only worked for fire-type ability users, everyone except the fire types showed disappointment on their faces. Why did it have to be fire-type? Why not the ability they awakened? Chu Jiangwei knew that plenty of people would come to ask her about it, so after posting the announcement, she left the cabin and returned to Building 1. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Jiangwei appeared, someone approached her. Boss Chu, is it true that the fruit only works for fire-type ability users? Is it really useless for the others? Boss Chu, isn't 10 silver coins a bit too expensive for one? Sometimes we can't even find something worth 10 silver coins after a whole day out. There still weren't that many level 1 zombies, so their main source of income was still searching for gold, silver, and jewelry outside. But within a 10-mile radius of Jianglin Hotel, they'd already searched almost everywhere. To find more, they'd have to go even farther. But those without enough strength simply didn't have the ability or the courage to do that. That's your own problem to solve, not mine. Chu Jiangwei had no intention of playing the role of a kind-hearted beauty. She poured her own supernatural energy into the fruit trees every day, and it wasn't for nothing. She thought 10 silver coins per fruit was already cheap. The person who tried to bargain with her fell silent, embarrassed. He was just haggling out of habit. If he could get the price down, he'd save some money. Boss Chu, the announcement said there are 290 fire fruits, but I only saw 195. Where are the rest? Someone finally noticed. The rest are in Building 2. There were fewer people living in Building 2, so the competition wasn't as fierce. As soon as people heard there were fruits in Building 2, many of them rushed over, hoping to buy more while there was still a chance. A few non-fire type ability users also bought 1 or 2, just for the sake of it. After all, the announcement said that ordinary people could eat them to improve their health. Even if they didn't need them, maybe someone in their family who hadn't awakened an ability would. Cui Hao, who had tried to buy fire fruits in advance from Chu Jiangwei, also joined the rush. There were so many people that he didn't have time to look after Jiang Jinjin. Jiang Jinjin took advantage of this moment to approach Chu Jiangwei. Yada, please help me. I really can't hold on much longer. Jiang Jinjin looked at Chu Jiangwei with pleading eyes, but the bruises on her face made her expression look a bit twisted. What do you want me to help you with? Chu Jiangwei didn't immediately refuse Jiang Jinjin. She wanted to give her hope, only to turn it into despair in the end. Wasn't this exactly what Jiang Jinjin had done to her in her previous life? She was just returning the favor. Give me money. Give me coins so I can pay for my own room. As long as you give me coins, I'll do anything you want. Jiang Jinjin's expression was a little crazed. If there hadn't been a counter between them, she might have grabbed Chu Jiangwei. With her long, manicured nails, she could easily scratch Chu Jiangwei's skin. You and Cui Hao are staying in a double suite now, and he's got your ID card, right? Even if I gave you coins, you wouldn't be able to use them. Cui Hao had taken Jiang Jinjin's ID card when they registered to keep her from running away. He also kept all the supplies. Right now, Jiang Jinjin didn't have a single coin to her name. I'll get my ID card back. You'll give me coins then, right? Yeah, you're the only one who can help me now. Jiang Jinjin looked at Chu Jiangwei with hope in her eyes. Get your ID card first, then we'll talk. Chu Jiangwei didn't give her a clear promise, but she didn't refuse either. But Jiang Jinjin's eyes immediately filled with hope. Just wait. I'll definitely get my ID card back. After saying that, Jiang Jinjin quietly stood to the side, waiting obediently for Cui Hao to return. Sure enough, when Cui Hao came back, he didn't notice anything unusual about Jiang Jinjin. He even praised her for being well-behaved. But as he led her back to their room, Jiang Jinjin glanced back at Chu Jiangwei, her gaze full of hidden meaning. Chu Jiangwei just smiled slightly as she watched Jiang Jinjin leave with Cui Hao. Jin Churen was also a fire-type ability user. He had planned to set out to look for his sister this evening, but just before leaving, he got this pleasant surprise. After some fierce competition, Jin Churen managed to buy 30 fire fruits. He was well off, so he bought 30 fruits at 10 silver coins each without hesitation. But since he was about to leave Jianglin Hotel to look for the female lead, Chu Jiangwei understood why he wanted to buy so many at once. Boss Chu, thank you for putting the fire fruits on sale today. I feel much more confident about finding my sister now. Jin Churen carefully put the fire fruits in his backpack, then patted it gently. That little gesture was a habit for almost everyone from Longguo when they packed something away. Chu Jiangwei had the same habit herself. No need to thank me. You were just lucky. Well, he was the female lead's brother, after all. If it were someone else, they might not have been so lucky. Jin Churen just smiled, not thinking much of it. By 6 p.m., all 290 fire fruits had sold out, and Chu Jiangwei had earned 29 gold coins. As the sun set, the hotel guests started heading out in groups. If you wanted to stay at Jianglin Hotel long-term, you absolutely needed money. Even the laziest people were forced by living expenses to go out and look for things they could trade. Just before leaving, Jin Churen hesitated as he looked at the electric scooters parked next to Building 1. He'd always wanted to ask what those scooters were for. Is there something else you need? Chu Jiangwei could tell from Jin Churen's hesitant look that he had a question. Boss Chu, I don't think I've ever heard you mention what those electric scooters are for. Chu Jiangwei. She'd only used those scooters once, when she went out to rescue Louis. No one had touched them since. Oh, those are the hotel's electric scooters. They have some zombie shielding features, but if you get too close to zombies, those features won't work anymore. Anything provided by the hotel wouldn't be ordinary, after all. Hearing that they could shield against zombies to some extent, Jin Churen's eyes lit up. Boss Chu, how's the battery life? What if it runs out of power? Can I rent one for a while? Jin Churen fired off several questions in a row, leaving Chu Jiangwei a little stunned. You want to rent an electric car to go find your sister? Your sister's in City C, Province H. That's not exactly close to City B. If you're going that far, why not just find a regular car? Although the electric cars provided by the hotel have some zombie-repelling features, it's not like they're 100% effective. I don't have any gasoline. Even if I had a car, I wouldn't make it very far. Driving from City B to City C would normally take 4 or 5 days, and that's under normal circumstances. Now, with zombies everywhere and so many roads blocked, who knows how many detours I'd have to take. Jin Churen just felt that since Jianglin Hotel could provide so much food, the electric cars they offered probably weren't as simple as they seemed. Chu Jiangwei, hearing Jin Churen's reasoning, had to admit he made a good point. It's not impossible to rent one. It's 100 copper coins per day. Until you return the electric car, the hotel will automatically deduct the fee from your account every day. If your balance runs out, the hotel will consider it a breach of contract. Guests with a breach record will have a much harder time renting in the future. Chu Jiangwei laid out the terms clearly for Jin Churen. Of course. I'll bring my sister back before my account runs out. Compared to other places, Jin Churen still preferred staying at Jianglin Hotel. After all, even official bases can't always guarantee unlimited water and electricity. Hearing Jin Churen's words, Chu Jiangwei raised an eyebrow. Little Fox, Jin Churen wants to bring his sister to the hotel. That won't mess up the plot, will it? According to Little Fox's original plot, Zhang Wenin and Lu Yi were supposed to leave with the base's rescue team in 2 days. But that was when they were still living at Xingshi Huadu Community. Now that both of them had moved into Xingshi Huadu, who knows if they'll still leave with the rescue team. Besides, Zheng Wenin is currently scheming against Chu Jiangwei. Until his plan succeeds, this central air conditioning male lead probably won't be willing to leave Jianglin Hotel. Lui has always wanted to cling to Zheng Wenin. If he doesn't leave, she probably won't either. Thinking about it, the plot might really go off track. Host, my script. I think it really has a problem. It won't affect hotel operations, right? Chu Jiangwei didn't care about anything else as long as it didn't affect her making money. It's fine. If there's a problem, I'll get an alert. No alarm means no problem. Little Fox honestly didn't care much about Zheng Wenin, the central air conditioning male lead, so it was basically just letting things slide now. Besides, its main mission was to help the host run the hotel and complete tasks to make it bigger and stronger. The main system never said it had to keep the plot unchanged, so it might as well just wait and see. Since Little Fox wasn't worried, Chu Jiangwei didn't bother either and continued discussing the electric car rental with Jean Churin. Go pick one out. Once you've chosen, swipe your ID card. When you park, swipe again and it'll automatically lock. The 24-hour rental period starts from your first swipe, and the fee is deducted every 24 hours. To return the car, just park it back in the hotel lot and swipe your card again. The hotel will do a final settlement and deduct the fee. Did you get all that? Chu Jiangwei looked at Jean Churin. Got it. Chu Jiangwei explained everything clearly, and Jean Churin didn't find anything hard to understand. Then go pick one. Don't worry about the battery. So long as you have enough money in your account, it'll never run out of power. As unrealistic as never runs out of power sounds, that's just how powerful these cars are. Don't ask how it works, she didn't know either. Hearing this, Jean Churin's eyes lit up. An electric car that never needs charging was truly a pleasant surprise. He didn't think Chu Jiangwei would lie about something so important. Jean Churin happily went to pick out an electric car. With a car that never needs charging, he could probably cross the entire Dragon Country without a problem. As long as there was still a road, he could ride all the way there. Many people overheard the conversation between Jean Churin and Chu Jiangwei. Among them were Shen Jigui and his 3 companions, who had just come out of their rooms to head outside. Jiang he was still in his room recovering from his injuries. Was everything Boss Chu just said true? Clearly, Shen Jigui was also interested in the electric cars that never ran out of power. I never lie. Chu Jiangwei didn't see any reason to hide it. The cars were there for everyone to see, and people would ask sooner or later. Renting them out brought in extra income for the hotel. Even if it was only 500 copper coins a day, every little bit counts. We'll rent the remaining 4. If they hadn't noticed before, fine, but now that they knew, Shen Jigui wasn't going to let the opportunity slip by. Mr. Shen, you 4 can share 2 cars, leave the other 2 for us. With that, someone quickly dashed toward the parking lot. In the end, Shen Jigui's group got 2 cars, and the other 2 were snatched up by 2 male high school students who had come back with them earlier. One of those boys had awakened a speed ability, and the other a wind ability, so they had an edge over the others. In the end, Shen Jigui took Lin Shuyuan and... They might be young, but you can't deny that people their age have the most energy. Once they get used to things, they could become the backbone of any team. Boss Chu, are there really only 5 electric cars? I can pay 100 copper coins a day. Yeah. There's nothing left to scavenge nearby. With an electric car, we could go much farther. For now, there was nothing Chu Jiangwei could do about the electric cars. There are only 5 for now. If you want one, you'll have to be quicker next time. She wasn't sure if Shen Jigui's group would return the cars when they came back at night, so she didn't say come back tomorrow. After the crowd left, Zheng Wenin came out with Lui. Seeing the 2 of them, Chu Jiangwei immediately lost all interest in conversation and pretended to be busy with her virtual screen. Anyway, they couldn't see what she was doing on it. Good morning, Jiangwei. Now that Zheng Wenin knew Chu Jiangwei and Jiang Jinjin went to the same school, he started calling her Jiangwei instead of using her surname, just to be different. Chu Jiangwei really didn't want to respond. It's more appropriate to call me Boss Chu in the hotel. She had no interest in being called Jiangwei. When on G, she kicked me several times before. You can't let her fool you. Hearing Zhang Wen'an call Chu Jiangwei by her given name, Lu Yi immediately felt threatened. Stop messing around. Although Zhang Wen'an was scolding Lu Yi, Chu Jiangwei could still hear the greasy undertone in his voice. I'm not messing around. When in G, you can't like her. Lu Yi had always treated Zhang Wen'an as her own property and couldn't stand seeing him get close to any other girl. Jiang. Boss Chu Yi is still young. Don't take what she says to heart. Oh? How old is she? Yi just graduated from college this year. So she's a college graduate. 22 years old, 4 years older than me. I just turned 18. With that, Chu Jiangwei made Zhang Wen'an's excuse about Lu Yi being young sound like a joke. Lu Yi's expression changed instantly. The last thing a woman wants to talk about is her age, especially when there's a younger woman present. Right now, Lu Yi had clearly stepped on a landmine. But Chu Jiangwei just smiled. At the prime age of 18, any other age paled in comparison. Sorry, Yi's been spoiled at home since she was little. If she's offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf. No matter how frustrated Zhang Wen'an felt inside, he didn't show a hint of impatience, determined to leave a good impression on Chu Jiangwei. With someone else, his act might have worked. Unfortunately, he was dealing with Chu Jiangwei. Miss Lu doesn't look like she's accepting your apology. You can save it. With that, Chu Jiangwei ignored them, opened her virtual screen, and started planning the restaurant's upcoming event. The little fox perched on Chu Jiangwei's shoulder watched as she carefully mapped out the event process on the virtual screen, its ice blue eyes sparkling. Host, when will this event start? Tomorrow. She'd wait until everyone was back tonight to make an announcement, and the event would be held during the day tomorrow. Even though the event hadn't started yet, Chu Jiangwei still had plenty to do. If she was going to hold an event, she'd make it a big one. Meanwhile, Jean Churin was riding a bicycle alone, quickly leaving the Jianglin Hotel behind and soon reaching the main road. Ugh, my phone and watch have no signal, no navigation, and all I know is my sister's somewhere in the south. What if I take the wrong road? Jianglin Hotel Navigation Service at your service. Would you like to spend 500 copper coins to activate navigation? Navigation? Navigation. Jean Churin had just been talking to himself, but suddenly his identity card's virtual screen popped up. Yes. Activate it. Take me to the safe base in S City, H Province. Navigation service activated. Destination: safe base, S City, H Province. You already have a vehicle, no need to select one. Calculating route. Total distance: 1,498 kilometers. Go straight for 1,000 meters. Jean Churin stared at the distance, and his vision went dark for a moment. Over 1,000 kilometers, riding an e-bike the whole way. Who knew how long that would take? But for now, he didn't have any better options. Luckily, the e-bike rental wasn't expensive, and according to Boss Chu, his sister wasn't in any immediate danger, so Jean Churin wasn't too anxious. With navigation, Jean Churin zipped along on his e-bike. Whenever he saw zombies, as long as he kept a safe distance, he wouldn't be noticed. However, riding alone on the road, it wasn't long before he attracted attention. When he got tired and stopped to rest, a group of people approached him. Seeing the strangers, Jean Churin instantly became alert. What do you want? He hid his hands behind his back, quietly channeling his ability. He had fire fruits with him. If it came down to a fight, he could probably outlast them with those. Don't get us wrong, we mean no harm. We just noticed your e-bike looks special and wanted to ask about it. Hearing them mention the e-bike, Jean Churin quickly moved to block it from view. Even though he knew it was locked and they couldn't use it without an identity card, he still instinctively wanted to protect his belongings. I rented this from Jianglin Hotel. It's not mine. After staying at the Jianglin Hotel for so many days, Jean Churin knew Boss Chu didn't mind them spreading the word. In fact, she wanted them to help promote the hotel. That way, she could just stay inside and wait for guests to come. Jianglin Hotel? Are you sure? Someone's actually running a hotel these days. Even the safe bases were barely holding on. Running a hotel sounded like a pipe dream. If I'm lying, do you see any gold coins on me? Gold coins? What, is this a game? Of course not. Gold coins are the currency at Jianglin Hotel. There are also silver and copper coins. Jianglin Hotel is near Xingshi. You all know where that is, right? Once you get there, you'll recognize the hotel immediately. There should still be rooms available. If you go now, you might get a good spot. Oh, and before you go, try to collect some gold and silver jewelry. You can exchange it for money. Zombie crystals work too. The group exchanged glances, unsure how much of this to believe. Why should we trust you? I don't need your trust. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Jean Churin had a temper too. He was being nice by telling them about the hotel, and they still doubted him. If it were someone else, they might not have shared a single word. We'll buy your e-bike. They'd come for information, but now they had their eyes on his e-bike as well. This is a rental. I can't sell it to you. Besides, even if I gave it to you, you couldn't use it. Boss Chu had said only Jianglin Hotel-issued identity cards could operate the e-bikes. What do you mean? This is a Jianglin Hotel e-bike. Only their identity cards can use it. You're not guests yet, so you don't have identity cards, you can't use it. Oh, and even if I gave you my card, it wouldn't work. The cards are bound to personal information. If anyone else tries to use it, it's just a useless piece of plastic. Identity card misuse was a rookie mistake. Jianglin Hotel would never let that happen. The five exchanged looks again. Jean Churin sounded so convincing, it was hard not to believe him. If you don't believe me, just go to Xingshi and see for yourselves. I'm sure you can manage that. Jean Churin had only just left the hotel. If they had a car, they could get there in an hour, even considering the post-apocalyptic road conditions and possible obstacles. The five men stared at Jean Churin for a long while. Let us try it. If we can get it started, you sell us the scooter. Even though Jean Churin had explained everything in detail, they still believed only in what they could see with their own eyes. You can try it, but don't break anything. Jean Churin was alone and didn't want to get into a direct confrontation, so he had no choice but to compromise. Seeing that Jean Churin wasn't resisting, the five of them took turns trying to start the electric scooter. But no matter what they did, even trying to lift it up and carry it away together, they couldn't budge the scooter an inch. At first, Jean Churin was a little worried when he saw them trying to carry the scooter off, but after watching them fail to even move it, he relaxed. The five of them tried back and forth for half an hour before finally giving up and turning back to Jean Churin. This scooter, you really rented it from that Jianglin hotel or whatever? If we go there, can we rent one too? Since they couldn't take it by force, they figured they'd go to the source. I'm telling the truth. There are only a limited number of scooters, so I can't guarantee there'll be any left when you get there. It was true there were only a few scooters, and the rest had already been rented out. But Jean Churin didn't say that part out loud. If they knew the hotel was out of scooters, his own might not be safe. It was better to let them hold on to some hope. You'd better not be lying. Let's go to Xingshi. Once the five had completely left, Jean Churin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took a steamed bun out of his backpack, put it in the steamer, and used his fire ability to heat it up. Jianglin Hotel. Chu Jiangwei had just finished preparing a restaurant event, which took her until 9 p.m. As she closed the virtual screen and stretched, ready for a break, the little fox reminded her someone was coming. Host, someone's heading toward the hotel. New guests. Only new guests would prompt the little fox to speak up like this. Yes, new guests. It had been a while since any new guests arrived, so the little fox was quite excited. Hearing there were new guests, Chu Jiangwei straightened up a bit. Have they come in yet? Jianglin Hotel's location was quite conspicuous. The lawn around it, except for the area protected by the hotel's shield, was all dead grass. Based on her observations these past few days, not only had the plants died, but the land was starting to turn to sand. The most obvious sign was that some of the low-lying villas in Xingshi were already half buried in sand. Given a bit more time, Chu Jiangwei suspected the sand would swallow up the entire Xingshi. Because of all this, The lush green lawn around Jianglin Hotel made it stand out all the more. From the moment Lin Dong and his group arrived near Xingshi Huadu, they spotted the striking Jianglin Hotel. They started to believe Jean Churin's story a bit more, but still kept their guard up until they could confirm it for themselves. "Boss, should we go in?" The Jianglin Hotel looked completely out of place in the surrounding environment, like a haunted house from a TV show. A house suddenly appearing in the middle of nowhere, with a kindly old lady inside who offers you food, drink, and even a free place to stay. But everyone knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. Every gift comes with a price. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't that kid say this was a hotel and the owner is just a young girl? The others were tempted but still uneasy. Come on, we're all grown men. Don't forget, we've got abilities now. Lin Dong, a burly, rough-looking man, scolded his underlings and took the lead, striding into the hotel's main entrance. As soon as they crossed into the hotel's protective barrier, the 5 of them felt the temperature change. "Boss, it's not hot at all in here." God knows how much they'd suffered in the heat these past few days, barely wearing anything but the bare minimum. "There are several buildings here, boss. Which one do we go to?" 2 of the buildings even looked exactly the same. At that moment, Chu Jiangwei walked to the entrance of Building 1, her gaze instantly locking onto the 5 newcomers who had just entered the hotel's protected area. "Boss, there's a pretty girl over there." One of the 5, sharp-eyed, spotted Chu Jiangwei right away. But seeing her in a white dress, with long black hair cascading down, made them a little nervous. Could they have stumbled into something supernatural? "Host, why do they all look so scared?" Chu Jiangwei didn't quite understand either, but she flashed them a big smile anyway. "B-boss, she smiled at us." "Did she see us?" "Of course. There's nothing blocking her view, and she's not blind. How could she not see us?" Lin Dong also took a cautious step back. Was this really some kind of illusion conjured by a female ghost? After all, he'd awakened powers himself. Strange and supernatural things didn't seem so impossible anymore. Chu Jiangwei, who'd been waiting by Building 1 for them to come over, grew impatient when she saw they weren't moving. She didn't really care about the business from these few people anyway, so she simply turned and went back behind the front desk. "B-boss," she went inside. "Of course, I saw it too." "Hey, what are you guys doing just standing around?" As the 5 of them hesitated about whether to go over, someone else came in from outside. Seeing them standing there, the newcomer greeted them warmly. "You guys here for the Jianglin Hotel too?" Seeing someone else, Lin Dong quickly spoke up. "Is this the Jianglin Hotel? This is the place. You must be new. Boss Chu should still be in Building 1. If you want to stay, you'd better hurry, otherwise, in 2 hours, the hotel will kick you out." Those staying at Jianglin Hotel didn't have to worry about food or lodging. As long as they worked hard hunting zombies or searching for gold and jewels, they could get by. So some of them still kept a helpful attitude. "Building 1? Yeah, that one. We're heading back to take a shower. You can come with us." With that, they led the way. Lin Dong and his group quickly followed. With someone leading the way, they felt a bit more at ease. When they entered Building 1 and saw Chu Jiangwei sitting behind the front desk, their pupils shrank. Wasn't this the same person they'd just seen outside? "Good evening, Boss Chu." The people who brought them over didn't notice anything strange and greeted Chu Jiangwei warmly. Chu Jiangwei nodded in return. "Good evening. She's the owner of Jianglin Hotel. If you need anything, just ask Boss Chu. We'll be off now." With that, they ignored Lin Dong and his group's expressions, turned, and disappeared up the stairs. Chu Jiangwei turned her gaze to Lin Dong and his 4 companions. "Are you here for a room, or just to get something to eat?" At the moment, besides accommodation, the only thing Jianglin Hotel could really offer was its restaurant. "We were sent here by a young guy riding an electric scooter. Is this the Jianglin Hotel he mentioned? We want to rent an electric scooter." Lin Dong now realized that the person in front of him probably wasn't some mountain spirit or monster, but she was still clearly extraordinary. "A young guy riding an electric scooter? Are you talking about Jean Churin?" "We don't know his name." But whether or not it was Jean Churin who referred them didn't really matter to Chu Jiangwei. This is indeed Jianglin Hotel. Right now, our main business is accommodation, and we also have a restaurant. As for electric scooters, you're a bit late, they've all been rented out. Recently, quite a few people had come to her with suggestions, hoping she'd add more electric scooters. But Chu Jiangwei hadn't made any promises. After all, the rewards for completing missions weren't under her control. She couldn't guarantee when she'd be able to get more scooters. As for the rooms, to stay here, you'll need to top up and get an ID card first. We have rooms ranging from singles to 5-person suites. Since there are 5 of you, I'd recommend the 5-person suite. A standard suite is 5 silver coins per day, and a deluxe suite is 10 silver coins per day. Which would you like? Let's top up first. The young guy told us we could exchange gold, silver, and jewelry, right? Following Jean Churin's advice, they'd gathered quite a bit of gold, silver, and jewelry along the way. As for the zombie crystal cores he'd mentioned, they hadn't encountered any yet and had no idea what they were. Of course, whatever you want to exchange, just put it here. Chu Jiangwei pointed at the exchanger. Lin Dong glanced at the ordinary-looking tray on the counter, then tentatively placed a gold bracelet on it. Detected. Metal bracelet X1. Can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. Confirm exchange? Press yes to confirm, no to cancel. A gold bracelet could only be exchanged for 100 copper coins? That was pretty ruthless. But looking at Chu Jiangyue's smiling, almost teasing expression, Lin Dong felt a strange chill in his heart and had no desire to cause trouble. As for Chu Jiangwei, she was completely used to the exchange rates by now. Even with bracelets that looked the same, the price would vary depending on purity. This thin gold bracelet actually fetching 100 copper coins was already a decent deal. If you want to confirm the exchange, just press yes. With your first top-up, you'll get an ID card. From now on, you'll need it for everything you do in the hotel, including purchases, so please keep it safe. Lin Dong nodded and pressed yes. Sure enough, the next second, the gold bracelet disappeared from the tray, replaced by a silver card the size of a bank card. Lin Dong realized this must be the ID card the boss had just mentioned. Now that they knew how to exchange things, Lin Dong and his crew continued piling items onto the exchanger. After finally exchanging all the valuables they'd collected, their ID cards now had a respectable balance. Boss Chu will take a standard 5-person suite. Now that they'd finished exchanging, Lin Dong had a rough idea of the purchasing power of copper, silver, and gold coins in the hotel. 5 silver coins per night for a room was manageable for them, but 10 silver coins for the deluxe suite was a bit much. Chu Jiangwei didn't say anything about it. Even Shen Jigui and his group were staying in single rooms at 100 copper coins a night, so she had even less expectation for others. She quickly helped them register for a 10-day stay. But Lin Dong didn't go to check out the room right away. Boss Chu, I heard you say the hotel also serves food? Is the restaurant still open? We haven't eaten all day. They'd been rushing nonstop, dodging zombies, and could truly say they'd been traveling day and night. They'd been so tense before that they hadn't felt it, but now that they knew Jean Churin's words were true, the moment they relaxed, hunger hit them hard. Of course. Just head right from here, and you'll see the building marked restaurant. That's it. The restaurant was just called Restaurant, no fancy name. Thank you, Boss Chu. We'll head over now. With that, Lin Dong led his 4 companions out of Building 1 and straight toward the restaurant. He even picked up his pace, eager to get some food as soon as possible. Notification. Guest Chui has been detected dead. The room he occupied is now vacant. All personal belongings in the R. But then she thought of Jiang Jinjin, who was with him, and felt that Chui Hao's death might not have been an accident. Little Fox, can you pull up footage of Chui Hao's death? Chui Hao would definitely have had his ID card on him when he went out, so maybe Little Fox could detect something through it. I can, but in accordance with our policy of not disclosing guests' personal privacy, I can only show it to the host if there's sufficient reason. No one else can see it. As the hotel owner, Chu Jiangwei naturally had the right. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Jiangwei said, "Then show me." Her instincts told her that Chui Hao's death was definitely connected to Jiang Jinjin. Little Fox swished its tail, and a screen appeared before Chu Jiangwei. The perspective seemed to be Cui Hao's own. At first, everything looked normal. Cui Hao told Jiang Jinjin to stay put in the room he'd cleared of zombies, then went out to kill more zombies himself. Normally, the timid Jiang Jinjin wouldn't dare wander off, but she wanted her ID card back, so she wasn't so obedient. Today was probably the day she'd planned to make her move. Since Cui Hao was going out to kill zombies, he'd left his supplies with Jiang Jinjin for safekeeping. So, in the footage, Jiang Jinjin had a backpack on. Once Cui Hao turned away, Chu Jiangwei couldn't see what Jiang Jinjin was up to. But after Cui Hao left and started fighting zombies, Chu Jiangwei spotted Jiang Jinjin sneaking out of the room in the corner of Cui Hao's field of vision. She was carrying the backpack Cui Hao had given her. From a distance, it was hard to tell what she was doing, but suddenly, she threw something in Cui Hao's direction. It hit the ground and shattered. A large amount of it splashed onto Cui Hao. From his perspective, it looked like a big bottle of bright red blood. The smell was overwhelming, instantly attracting nearby zombies, while the ones already close by went into a frenzy at the scent. It all happened in a flash. Cui Hao didn't even have time to react before he was swarmed by zombies. As for how Jiang Jinjin escaped the horde, Chu Jiangwei didn't see. After watching the entire recording, it was basically confirmed that Jiang Jinjin was the real murderer who killed Cui Hao. However, without Cui Hao by her side to protect her, Jiang Jinjin, a woman with no strength to even truss a chicken, might not be able to make it safely back to Jianglin Hotel. That was now uncertain. After Chu Jiangwei finished watching the footage of Cui Hao's final moments, Lin Dong and his group of 5 also returned from dinner at the restaurant. When they saw Chu Jiangwei, they greeted her warmly before heading to the stairwell inside. At 11 p.m., Chu Jiangwei sent out the day's restaurant event announcement. Jianglin Hotel announcement. Extra. Extra. The Jianglin Hotel restaurant is holding an event. I am the Big Eater event rules. Regular challenge. Whoever eats the most meat buns within the time limit will get free meals, 3 regular meals per day, for 1 day. Final interpretation of regular meals belongs to the hotel. Advanced challenge. Finish the set number of meat buns within the time limit to win a week of free meals, 3 regular meals per day, plus a fire fruit one, limited to 10, first come first served. The hotel reserves the right of final interpretation regarding event dates. However, at this hour, many people had just returned and were washing up, so only a few saw the announcement. After sending the notice, Chu Jiangwei went back to her room to rest. 6 a.m. the next morning. Host. More people have arrived from Baseby City. The little fox, who had previously promised not to disturb Chu Jiangwei's sleep, was at it again. Chu Jiangwei simply reached out, grabbed the little fox by the scruff, pinned it to the bed, and continued sleeping. She had absolutely no intention of getting up. In the lounge area of Building 1, Song Chungjun sat on a bench with his people, waiting for a long time without seeing any sign of Chu Jiangwei. Because Jianglin Hotel was closed, only those with ID cards could freely enter and exit. Others couldn't get in at all. This time, Song Chungjun had brought a different group, intending to get more people set up with ID cards. That way, their communication network would be even broader. Due to the extreme heat, they traveled at night, which was why they arrived so late. Unfortunately, at this time, Chu Jiangwei hadn't even gotten out of bed. Aside from Song Chungjun and a few others who already had ID cards, none of the people he brought could get in. Still, there were some early risers at Jianglin Hotel like Shin Jigui. Shin Jigui came out from the stairwell and was a bit surprised to see Song Chungjun sitting in the lobby. He didn't recall when a team like this had arrived at Jianglin Hotel. The moment Song Chungjun saw Shin Jigui, his body tensed up. With just one look, he could tell this person was no ordinary man. The two silently sized each other up, but as they passed, each gave a slight nod, a gesture of goodwill. Leaving Building 1, Shin Jigui headed to the restaurant for breakfast. "Boss, could you tell what level his ability is?" someone following Song Chungjun asked, watching Shin Jigui's departing figure. Song Chungjun shook his head. "I couldn't sense it, but he's probably not weaker than me." He hadn't expected such a small hotel to hide such capable people. He wondered if Boss Chu was aware of how many hidden talents her guests included. The person who asked was also surprised. He'd guessed that man was strong, but hadn't expected Song Chungjun to say he might be just as strong as himself. In the end, Chu Jiangwei was woken up by the little fox. Once she learned that Song Chungjun had brought more people, her mind gradually cleared. You're saying more people from Base B City have arrived? That was unexpected. She'd thought that after Song Chungjun left, it would be a while before he came back. Yet here he was again after just a few days, and with more people. Wasn't he tired? But since she knew they'd arrived, and had brought new guests, Chu Jiangwei couldn't just pretend nothing had happened. After brushing her teeth and washing up, Chu Jiangwei changed into a puff-sleeved floral dress, quickly ran a comb through her hair, and went out. As expected, outside the hotel's protective barrier, she saw quite a few people standing or sitting. Compared to last time, when the group was all able-bodied adults, this time there were clearly more elderly people and children. Chu Jiangwei guessed these were probably base residents hoping to settle at Jianglin Hotel. She hadn't expected the B-City safe base to actually escort people over. How kind-hearted of them. But in this post-apocalyptic world, such kindness might not always be a good thing. Of course, that was just Chu Jiangyue's opinion. Whatever Song Chungjun and his people wanted to do was their own choice. The newcomers, seeing Chu Jiangwei in her clean floral dress and smooth, flowing hair, all speculated about her identity. When they saw her enter Building 1, their curiosity only grew. But for now, they were blocked by an invisible force and could only watch helplessly. As soon as Chu Jiangwei entered Building 1, Song Chungjun stood up to greet her. Boss Chu. Captain Song, are those people outside with you? I see quite a few elderly, women, and children. Are they planning to stay at the hotel long-term? Otherwise, there'd be no reason for Song Chungjun to bring them along. Some are from the base, and some are survivors we rescued along the way. Besides ordinary residents, we'll also leave some people behind to help build the road from the hotel. Working on both ends at once would save a lot of time. The longer the road, the safer their travels would be. Eventually, they'd even be able to drive back and forth, which would greatly reduce the time needed to transport supplies to and from the hotel. Chu Jiangwei nodded and opened the entrance in the hotel's protective barrier. Captain Song, you can let them in now. As for building the road, you'll have to start from the hotel entrance. Chu Jiangwei had no intention of opening a separate entrance just for them. Of course, we'll strictly follow the route Boss Chu provided. The route map given by the little fox showed the Jianglin Hotel entrance as the starting point. With that, Song Chungjun led his people out of Building 1 and had the others come in an orderly fashion. They all made their way to Building 1, where the experienced guests taught the newcomers how to recharge and get their ID cards. No need for Chu Jiangwei to worry. However, quite a few people needed to arrange accommodation, so Chu Jiangwei couldn't leave just yet. When the newcomers entered Building 1 and saw Chu Jiangwei standing behind the front desk, their expressions varied. This is the hotel owner. Just call her Boss Chu, Song Chungjun introduced her. You're the owner of this place? It was now the turn of an elderly woman and her son, a father-son pair, to arrange their stay. The old lady looked shrewd, and her son, with dark circles and a hollow gaze, seemed utterly drained. The way he looked at Chu Jiangwei was also rather unsavory. The moment Song Chungjun heard the old lady speak, he knew something's gone wrong. That's right, I'm the boss. Of course, Chu Jiangwei could see what this mother and son were plotting, but since they hadn't actually done anything yet, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to confront them out of the blue. Boss Chu, I'm sure they don't mean anything by it. He had already told them more than once on the way here, you can do whatever you want in Jianglin Hotel, just don't break the rules, and definitely don't offend the boss. Were this mother and son deaf, or did they have amnesia? It hadn't even been that long, and they were already causing trouble. Captain Song, no need to worry. I'm not an unreasonable person. If some people are determined to dig their own graves, why stop them? Letting them live is just a waste of resources. A woman shouldn't be out in public running a business all day. Back in our day, people would gossip about that sort of thing. The people around them looked at each other in disbelief. The Qing dynasty had long ended, the apocalypse had arrived, and yet there were still people who cared about this kind of thing? What kind of ridiculous scheme was this? It was as obvious as Sima Zhao's intentions. Everyone could see through it. Oh? So, what do you think I should do? Chu Jiangwei glanced at the old lady, smiling, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Business should be left to men. Women just need to stay home, support their husbands, and raise children. My son was a manager before the apocalypse. If you marry my son and let him run the hotel, I guarantee he'll take it to the next level. What does she mean by that? Am I some kind of cheap system? Has she even looked at her own son? Even if my host agreed, I wouldn't. Host, you can't say yes to her. The little fox was stunned by the old lady's words. There were still people pushing the support your husband and raise children agenda, and now she was trying to force it on its host. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Chu Jiangwei reassured the little fox before turning back to the old lady. Sounds pretty good, actually. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, the old lady and her son's eyes lit up. They'd only wanted to give it a try, but hadn't expected this boss Chu to be so gullible. If they had a hotel like this, they'd never be so stupid, charging such low room rates, like they were running a charity. Well then, hurry up and hand the hotel over to my son. The greed in the old lady's eyes was completely undisguised. Boss Chu. Song Chungjun wanted to stop Chu Jiangwei. Old lady, do you take me for a fool? The old lady was momentarily speechless. She really had intended to treat Chu Jiangwei like an idiot. I just thought you were working too hard and wanted my son to help share the burden. As the saying goes, a husband and wife working together makes things easier. Times are tough now, women still need a man to rely on. I do just fine without a man, better than any of you. Besides, even if I were looking, your son isn't even close to my standards. Are you going to book a room or not? If not, please step aside, there are people waiting behind you. Chu Jiangwei dropped all pretense with this mother and son. If they hadn't already gotten their ID cards, she'd have thrown them out without a second thought. People like this staying in the hotel were just trouble waiting to happen, and Chu Jiangwei had no interest in hosting them. Of course we're staying. It's fine if you haven't made up your mind, Boss Chu. My son's still single, you can change your mind anytime. There was no way the old lady would give up on such a golden opportunity. She shot her son a look, and the two of them booked a standard double suite for 30 days. When the 30 silver coins were deducted, their faces looked as if they were being executed. Chu Jiangwei ignored them and continued checking in the next guests. Thankfully, no one else was as outrageous as that pair, though the rooms in Building 1 soon filled up and the rest had to move to Building 2. Once everyone was checked in, Chu Jiangwei headed to the restaurant. Those who had seen yesterday's announcement and were interested had already gathered. Quite a few people were just there for the spectacle. After all, during the day, they couldn't go out, so any excitement was welcome. Chu Jiangwei had found a loudspeaker from somewhere and set it at the restaurant entrance, playing the rules of the eating contest on a loop. Even Song Chungjun had come over, and his eyes lit up when he saw the fire fruit. He'd been at the base when the fire fruit ripened and had missed out. Now, even if he wanted to buy it, there was none left. He hadn't expected the fire fruit to be a prize in the eating contest. Shen Jigui and his team also noticed the fire fruit prize, but since each of them had already bought at least 20, they weren't desperate for more. Lin Shuyuan, on the other hand, was a fire-type ability user. His eyes sparkled when he saw that the advanced challenge offered fire fruit as a reward. You want to join? Shen Jigui could tell what Lin Shuyuan was thinking just by looking at him. Yeah, even if I don't win, at least I get to eat some meat buns for free. No, you probably didn't read carefully. There's a line at the end of the announcement. If a contestant fails to win first place, the meat buns they eat during the contest will be automatically deducted from their copper coins. Free? How naive. With Boss Chu's personality, there's no way she'd be that generous. After spending some time around Chu Jiangwei, Shen Jigui had a pretty good grasp of her love for money. Not that there was anything wrong with that. In fact, he found her little expressions every time she made money rather amusing. Really? Lin Qian was surprised. So the food eaten during the contest wasn't free? Su Zhuqing laughed too. That's just like Boss Chu. Still, paying for a few buns for a shot at free meals for a day, lots of people will go for it. After all, when they're paying for 3 meals a day, they might hold back because of the price. But if it's free, they'd definitely go for the most expensive stuff. The priciest dish in the restaurant was braised pork, going for 500 copper coins a serving. Even they couldn't afford to eat it every meal. If you join the advanced challenge, you could win a week's worth of free meals and a fire fruit. And if you weren't a fire-type user, you could sell the fire fruit for a high price to someone who was. There were plenty of fire-type users among the people from Base B this time, no shortage of buyers. I'll give it a try. Who knows, maybe I'll win. Lin Qian was still eager to try. He could afford a few meat buns. On the other side, Song Chungjun also called over the fire-type users he'd brought and told them to join the advanced challenge. Seeing how lively the scene was, Chu Jiangyue's eyes narrowed with delight. Come one, come all, the more the merrier. There's plenty of meat buns to go around. Little Fox, help me record a video of this event. Edit it nicely and we can use it as a promo video later. In the apocalypse, there aren't many places that can run a meat bun contest. Roger that. The little fox quickly found the best spot, its eyes sparkling as it started recording. This side is for the regular challenge, and that side is for the advanced challenge. If you want to participate, just find a seat in the area you prefer. It's a single-round elimination. We'll have 3 rounds today, each lasting 5 minutes. Please, contestants, know your limits. Don't force yourself to eat more than you can handle. The hotel won't be responsible for any accidents. All right, now, let the competition begin. As Chu Jiangyue finished speaking, a 5-minute countdown appeared above the contestants. The meat buns had all been prepared in advance, so Chu Jiangyue only needed to make sure no one cheated during the competition. On Shen Jigui's side, only Lin Qian went up to compete. Some of the fire ability users Song Chungjun brought participated in this round, while the rest were saving themselves for the next 2 rounds. The contest was held in a newly opened plaza outside the restaurant. The regular and advanced challenges were on the left and right sides of the plaza, respectively. Spectators gathered on the outer lawn or watched from inside the restaurant. As for Chu Jiangyue, she simply dragged a chair to the center of the restaurant's main entrance, sitting above and overseeing the competition below. All the contestants were men. Chu Jiangyue frowned slightly. Looks like she'd have to come up with some competitions suitable for women in the future. 5 minutes wasn't too long or too short. Lost in thought, Chu Jiangyue barely noticed the time passing. Time's up. All contestants, please stop eating. At her command, the contestants stopped stuffing meat buns into their mouths. Each one had cheeks bulging with food, and even after being told to stop, they were still trying to swallow what they'd already bitten off. Above each contestant's head was a tally of how many buns they'd eaten, though only Chu Jiangyue could see these numbers. For this round, the winner of the regular challenge is contestant 3 Li Li. For the advanced challenge, only one succeeded, contestant 6, Lin Qian. The reward of 3 free meals has already been credited. Those who succeeded in the advanced challenge can come to me to claim your fire fruit. For guests who didn't win or complete the challenge, the cost of the meat buns you just ate will be deducted from your balance. Please check your accounts, and if you have any objections, feel free to come to me to appeal. The second round will begin in 10 minutes. If you want to sign up, now's the time to grab a seat. As for whether your appeal would succeed, that would depend entirely on Chu Jiangyue's mood. I'm in. I missed the last round. I can't let this one slip by. Hey, stop pushing. Don't shove. Many guests pulled out all the stops just to secure a spot. Lin Qian, who had succeeded in the... Seeing the fresh fire fruit, Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Thank you, Boss Chu. He was still stuffed from eating so much, but for a fire fruit that could instantly restore 30% of his ability power, it was more than worth it. Not to mention, he also earned a week of free meals. In the next 2 rounds, competition for spots remained fierce. The Chinese love for a lively scene meant lots of people came to watch. Those sitting in the restaurant to spectate felt embarrassed to just sit there without ordering anything, so they'd at least order a little something to put on the table. It was just like the melon-eating masses who loved to watch the show. Chu Jiangwei, watching the restaurant's rising sales figures, couldn't help but smile with delight. After 3 rounds, the crowd gradually dispersed. Chu Jiangwei began reviewing what could be improved for future competitions. But as the saying goes, too much of a good thing can be bad. At 9 p.m., she saw Ling Feng and his 2 teammates, whom she hadn't seen in days, along with Jiang Jinjin, who had killed Cui Hao. Should she say this woman was lucky? She had no special abilities, yet still managed to run into Ling Feng's team and get brought back to the hotel. Boss Chu, this young lady said she's a good friend of yours. She looked so pitiful. I brought her back, Ling Feng said with a smile, as if hoping for some praise from Chu Jiangwei. Chu Jiangwei glanced at Jiang Jinjin, who was hiding behind Ling Feng with her head down. The corners of her lips lifted, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Who would have thought Captain Ling is such a helpful person? From Chu Jiangyue's reaction and Jiang Jinjin's constant attempts to avoid Chu Jiangyue's gaze since entering the hotel, Ling Feng suddenly understood. He'd been played by a woman. Ling Feng wasn't the type to take a loss. He turned and shot Jiang Jinjin a glare. You tricked us. If it hadn't been for her saying, I was college roommates with Chu Jiangwei, he never would have stopped to help her. Brother Ling, I didn't. I really do know, yeah, we really were roommates. She's not lying about that. But our relationship isn't that good. Yeah, did you misunderstand me? We used to get along just fine. She'd killed Cui Hao, and now she was just an ordinary woman with a bit of looks. A woman like her, alone in the apocalypse, could only imagine what kind of fate awaited her. Jiang Jinjin was desperate to regain Chu Jiangyue's trust, hoping she'd provide her with food and drink unconditionally. She'd been secretly observing Chu Jiangwei these days, and knew that after returning to her cabin each day, Chu Jiangwei would cook for herself. The smell was even more tempting than the braised pork in the restaurant. So Jiang Jinjin was sure that Chu Jiangyue's cabin must have plenty of supplies, at least as much as the restaurant, if not more. Oh, who hasn't been blind for a while when they were young? Now that my eyes are clear, I can't stand trash anymore. Jiang Jinjin immediately caught the sarcasm in Chu Jiangyue's words, but she was thick-skinned enough to pretend not to notice. Yeah, you promised me before that once I got my ID card, you'd give me gold coins. The room Cui Hao and I rented expires tomorrow. You know I've always been in poor health, I can't go out alone. If it weren't for Brother Ling. Stop. Don't call me Brother Ling. I don't have a little sister. Just call me Captain Ling. Having brought someone back who was now making things awkward for Boss Chu, Ling Feng felt awkward himself. He'd always thought Brother Ling sounded too sweet and easily misunderstood. But back then, thinking she was Boss Chu's good friend, he'd let it slide. Now that Boss Chu had exposed her on the spot, Ling Feng wasn't going to put up with it anymore. If he'd known, he never would have taken a shortcut and ended up bringing back trouble. Rejected outright by Ling Feng, Jiang Jinjin's eyes immediately reddened. If she were still the pure, goddess-like girl in a white dress she used to be, maybe someone would feel sorry for her. But after being tormented by Cui Hao, she looked haggard and lifeless, her clothes filthy, her goddess image completely gone. Acting all pitiful now just seemed fake and forced. Yeah. With Ling Feng ignoring her, Jiang Jinjin's only hope was Chu Jiangwei. Boss Chu, could you please get us a deluxe triple room? Ling Feng didn't want to watch Jiang Jinjin's little act any longer. After being out for so many days without a shower, all he wanted now was to freshen up as soon as possible. Chu Jiangwei quickly checked them in. Their room was on the 7th floor of Building 2, where there were still very few guests staying in the deluxe suites. Watching Ling Feng and his group walk away, Jiang Jinjin's expression soured. She'd thought she could stick close to Ling Feng, but in the end, she was left out in the cold. Still, she'd always been thick-skinned. After Ling Feng and the others left, she immediately set her sights on Chu Jiangwei. Yeah, you said before that as long as I got my ID card, you'd give me some gold coins, didn't you? Did you misunderstand something? I never said I'd give you gold coins. What she'd actually said was, "We'll talk after you get your ID card." "We'll talk" just said a precondition. It was never a clear promise. "You definitely said it." "Oh? So you want to scam gold coins from me and freeload at the hotel?" "Jinjin, I don't think you want to be kicked out of the hotel, do you?" So far, no one who's been kicked out has ever come back. Of course, Chu Jiangwei hadn't actually received any death notices about that. But it was still a good way to scare Jiang Jinjin. Jiang Jinjin knew perfectly well what being kicked out of the hotel meant. It was only at this moment that she realized Chu Jiangwei had truly changed. The old Chu Jiangwei used to do whatever she said. Now, Chu Jiangwei seemed cold-blooded all over, and even when dealing with other guests, she had an air of detachment. "Don't forget to pay your room fees," Chu Jiangwei reminded her kindly. Knowing she wouldn't be getting any gold coins from Chu Jiangwei, Jiang Jinjin shot her a hateful glare and left building 2. With no one to rely on and unable to fall behind on her room fees, Jiang Jinjin had no choice but to go out and look for items she could trade. Over the next 2 days, Chu Jiangwei continued holding eating contests during the day to boost the restaurant's business. After Song Chungjun took the remaining road construction material packs from Chu Jiangwei, he organized people to start the roadwork in earnest. The road stretched from the entrance of Jianglin Hotel, 4 lanes wide, comparable to a pre-apocalypse highway. But the roads built with system-provided materials didn't just look good, they could block zombies and made travel between Jianglin Hotel and the B-City safe zone much safer and more convenient. Many people came over, curious, to watch as Song Chunjuan's group worked. When they learned the road could block zombies, everyone was amazed. This was no joke. So, plenty of people tested it out themselves on the newly finished stretch. And sure enough, Song Chungjun had been telling the truth. Now, even more people came to find Chu Jiangwei. If it was possible to build a road from the B-City safe zone to Jianglin Hotel, then could they do the same for other safe zones? If so, it would be much easier and safer for people to go looking for lost family members. Looking at the greedy faces of those who wanted her to provide free road-building materials for routes to every base in the country, Chu Jiangyue's expression turned cold. "The road materials were bought from me by the B-City safe zone, 2 gold coins per meter. So, which base do you want to build a road to? As long as you can pay, I'll even throw in a free route plan." Of course, it's easy for them to sound so righteous when it's not their own flesh being cut. But the moment their own interests are at stake, they'd shrink back like quails. "Boss Chu, you said it yourself, 2 gold coins per meter. We're just ordinary people. Where would we get that kind of money?" "Boss Chu, I think they have a point. With zombies everywhere and this heat wave, everyone should work together and help each other out. If you have the ability to save people in crisis, why not do it?" The one who spoke up was Zheng Wenin, his words flowery and pretentious. Chu Jiangwei found it grating. "Work together and help each other out? Sure. You provide the gold coins, I'll provide the materials. What's a few roads across the country? I could build roads for the whole world if you pay. How about it, Mr. Zheng? Since you're the first to suggest it, why not be the first to donate?" Zheng Wenin fell silent. He just wanted to look noble, not actually spend his own money. Besides, at 2 gold coins per meter, he couldn't afford it even if he sold everything he had. Mr. Zheng doesn't want to? So, who among you is willing to donate? Just 2 gold coins per meter, it's not that expensive, right? Heh, Boss Chu, you're making it too hard for them. They want you to pay, provide materials, and do the work while they sit back and enjoy the benefits. What a bunch of freeloaders, wanting something for nothing. Shen Jigue and his group of 5 had returned to the hotel at some point, just in time to hear the conversation. "Mr. Zhang's injury is better?" Chu Jiangwei asked when she saw Jiang He. She hadn't seen them when they left, as she was still in the cabin, so she only saw Jiang He when they returned that night. "Thank you for your concern, Boss Chu. I'm fine now." After a few days in bed, Jiang He was full of energy when he went out today. Zheng Wenin and the others, who'd come hoping to take advantage of Chu Jiangwei, turned red with embarrassment at Jiang He's blunt words. They had indeed been thinking that way, but having it called out so directly was truly shameful. She just wanders around the hotel every day, and today she's even wearing high heels. She's living a life none of us could dream of. We're out there risking our lives for supplies and fighting zombies, and all we're asking is for her to contribute a little. What's wrong with that? Chu Jiangwei lived a leisurely life, never having to fight zombies, enjoying comforts none of them could. After all this time, plenty of people were jealous. They just hadn't found an excuse before, but now that they had one, they couldn't wait to drag Chu Jiangwei down into the mud. TCH. What a bunch of ingrates. If it weren't for Boss Chu, who knows where you'd be right now. If you can't stand seeing her live well, then don't stay at Jianglin Hotel. Honestly, you eat her food and then turn around and curse her. Actually, you eat while cursing her at the same time, shameless. Lin Shuyuan had never seen such brazen shamelessness. If it were up to him, he'd have kicked them out and blacklisted them the moment they opened their mouths. We're thinking of everyone's benefit. Once the road is built, you'll benefit too. You're the real ingrates. Louis couldn't stand seeing Zhang Wen'an insulted and blurted out without thinking. We don't need Boss Chu to build us a road. If we want to find our families, we'll do it ourselves. Shin Jigui's group did intend to look for their families, just not right now. Having someone speak up for her, Chu Jiangwei was genuinely happy. She shot Shin Jigui and the others a look of approval before turning to the group of people who wanted her to spend her own money and effort to build a road. If you think staying at Jianglin Hotel isn't good enough, and you want to build a road to go live at another base, I can send you out right now. As for where she'd send them, that was out of Chu Jiangyue's control. The ringleader was Zhang Wen'an, and Chu Jiangyue's words were mainly directed at him. At this moment, Zhang Wen'an wished he'd never come. He did feel that since Chu Jiangwei had the ability, she ought to help everyone build a road, so more people could safely reach Jianglin Hotel. Whether Chu Jiangwei could actually do it, though, wasn't something they cared about. But Chu Jiangwei wasn't stupid. She had no intention of entertaining their proposal. Seeing that Chu Jiangwei was truly angry, the group finally quieted down and didn't dare bring up the road again. They wanted to find their family members, but if they couldn't even guarantee their own lives, everything else would have to wait. Once everyone settled down, Chu Jiangwei dropped the topic. Shin Jigui, however, felt that Chu Jiangwei was letting them off too easily. If these people dared to come today and try to push her into paying for the road, tomorrow they'd start taking it for granted. But Jianglin Hotel was Chu Jiangyue's domain. Even if Shin Jigui felt something was off, it wasn't his place to say anything. Still, he made a silent decision to keep a closer eye on things from now on, just in case Chu Jiangwei, as a woman, got bullied by these shameless people. Chu Jiangwei had no idea Shin Jigui was thinking so much. After 3 days of 24/7 operation, the restaurant's revenue was steadily increasing, getting closer and closer to the mission target. Now, Chu Jiangwei was checking the numbers twice every hour. Finally, after who knows how many times she checked, Chu Jiangwei received a mission complete notification. Mission: unlock the new restaurant, host guests, and reach the target revenue, 50, 216/50, 000. Mission rewards: unlock building, office lobby, unlock item, temperature regulating suit, EXP plus 5,000. Current hotel level, 3-6, 150/10, 000. Still not enough to level up the hotel. Office lobby, a place in the hotel for handling official business. Temperature regulating suit can keep the human body at a constant temperature between -100 degrees Celsius and +100 degrees Celsius. With this, you'll never have to worry about sweating buckets or freezing again. Durability: 10 out of 10. Purchase price: 1,000 copper coins/set. Sale price: 2,000 copper coins/set. Chu Jiangwei had to admit, she really liked this round of rewards. They were exactly what she and her guests needed most right now. With the temperature regulating suit, guests could go out at normal hours again, and Chu Jiangwei wouldn't have to stay open late every night until 11 p.m. just to accommodate them. After claiming her rewards, Chu Jiangwei immediately placed the temperature-regulating suits on the shelf where she'd previously stocked firefruit. As long as her account balance was sufficient, she could buy unlimited suits. Once everything was set up, Chu Jiangwei habitually posted a new announcement. Jianglin Hotel announcement. Extra, extra. The hotel has new stock. Still troubled by extreme temperatures? Can't go out during the day because it's too hot, or at night because it's too inconvenient. With the temperature-regulating suit, you'll be fearless in temperatures from -100 degrees Celsius to +100 degrees Celsius. Address: on the lawn near Shixerhuadu, B City. She double-checked to make sure there were no mistakes, then sent the announcement out to everyone. As for the office lobby, Chu Jiangwei planned to set it up after everyone was asleep that night. What Chu Jiangwei didn't know was just how much of a stir her announcement would cause among the hotel guests. The moment the announcement appeared, Shen Jigui just intended to skim it, but he was shocked by the surprise it brought. A temperature-regulating suit, he didn't even need to read the description to guess what it did. Boss. Boss, boss. Without even looking, Shen Jigui knew it was Lin Shuyuan outside. Besides Lin Shuyuan's voice, he didn't hear anyone else, so he wasn't sure if others had come along. Still, he opened the door. Boss, did you see it? The announcement just now. Lin Shuyuan wasn't alone outside, but he was the only one talking the whole time. I saw it. If the temperature-regulating suit really worked as described, keeping the body at a constant temperature from -100 degrees Celsius to +100 degrees Celsius, it would be a lifesaver. I wonder if it's real. If it is, that'd be amazing. Whenever Lin Shuyuan came to see Shen Jigui, he'd relax out of habit. We'll know if we check it out. Boss Chu wouldn't deceive them on something this important. Other hotel guests had the same idea as Shen Jigui's group. By the time they got there, the area around the shelf was already packed with people. Don't push. I haven't even swiped my card yet. Boss Chu said there's no purchase limit. What's everyone rushing for? Line up, line up. Seeing the crowd 3 or 4 layers deep, Shen Jigui's group wisely didn't try to squeeze in. But this gave them a chance to ask Boss Chu directly. Boss Chu, is everything in the announcement true? It just sounds unbelievable. A temperature-regulating suit was something they'd never even dreamed of having. Of course it's true. Why else do you think everyone's buying so eagerly? If people just wanted to test it, they could have waited to see the results before buying. But now, people had already tried it and confirmed that wearing the suit outside really protected them from the extreme heat. That's why everyone was scrambling to buy one, to get out there and scavenge supplies as soon as possible. Chu Jiangwei was in Building 1, and the situation in Building 2 was similar, though Song Chungjun managed to keep things under control. The rush lasted for about half an hour before things finally calmed down. That's when Shen Jigui's group of 5 went up. Boss, how many should we buy? The temperature-regulating suits had durability. Before it ran out, they'd have to get new ones. Chu Jiangwei was actually quite pleased with this. Durability meant guests couldn't just wear the same set forever, they'd have to replace them after a certain period. It might not be great for the guests, since it was an ongoing expense. But for Chu Jiangwei, it was a sustainable source of income. Let's buy 2 sets each for now so we have a spare. Most likely, they'd be going out every day to fight zombies and scavenge supplies. One set would get dirty after a day, so they couldn't wear the same filthy suit out the next day. With durability at 10 and losing 1 point every 5 hours, a suit would last 50 hours, so they'd need a new one every 2 days and 2 hours. Once the durability ran out, the suit would be automatically reclaimed by the hotel, so they wouldn't have to deal with disposal. Mr. Shin, there's no need to worry. The thermal suits have an automatic cleaning function. Once their durability runs out, the hotel will recycle them automatically. As long as you change into a fresh suit in time while you're outside, you'll be fine. After spending some time together, Chu Jiangwei had more or less realized that Shen Jigui was a bit of a neat freak. Although he didn't show it when he was out, as long as he was in the hotel, his clothes were always the cleanest and freshest. Since the thermal suits were provided by the system, automatic cleaning was a basic feature of all system-produced items. The clothes Chu Jiangwei was wearing had the same function. But since she usually only stayed inside the hotel and her clothes rarely got dirty, this feature hadn't really come into play. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's explanation, Shen Jigui raised his eyebrows. He hadn't thought of that feature. Thank you. Still, just to be safe, he had Lin Shuyuan and the others prepare an extra set. The thermal suit looked pretty much like a set of outdoor gear and cargo pants, except the color was a very futuristic silver. Each of the 4 bought 2 sets. After returning to their rooms and changing, they got ready to head out. "You're going out now?" Chu Jiangwei hadn't expected them to be this eager. After all, they'd only gotten back late last night and barely rested a few hours before heading out again. Weren't they worried about exhausting themselves? Shen Jigui nodded. "We want to test out the suits and see what the outside world is like during the day." Because of the extreme heat, they'd only gone out at night so far, so they were quite curious about daytime conditions. "Be careful out there." A lot of people made the same choice as Shen Jigui and his group. Chu Jiangwei could only sigh at how driven they all were. Mission issued. Please collect zombie crystal cores, 0 out of 100. Mission reward, to be unlocked. Chu Jiangwei had just been marveling at how hard Shen Jigui and the others were pushing themselves when, to her surprise, she received a mission to kill zombies. Chu Jiangwei, /_%. Little Fox, you'd better explain, what kind of mission is this? She'd been told she only needed to manage the hotel, so why was she suddenly getting a zombie-killing mission? It wasn't that she couldn't kill zombies, but she wanted a reason from the little fox. Missions are assigned randomly. I can't control it really. Even the little fox was a bit confused. Why had a zombie-killing mission suddenly popped up? It was supposed to be a hotel management system. But since this was its first time with a host, it wasn't sure if this kind of mission was normal or if something had gone wrong. What's the point of you then? So, host, when are you going out to complete the mission? Right now. It was just past noon, and Chu Jiangwei had just finished lunch, feeling full of energy. Since there was no time limit on the mission, she decided to spread it out over a few days. She spent 1,000 copper coins in her own shop to buy a thermal suit, changed in her cabin, grabbed a tang sword, opened the navigation system, and selected the car seat transportation option. Instantly, a silver SUV appeared in front of her. Ignoring the navigation service's voice, Chu Jiangwei hopped into the driver's seat. It was the apocalypse. Having a driver's license didn't matter anymore, as long as you could drive. And as for driving skills, Chu Jiangwei had mastered the art of drifting in her previous life. Quite a few people saw Chu Jiangwei's actions and wondered why she was heading out. Many also noticed her silver SUV and looked on with envy. Boss Chu really lived up to her reputation. Even her car was so cool and unique. Chu Jiangwei drove out of the Jianglin Hotel's grounds and soon spotted Shen Jigui's group, who had left about 2 minutes earlier. She had no idea how they managed it, but 5 grown men were squeezed onto 2 electric scooters. As she passed them, Chu Jiangwei rolled down her window. "Hey!" She even had the leisure to wave at them. Seeing Chu Jiangwei's silver SUV, and then looking at their cramped little scooters, Shen Jigui, for the first time, felt the sting of inequality. Since when did Shen Jigui, ever envy someone else? "Boss Chu, your car is awesome. Is it for sale?" Shen Jigui immediately set his sights on it. Chu Jiangwei shook her head. "Not right now." "Not right now? So maybe in the future?" That's what Shen Jigui thought to himself. Chu Jiangwei didn't invite them into her car. After a quick word, she sped up and drove ahead. The zombies near Jianglin Hotel had pretty much all been cleared out, so she had to go further to find some. If that didn't work, she'd have to drive to the most crowded places from before the apocalypse. For some reason, Shen Jigui had his group follow Chu Jiangwei. Even if they couldn't keep up, they could track her by the tire marks. After all, since the apocalypse, who knew how many bodies were lying in the streets? Survivors were too busy staying alive to collect the dead, so the bodies were just left where they fell. After all this time, most were unrecognizable. When a car drove over, it inevitably picked up some grime and left a trail of tire marks. Chu Jiangwei finally stopped in front of a high school near the Jianglin Hotel. It was a high school with over 3,000 students before the apocalypse. Now, all she could see were zombies. Chu Jiangwei didn't spot a single living person. She parked her car by the wall at the school gate, got out, and ended the navigation service. She'd just restart the navigation when it was time to head back. Shin Jigue's group soon arrived and saw Chu Jiangwei wave her hand and put the SUV away in her storage space. I didn't expect Boss Chu to have not just wood powers, but spatial abilities too. Jiang, he couldn't help but sigh. Thinking about the tiny space in his own storage, and then seeing Chu Jiangwei casually stow away an entire SUV, he felt the unfairness of life. Shin Jigue said nothing. After getting off the scooter, he told the others to find a place to park. Jiang He's storage wasn't as big as Chu Jiangyue's, so they had to park the two scooters somewhere safe. Luckily, the electric scooters from Jianglin Hotel were theft-proof. No one could even move them, so they could leave them without worry. Chu Jiangwei noticed Shin Jigue's group, but instead of opening the school gate, she looked at them. Want to team up? Boss Chu, you're out here to kill zombies too? Shin Jigue thought that with Jianglin Hotel as her backing, Chu Jiangwei had no need to risk her life fighting zombies. Chu Jiangwei, you think I want to? But she couldn't say that out loud. Just felt like it. Since we've run into each other, why not work together? She was here to kill zombies, not for the crystal cores. Back when Chu Jiangwei went out alone to hand out flyers, Shin Jigue already knew that Chu Jiangwei was definitely not someone to be underestimated. So now that Chu Jiangwei suggested working together, Shin Jigue was more than happy to agree. Sure. Su Zhuqing and the others had no objections either. Although Chu Jiangwei rarely left the Jianglin Hotel, none of them had ever doubted her abilities. Instead of going through the school's main gate, the group climbed over the wall. After all, if they opened the main gate, the zombies might wander out of the school grounds. That could cause trouble for anyone passing by, and it would also reduce the number of zombies they could kill. Chu Jiangwei didn't even need to use her powers. She simply climbed up the school wall with her bare hands. Shin Jigue and his 5 teammates weren't about to be outdone, and quickly scaled the wall as well. From the top of the wall, they didn't have to look far to see the packed crowd of zombies below. Chu Jiangwei frowned slightly. These zombies had been gathering here for so long, there might already be some that had evolved to level 2. There's really a lot of them, Su Zhuqing said as soon as he reached the top, his scalp tingling at the sight of the densely packed horde. They'd hunted zombie groups before, but never anything on this scale. But then again, this was a school. It made sense. The day the apocalypse began wasn't a weekend. The school was full of students. It was only natural there'd be so many zombies here. Boss, what's the plan? Shin Jigue was the soul of their team. No matter what decision they made, he always had the final say. What do you think, Boss Chu? With Chu Jiangwei joining them today, and Shin Jigue not knowing her well, he didn't make a decision right away. I'm fine with anything. You can stick to your usual tactics, I'll go wherever. Chu Jiangwei understood that Shin Jigue was trying to accommodate her, but she didn't want to disrupt the team's hard-earned chemistry just because of her presence. After thinking for a moment, Shin Jigue decided to try things Chu Jiangyue's way. In that case, Boss Chu, just take care of yourself. Once the fighting starts, we might not be able to look out for you. He looked at Chu Jiangwei and reminded her seriously. Chu Jiangwei nodded. Don't worry, I can handle myself. Not to mention she was an ability user. What no one else knew was that she had 3 more points of combat experience than most people. With Shin Jigue and his team around, Chu Jiangwei wasn't about to be foolish enough to risk her own safety. Once they were sure Chu Jiangwei would be fine, Shin Jigue and the others each unleashed a powerful attack, clearing out a swath of zombies near the wall, then all jumped down. Since Jiang He's ability was spatial manipulation, which didn't boost his combat power, they kept him in the center of their formation. Chu Jiangwei picked her moment and jumped down as well. In no time, the vines in her hands had strung together a line of zombies. When she pulled the vines back, she could even bring out the zombies' crystal cores, which were wrapped in the leaves. Detected. Host has obtained a level 1 zombie crystal core. Collect? Yes/no. Chu Jiangwei quickly selected yes. From then on, every time she got a zombie crystal core, the collection prompt appeared. She always chose yes, without hesitation. Seeing Chu Jiangyue's simple and brutal way of killing zombies, Shin Jigue and the others finally relaxed a bit. As long as Boss Chu was fine, they didn't have anything to worry about. But there really were too many zombies in the school. Even with Chu Jiangyue and the 5 of them working together, it was like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water. The number of zombies they killed was nothing compared to the total in the school, barely a drop in the bucket. No one knew how much time had passed. Chu Jiangyue felt her powers running low, and the tang sword she'd put away earlier appeared in her hand. There are too many zombies here. Our powers won't last much longer. We should look for a chance to get out, she said. Noticing Chu Jiangyue's actions, Shin Jigue realized that their own powers had long since been depleted. Without their abilities, facing so many zombies, they had no advantage at all. Let's pull out. Shin Jigue sent a bolt of lightning toward the wall, instantly blasting a group of zombies into charred corpses. Chu Jiangyue followed the others, quickly retreating to the corner of the wall, then leaping up and out of the school. With just the few of us, it's too much to handle all these zombies, someone said. That last round had just been a test. The truth was, with only their group, there was no way to clear out all the zombies in the school. If you think we're too few, Mr. Shin, you could try contacting others through your ID card, Chu Jiangyue suggested. But when she'd left, she hadn't told anyone else, so she didn't know if there were others nearby. Her words left Shin Jigue silent. He didn't like socializing, so his friends list only included Su Zhuqing and the others, plus Boss Chu. Boss Chu, our leader doesn't have any friends besides us. But I've added a few people. I just don't know if they'll be willing to come. There were more level 1 zombies in the school, but it was also much more dangerous. Why not ask? Chu Jiangyue said. She was in the same situation as Shin Jigue, so calling for reinforcements was up to the others. Among Shin Jigue's 5 teammates, aside from him and 2 others, the remaining 3 were pretty outgoing, so the task of inviting people fell to them. Meanwhile, in the tightly closed school cafeteria, a group of teachers and students sat listlessly, eating the last of their food. Teacher, when can we leave? Yeah, teacher, I want to go home, woo-woo. As soon as one person started crying, others joined in. Soon, the whole cafeteria was filled with the sound of weeping. The teachers didn't look much better. After so long without enough food or sleep, their dark circles were severe, eye bags prominent, and bloodshot eyes everywhere. Hang in there. The rescue team will definitely come. In truth, they'd lost hope, but as teachers, they couldn't say that to their students. People need hope to keep going, to have a reason to survive. Teacher, don't lie to us. There are zombies everywhere outside. We'll never get out. Hearing this, many students looked utterly hopeless. They were almost out of food. Even those who had awakened abilities could only kill zombies more easily. It didn't help them get more to eat. Don't worry too much. Our country would never abandon anyone. But when the rescue would actually arrive, he couldn't say. Compared to the gloom in the cafeteria, Chu Jiangyue and the others outside were in much better spirits. Su Zhuqing and the others each picked 2 friends they trusted from their contacts and sent out invitations. However, not everyone responded to their invitations. And among those who did reply, not everyone agreed to come. In the end, only Ling Feng's team accepted, along with Song Chungjun and a few ability users he brought with him. Among everyone present, Chu Jiangyue was the only woman. She definitely drew a lot of attention. But no one questioned her presence. After all, the strength she'd shown back at the Jianglin Hotel had always been impressive. While waiting for the others to arrive, Chu Jiangyue took out a bottle of yogurt from her system backpack and sipped on it as she waited. About 20 minutes later, Ling Feng and Song Chungjun arrived with their teams, one after the other. They were both a little surprised to see Chu Jiangyue. Boss Chu, you're here too? They really hadn't expected her to show up. It's not good to stay cooped up in the hotel all the time. I just felt like getting some fresh air. Song Chungjun and Ling Feng fell silent. Only Chu Jiangyue could describe going out to kill zombies as getting some fresh air. Even Shin Jigue and the others felt a bit embarrassed. Boss Chu was just different from everyone else. Even her idea of fresh air was unique. Do you guys need to rest? If not, Let's head into the school. To prevent zombies from leaving the school grounds, they decided not to open the gates, but to climb over the wall like before. No need. We haven't even used our abilities yet, we're at full strength. But I do have a small request. Song Chungjun had been thinking about this ever since he heard Shin Jigue's group was going to the school. Go ahead, Captain Song. As long as it wasn't an unreasonable request, they were happy to give him some face. If there are any surviving teachers or students in the school, I'd like to ask you all to help us escort them back to Jianglin Hotel. After a big fight, Song Chungjun wasn't sure how much power he'd have left. Leading a group of survivors would be too conspicuous. Of course. Even if you didn't ask, we'd do it anyway. Shin Jigue agreed without hesitation. Bringing people to Jianglin Hotel meant more business, so Chu Jiangwei had no reason to object. Ling Feng had shown his commitment before when he'd told the B-City Safe Base leader about Jianglin Hotel without hesitation, so he didn't refuse Song Chunjuan's request either. Since everything was settled, no one wasted any more words. Each person found a spot they liked and showed off their skills as they jumped over the wall. Whoa, there really are a lot of zombies here. Of course, they knew the school was crawling with zombies, it's just that they hadn't run into them during their previous outings. Let's split up and circle around to the teaching building from different directions. Everyone's abilities were already at level 2, so dealing with basic or level 1 zombies was no problem. Shin Jigue nodded slightly. It was a good idea. No one had any objections. Chu Jiangwei picked a spot, activated her ability, and started skewering zombies. It was the first time Ling Feng and Song Chunjuan's teams had seen anyone kill zombies like this. Their expressions were priceless. But after a while, they got used to it. Now, when they saw Chu Jiangwei skewering zombies, they could stay calm and collected. The saying there's strength in numbers really wasn't just talk. Before, when Shin Jigue's group and Chu Jiangwei fought zombies, it was a struggle. Now, they could even push their attacks forward. Still, to save time and energy, everyone tried to kill zombies in a single blow, not wasting even a bit of their powers. Out of their sight, a figure darted away from the corner of the teaching building. Teacher, we're saved. The figure was a student who'd been sent out to scout the zombie situation earlier. Because he'd awakened wind powers, he was fast enough for the job. Before, all he ever saw was a campus full of zombies. But today, he'd stumbled upon something unexpected. What? Is the rescue team here? Where are they? Hearing this, many people looked over. They were at the end of their rope. If no one came to save them, they'd all die here. I'm not sure if it's the rescue team, but I saw several ability users. They're killing the zombies in the school. The reason they couldn't get out was because there were too many zombies. Not all the surviving teachers and students had awakened abilities. The few who had simply couldn't protect everyone. But now that help had arrived, things were different. Really? They're killing the zombies in the school. Of course. I saw it with my own eyes, the wind ability student said confidently. That's great. Even if they're not the rescue team, as long as they clear out the zombies, we're saved. If they could get out of the school, they could find more supplies. Even if they couldn't find their families right away, at least they wouldn't be left in despair. We need to let them know we're still alive. They'd been trapped here since the zombie outbreak and had no idea what was happening outside. If those people killing zombies could be trusted, maybe they could follow them. Let's go out and help. There are so many zombies, if they can't kill them all, we still won't be able to get out. All the awakened students stood up. They knew that in this battle against the zombies, they had to win. There was no other choice. No, you still need to stay and protect us. What if you leave and zombies attack us? Someone objected. But if they go out, they can help kill the zombies faster. That way, we can leave the school sooner. Their job is to protect us. Let the people outside handle the zombies. Once they're done, they can take us home. A lot of people stared at the girl who said this in disbelief. How can you be so shameless? Asking strangers to take you home, do they even know you? In school, people didn't bother to hide their feelings. If something sounded wrong, they called it out. Many felt she'd spoken their minds. But if they save us, shouldn't they see it through to the end? The girl didn't think there was anything wrong with her idea. Plenty of people rolled their eyes at her. They never imagined someone could have such a bizarre way of thinking. There's no point arguing with you. I think our plan is right. We'll leave 1 or 2 ability users here to protect you. The rest of us will go out and fight. Before we. After speaking, all the ability users except for the 2 left behind to protect the teachers and students walked out of the cafeteria. I saw a few people coming from the school gate. The direction they were killing zombies in seemed to be toward the teaching building. Once outside, the wind ability student reported what he had just discovered. Let's head toward the teaching building as well. There weren't many zombies around the cafeteria. The teachers and students inside had all been escorted there bit by bit when the zombie virus first broke out. After all, with no way to leave, the cafeteria was the only place with enough food for everyone. As for anything else, they couldn't worry about that right now. Host, I just scouted around the school. All the surviving teachers and students are in the cafeteria. There's no one in the teaching building. Chu Jiangwei walked in the middle of the group, taking out a string of zombies with a single move. The little fox, taking advantage of the fact that no one could see it, had checked the entire campus. Unexpectedly, it really had found a key piece of information. Hearing the little fox's words, Chu Jiangwei raised her eyebrows slightly, but she didn't speak up right away. After all, everyone currently believed there was a higher chance of survivors in the teaching building. Wait, something's off. Some of the zombies seemed to be heading in another direction. Shinjigue quickly noticed something was wrong and spoke up. I'll go take a look. Chu Jiangwei activated her ability, sending vines to latch onto a safety window on the 2nd floor of the teaching building not far away. Grabbing the vine, she swung herself up to the 2nd floor. There were zombies in the 2nd floor classroom as well, but Chu Jiangwei had expected this. As the zombies lunged at her, she drew a tang sword from her system backpack and dispatched each one with a single blow. Host, it's the people from the cafeteria. The little fox perched on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder quickly spotted several teachers and students making their way toward them. They were all ability users, though it was clear they weren't very skilled yet. Still, dealing with low-level zombies, level 1s, wasn't a problem for them. At that moment, one of them looked up and spotted Chu Jiangwei at the 2nd floor window. While the teachers and students were visibly excited, Chu Jiangwei remained calm. She used her vines to descend, taking out a few more zombies along the way. Boss Chu, anything to report? Song Chungjun immediately stepped forward to ask. Of everyone present, Song Chungjun was probably the most eager to find any survivors. There are a few ability users from the cafeteria heading this way. They look like teachers or students from the school. The cafeteria? Makes sense. When the zombie virus broke out, the cafeteria would be the smartest place to go compared to anywhere else. After all, you could go without bathing or doing homework, but you couldn't go long without eating. To survive as long as possible, the cafeteria, with its food, was the best choice. So, should we go over? To be honest, their main goal was to kill zombies. After being burned twice before when trying to save people, Shinjigue had become very cautious about rescue missions. He'd never joined an official base anyway, so he just did whatever he felt like. Let's go take a look. We've pretty much cleared out the teaching building anyway. There were usually a lot of zombies on campus, but they tended to gather in separate groups. As long as they were careful, there shouldn't be any problems. Let's rest for a bit and recover our abilities before we go. The walk from the teaching building to the cafeteria wasn't short, and after just fighting a horde of zombies, their abilities were nearly depleted. If they went now, it'd be like delivering themselves on a platter. Chu Jiangyue's powers weren't actually exhausted yet, but she didn't want to stand out for her ability, preferring to blend in with the group. Since it was time to recover, Chu Jiangwei instinctively took out a level 1 zombie crystal core and began absorbing its energy to restore her powers. Quite a few people noticed what Chu Jiangwei was doing, some looking puzzled, others surprised. What's Boss Chu doing? Shinjigue had no qualms about asking questions when he didn't understand something. After absorbing a crystal core, Chu Jiangwei slowly opened her eyes. Hearing Shinjigue's question, she gave him an approving look. Zombie crystal cores can be used to enhance abilities, and they can also help you recover your powers. But you need to be careful. Some cores have attributes, so don't absorb a core with a different attribute than your own ability. So far, though, Chu Jiangwei hadn't encountered any cores with attributes. That's a new discovery. I'll have to report this to the base leader. Thanks for letting us know, Boss Chu. Song Chungjun hadn't expected that joining this zombie hunting trip would yield such a valuable tip. Chu Jiangwei just smiled and said nothing. Could she really tell them that she only knew all this because she'd survived 3 more years than everyone else? Now that everyone knew crystal cores could restore abilities, they all took out the ones they'd collected from the zombies they'd just killed. Those who weren't sure even asked Chu Jiangwei to check if their cores had any attributes and if they could safely absorb them. Chu Jiangwei was generous with her help, answering everyone's questions one by one. Once everyone had taken turns absorbing crystal cores and restoring their powers, the group set off toward the cafeteria, killing zombies along the way. The little fox kept Chu Jiangwei updated on the progress of the teachers and students, cheering her on in her mind. It was fine at first, but after a while, Chu Jiangwei just felt her head buzzing. Stop. Quiet down. You're too loud. The little fox instantly fell silent. With their abilities restored, Chu Jiangyue's group cut through the zombies like slicing watermelons, quickly carving a bloody path. The group of teachers and students who had left the cafeteria also noticed the commotion. Where they'd once felt hopeless, now a glimmer of hope returned. Whoosh! Seeing a zombie about to pounce get its head pierced by a vine, the teachers and students were all shocked. This person was incredibly powerful. What kind of ability was that? They're coming. Just hold on a little longer. They quickly realized that these were the people Cheng Yu had spotted while scouting. No matter what, as long as someone was coming, they had hope of escaping the school. Host, I see them. The little fox, perched on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, only needed to hop up to get a clear view. With the distance so close, not only the little fox, but everyone else could see them too. Seeing the pale faces of the teachers and students, Chu Jiangwei pressed her lips together. Though her expression gave nothing away, the vines in her hands lashed out even more fiercely. The others also felt heavy-hearted at the sight. After all, these zombies used to be the school's teachers and students. Who knew what they felt as they killed them? After finishing off the last nearby zombie, the two groups finally met face to face. Hello, I'm Song Chungjun, chief of the patrol unit from the B-City Safe Base. Are there any other survivors in the school? Since it wasn't convenient for the others to step forward, Song Chungjun, as a representative of the official base, took the initiative. When the teachers and students heard that Song Chungjun was from the B-City Safe Base, their eyes lit up. It was the first time they'd heard of a safe base, but the name itself sounded official. This was what they'd been hoping for all along, wasn't it? Yes! After the zombie virus broke out, we gathered all the survivors in the school cafeteria. There are about 100 or 200 students in the cafeteria now. Did you come here specifically to rescue us? At this, Song Chungjun fell silent. They hadn't come here specifically for a rescue. In fact, if it hadn't been for the invitation from Chu Jiangwei and Shin Jigui's group of 5, they probably wouldn't have even passed by today. The truth was harsh, but he didn't want to lie to the people. Song Chunjuan's silence quickly made the teachers among the ability users realize the situation. Though it was disappointing, they understood. This was a school, with teachers, students, and staff, altogether 2,000 to 3,000 people, yet only 100 or 200 survived. With such a massive horde of zombies, it was understandable that no one dared to come in for a rescue. As long as the outcome was good, there was no need to dwell on the process. Enough talking. There are still a lot of zombies in the school. If we keep chatting and they come over, we'll be in trouble. Although zombie cores could restore their abilities, another round of intense fighting would be too much for their bodies to handle. You're right. I'll go organize the others to come out now and leave with you. No matter what was waiting outside, just being able to leave the school was already their greatest fortune. Chu Jiangwei and her group followed several teachers and students toward the cafeteria. Because they feared zombie attacks, the cafeteria doors were always tightly shut. But now that some of the zombies outside had been cleared, and there wouldn't be too many more coming in the short term, this was their best chance to leave the school. A few teachers and students arrived at the cafeteria doors and knocked in Morse code. Soon, someone opened the door from inside. "Mr. Liu, you're back. Hurry, organize the students to leave, and make it quick." Lu Huan didn't even wait for the door to open fully before urging them. "What?" The teacher who opened the door was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. "Hurry up. The path from the cafeteria to the school gate has already been cleared of zombies. This is our best chance to leave. If we don't move now and the zombies gather again, it'll be much harder to get out." Lu Huan didn't think Song Qinjuan's group would be willing to fight their way through again just for them. "Okay, I'll start organizing right away." Though still a bit dazed, she trusted Lu Huan and immediately began organizing the teachers and students into lines to prepare for departure. The other teachers and students were also confused, but fortunately, the students' instinct to obey their teachers was ingrained. Once told to line up, they quickly did so. As for the other teachers, all they had to do was follow the students. "Let's go." Teacher, was it Cheng Yu's group who succeeded? Some students had already figured it out. Now's not the time for questions. Just follow instructions. The teacher organizing the evacuation didn't know the details either, but since Lu Huan told her to get everyone ready, she did. When the group of teachers and students left the cafeteria and saw Lu Huan, Chu Jiangwei, and the others, their eyes filled with tears. They had held out in the cafeteria for who knows how many days, nearly losing hope. Now, to suddenly be told they could leave, who wouldn't be emotional? Once everyone was out, Song Qingjun and his subordinates took positions at the front, middle, and rear of the group, forming a protective circle around everyone. But their numbers were still too few to cover everyone, so Lu Huan and the others also helped escort the group. Chu Jiangwei had already completed her mission to collect 100 zombie cores. Seeing the 200 people coming out of the cafeteria, she didn't show much emotion. Among the teachers and students, quite a few noticed Chu Jiangwei, but since no one asked, she didn't bother to explain. "Boss Chu, can I take them to settle at the Jianglin Hotel?" According to Lu Huan, there were about 100 or 200 people here, and the hotel was much closer than the B-City base. Besides, Song Qingjun figured that once they experienced life at the Jianglin Hotel, most wouldn't want to move to the base. After all, life at the base wasn't necessarily better than at the hotel. There aren't enough rooms at the hotel. You can take them there to rest, and if there are available rooms, anyone who wants to stay can do so. Since Song Qingjun had previously brought a group from the B-City safe base, Building 1 of the hotel was already full, and Building 2 had people living in it as well. Until more rooms became available, she couldn't arrange for so many people at once. Song Qingjun was a bit disappointed by this. "It's fine. We'll let them decide for themselves when the time comes." If possible, Song Qingjun would have liked everyone to stay at the Jianglin Hotel, but current conditions just didn't allow it. The group led the 200 teachers and students toward the school gate as quickly as possible. Any zombies that lunged at them were swiftly dealt with by Shinjigue and the others. The teachers and students looked at them with admiration. They were ability users too, so why weren't their own teachers and students as powerful? "Big brother, what is this hotel you're talking about?" "I want to go home. Can you take me home?" Zhu Lanlan had somehow made her way to Song Qinjuan's side, asking in a sweet voice and making her request. "Where's your home?" If her home was on the way to the hotel, he wouldn't mind dropping her off. But he didn't know if there was anyone left at her home. "I live in Jinyuan. Big brother, please take me home. I don't want to stay at the hotel." Seeing that Song Qingjun didn't refuse, Zhu Lanlan pushed her luck and directly asked him to take her home. Song Qingjun frowned slightly. Jinyuan and the Jianglin Hotel were in opposite directions. "Your home is the opposite way from the hotel. Sorry. You'll have to go to the Jianglin Hotel with the group first, then decide where to go." Song Qingjun couldn't leave everyone else behind just for her. Zhu Lanlan hadn't expected to be refused and couldn't help but start crying. She really wanted to go home. She'd never suffered like this before in her life. "Big brother, please take me home. If you do, my parents will pay you. We have money." Zhu Lanlin's words made Song Chungjun frown slightly. We're at your school, but we're not here on a rescue mission. If you insist on going home, you can leave on your own. We won't be responsible for your safety. Song Chungjun didn't change his mind at all because of what Zhu Lanlan said. Even though he was the head of the base patrol squad, in the context of the apocalypse, they had no obligation to be responsible for people who refused to cooperate. Zhu Lanlan hadn't expected that, even after lowering herself so much, this poor soldier would still refuse her. But she didn't dare to leave the group and go home alone either. Though she was unwilling, Zhu Lanlan could only rejoin the team and follow the main group forward. They were lucky on the way out of the school. They didn't run into any large zombie hordes. Once they exited the school gates, they saw a wasteland outside. The streets were deserted, not a single pedestrian in sight, just the occasional zombie wandering aimlessly. Captain Song, how are we supposed to get there? Is the hotel you mentioned far? Don't tell me we have to walk all the way. Everyone from the school, teachers and students alike, was worried about this. Song Chungjun was a bit troubled too. When they first came, they thought Shin Jigue and the others had just invited them over to hunt zombies. They hadn't expected to end up rescuing so many survivors from the school. With so many people, there was no way their own vehicles could fit everyone. Song Chungjun looked at Chu Jiangwe. Boss Chu, do you have any ideas? These teachers and students had barely eaten in days, just enough to keep them alive. Having them walk all the way to Jianglin Hotel wasn't realistic. Chu Jiangwei was a bit surprised at the little fox's words. She hadn't expected the navigation service to have such a hidden feature. Although the rental price was much higher than her little electric scooter, it made sense. It could drive itself, which was a fantastic experience. But now wasn't the time to be picky. Having a vehicle for everyone was already a blessing. 500 copper coins to activate navigation service. You can choose a suitable vehicle, and the off-road vehicle is 50 copper coins per hour. Whether you want to activate it is up to you. After saying this, Chu Jiangwei immediately opened the navigation service for herself and chose the off-road vehicle without hesitation. When the silver off-road vehicle appeared again, Shen Jigue and the others' eyes lit up. This was way more comfortable than riding those little electric scooters. But they couldn't just leave the scooters behind either. After a round of rock-paper-scissors, Xia Silin and Su Zhu won, or rather, lost, and were chosen. You two go get the scooters and follow the main group, Shin Jigue said, not giving them a chance to protest. Although disappointed, Xia Silin and Su Zhu accepted their fate and headed back to where they'd parked the scooters. Meanwhile, Song Chungjun and Ling Feng's eyes lit up at Chu Jiangyue's words. There was a navigation service? Why hadn't they discovered this earlier? Prompted by Chu Jiangwei, everyone quickly spent 500 copper coins to activate the navigation service. Given the choice between bicycles, electric scooters, and cars, they all chose cars. However, once their vehicles appeared, it was obvious at a glance that they were different from Boss Chu's. But she was the boss, so it was understandable she got some special treatment. Pick a car and get in, quickly, Chu Jiangwei urged. It was daytime and the sun overhead was scorching. Chu Jiangwei and her group had temperature-regulating suits, but the teachers and students would suffer in this heat. Given the features of Jianglin Hotel, the vehicles provided by the navigation service should also be insulated from the outside temperature, so at least they wouldn't be roasted by the sun on the way. Lu Huan and the other teachers and students stared wide-eyed at the cars that appeared out of nowhere. They'd only been trapped at school for a few days. Had the outside world really changed this much already? But now wasn't the time for questions. Under Song Chunjuan's direction, about 13 to 14 people were assigned to each car. At first, when the 8th person got in, the sudden overload warning startled quite a few people. But if they wanted to evacuate everyone quickly, there was no way to avoid overloading. Song Chungjun looked at Chu Jiangwei again. She was the boss, surely she had a solution? Chu Jiangwei. Why did she feel like she was just a prop dispenser for them today? Overloading was definitely against the rules, but given the special circumstances, the little fox offered a workaround. But 20 gold coins was a huge sum. Who knew if Song Chungjun even had that much? Chu Jiangwei relayed the message. 20 gold coins to remove the overload warning this time. Otherwise, you'll have to stick to the official passenger limit. 20 gold coins. Song Chungjun was shocked by T. Couldn't help but ask. He found much of the conversation between Song Chungjun and Chu Jiangwei baffling. You'll understand once you get to Jianglin Hotel. The problem now is I don't have that many gold coins. He'd originally had some money left from buying road repair kits at the base, but he'd given it to Chu Jiangwei on his second visit to Jianglin Hotel. Now, he only had 10 gold coins left in his account. Sounds poor? But in real terms, that was about 100,000 yuan, not a small sum. The little fox might not be the brightest, but as the hotel system spirit, it had all the functions of the hotel's machines. For an extra 5 gold coins, I can open a temporary exchange channel for you. That's a total of 25 gold coins. See if you can scrape it together. All right. Thank you, Boss Chu. I'll have people gather valuables right away. Why don't you ask the teachers and students if they have anything to exchange? You can't expect to shoulder all 25 gold coins yourself. Seeing that Song Chungjun was about to have his own team scrounge for valuables, Chu Jiangwei couldn't help but speak up. There were a couple hundred people here. If everyone chipped in a little, they might just make up the amount. Being a good guy doesn't mean you have to do everything yourself. Boss Chu is right. I think you should ask them. If they're not even willing to contribute this little, then they're really just a bunch of ingrates. Ling Feng spoke up too. Watching Song Chungjun worry about the gold coins while those teachers and students didn't say a word, not even a word of concern, left Ling Feng feeling chilled. These people had wasted their kindness. If there's anything we can help with, we'll do our best. Lu Huan had been listening carefully to the conversation between Song Chungjun and Chu Jiangwei. He understood that they needed to exchange things for money, but he didn't know exactly what was required. The problem now is if everyone gets on the vehicle, we'll be overloaded. If we want everyone to get on despite the overload, we need to gather 25 gold coins to open a temporary exchange channel and exchange enough for 20 gold coins to lift the overload alert. To exchange for gold coins, we need gold, silver, or jewelry. Zombie cores work too. Song Chungjun knew that the ability users who had gone out with Lu Huan to kill zombies had started collecting zombie cores after seeing them do it, gathering up all the ones from the zombies they'd killed before. If they were willing to hand over their zombie cores for exchange, they could actually get a decent sum. Gold and jewelry? All I have is a watch and a jade pendant my mother gave me. From the zombies I killed today, I only found a few white, transparent cores, not many. Lu Huan took off his watch, but he hesitated over the jade pendant, since it was a gift from his mother. With zombies everywhere now, gold and jewelry are useless. Food is what matters most, Song Chungjun reminded him. All right, every little bit helps. Lu Huan handed over his watch, the pendant, and all the cores he'd picked up today to Song Chungjun. The other ability users who'd gone out with Lu Huan also handed over whatever they had. Unfortunately, whether teachers or students, few had the habit of wearing jewelry. Aside from some zombie cores, they had little else to offer. I have a gold bracelet, a platinum ring, and a necklace. Take a look. A teacher who had been organizing the students stepped up and took off all the jewelry she was wearing. With a few people taking the lead, more and more people came forward, handing over whatever valuables they had. Song Chungjun couldn't carry so much by himself, so Shin Jigue called over Jiang He, the spatial ability user, to help collect everything. Thanks to Jianglin Hotel, Jiang He's space wasn't holding much at the moment, so there was still room for some gold and jewelry. Chu Jiangwei sat quietly in the driver's seat of her silver SUV, waiting for Song Chungjun to finish gathering funds. Big sister. Boss Chu. Hearing her name, Chu Jiangwei instinctively opened her eyes and looked toward the voice. What is it? Brother Song keeps coming to you with questions. Is that Jianglin Hotel they mentioned yours? Chu Jiangwei nodded. Yes, I run it. Brother Song just said there are zombies everywhere now. Aren't you afraid, running a hotel by yourself? Kids always have so many questions. Zombies can't get into my hotel. Within a 10-meter radius of Jianglin Hotel, zombies automatically avoid the area and won't step inside the circle. Wow! If your hotel is that amazing, the base must be even better, right? It'd be great if zombies couldn't get in. Unlike them, who'd spent the last few days in the cafeteria, living in constant fear of zombie attacks. If they'd been surrounded by zombies, there'd be nothing left of them. Chu Jiangwei glanced at the student, big round eyes, pretty cute, though she looked a bit worn out. You're mistaken. The base doesn't have that feature. Chu Jiangyue's words were a cold splash of water on the girl's hopes. But it's okay. As long as you have enough gold coins to pay for your room each day and fill your stomach, you can live at the hotel for as long as you want. As long as you don't do anything to harm the hotel's interests, I'll never kick you out. She just poured cold water, and now she handed out a sweet date. Really? But we're just ordinary people. The girl looked a bit downcast. Only she knew how envious she felt watching the ability users use their powers. This boss lady was an ability user too. Level 1 zombies are still easy to kill. At my hotel, you only need enough money for 2 zombie cores a day to get by. A single room costs 100 copper coins, and the remaining 100 copper coins is enough to buy steamed buns to fill your stomach. If you don't eat much, you'll even have some left over. As for you guys, you can try asking those guys from earlier to teach you some self-defense when they have time. That way, you'll be more confident when fighting zombies. As for awakening abilities, anyone has a chance. It just depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. Some people awaken their abilities at the brink of life and death, snatching survival from the jaws of disaster. Some awaken when their emotions hit a peak, opening up a new chapter in life. Some awaken out of the blue, bringing a touch of the extraordinary to their ordinary lives. Of course, there are those who never awaken abilities in their entire lives. That's just fate. So, boss lady, you mean we might awaken abilities too? The girl's eyes shone with hope as she looked at Chu Jiangwei, as if her gaze was glowing. But, boss lady, was that the right way to call her? Everyone has the same chance. Chu Jiangwei certainly wouldn't give a definite answer. After all, she hadn't met them in her previous life and had no idea if they'd ever awaken abilities. If they didn't and blamed her, that would be too unfair. Thank you, boss lady. We'll do our best to awaken our abilities. As long as there's hope, they have something to strive for. Maybe one day they'll become ability users too. Good luck. Chu Jiangyue's encouragement was a bit perfunctory. But before the girl could respond, Song Chungjun arrived with Jiang He and his subordinates. Boss Chu, here's everything we've collected. Sorry to trouble you. First, pay 5 gold coins to open the temporary exchange channel. Chu Jiangwei waved her hand, and a double-sided virtual screen appeared between them. Just put your ID card on the sensor. It was all for the ritual. Little Fox handled the actual money-making operation. Song Chungjun did as told, placing his ID card on the sensor area of the virtual screen. As soon as he did, he saw his balance drop by 5 gold coins. Don't ask. It just hurts. All right, pile everything up. I'll open the exchange channel. Song Chungjun even laid down a sheet of clear plastic on the ground before dumping all the collected items onto it. Jiang He took out the things he'd stored in his space, and Song Chungjun's subordinates put down what they had too. It hadn't seemed like much when each of them was carrying it, but once it was all together, it actually formed a small pile, almost like a little hill. There was so much stuff that the system broadcast took quite a while. Finally, it finished tallying everything up. They could exchange it all for a total of 21 gold coins, 56 silver coins, and 50 copper coins. Seeing this amount, Chu Jiangwei blinked. Captain Song really got the short end of the stick. It's all been exchanged for you. After deducting 20 gold coins to clear the overload alarm, you're left with 1 gold, 56 silver, and 50 copper coins. Just now, Song Chungjun had already fronted 5 gold coins, which meant he'd basically lost almost 4 gold coins for nothing. Chu Jiangwei didn't even have the heart to round off the change at the end. At this point, when Chu Jiangwei looked at Song Chungjun, her eyes were full of sympathy. What a sucker. Song Chungjun. Go ahead and deduct it. But there's still some left, isn't there? Shouldn't that be split and given back to us? Julanlan was still holding a grudge about Song Chungjun not escorting her home. Now, seeing there was some gold left, she started making trouble again. After deducting the 20 gold coins, the overload warning was cleared. Hearing Zhu Lanlan jump out to ask for gold coins, Xu Jiangwei raised an eyebrow. Song Chungjun had originally thought, as a grown man, it was fine to take a small loss, it was all for a bunch of teachers and kids. But Zhu Lanlan's behavior really chilled his heart. Since they wanted to be so petty, he'd be petty too. To clear your overload warning, I just fronted 5 gold coins to open the temporary exchange channel. After deducting 20 gold coins, you're left with 1 gold, 56 silver, and 50 copper coins. You're still short 3 gold, 44 silver, and 50 copper coins. Please discuss among yourselves how you'll make up the difference. Zombie cores are acceptable as payment. 3 gold coins meant they'd have to kill 300 zombies. How were they supposed to manage that? Everyone else glared at Zhu Lanlan with resentment. Did she have any brains at all? Originally, Song Chungjun wasn't even going to bring it up, but now, thanks to her, they were all saddled with a debt of over 3 gold coins. It wasn't so bad for the ability users, but for the ordinary people, facing zombies was terrifying enough, let alone killing them for cores. Plus, basic zombies didn't even have cores. To get a core, you had to kill a level 1 or higher zombie. That was your choice. It's not like we forced you to do it. Zhu Lanlan realized she definitely said the wrong thing, but she didn't want to admit her mistake, so she stubbornly argued back. Song Chunjuan's expression turned ugly. He even started to regret meddling in the first place. He should have just made them gather enough gold coins with zombie cores before going to the boss for the exchange. If they didn't have enough, they could go out and kill zombies for more cores. But now that things had come to this, there was nothing more to say. He was definitely going to make them pay him back. He was a public servant, not a sucker. Mr. Liu, you all can discuss this yourselves. 3 gold, 44 silver, and 50 copper coins, not a single coin less. Lu Huan hadn't expected things to turn out like this. After spending these past few days together, he knew Zhu Lanlan's way of thinking was a bit different from normal people, but he hadn't realized she could be this foolish. Sorry, we'll make up the missing amount. But could Captain Song give us a little more time? After all, they'd just been rescued and had already handed over all their jewelry and zombie cores to scrape together enough gold coins. Asking them to pay up now was really difficult. I can provide a friendly debt agreement signing service. Mr. Liu, you can organize everyone to sign it. No need to thank me. With a wave of Chu Jiangyue's hand, a virtual screen appeared in front of Song Chungjun and every teacher and student. See? How considerate she was. The sudden appearance of the virtual screens startled everyone. Their gazes toward Chu Jiangwei changed. What kind of person could pull off such bizarre tricks? She smiled so sweetly, yet somehow no one dared to defy her. Seeing Chu Jiangyue's actions, Song Chungjun laughed, then boldly signed his name in the party of field on the contract. He looked up at Lu Huan. Mr. Liu, I'll leave it to you. Lu Huan understood that Song Chungjun wanted him to make sure all the teachers and students signed the agreement. Lu Huan felt something inside him snap. He sighed and signed his name. Zhu Lanlan, sign it. Anyone among the 200 teachers and students could refuse, but Zhu Lanlan had to sign. Zhu Lanlan didn't want to, but with so many people watching, she had no choice. The few who had gone out zombie hunting with Lu Huan also signed their names. The rest hesitated, some signed readily, and some looked openly resistant. But since everyone had used the money, refusing to sign meant giving up their spot in the convoy. In the end, everyone signed the agreement. As soon as the last person signed, the virtual screens vanished. That's finally settled. Pick your own vehicle and get seated, we're heading out. Chu Jiangwei had gotten out of the car earlier to make communication easier. Now that everything was resolved, she got back into the driver's seat. Earlier, because of the overload, many people hadn't been able to get in. Now that things were sorted out, everyone rushed to the vehicles they'd chosen. Chu Jiangyue's silver van was quickly packed with people. But after seeing Chu Jiangyue's extraordinary abilities, the two girls squeezed into the front passenger seat were careful not to crowd her. Apocalypse Hotel navigation at your service. Please confirm your destination. Chu Jiangwei selected Jianglin Hotel. Destination: Jianglin Hotel. Calculating route. With the car overloaded, Chu Jiangwei trusted her own driving skills, but still felt it was safer to let the navigation handle autopilot. So, the others in the car saw Chu Jiangwei completely free her hands while the vehicle drove itself forward. After a while, Chu Jiangwei even started eating a fruit platter. She'd prepared it herself and stored it in her system backpack. "Boss, are you sure this is safe?" She was so nervous. "It's just autopilot. Much safer than me driving," Chu Jiangwei replied casually. Freeing up her hands was great. She'd spent so much energy killing zombies today. If it weren't for the location, she'd have taken a nap right then and there. Hearing this, the others were still nervous, but didn't dare say more. Luckily, the school wasn't far from Jianglin Hotel. About half an hour later, they arrived. "You have arrived at your destination. Navigation service complete. Please exit the vehicle promptly. Have a nice day. We're here. Time to get out." With that, Chu Jiangwei opened the door and got out first. The others quickly followed. A van designed for 7 squeezed out 13 or 14 people. The guests at Jianglin Hotel would be shocked if they saw this. "You don't have anything left and you're in debt. I suggest you find some gold, silver, or jewelry nearby or kill a few zombies before going in. Without money, you simply can't survive at Jianglin Hotel. That's both the hotel's flaw and its advantage. Thank you for the reminder, boss." The girls were very grateful for Chu Jiangyue's advice. After everyone got out of the car, the business vehicle that had appeared thanks to the navigation service vanished into thin air. Those who didn't know better thought there must be a bunch of space ability users among them. It was only after asking around that they realized it was because the hotel navigation had been activated. "Hey, why are you guys leaving? You tricked us into coming here and now you're just abandoning us." Julanlan started causing trouble again. But this time, no one paid her any attention. Lu Huan, who was a decent person, was reminded by Song Chungjun before they entered the Jianglin Hotel. Having already witnessed Chu Jiangyue's extraordinary abilities, Lu Huan took Song Chungjun's advice seriously and immediately took a few obedient students to hunt zombies. Although the zombies near Jianglin Hotel had mostly been cleared out, you could still occasionally find 1 or 2 stragglers. Back at the Jianglin Hotel, Chu Jiangwei finally relaxed completely. This was where she truly belonged. Since that group of teachers and students wanted to stay at the hotel, they'd have to go out again to find supplies or kill zombies. Chu Jiangwei didn't bother waiting for them at Building 2 and just went back to her own cabin to wash up. By the time she came out again, an hour had passed. She changed into a clean short skirt and boots, curled her hair into soft waves, and transformed herself once again into a stylish, pretty girl. When she left her cabin and arrived at Building 2, quite a few people were already waiting for her. When Chu Jiangwei had gone out earlier, she'd been wearing a temperature-controlled suit, looking no different from Shinji Gue and the other men, with her hair tied up in a bun. Now, suddenly appearing in a delicate dress with her hair carefully styled, the teachers and students felt like they were witnessing a magic transformation. "Is that the boss lady?" With no makeup on her face and bare lips, could such beauty really exist in this world? Even Julanlan was stunned. When she snapped out of it, all that was left was jealousy. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Chu Jiangwei said a bit apologetically when she saw people waiting for her. She'd thought they'd be out for a while longer and hadn't expected them back so soon. It's fine. We just got back too." "Boss lady, you're so pretty." The girl looking at Chu Jiangwei had stars in her eyes. "Thank you, you're very pretty too," Chu Jiangwei replied. Although the girl looked a bit dirty from not having washed in a while, Chu Jiangwei could still tell she'd been well cared for by her family. Even after all this time, she still had a hint of baby fat left. "Line up, please. There aren't many rooms, so it's first come, first served." Although she had a good impression of the girl, Chu Jiangwei didn't intend to give her any special treatment. Those who wanted to stay at the Jianglin Hotel rushed to the front of the line, while those planning to go to the base weren't in such a hurry. If Song Chungjun and the others hadn't told them that they'd still need an ID card at the base, some probably wouldn't even bother getting one. Julanlan was one of them. Jealous of Chu Jiangyue's looks and comfortable life, she didn't want to spend money at the hotel and contribute to Chu Jiangyue's business. Of course, Chu Jiangyue was completely unaware of all this. She had no reason to pay attention to someone so irrelevant. The little fox hadn't reacted at all, which meant these people were just nameless extras in its script. The girl quickly ran over to Chu Jiangyue and managed to snag the second spot in line, right after Lu Huan. This is the exchange machine. Just put whatever you want to EXE. Detected. Low purity metals X2, jade X2, level 1 zombie crystals X20. Can be exchanged for 50 silver coins. Confirm exchange? Press yes to confirm, no to cancel. Without hesitation, Lu Huan pressed yes. The next second, he received his ID card and a balance of 50 silver coins. 50 silver coins wasn't a lot, but it was enough to support him at the Jianglin Hotel for a while. I'd like a single room, please. Standard singles are all taken. Only deluxe singles left, 2 silver coins per night. How many nights? 10 nights, please. If possible, Lu Huan wanted to look for his family. So many days had passed, he had no idea how they were doing. That'll be 20 silver coins. Please place your ID card here to pay. Every time a newcomer arrived, Chu Jiangyue had to explain the process all over again. She was starting to get tired of it. She wondered if she could hire some staff. Lu Huan glanced at his ID card, then followed Chu Jiangyue's instructions to pay. All set. Your room is 601. Take the elevator over there, swipe your card, and it'll take you to the right floor. Find your room and swipe your card to enter. Lu Huan nodded to show he understood. Boss lady, here's what I want to exchange, the girl said with a smile, pulling out quite a few items from her backpack. But compared to Lu Huan, her exchange amount was still smaller. By checking the hotel staff list, Chu Jiangyue learned the girl's name, Shangyu. The moment Shangyu got her ID card, her eyes lit up. Boss lady, I'll stay for 20 days. Of course, Chu Jiangyue quickly helped her complete the check-in process. After spending 20 silver coins, Shangyu's balance was almost gone. Her eyes flashed with a hint of pain, but when it came to food and shelter, she didn't want to skimp. In the end, the 56 rooms were gradually booked up. Those who still wanted to stay at the Jianglin Hotel could only wail in disappointment. But there was nothing they could do except get their ID cards and wait for Song Chungjun to take them to the B-City safe base. After dealing with the teachers and students, Chu Jiangyue finally had some free time. She opened her panel to check the Zombie Crystal Mission rewards. Mission: please complete the Zombie Crystal Collection mission. 235 out of 100 completed. Mission reward: overachievement. Reward: Mango Sapling X1, Manager Type Robot X1, EXP plus 1000. Current hotel level 3, 7150/. Seeing the manager type robot, Chu Jiangyue's eyes lit up. It was like someone offering her a pillow just when she needed a nap. She'd been wanting an employee, and now she had one. Chu Jiangyue returned to her room and took the robot out of her system inventory. Looking at the robot in front of her, which looked almost indistinguishable from a human, Chu Jiangyue fell into thought. Manager type robot number 018 at your service. Please give me a name, master. Was this deep, magnetic voice really coming from a robot? But Chu Jiangyue just thought to herself, Chu Jiangong. Since it was her employee, of course it should take her surname. Name registered successfully. Initializing. Boss. Whoa, just call me boss. Master sounds weird. This wasn't some fantasy world with master-servant contracts. Understood, boss. Chu Jiangyue was satisfied. We still don't have a reception area. Find some time to set one up, okay? And also, Chu Jiangyue began assigning tasks to Chu Jiangong. The rooms at Jianglin Hotel were already fully booked. Anyone who wasn't a hotel guest had to leave within 2 hours. Worried that someone might suddenly get kicked out by the hotel, Song Chungjun returned to Jianglin Hotel. After buying a few more sets of thermal suits and stocking up on some food, he waited by building 2. Once everyone had received their ID cards and all the rooms were completely booked, he quickly organized the group to leave Jianglin Hotel. Fortunately, a section of the road between Jianglin Hotel and the B-City Safe Base had already been built. As long as they followed the completed part, except for a small unfinished stretch, they didn't have to worry about zombie attacks. Some people who wanted to stay at the hotel were initially reluctant to leave, but when they learned that non-guests could only stay for 2 hours a day, they had no choice but to give up and left Jianglin Hotel with Song Qinjuan's group. At midnight, after confirming that everyone was asleep, Chu Jiangyang tapped the office building's placement button and then returned to Chu Jiangyue's cabin. Unbeknownst to everyone, the office building was constructed right in front of the cabin overnight. This would make it much more convenient for guests to handle various matters. And Chu Jiangyang was currently the only official hotel employee in the office building. The next morning, the early rising guests were surprised to see a new building and couldn't help but marvel at Boss Chu's mysterious abilities. With the thermal suits, Chu Jiangyue's work hours were adjusted back to 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. When the guests got up, Chu Jiangyue was still snuggled in bed and hadn't returned yet. But even though Chu Jiangyue was still asleep, Chu Jiangyang, the robot, had already started working. Curious, the guests entered the office building and were surprised to see Chu Jiangyang inside, dressed in a suit and looking every bit the part of a wealthy family's butler from a TV drama. And you are. There weren't many guests in buildings 1 and 2, so most of them had at least seen each other before. But this person in front of them, they were certain they'd never seen him. Good morning. I'm the new hotel butler hired by the boss. You can call me Butler Chu. Same surname as Boss Chu? Did he get in through connections? If they'd known Boss Chu was hiring, they would have jumped at the chance to work here. But since Boss Chu had never posted a job opening, there was nothing they could do, even if they envied Chu Jiangyang's position. So you're the new butler. What's this building for? It doesn't look like a place for guests to stay. This building looked nothing like buildings 1 or 2. This is the office lobby. From now on, any business you need to handle can be done here. Like exchanging gold coins and checking in? Exchanging gold coins and handling check-in were currently the busiest and most complicated tasks at Jianglin Hotel. Chu Jiangyang nodded. That's right. What else can we do here? If it was just moving the check-in and gold exchange here, was there really a need for such a big office building? Please feel free to explore on your own. For some reason, Chu Jiangyang didn't give a direct answer and left it for the guests to figure out themselves. The guests were left speechless. Seeing there was nothing particularly interesting, they all left the office lobby. When Shin Jigue and his group left Building 1, they saw the new office building. What's this? A high-rise built overnight, definitely Boss Chu style. Let's go take a look. Since it was a new hotel building, it was bound to be useful. Maybe they'd even find a pleasant surprise. Seeing more people arrive, Chu Jiangyang greeted them with a smile again. Boss Chu hired a new staff member? If I'd known she was recruiting, Before Su Zhuqing could finish, Shen Jigue gave him a light smack on the back of the head. Forget it. If Boss Chu didn't post a notice, then she probably never intended to hire from among us. Compared to Su Zhuqing's single-mindedness, Jiang he was clearly more astute. After looking around, the group left. With the thermal suits, they'd switched from traveling at night to traveling during the day. They were heading out soon, so it was time for breakfast. At 10 a.m., just as Chu Jiangyue was about to head out, she received a new mission. She wasn't sure what exactly attracting new guests entailed. But the system didn't answer her, and when she asked the little fox, it said it didn't know either and told her to figure it out herself. Chu Jiangyue, that's not helpful at all. When she arrived at the office lobby, only Chu Jiangyang the robot was there. How's the job? Are you getting used to it? Chu Jiangyue asked casually. Very much so, boss. No need to worry. Chu Jiangyang was designed as a management robot, so putting him in charge of the office lobby was actually a bit of an underutilization of his talents. But at the moment, the office lobby was the only place at Jianglin Hotel that needed staff. Nowhere else required help. There's still a mango tree sapling. When you have time, plant it next to the random fruit tree. Whenever she had time, Chu Jiangyue would use her wood-type ability on the random fruit tree. In the past couple of days, it looked like it was about to bloom again. Understood. As a hotel-rewarded employee, Chu Jiangyong had certain permissions to access items from Chu Jiangyue's system inventory, as long as she authorized it. Since she'd mentioned it, Chu Jiangyong knew she'd already set the permissions. After discussing the mango tree, Chu Jiangyue started pondering what attracting new guests really meant. There was no point looking near the hotel. Any survivors nearby had already moved in. With that ruled out, Chu Jiangyue set her sights on the B-City safe base. I wonder if the safe passage is finished yet. If I could use it to reach B-City safe base, that would definitely be the safest and fastest way. Chu Jiangyue was a woman of action. Once she had an idea, she put it into practice. After informing Chu Jiangyong, she contacted Song Chungjun. Song Chungjun, who had just led a group of teachers and students away from Jianglin Hotel the day before, was surprised to hear from Chu Jiangyue. He was even more puzzled when he realized she was asking about the progress of the safe passage construction. Still, he told her the current status. After all, he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Chu Jiangyue, and sharing non-sensitive information was no big deal. But when Chu Jiangyue learned that less than a third of the passage was complete, she was a bit disappointed. After all, B-City Safe Base was quite far from Jianglin Hotel, and Chu Jiangyue didn't want to suffer through traveling and camping outdoors. Do I really have to go out and look for survivors myself? Chu Jiangyue felt that her recent missions were getting stranger and stranger. 1,000 new guests, where was she supposed to find them? The little fox perched on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder tried its best to stay quiet and minimize its presence. After thinking for a long time, Chu Jiangyue finally decided to head out and try her luck. At the very least, it would be good practice for her abilities. Before leaving, Chu Jiangyue gave a few instructions to Chu Jiangyong, then opened the navigation system and selected car as her mode of transportation. Once again, Chu Jiangyue got into the silver SUV provided by the navigation service. She quickly drove away, disappearing from the view of the Jianglin Hotel. This time, Chu Jiangyue chose a different direction. Little fox, how wide is your detection range? We're only looking for survivors, ignore the zombies. Chu Jiangyue didn't rely on zombie crystal cores to make money. She could level up her abilities through training. She didn't necessarily need to absorb zombie cores. Reporting host. I can detect a radius of 300 meters. As long as there's a living person, I'll definitely find them. Hearing Little Fox's answer, Chu Jiangyue felt more confident. Then keep an eye out. Let me know if you detect any survivors. Today, Chu Jiangyue was determined to play the savior. If she saw a living person, she'd rescue them. Roger. Because the mission required Chu Jiangyue to run around outside, Little Fox felt a bit guilty, so she was willing to fulfill any of Chu Jiangyue's requests. Host, there's a little girl in that convenience store over there. Little Fox's detection ability was truly impressive. Not long after, she relayed the information to Chu Jiangyue. Got it. Chu Jiangyue drove to the convenience store and, with a couple of swift moves, took down the 2 zombies wandering outside the entrance. Low-level zombies didn't have crystal cores, so Chu Jiangyue didn't even bother to look at them. After killing the zombies, she started knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? I've taken care of the zombies outside. If you want to leave, come out. There was no response for a long time. Are you sure your detection isn't off? She'd spoken loudly enough. Unless the person inside was deaf, they should have heard her. Surely it couldn't be such a coincidence? Knock, knock, knock. Chu Jiangyue knocked again. I'll only wait here for 2 minutes. If you don't come out in 2 minutes, I'm leaving. She really wanted to rescue the person, but if they were unwilling, she couldn't force them. She wouldn't push it after a second try with no response. Chu Jiangyue sat back in the silver SUV, watching the time on her wristwatch. Yes, Chu Jiangyue had a watch. She'd taken it from the wardrobe provided by the system, and it wasn't affected by Blue Star's magnetic field. 2 minutes passed quickly. Seeing that no one came out, Chu Jiangyue started the engine, ready to leave. At that moment, the convenience store door opened. Out came a little girl with twin ponytails, looking about 12 years old. Chu Jiangyue turned, looking at her through the car window. Do you want to come with me? Big sister, are you here to take me to my parents? Her parents were both away on business trips when the zombie virus broke out, so she'd been eating at the neighbor's house. When the outbreak happened in the middle of the night, she was home alone. With nothing to eat at home, she'd finally worked up the courage to go out and look for food. At first, she managed to avoid the zombies, but eventually, she was spotted and, in a panic, hid in the convenience store, locking the door and narrowly escaping. There was food and water in the store, so she hadn't left since. When she met this big sister today, she was scared at first, but she knew staying in the convenience store wasn't a long-term solution. So, after weighing her options, she came out. No, but I can take you somewhere you can get food. It didn't matter that there weren't any rooms at the Jianglin Hotel for now. She could send the girl to live at the B-City Safe base with the others. Life at the base might not be luxurious, but at least it was relatively safe. There's still some stuff in the store. Can I bring it with me? For some reason, maybe luck, no one else had entered the convenience store all this time. She'd only eaten a little, so there was still plenty left. As quickly as you can. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's answer, the little girl hurried back inside and stuffed everything she thought she could use into the backpack she'd brought from home. Having gone so long without washing, the little girl felt dirty and embarrassed to sit in the front seat, so she got in the back instead. Once she was settled, Chu Jiangyue closed the car door. Let's keep looking for people. Okay, host. Little Fox started scanning again. Big sister, where are we going now? I don't know. She was just going with the flow today. She had no idea how many survivors she'd find. Hearing Chu Jiangyue say she didn't know, the girl opened her mouth as if to speak, but in the end said nothing. She'd made her decision. There was no turning back now. Host, 200 meters ahead, there are several people. Little Fox's voice sounded in her mind again, and Chu Jiangyue's eyes lit up. If it was a group, they were probably all adults. Compared to underage girls, adults were easier to communicate with. Chu Jiangyue sped up, and sure enough, after about 200 meters, she saw several people. But one of them looked a bit familiar. Chu Jiangyue parked near them. Wait in the car. I'll go check it out. She told the girl in the back, then got out. The closer she got, the more familiar the electric scooter parked among them looked. Boss Chu. Jean Churin hadn't expected to run into Chu Jiangyue outside the Jianglin Hotel. As soon as Jean Churin spoke, Chu Jiangyue recognized his voice. Hello, everyone. Chu Jiangyue forced a smile. The plot was probably completely off the rails now, who knew if it could be fixed. Seeing Jean Churin greet Chu Jiangyue, the others relaxed a little. Big sis, this is the owner of that amazing hotel I told you about, Boss Chu. Jean Churin didn't notice anything off about Chu Jiangyue and eagerly introduced her to his sister. Hello, Jean Chuyu. Jun. The other three also introduced themselves one by one. Chu Jiangyue. Are you resting here before heading to the Jianglin Hotel? Since Jean Churin had brought them here, Chu Jiangyue could guess his intentions. Jean Chuyu nodded slightly. That's the plan. But whether or not they'd actually stay at the Jianglin Hotel would depend on their assessment. The female lead is here. She's about to meet the male lead. The plot's moving forward by a whole 2 months. The little fox's voice chattered incessantly in Chu Jiangyue's mind, making her head buzz. Are you planning to stay at Jianglin Hotel? A group of teachers and students just arrived, and all the rooms are fully booked. If they knew there were no rooms left, they probably wouldn't hang around the hotel for long, right? Otherwise, with the little fox getting all jumpy, it was her head that would suffer. What? No rooms left. Jean Churin sounded disappointed. He'd praised Jianglin Hotel to the skies to his sister and her teammates, never expecting there'd be no rooms when they came back. The others looked at each other too. They'd only wanted to check out the hotel because of Jean Churin's glowing reviews. Who would have thought they'd bump into the owner on the way, only to be told directly that there were no rooms available? That's how it is for now. But the hotel just got some new stock. You can buy some supplies and check out the B-City Safe Base. She'd never been to the B-City Safe Base herself, but the fact that they'd spent a fortune just to build a road connecting to Jianglin Hotel showed the base's leaders were probably good people who cared about the public. Well, I guess that's all we can do. But Boss Chu, if any rooms open up, you have to let me know. We'll come over and check in right away. Jin Churan had stayed at Jianglin Hotel before and knew how nice the rooms were, so if there were vacancies, he'd definitely choose to stay there again. The others weren't as insistent as Jin Churan. Instead, they sized up Chu Jiangwei, curious about what abilities she had to dare run a hotel in times like these. Just keep an eye on the hotel announcements. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Make yourselves at home. Since they were acquaintances, Chu Jiangwei didn't consider them survivors in need of her help and had no intention of bringing them along. Of course, Jin Churan and the others saw Chu Jiangyue's silver SUV. They wanted to ask for a ride, but there were too many of them, so it was hard to speak up. Their only working vehicle was the electric car Jin Churan had rented from the hotel. The rest were either out of power or out of gas, completely unused. Sis, aren't they coming with us? The little girl in the car asked Chu Jiangwei, puzzled. She thought Chu Jiangwei would let them ride along. They can take care of themselves. There's no need for me to go out of my way. After answering the girl, Chu Jiangwei urged the little fox in her mind to look for people. Host, there's a warehouse over there with dozens of people inside. Chu Jiangwei had already driven quite far from Jianglin Hotel and was running into more and more people. Hearing there were dozens of people, Chu Jiangyue's eyes lit up. The more, the merrier. She drove straight up to the warehouse entrance. As she got out, a zombie suddenly lunged at her, but Chu Jiangwei instinctively kicked it flying. A low-level zombie, not even a crystal core. Chu Jiangwei didn't spare it a second glance. Wah! You jerk! Let go of me! Don't bully my mom! Ha ha! This little brat's got some fight in him. The warehouse wasn't soundproof, and even from outside, Chu Jiangwei could hear disgusting, filthy language. She heard a child crying and a woman sobbing in despair. Instantly, a wave of murderous anger surged in Chu Jiangwei. It hadn't even been that long since the apocalypse began, and some people were already giving in to their worst impulses. Host, there are too many of them. We can't take them all on. Mainly, they were too outnumbered and didn't have any powerful weapons. The little fox could protect the host, but not everyone else. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chu Jiangwei wasn't about to throw herself into danger. She opened her virtual panel and started calling for backup. Boss Chu, location, anyone nearby? Can you come over? She sent it out to everyone. Shen Jigue, we're close, just finished off a wave of zombies. Boss Chu, hold tight. Shen Jigue replied almost instantly. Song Chengjian, on my way back to base, sorry. Ling Foam. Ugh, if only I'd taken the other road today. I'm too far, can't make it. In the end, only Shen Jigue's group of 5 were nearby, but considering their strength, Chu Jiangwei figured that was enough. Once she confirmed Shen Jigue and his team were coming, Chu Jiangwei prepared to get out of the car. Stay here. Don't open the window, don't get out. If any zombies come, don't be afraid, they can't get you. Without waiting for the little girl to reply, Chu Jiangwei got out and strode straight up to the warehouse, kicking the door open. Who's there? As the door swung open, Chu Jiangwei saw a man as fat as a pig sprawled on top of a woman, his shirt already off, about to take off his pants. A group of men stood around, grinning at the scene. Across from them, a 7- or 8-year-old child was being restrained, still struggling and crying. Chu Jiangwei was dressed in a tracksuit, her hair tied back in a ponytail, clean and neat, nothing like someone living in the apocalypse. Compared to Chu Jiangwei, the woman with the child looked utterly disheveled. Well, a pretty little thing. Boss, looks like we're in luck today. None of them thought a lone woman could stir up any trouble among so many men. The woman, who'd been too weak to resist the pig-like man's assault, suddenly lashed out and bit down hard on his greasy hand. Arg! You bitch, you dare bite me. You got a death wish. He slapped her viciously across the face. Her cheek instantly swelled up, but she didn't let go, instead looking at Chu Jiangwei. Run. Chu Jiangwei couldn't stand it any longer. She activated her power, conjuring a vine with sharp barbs. The vine shot toward the man the woman was biting. She's an ability user. Stop her. Seeing the barbed vine whip in Chu Jiangyue's hand, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. The man, trying to dodge the vine, shoved the woman aside and kicked her away, turning to face Chu Jiangyue. An ability user? Let's see whose power is stronger. Your vine or my fire? As he spoke, a small flame flickered to life in his palm. But compared to Lin Shuyuan or Jin Churen's flames, his was much weaker. Chu Jiangyue snorted coldly and lashed out with her vine whip, striking the man hard. The barbs tore off chunks of flesh and the stench of blood filled the warehouse. Fire ability? Looks more like a spark to me. With skills like yours, you're the boss? Your lackeys must be real saints. Chu Jiangyue's words instantly enraged the man. You filthy bitch. As soon as he spat out the insult, he hurled the fireball he'd conjured at Chu Jiangyue. But before he could throw it, a bolt of lightning struck him. Chu Jiangyue turned her head and saw Shin Jigue walking in through the doorway. Maybe it was the lighting at the entrance, but Shin Jigue was backlit, his figure shrouded in a mysterious aura as he stepped inside. Are you all right? The first thing Shin Jigue saw when he entered was Chu Jiangyue facing off alone against a group of people. He noticed someone across from her about to throw a fireball at her, and, before he could think, his hand moved faster than his brain. He zapped the guy with a bolt of lightning. The man who had been so full of himself just moments ago was instantly charred to a crisp. When the lightning faded, smoke was still curling from his mouth. As for his hair, well, consider the new afro a complimentary gift. Chu Jiangyue shook her head. She hadn't even warmed up yet, and they were already done for. With the leader fried, the rest of the group was no longer a threat. Chu Jiangyue turned her attention to the young woman huddled in the corner. Meanwhile, Lin Shuyuan and Su Zhucheng looked at the man clutching the child. Are you going to hand over the kid yourself, or do we have to beat you up and then take him? The result would be the same either way, the only difference was the process. Anyone with sense knew which to choose. The man's grip on the child loosened involuntarily. Sensing the slack, the little boy broke free from his grasp and dashed toward his mother. Mama! The young woman, who had she'd been in a daze, but the sound of her child's voice snapped her back to reality. She scooped him up in her arms, tears streaming down her face. HN Nen. HN Nen. She sobbed quietly, not daring to make a sound. So close, just a little more N. Even Chu Jiangyue felt a pang of sympathy at the sight. I drove here. I can take you to the B-City safe base and have them escort you back there. Mainly, there were no rooms left at Jianglin Hotel, so she couldn't let them stay. Safe base. You don't know about the safe base? On second thought, it made sense. With communications down and no one spreading the word, it was normal not to know. The woman shook her head. It's a government-established safe zone. Ordinary people can live there. It's much better than wandering around aimlessly outside. The woman's eyes were dull, but when she looked at her child, she finally summoned her courage. Okay, I'll go with you. What about these people? The leader had already been struck dead by Shin Jigue's lightning, but there were still others left. Chu Jiangyue glanced around. She really didn't want these people as guests at her hotel. But if she just let them go, who knew how many more people they'd hurt in the future? Let's take them back and hand them over to the base staff. Chu Jiangyue was a businesswoman focused on running her hotel. Punishing people was better left to the professionals at the base. Shin Jigue had no objections. In any case, there was no way these people would be allowed to run wild again. There were quite a few of them. When Shin Jigue's group came over, they'd only made it so quickly thanks to the hotel's navigation system. But with only one vehicle, there was no way to transport everyone. In the end, someone else used the navigation system and picked a car as their mode of transport. Get in! Shin Jigue and his group gathered their powers in their hands, glaring fiercely at the remaining people. Only the mother and son were put in Chu Jiangyue's silver SUV. Before getting in, Chu Jiangyue walked over to Shin Jigue. Thank you for your help today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bring so many people back by myself. Her SUV was special, but it still only seated 7. No need to thank me. I consider Boss Chu a friend. When a friend's in trouble, of course I have to help. Chu Jiangwei glanced at Shin Jigue. Friend? Thank you. I'm honored. She didn't deny his words. After running around all day, Chu Jiangwei was ready to head back. She followed behind Shin Jigue's car, driving back to Jianglin Hotel. Inside the car, the little girl and the mother and son were all silent, not saying a word the whole way. The car slowly pulled up to the hotel entrance. We're here. You can get out now. With that, Chu Jiangwei got out first. After all that running around, she'd only brought back 3 people. She felt the efficiency was a bit low. But looking at the 3 in the car, she felt the trip had been worth it. The little girl and the mother and son got out together. Seeing the Jianglin Hotel, which stood out starkly from its surroundings, they were at a loss. This is my hotel. There aren't any rooms available right now, so I suggest you go with the base staff to live at the B-City Safe Base. But you can get your ID cards first and buy some food at the hotel to fill your stomachs. Every day, people from the B-City base came by to make sure everyone could get an ID card and restore communication. Big sister, what's an ID card? Compared to the mother and son, the little girl was clearly braver. Every guest at my hotel has one. You can think of it as a cell phone. After all, the ID card had a virtual screen, could be used for payments and chatting, and received hotel announcements. Inside Jianglin Hotel, it functioned pretty much like a pre-apocalypse smartphone. What do we have to do? You just need to top up the card the first time you get it. The money will be stored on the card. I'll take you there. Just telling them wouldn't work. They needed to experience it themselves to really understand. Boss Chu will go find the base staff now. The people they'd brought back were tied up with Chu Jiangyue's vines, which had barbs that dug into their skin and tore out bits of flesh. So on the way back, everyone behaved themselves. After getting out of the car, Shin Jigue's group didn't bother being polite. They dragged the prisoners out, the barbs digging into their skin and making them grimace in pain. What's going on? A lot of people at the hotel entrance saw this and came over to ask. Shin Jigue's group was strong, but they never put on airs. Many people with awakened abilities would come to them for advice. They wouldn't reveal everything, but they always gave honest suggestions. They tried to harm women and children. We caught them and are handing them over to the base staff. With the population so low, labor was scarce. These people could be killed, but they could also be used as free labor for the base. The base staff would definitely appreciate what they and Boss Chu had done. Wow, that's really heartless of them. Good job, Mr. Shin. Chu Jiangwei didn't want to get further involved. She took the little girl and the mother and son to the main office. Shin Jigue and his group went to find the people from the B-City Safe Base, while Chu Jiangwei brought the little girl and the mother and son to the office lobby of the Jianglin Hotel. Boss. As soon as Chu Jiangyang saw Chu Jiangwei, he greeted her immediately. Chu Jiangwei nodded in response. He's the hotel's steward. If you have any questions, you can ask him. With Chu Jiangyang around, Chu Jiangwei didn't even bother with the front desk anymore. She just brought people over and handed them straight to him. Meanwhile, Shin Jigue and his group found the people from the B-City Safe Base stationed at the Jianglin Hotel. Song Chengjun wasn't there. Currently, the person in charge was Ren Jia, the deputy captain of the base's patrol team. Seeing Shin Jigue and his group, Ren Jia was a little puzzled. Everyone in Shin Jigue's team had abilities, both offensive and defensive, and they even had someone with a spatial ability. Their strength was high, and Song Chengjun had once tried to recruit them into the B-City patrol team. Unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded. Shin Jigue and his team didn't want to be tied down, they just wanted to live freely outside. The appearance of the Jianglin Hotel only solidified their resolve. Mr. Shin? Are you here to look for someone? At the base, it wasn't uncommon to see people reunited with family. Ren Jia wondered if Mr. Shin had found a relative among the base's people. No, not looking for someone. We're here to hand some people over to you. Shin Jigue stepped aside, revealing the people behind him. These people attempted to rape a woman with a child. Both Boss Chu and I witnessed it. If Boss Chu hadn't arrived in time, who knows what might have happened. Boss Chu doesn't want to see these people, so I'm bringing them to you for handling. People who make mistakes should be punished, don't you think, Deputy Captain Ren? In the apocalypse, things like this could be considered serious or not, depending on who is dealing with it. But since Chu Jiangwei was an eyewitness, and if the Beast City safe base didn't want to offend her, they couldn't just let it slide. Hearing Shen Jigui's words, Ren Jia's expression turned serious. He came from the J department and had a strong sense of justice. He had a natural aversion to people who abused women and children. I understand. I'll have them escorted back to the base right away. We'll definitely give you an explanation. As for the mother and son, we'll try to provide them with some compensation as well. But the base's current situation wasn't great, so he couldn't promise much. Still, something was better than nothing. Shen Jigui didn't hesitate and handed the people over to Ren Jia. Whether or not he was satisfied with the outcome wasn't the point. The key was whether Chu Jiangwei was satisfied. After all, the Jianglin Hotel was now the food supply for the B-City safe base, and they couldn't afford to offend her. That was one of the reasons why Shen Jigui felt comfortable handing the people over. Not long after Chu Jiangwei brought the little girl and the mother and son in, Jin Churen and his group of 6 arrived. As soon as they entered the office lobby and saw Chu Jiangwei, they all greeted her. After all, they were on someone else's turf. Basic manners were a must. Hello, welcome. With new customers, it all counted toward her numbers, so Chu Jiangwei was friendly toward them. I was only gone for a little while, and I can't believe how much the hotel has changed. Boss Chu, you're amazing. Jin Churen had been amazed ever since he approached the Jianglin Hotel and saw how it had been completely transformed. Now, seeing Chu Jiangwei, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Jin Chuyu and the others followed beside him, their expressions hard to describe. It's all right. You're here to exchange goods, right? Just talk to Steward Chu directly. Chu Jiangwei pointed to Chu Jiangyong behind the counter. Boss Chu, did you hire new staff? Jin Churen felt a pang of regret. If he'd known Boss Chu was hiring, he would have urged his sister and her teammates to hurry on the road. They might have caught the recruitment. Chu Jiangwei shook her head. No public recruitment. Steward Chu is a robot. There was nothing to hide. If she could build a high-rise overnight, what else couldn't she have? Looking at Chu Jiangong, who looked and acted just like a real person, Jin Churen thought, don't try to fool me just because I didn't study much. But seeing Chu Jiangyue's serious expression, he had to believe her. Jin Chuyu glanced at Chu Jiangwei, said nothing, and finished exchanging goods and getting her ID card. The others, seeing Jin Chuyu's actions, stepped up to recharge and get their own ID cards. There aren't any rooms available at the moment. You can check out the restaurant and see if you want to buy some food. There are also newly stocked thermal suits on the shelves over there. I recommend you take a look. Chu Jiangwei offered them some advice. Hearing thermal suits, Jin Churen and the others' eyes lit up. That sounded like good stuff. Without even asking Chu Jiangwei, they headed straight for the shelves. Now that there was an office lobby, the shelves from buildings 1 and 2 had been moved here, making it more convenient to serve customers. These really are thermal suits. They can withstand temperatures from -100 degrees Celsius to +100 degrees Celsius. That's a 200-degree range. With that kind of temperature resistance, they'd be able to move freely outside without worrying about being burned by the scorching sun. Jin Churen was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Chu Jiangwei. Boss Chu was incredible. She even managed to get her hands on this kind of high-tech gear. He just wondered how she managed it. Jin Chuyu and the others came over to read the introduction to the thermal suits, their faces lighting up with surprise. Boss Chu, how many of these thermal suits do you have? HM? As many as you want, as long as you have enough gold coins. Once they bought them, she'd have money to restock. There was no way she'd run out. Even Jin Chuyu found it hard to believe. Such valuable items, and there was no purchase limit? What a saint, selling such great stuff to everyone. Chu Jiangwei had no idea what they were thinking. She just knew she'd landed another big spending customer today. The thermal suits have a limited lifespan. You'll need to change to a new one every 2 or 3 days, or they'll stop working. Once the durability ran out, the suit was useless, even if you wore it. Seeing their happy faces, Chu Jiangwei couldn't help but remind them, in case they forgot to change and ended up getting hurt. That's still great, better than nothing. Jin Chuyu was easygoing and didn't mind the limited lifespan of the suits. The little girl and the mother and son stood awkwardly to the side, not knowing what to do next. Chu Jiangwei looked at the three of them. You already have your ID cards, and there's a bit of money on them. Whether you want to buy food or a thermal suit, it's up to you. Once you've bought what you need, go to Building 2 and find the people from Base B City. See when they can escort you to the base. But since you're not guests of the Jianglin Hotel, you can only stay inside for 2 hours a day, so keep an eye on the time. If you can't get to the base today, you can try to make do for the night within 10 meters of the hotel entrance. There won't be any zombie attacks. Of course, these accommodations were pretty rough. Thinking about the situation within 10 meters outside the Jianglin Hotel, Chu Jiangwei felt this could be a business opportunity. It was just a pity she hadn't drawn any tents or similar prizes yet. Otherwise, she could sell tents to guests without rooms. Thank you, big sister. I still have some food, so I want to buy a thermal suit. Even though it was durable, she had 3 days. She could wear the thermal suit and go out to find things to trade. Chu Jiangwei glanced at the girl but didn't comment on her decision. She could save people, but she couldn't. They didn't have much money left, so they could only afford one or the other. Jean Churin's group of 6, on the other hand, weren't so strapped for cash. They bought several thermal suits as if they were free, and the team's spatial ability user helped store them. Seeing another spatial ability user appear, Chu Jiangwei raised her eyebrows. It seemed she really had been ignorant in her previous life. This was already the second spatial ability user she'd seen, while she hadn't even heard of one until a year into the apocalypse last time. She really had been out of the loop. Do you want me to take you to the restaurant? Chu Jiangwei was always a bit more considerate toward minors and women with children. No, we can go ourselves. The little girl declined Chu Jiangyue's offer. Big sister had already saved them once. They couldn't expect her to keep giving them special treatment just because they were weak. If others found out, they might say big sister was being unfair, which wouldn't be good for her. The little girl thought about a lot, but Chu Jiangwei had no idea. She felt a bit of sympathy, but not much. Since the girl refused, she just went along with it. All right then. Add me as a friend. If anything happens, you can message me. As long as it was within her ability, she didn't mind helping them out a bit. Children were hope, after all. Who knew how long this despairing apocalypse would last? Boss Chu, can we add you as a friend too? On the way to B City, Jin Chuyu had already heard her younger brother praise this boss Chu more than once. Now that the opportunity presented itself, she didn't mind getting to know her better. Add her. Add her. She's the female lead host. Hurry up and add her. The little fox chattered excitedly in Chu Jiangyue's mind. I know, be quiet. Chu Jiangwei replied mentally. The little fox instantly fell silent. Sure, Chu Jiangwei said. But she only added Jin Chuyu. If the others didn't ask, she wouldn't take the initiative. The two girls added each other as friends and exchanged a smile. Let's have them come with us to the restaurant. We're heading over there anyway, Jin Chuyu suggested. As a woman, Jin Chuyu felt some sympathy for the little girl and the young mother. If she could help, she would. Thank you, big sister. Thank you. Xin, say thank you to big sister. Thank you, big sister. Let's go. But as they left the office lobby, they ran right into Zheng Wenin and Lu Yi, who were coming in from outside. Maybe it was the natural magnetic pull between male and female leads, but Jin Chuyu and Zheng Wenin actually made eye contact. Lu Yi was very dependent on Zheng Wenin these days. Seeing him staring at another girl, she shook his arm. Wenin-gij, what are you looking at? Jin Chuyu, Sigma_. Angle. Ugh, so fake, it's physically repulsive. She immediately looked away without any hesitation, not glancing at Zheng Wenin again. Instead, Hu Jun, who rarely showed emotion, glanced at Zheng Wenin. For some reason, he felt something was off about this man, so he instinctively stepped closer to Jin Chuyu, blocking Zheng Wenin's line of sight. Zheng Wenin, annoyed by Lu Yi's clinging and now blocked by someone else, could only look away. Seeing this male lead and female supporting character, Chu Jiangyue's previously warm demeanor vanished. She sat right down in the lobby, poured herself a glass of water, and ignored them. "Hey, we're all here, and you're just sitting there? That's not how you treat your guests." Lu Yi snapped, glaring at Chu Jiangyue. Now that Zheng Wenin had awakened his fire ability, she spoke with even more arrogance. But she didn't realize that within the Jianglin Hotel's boundaries, no one but Chu Jiangyue could use their abilities. "Hello, I'm the newly appointed housekeeper of the hotel. If you need anything, you can come to me," Chu Jiangyong said, glancing at Lu Yi. A glint flashed in his clear black and white eyes, then quickly disappeared. Chu Jiangyong's words immediately undercut Lu Yi, leaving her in an awkward position. But Zheng Wenin acted as if he hadn't noticed anything. He took out a bunch of gold and silver jewelry and zombie crystals from his backpack to exchange. "Wenin Gage, you exchanged everything?" Lu Yi complained. He didn't leave her anything. Lu Yi felt upset. In her eyes, they were childhood sweethearts. With both their parents gone, Zheng Wenin, as the older brother, should take care of her. But now, he didn't even leave her anything to exchange? What about her room fees and daily meals? Her expenses at Jianglin Hotel were double the normal rate. She couldn't possibly afford it on her own. I don't have much either. I risked my life for these. You're an adult now, you need to take responsibility for yourself." That's right. Zheng Wenin didn't want to be Lu Yi's ATM anymore. He'd fought tooth and nail for these things and didn't want to share them. Besides, since moving into the hotel, Lu Yi had barely gone out. Whenever she ran out of money for her room, she'd come to him. Zheng Wenin didn't have much himself, and he didn't want to keep supporting Lu Yi, who was a bottomless pit. "Wenin Gage, you're not going to take care of me anymore?" Lu Yi's eyes filled with tears as she looked up at Zheng Wenin, looking utterly wronged. Maybe someone else would have caved, but Lu Yi had used this trick on Zheng Wenin too many times. The first time, he might have given in. The second, third, and fourth times, he was just sick of it. Who would willingly give away their hard-earned things for nothing? Unless they were a saint. Zheng Wenin knew he wasn't a saint and couldn't be that generous. Chu Jiangyue was thoroughly entertained by the scene. As expected of the childhood friend male lead and female supporting character from a novel, the atmosphere was perfect. "Wenin Gage, if you don't help me, I'll really be kicked out." She was staying in a standard single room, but her daily room rate was twice the normal price. There was no way she could afford it. Besides the room fee, she also had to buy her meals at the hotel restaurant every day. Because she didn't have much money left, she'd been surviving on corn buns and steamed bread for a while now. But after all this time, the little money she had left was long gone. She hadn't awakened any abilities, so she didn't dare leave the hotel. Without leaving, she had no way to earn anything, and with no income, she could only sit and watch her resources dwindle away. Right now, the only person she could rely on was Zheng Wenin. "I really want to give you money, but I have to live too. I can't keep supporting you forever. People might get the wrong idea." As he spoke, Zheng Wenin glanced subtly at Chu Jiangyue. Besides Chu Jiangyue, another face appeared in Zheng Wenin's mind, Jin Chuyu. He had a vague feeling that there was some kind of fate between them. "Wow, what kind of look is that? Host, don't tell me he's interested in you." The little fox, perched on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, saw everything clearly. Zheng Wenin's gaze made it impossible not to overthink. "Congratulations, you've finally seen this man's true colors." Chu Jiangyue wasn't really an innocent 18-year-old girl. Even though she hadn't done well in her previous life, she'd seen all kinds of people. Zheng Wenin's little tricks were nothing to her. He was just eyeing the heroine so creepily. "He's disgusting." The little fox made no effort to hide its disdain for Zheng Wenin. Chu Jiangyue's lips curled into a slight smile, but she didn't comment. "Misunderstanding? Wenin Ji, we're childhood sweethearts. We're destined to get married and spend our lives together." Ever since she first developed feelings of love, Lu Yi had always believed that she and Zheng Wenin would get married with their family's blessings and live happily ever after. But now, things weren't going the way she'd imagined. Her Wenin Ji was starting to look at other women. This gave Lu Yi a strong sense of crisis, making her cling to Zheng Wenin even more desperately. I don't care. Before my parents and your uncle and aunt went on their business trip, they told you to take care of me. Wenin-ji, you can't just leave me. Lu Yi grabbed Zheng Wenin's arm so tightly that her nails broke the skin on his arm. Ow! Let go. Zheng Wenin pried her hand off his arm and looked at the red marks she'd left, his expression turning a bit dark. This is the last time. You need to learn to kill zombies and collect crystal cores yourself. Otherwise, I won't help you anymore. After awakening his powers, Zheng Wenin's mindset had changed. Before, he'd stuck with Lu Yi because he had nothing to rely on. Two people were safer than one. But now that he had abilities and Lu Yi was still an ordinary person, he had to think about his own future. He was a powered individual now. How could he stay with a normal person? He deserved better. Having decided to cut Lu Yi loose, Zheng Wenin set his sights on Chu Jiangwei. After meeting Jin Chuyu today, he had some new ideas as well. I understand, Wenin-ji. I'll work hard to earn my own money. Lu Yi lowered her head, hiding her expression. Her words sounded a bit muffled, but if someone looked up at her face, they'd see a twisted, ferocious look. Some people are just stubborn by nature. If they can't have something, they'd rather destroy it than let anyone else have it. Each harboring their own thoughts, Zheng Wenin transferred 20 silver coins to Lu Yi, enough to last her a while if she was careful. With that money, as long as Lu Yi seriously went out to scavenge supplies and kill zombies, she'd have no problem living in the hotel. But Lu Yi clearly didn't see it that way. To her, 20 silver coins was like being tossed a handout. Still, she didn't show her dissatisfaction. Instead, she smiled sweetly and thanked Zheng Wenin. After renewing her room for 5 more days, she left the office lobby. Seeing that Lu Yi wasn't making a fuss anymore, Zheng Wenin thought she'd come to her senses and didn't pay further attention to her. Once she was out of sight, Zheng Wenin turned his attention back to Chu Jiangwei. Classmate Jiangwei, is it all right if I call you that? Zheng Wenin spoke to Chu Jiangwei in what he thought was his most charming voice. The melon was gone, and Chu Jiangwei hadn't planned to stay in the lobby much longer. She was about to leave when Zheng Wenin called out to her. But hearing him say, classmate Jiangwei, made her feel physically uncomfortable. Mr. Zheng, you're 7 years older than me. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to call me classmate? Chu Jiangwei bluntly pointed out the age gap between them. If I like someone, being 10 years older is just mature. If I don't, being 7 years older is just too old. With that, Chu Jiangwei stabbed Zheng Wenin right in the heart. At that moment, Shen Jigui and his group, who were responsible for escorting people to the B City safe base, happened to walk into the lobby. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, Lin Shuyuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Jiang He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and gave Lin Shuyuan a sympathetic look. Zheng Wenin was a bit older, but they weren't exactly young themselves. Seeing others arrive, Zheng Wenin couldn't say anything more. He gave Chu Jiangwei a gentle goodbye, then turned and left the lobby. Boss Chu, we're here to exchange some coins. Shen Jigui's group would come by every few days to top up their balance. By now, even Chu Jiangwei herself had lost track of how much money they had left. Of course, go ahead. Chu Jiangwei was naturally happy to see people topping up. After all that money would end up in her pocket. Boss Chu, is this new steward someone you just hired? I don't think I've seen him around the hotel before. Xia Silin was still young and blurted out the question before realizing it might be inappropriate. That kind of thing was Boss Chu's private business. Yes, he's a new hire, but he's not a guest at Jianglin Hotel. Chu Jiangwei didn't go out of her way to hide Chu Jiangyang's identity as a robot, but she didn't volunteer the information either. Hearing that Chu Jiangyang wasn't a hotel guest, Shen Jigui and the others were a bit surprised. But since Chu Jiangwei didn't say more, they didn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets. People need to learn boundaries. I see. If Boss Chu ever wants to hire more staff, I'll be the first to apply. In the apocalypse, a job that didn't require braving the elements and offered a stable income was something countless people envied. Shen Jigui glanced at Chu Jiangong, Then had Jiang He put his things on the exchange tray. Everyone in their team had awakened abilities. Even Jiang He, who had space-type powers, had seen a huge improvement in physical strength since awakening, making him different from ordinary people. With greater skill comes greater courage. They could venture farther out and find more gold, silver, and jewels than those near Jianglin Hotel. Just Shinjigui's haul this time amounted to 3 gold coins, 60 silver coins, and 50 copper coins. The rich stay rich indeed. Shinjigui's team was absolutely rolling in wealth, and Chu Jiangwei was already thinking about how to earn even more money from them. Jiang He, Su Zhucheng, Lin Shuyuan, and Xia Silin each took turns exchanging their items. Some got as little as 2 gold coins, others as much as 4. Watching them, Chu Jiangwei couldn't help but feel envious. She was sure that they had carefully picked through their belongings and only brought out things they didn't need for the exchange. After all, things like gold and silver jewelry or jade bracelets, they'd probably want to keep a few, just in case they found a girlfriend in the future. Those are perfect for winning someone's heart. Even though, right now, it seemed like all they cared about was making money and enjoying good food, drinks, and sleep at the Jianglin Hotel. But sometimes, love comes when you least expect it, and it's always good to be prepared. Host, the male lead is going to see the female lead. The little fox wasn't sure why, but it felt like the male lead of this world wasn't good enough for the female lead. Plus, since the female lead had arrived in City B early and met the male lead ahead of schedule, the plot it could see had completely fallen apart. It had no idea how things would develop from here. At this point, it didn't even know if the story had any meaning left. Hearing the little fox's words, Chu Jiangwei could more or less guess what it was thinking. I have something to do, I'll head out first. Chu Jiangwei said a quick goodbye to Shinjigui and the others, then left the office hall and walked toward the dining hall. Just as she reached the entrance, she saw Zhang Wenin carrying his tray and sitting down at a table next to Jin Chuyu and her group. Chu Jiangwei was certain that if there had been an empty seat at Jin Chuyu's table, Zhang Wenin would have shamelessly squeezed himself in. Jin Chuyu noticed Zhang Wenin, but only glanced at him before losing interest. In her eyes, Zhang Wenin was already a couple with the girl who had been clinging to his arm in the office hall earlier. Besides, the type of man she liked was definitely not the gentle, refined sort like him. When Chu Jiangwei entered, quite a few people greeted her. She nodded back to each of them, then casually ordered 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable, a soup, and a bowl of rice before finding an empty seat. From the looks of it, the female lead doesn't seem interested in the male lead at all. Is your plot still usable? If it wasn't, then was there any point in triggering the evil supporting character plotline with Liu Yi? If the male and female leads didn't spark, were they still the leads? Chu Jiangwei needed to figure all this out. Otherwise, if she accidentally crossed paths with the protagonists in the future, she might be hamstrung by their protagonist halos. The plots collapsed. My script is now just a garbled mess, waiting to reload. But since no alarms have gone off, I guess, it should be fine. It was the little fox's first time being a system, and it had never encountered this kind of situation before. All it could do was go with the flow. As for the earlier plan for Louis to trigger a plotline with the female lead, that was probably pointless now. The little fox lay listlessly on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder. Relax. If there's no alarm, there's no problem. No need to worry so much. Chu Jiangwei had already died once, so she was pretty chill about these things. At worst, she'd just die again. It wasn't like she hadn't experienced it before. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenin, sitting at the table next to Jin Chuyu's group, also noticed Chu Jiangyue's arrival. Seeing that she'd come to the dining hall right after he did, Zhang Wenin was convinced she was here for him. Otherwise, why did she keep glancing his way? He figured that maybe she was just shy because Shinjigui and the others had come at the wrong time, so she hadn't responded to his confession. Next time, he'd find a quiet spot and confess again. He was sure he'd succeed. Chu Jiangwei had no idea that her trip to the dining hall, meant to reassure the little fox, had been completely misinterpreted by Zhang Wenin as a sign she was interested in him. If she knew how deluded Zhang Wennin's perception of her was, she definitely wouldn't have come to the dining hall today. She'd have let the little fox handle things on its own. Not long after Chu Jiangwei sat down, Shen Jigui and his group of 5 entered the dining hall. Seeing Chu Jiangwei already there with a tray in front of her, they were a bit surprised. After getting his food, Shen Jigui walked over to her table. "Boss Chu, mind if we join you?" "Go ahead." Chu Jiangwei wasn't the type to hog an 8-person table and refuse to let others sit. When Shen Jigui and his group sat down next to her, Zhang Wennin's expression cracked for a moment. But with so many people around, there was nothing he could do. If he made Chu Jiangwei angry and got himself kicked out of the hotel, it wouldn't be worth it. "Boss Chu, what brings you to the dining hall today?" Chu Jiangwei usually ate in her own quarters and rarely came to the dining hall for a ready-made meal. Just felt like it. She couldn't say the real reason, so she just made something up. Everyone could tell it was a perfunctory answer. But Shen Jigui was tactful enough not to press further. How did things go with those people? Did the base say how they'd handle it? The most important thing was to make sure those people paid the price. At this, Shen Jigui's expression turned serious. Captain Song escorted those teachers and students back to the base, so he's not at the hotel right now. The hotel is currently being managed by Deputy Captain Rin Jia of the base patrol team. We handed the people over to him. The base should give some compensation to that mother and son, but I don't know the exact amount. Shen Jigui's job was just to hand them over to the base. How they were dealt with wasn't up to him. That's good. Some compensation is better, I thought. Boss Chu would keep them at the hotel. On the way back today, Chu Jiangyue's car had carried the little girl and the mother and son. Shen Jigui had thought she might give them special treatment. After all, Chu Jiangwei didn't seem like the type to be a bleeding heart. The hotel doesn't have any rooms right now. Even if I wanted to keep them, I couldn't. She certainly wasn't going to bring strangers back to her own cabin. She had no intention of letting outsiders into her territory. I heard from Captain Song that the City Be Safe base has sent people to other bases to promote Jianglin Hotel. That was basically free advertising for Chu Jiangwei, wasn't it? Sure enough, when she heard this, Chu Jiangyue's eyes lit up. Really? The base is being that generous. After all, people are driven by profit. Would the City Be Safe base really spend manpower and resources on something that didn't benefit them? Boss Chu, you don't go out much, so you might not know. There are already some mutated plants and animals appearing outside. The space for human survival is shrinking. In fact, Shen Jigui felt this was a full-on transformation of humanity versus nature. Because humans had put too much strain on Blue Star, and now that it couldn't take it anymore, it wanted to change rulers. Humanity was now at a disadvantage. One wrong step, and they could face extinction. Chu Jiangwei had only gone out once today and hadn't encountered any mutated animals or plants. Shen Jigui's reminder jogged Chu Jiangyue's memory. After the apocalypse, there were indeed people who had gone out to scavenge for supplies and reported that, outside the base, not only were zombies rampant, but there were also mutated animals and plants running wild. Other than pets like cats and dogs that had been kept before the apocalypse, who, after mutating, would still be close to their owners, all other mutated creatures developed a natural hostility toward humans. The situation with mutated plants was much the same as with mutated animals. But at this point in time, Chu Jiangwei probably wasn't aware of all this. Still, with zombies plus mutated animals and plants, humanity really was at the bottom of the food chain. Mutated animals and plants? I haven't seen any yet. Next time I get the chance, I'd like to check them out, Chu Jiangwei said, looking puzzled. If you're interested, Boss Chu, you can come with us next time you want to go out, Shen Jigui offered, seizing the opportunity when he saw her interest. Of course, he knew that as the owner of Jianglin Hotel, Chu Jiangwei didn't actually need to go out scavenging to make a living. Who knew when she'd next leave the hotel anyway? Sure. If I want to head out next time, I'll contact you guys, Chu Jiangwei replied. With Shen Jigui and his group being top tier in terms of ability, Chu Jiangwei didn't have to worry about being held back if she went with them. After dinner, Chu Jiangwei returned to her 2-story wooden cabin. Right now, her top priority was to find another 1,000 new customers. The best way to do that was to go directly into the base and recruit people. But if you wanted people to trek all the way from B-City's safe base to Jianglin Hotel, you needed something truly enticing, otherwise, no one would bother. After all, outside the base, zombies roamed everywhere and animals and plants had mutated. Anyone without real strength wouldn't even dare step outside the base gates. Little fox, why couldn't I have drawn a bus? A bus can carry way more people than an SUV. If she had a bus, she could bring even more people back from the base. If B-City safe base didn't work out, there were always other bases. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Host, the rewards for completing missions are all random. There's nothing I can do about it, the little fox replied. From the little fox's perspective, Xu Jiangyue's luck was already much better than that of other hosts. Just the office lobby and restaurant alone were rewards countless people dreamed of but could never get, no matter how long they waited. Xu Jiangyue sighed softly. Looks like she'd have to make a trip to B-City base after all. Having made up her mind, she stopped thinking about it. When 6 p.m. rolled around, she clocked out right on time. Of course, just because she was off work didn't mean Xu Jiangyong was. As a robot, Xu Jiangyong could work around the clock, 24/7, with no problem at all. Not that Xu Jiangyue was that heartless, she just told Xu Jiangyong to do as he pleased. After 6 p.m., he could keep working if he wanted, or just close the hotel doors if he didn't. After clocking out, Xu Jiangyue messaged Shin Jigue and his group, letting them know she planned to visit B-City safe base tomorrow and asking if they wanted to come along. If they were interested, great. If not, she'd go alone, no problem. After all, she'd just said today that she could invite them if she wanted to go out, so this was her keeping her word. On the other end, Shin Jigue was a bit surprised when he got her message and saw her plans. Every day, B-City safe base sent people over to recharge and apply for Jianglin Hotel ID cards, aiming for 100% coverage. After all this time, more and more people in the base had gotten Jianglin Hotel ID cards, if not 60% coverage, then at least 80%. The road from Jianglin Hotel to B-City safe base was already more than halfway finished. Before long, the two would be fully connected. He thought that even if Xu Jiangyue wanted to visit the base, she'd wait until the safe passage between Jianglin Hotel and B-City safe base was completely finished. But since she wanted to go now, Shin Jigue figured he might as well tag along. Still, it wasn't his decision alone, so he replied that he'd check with the others. Xu Jiangyue saw his reply but didn't respond, knowing he'd message her again after checking with the rest. She glanced at the message and left it at that. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, she got another message from Shin Jigue. With their level of strength, it didn't really matter where they went. Since Xu Jiangyue wanted to go, they agreed to join her. Besides, she was the owner of Jianglin Hotel. No matter what, they had to give her that respect. With their confirmation, Xu Jiangyue finally relaxed. Renjia hadn't left Jianglin Hotel yesterday. Instead, he got up the next morning and prepared to leave. As he was leaving, he happened to see Xu Jiangyue and Shin Jigue's group heading out as well. Boss Xu, Mr. Shin, you're heading out too? Renjia asked, puzzled. Since when were Xu Jiangyue and Shin Jigue so familiar with each other that they'd go out together? I'm heading to the base, and Mr. Shin and his group are interested too, so we're going together, Xu Jiangyue replied. She knew that whenever she left, there were plenty of eyes on her. But she didn't care. Let them watch, no one could uncover the hotel's ultimate secret anyway. If we're all heading to the base, why not travel together? Renjia's eyes lit up when he heard they were also going to be city safe base. With Shin Jigue and Xu Jiangyue's group along, their safety would be even more assured. He still had to escort quite a few ordinary people. The team leader had already taken some teachers and students back to the base ahead of time, so Renjia didn't have many fighters left with him. Xia Silin and the others looked at Shin Jigue, who in turn looked at Xu Jiangyue. Xu Jiangyue. How did I become the one making the decisions? I don't mind, she said. For safety's sake, taking the route between B-City safe base and Jianglin Hotel was the best option. The road was zombie-proof. As long as you stuck to the completed safe passage, there was no risk of zombie attacks. So whether they traveled together or not didn't really make much difference. Big sister Fu Tong, the girl Chu Jiangwei had rescued from the convenience store, waved happily at her. Seeing Fu Tong standing with that mother and son, Chu Jiangwei realized they must have teamed up temporarily. What kind of life they could make for themselves at B City Safe Base would be up to them. Sometimes you don't know your own limits until you push yourself. Chu Jiangwei nodded in their direction. Since there were no vacant rooms at the hotel, they'd probably slept somewhere nearby last night. Boss Chu, do you know them? Ran Jia asked. Yesterday, he'd only seen the unlucky one Shin Jigue had brought back. He hadn't met Fu Tong or the mother and son. I rescued them from outside. The hotel's full, so I told them to stay at the base for a while, Chu Jiangwei explained. As for when they might return to the hotel, that was no longer her concern. Hearing that it was Chu Jiangwei who had rescued them, Ren Jia was even more surprised. Wasn't she the one who usually never left the Jianglin Hotel? Why had she been going out so frequently these past couple of days? And every time, she managed to bring some people back. Ren Jia glanced at Fu Tong and the mother and son. So it was Boss Chu who saved them. Once we get to the base, I'll make sure to keep an eye out for them. Since Chu Jiangwei had rescued them, they definitely made an impression in front of her. Ren Jia was more than happy to do Chu Jiangwei this favor. No need, just arrange things as usual. We can take care of ourselves, Yimei replied. She understood that Ren Jia wanted to use their connection with Chu Jiangwei to curry favor, but while she was grateful for Chu Jiangyue's help, she didn't want to cause her any trouble. And he is right, we don't need any special treatment, Fu Tong added. Although she did feel a bit reliant on Chu Jiangwei, she knew they weren't really connected, and she didn't want to be a burden. Being turned down by both of them, Ren Jia was a little surprised, but he didn't push the issue. After all, he'd only offered on a whim. If it worked out, great. If not, he lost nothing. Compared to Song Chungjun, Ren Jia was clearly more worldly and tactful. As for Chu Jiangwei, she finally remembered who Ren Jia was. He was the new patrol captain at the B City Safe Base in her previous life, after she'd arrived there. She just didn't know what had happened that led to Song Chungjun being replaced by Ren Jia. Chu Jiangwei distinctly remembered that by the time she arrived at the B City Safe Base in her previous life, Song Chungjun was already gone. She'd never heard anyone mention his name, as if it had become taboo. Unfortunately, the Little Fox's storyline had collapsed, so she couldn't see any of the content now, and had no way of knowing what role Ren Jia played in the plot. Chu Jiangwei observed Ren Jia for a moment without showing any emotion, then slowly withdrew her gaze and turned to Shin Jigue and the others. Let's go. Fu Tong and Yimei, along with her son, obediently followed behind Chu Jiangwei and Shin Jigue's group, paying no attention to whether Ren Jia was keeping up. Shin Jigue had been watching Chu Jiangyue's every move. Earlier, when she saw Ren Jia, she'd frowned for a moment before her expression smoothed out again. Shin Jigue caught every subtle change. Judging from Chu Jiangyue's reaction, there was probably something off about Ren Jia. But since Chu Jiangwei didn't say anything, he didn't ask. If there really was a problem, Shin Jigue trusted that Chu Jiangwei wouldn't just ignore it. The group left the Jianglin Hotel and soon arrived at the entrance to the safe passage on this side of the hotel. There were 8 lanes in total. The B City Safe Base had clearly spared no expense on this passage. Chu Jiangwei opened the navigation and once again chose the silver SUV. Get in. With that, Chu Jiangwei moved to open the driver's door. Let us drive, Boss Chu. You can pick whichever seat you like. Chu Jiangwei didn't insist and graciously gave up the driver's seat, sitting in the seat behind it instead. The news that opening navigation allowed you to use a vehicle during the trip had already spread throughout the Jianglin Hotel. But unlike Chu Jiangwei, when others used vehicles, they were charged by the hour. It was even more expensive than renting an electric car, but it was convenient and didn't require finding parking. Yimei and her group were under Ren Jia's care. Since Ren Jia's group was from the B City Safe Base, they already had their own vehicles, so they didn't use navigation. However, they didn't have many cars, so everyone was packed in tightly. Compared to Chu Jiangwei and Shin Jigui's group, it was a world of difference. The silver SUV sped down the silver road, quickly pulling away from Renjie's group. But since Renjie's group was from the B-City base, after driving for a while, they'd slowed down to let the others catch up. It was a stop-and-go kind of journey. The whole way, there were no zombies or mutant plants and animals blocking their path. Everything went smoothly. But as they neared the end of this stretch of road, things took a turn for the worse. "There's fighting up ahead, and I can hear beastly roars," Su Zhuqing said gravely. If there were beast roars, it meant someone was being attacked by mutant animals. Some mutant animals were pack hunters. If a whole group attacked, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't dare face them head-on. All they could hope for was that this time, the attacking mutant animals weren't the pack-hunting kind. Renjie's convoy was still behind them and wouldn't catch up anytime soon. Jiang He was driving, and upon hearing Su Zhuqing's words, he sped up. When they reached the end of the road, everyone got out. Chu Jiangwei ended the navigation, and the silver SUV instantly disappeared. This time, the attackers were 2 mutant tigers, each more than twice the size of a normal tiger. Just seeing them made Chu Jiangyue's scalp tingle. There were already quite a few people lying motionless on the battlefield. Since Jiang He had a spatial ability, Shen Jigui was worried he'd get hurt again and told him to wait on the sidelines. If the opportunity arose, he could ambush the mutant tigers. Jiang He didn't want to drag his teammates down by getting injured, so he had no objections to Shen Jigui's arrangement. But as soon as the 5 disciples entered the fray, the whole situation flipped. The vine whip in Chu Jiangyue's hand lashed out with fierce power, and every strike drew a pained, miserable roar from the tigers. Chu Jiangyue felt a pang of sympathy. "What did you do to make them so determined to attack you?" she asked, whipping the mutant tigers and then turning to question the people who'd been attacked. Seeing that some people on the ground had already lost their lives, Chu Jiangyue's expression darkened. "Roar! Host, host! They stole the tiger parent's cub," the little fox exclaimed. Chu Jiangwei couldn't understand beast language, but the little fox could, and immediately spilled the truth. Chu Jiangwei was furious. She turned and lashed her whip at the people hiding behind her. "You stole their cub? You totally deserve this beating. Before stealing, you should at least consider whether you have the strength to handle it." The little fox jumped off Chu Jiangyue's shoulder and hopped over to a cloth bundle placed next to a pile of road repair materials. But it couldn't touch anything except what belonged to Chu Jiangwei, so it could only speak to her. "It's here." While Shen Jigui and the others were still holding off the 2 tigers, Chu Jiangwei quickly ran to the little fox, opened the cloth bundle. Inside was a white tiger cub with black stripes, a pair of tiny fleshy wings growing from its back, probably not fully developed yet. Chu Jiangwei scooped up the cub and channeled a bit of her wood-type ability into it. The little tiger finally opened its eyes, and its golden, sand-like irises instantly hit Chu Jiangyue's cuteness overload. But now wasn't the time to marvel at how cute the little tiger was. Chu Jiangwei held the cub and approached the 2 adult tigers. The little tiger, upon seeing its parents, immediately became excited and roared several times in their direction. But since it was so small, its voice was tiny too. Even though its actions looked fierce, paired with its little body, it just looked adorable. Both mutated tigers heard the cub's roar and responded with a roar of their own. The 2 mutated tigers didn't attack, and Shin Jigui's group sensibly stopped their attacks and retreated to the side. If they'd known from the start that these people had stolen the mutated tiger's cub, they wouldn't have gotten involved. But once you join a fight, it's not so easy to just walk away. When Chu Jiangwei shouted that these people had stolen the tiger cub, they had already started to go easy in the fight. The little tiger ran up to its parents, making little noises as if explaining something. The 2 adult mutated tigers no longer attacked Chu Jiangyue's group of 6. But the people who had stolen the cub weren't going to get off so easily. Each of the adult mutated tigers swiped a paw at those people's chests. The attack was so sudden that they didn't have time to dodge, and the force of the blow was so great that it cut deep, exposing bone. The victims screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground, wailing. One of the mutated tigers roared at Chu Jiangwei, then the tiger couple turned and bounded away with their cub. What does that mean? Chu Jiangwei didn't understand beast language, so she turned to the little fox for translation. The little tiger told them, "You're a good two-legged creature. The big tiger was thanking you." It was just a simple thank you, but Chu Jiangwei knew that now she could count the mutated tigers as her backing. If they met again in the future, they definitely wouldn't attack her. Chu boss, help us." The people who had been mauled by the tigers finally dared to speak up after the tigers left. They didn't know Shen Jigui's group well, so they could only turn to Chu Jiangwei for help. After all, Chu Jiangwei was the owner of Jianglin Hotel, and they were guests there. "I don't have any medicine on me. Deputy Captain Rin is behind us, he should be here soon. Hang in there." Chu Jiangwei didn't have a good impression of people who stole tiger cubs. Although her wood-type ability had some healing effects, she wasn't keen on helping them. Anyone chosen for road work was basically an ability user. These surface wounds wouldn't kill them. Just as Chu Jiangwei mentioned Ren Jia, his convoy appeared. Seeing the carnage, Ren Jia was stunned. What happened here? Ren Jia looked at Chu Jiangwei. They shouldn't have any grudges with these people, right? They were attacked by mutated tigers. We don't have any medicine. He stepped forward and briefly explained the situation. Ren Jia was helpless. What rotten luck. But since the road workers were all from the base, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Get them to the safe passage and bandage them up as best you can. They didn't have much medicine, but just enough to treat these people's wounds. And since they were injured, he'd have to notify the base to send replacements to finish the roadwork. Our vehicles are full. You guys figure out who's going to navigate and drive. When they used navigation and vehicles, they had to pay by the hour, and the person navig. Chu Jiangwei didn't want to waste any more time on this, so seeing that no one was in mortal danger, she decided to leave. Ren Jia wanted to ask Chu Jiangyue's group to wait, but he knew there was no reason for them to stay. He could only put on a smile and wish them a safe journey. After a few polite words, Chu Jiangyue's group of 6 set off again. But the next stretch of road had no safe passage, and before long, they encountered zombies. Luckily, the vehicles provided by the navigation system had some zombie shielding features. Besides zombies, they had to worry more about mutated animals and plants. About 10 minutes after leaving the end of the safe passage, Chu Jiangwei frowned at the environment around them. Yellow sand filled the sky, the sun blazed down. This was no longer a place suitable for humans. Screech. A sudden breaking sound snapped Chu Jiangwei out of her thoughts. There's a pack of mutated dogs up ahead, but they're not quite like those 2 mutated tigers, He reported to those behind him. Chu Jiangwei knew that whether it was mutated animals or plants, there were 2 directions for mutation. One was normal mutation, the other was zombification. Just like humans, some became zombies, others became ability users. If you can attack from a distance, do it. Don't let them bite you. Zombie dogs were just like zombies. Getting bitten or scratched would infect you with the zombie virus. There was no cure. Shen Jigui's group trusted Chu Jiangwei, so they stood by the silver SUV and attacked the zombie dogs with their abilities. Of all their ranged attacks, Shen Jigui's lightning ability and Chu Jiangyue's wood ability were the most effective. Zombie dogs, like zombies, felt no pain and only knew how to attack. The only way to kill them was a direct hit to the head. Smelling the scent of living flesh from Chu Jiangyue's group, the zombie dogs charged forward relentlessly. But Chu Jiangwei and Shen Jigui's attacks always took out the ones in front. The standoff dragged on, with neither side able to close or widen the distance. Their abilities were limited, and this stalemate wasn't in their favor. Roar. Just as Chu Jiangwei was trying to think of a way to break the deadlock, she heard a very familiar beast's roar. The 2 big tigers suddenly leapt out of nowhere. Using their size advantage, they stomped a zombie dog to death with each step. Any zombie dog they stepped on was reduced to a pile of bloody mush. Chu Jiangwei used her vines to extract the crystal cores from the zombie dogs' heads. Xia Silin used her ice ability to create some ice, which quickly melted into water and was used to wash the cores clean. Dozens of zombie dog crystal cores were collected on a giant leaf conjured by Chu Jiangyue's ability. They divided the loot according to contribution, and about 30 zombie cores were left on the big leaf. Chu Jiangwei handed the cores to the big tigers. One of the tigers raised its paw and tapped the leaf, and all the crystal cores disappeared. Chu Jiangwei, even tigers have spatial abilities now? Weren't spatial ability users supposed to be rare? Why did it feel like they weren't so rare after all? Thank you. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a feast at my hotel. With that, Chu Jiangwei boldly reached out and touched the big tiger's raised paw. Oh whoa. So fluffy, I really want to squeeze it. The big tiger glanced at Chu Jiangwei, but didn't show any displeasure at her actions. Roar. It says it understands. The little fox dutifully acted as a translator. But with just an understood, it was hard to tell if the tigers were agreeing to go or not. Looking forward to seeing you next time. After Chu Jiangwei spoke, the two big tigers, along with their cubs, bounded away. Boss Chu, can you really understand what they're saying? Watching Chu Jiangwei communicate effortlessly with the tigers, Xia Silin was amazed. Not really. I guess we just have a special connection. She truly couldn't understand them, but she had a translator. Hey. Xia Silin gave Chu Jiangwei an awkward but polite smile. Let's keep moving. If we haven't reached a safe zone by noon, we'll need to find somewhere to eat, Shen Jigui reminded them. Although they were wearing temperature-regulated suits, the food they brought could easily spoil in the heat. So, if possible, it was better to eat indoors, where the temperature was at least a few degrees cooler than outside. To find a place to rest, Jiang He drove a bit faster this time. The road they were on was surrounded by nothing but yellow sand, absolutely nothing else in sight. 20 minutes passed. There's a residential complex up ahead. Should we check it out? If the complex hadn't been cleared, there were bound to be plenty of zombies inside. Jiang He wasn't sure if the 6 of them could handle a horde. Host, there are no zombies in the complex, but there is a mutated plant, the little fox reported. Knowing they were looking for a place to rest, the fox had run ahead to scout. The complex Jiang He spotted was the one the little fox had checked out. Nothing but a mutated plant? If that was the case, then this plant must be something special. There are also some survivors. With the mutated plant having dealt with the zombies, the people in the complex were living pretty well. But now that the apocalypse had been going on for a while, their supplies were running low, and people were starting to worry. Let's check it out. If it doesn't work out, we'll just go back to the car. Knowing the situation, Chu Jiangwei still decided to take a look. Since the mutated plant hadn't harmed the survivors, it was probably friendly. As long as they didn't show hostility, there shouldn't be a problem. But it wasn't just up to Chu Jiangwei, she looked to the others. Su Zhuqing and the rest looked at Shen Jigui. Let's go have a look. Until we're sure it's safe, stay alert at all times, Shen Jigui said. With his approval, no one objected. Jiang He drove toward the complex. At the entrance, there were quite a few zombie corpses. Chu Jiangwei guessed they were the work of the mutated plant. As the car pulled up to the gate, someone stopped them. Wait. Who are you and what are you doing here? The gatekeeper raised his voice, sounding a bit tough as he questioned them. We're just passing through, looking for a place to rest, Jiang He replied, flipping his hand to pull out a pack of instant noodles from his storage space and handing it over. They'd collected the noodles earlier, but since they'd had proper meals at Jianglin Hotel, the noodles had been set aside, now they came in handy. The gatekeeper's eyes lit up at the sight of the noodles. There are still some empty apartments, but you can only stay in the outer area. Don't go deeper inside. He quickly took the noodles for himself. Instant noodles, once considered junk food before the apocalypse, now a rare treasure. Of course, we understand the rules. The gatekeeper came out of the security booth and removed the earthen barricade blocking the entrance. He was clearly an earth element ability user. Jiang He drove into the complex and parked by a building that looked decent. Once he saw they'd picked a building and weren't showing any aggression, the young man wrapped his feet in earth and quickly ran deeper into the complex. Maybe he could trade for some supplies with these newcomers. Their car looked spotless, so they probably had plenty. Chu Jiangwei noticed, but didn't react, and neither did Shen Jigui or the others. They found an apartment, unlocked the door, and went in. After a quick sweep to clear the dust, they all sat around the dining table in the living room. Jiang He took out some pre-bought dishes from his storage and laid them out. Chu Jiangwei bought 2 dishes and a bowl of rice from her system inventory. "Let's eat together," she said. She brought out braised pork and tomato scrambled eggs, different from what Shin Jigui and the others had. "Boss Chu, you're so generous." "I won't stand on ceremony then." Lin Chuyuan immediately grabbed a piece of braised pork. Shin Jigui didn't say anything, just made a mental note to repay her later. They had just started eating when footsteps sounded in the hallway. Chu Jiangwei frowned slightly. Even if someone wanted to greet them, this wasn't the right time. Why come over at lunchtime? "Put the food away and see what they want," Shin Jigui said, setting down his chopsticks and signaling Jiang He to clear the table. "No need. If they want some, I can sell it to them. But the price won't be the same as at the hotel," Chu Jiangwei replied. "And without an ID card, they'd have to pay with crystal cores." Shin Jigui glanced at her and, seeing she was serious, nodded. "I'll get the door," Xiasilin said, knowing his place in the group. He put down his chopsticks and went to open the door. Sure enough, as soon as the door opened, the group that had been looking for them broke into smiles. "So this is where our guests are. We don't have much to offer, just wanted to come by and say hello," the leader said. Eyes darting into the room, he could already smell the food. "No need to be so polite, we're just passing through," Xiasilin replied. Even though Boss Chu said she could sell them some food, he had no intention of inviting them in. In the apocalypse, you never knew who might try to take advantage. "Aren't you going to invite us in for a sit-down?" the skinny old man leading the group asked with a smile. "Xiao Xia, let our guests in," Su Zhuqing called out, raising his voice. Hearing someone inside invite them in, the old man's smile deepened, wrinkles creasing his face. Since he'd been invited, Xiasilin had no choice but to let them in. The old man brazenly led his group past Xiasilin and into the apartment. When they saw the food on the table, their eyes lit up. These newcomers clearly had plenty of supplies. "You folks are eating well. These dishes are rare these days. It's all right. When you're out and about, you have to eat well." Just now, the kid guarding our neighborhood gate took out a pack of instant noodles. "I wonder." The skinny old man glanced at Jiang He. Clearly, the gatekeeper had already told him that the instant noodles came from Jiang He. Since Jiang He was the one who provided them, it was only natural to assume he was the one in charge of this group. "Uncle Zhang, I think the food they're eating looks pretty good too. It might not keep for long, but they could buy it and eat it right away. It's been so long since any of them had a hot meal." The skinny old man didn't argue with the young man behind him. He just smiled at Chu Jiangwei and the others, making his meaning clear. "You want some food?" Chu Jiangwei looked at the old man. "It's tough for everyone these days. When we're out here, we should help each other. If there's anything you want, we can trade for it if we have it." The old man looked at Chu Jiangwei, the only one who had spoken. "As it happens, I still have some food left. But times are hard and prices are rising fast." She wasn't about to give it away for free, nor did she need to barter for other goods. If they could pay with zombie cores, that was enough. We understand. It's tough for everyone. It's normal for prices to be high." "That's good then." Stir-fried vegetables, 2 level, 1 zombie cores per plate. Shredded potatoes and vinegar, 4 cores per plate. Tofu with scallions, 6 cores per plate. Tomato and egg stir-fry, 8 cores per plate. Braised pork, 10 cores per plate. Rice, 1 zombie core per bowl. "So, how much would you like?" Chu Jiangwei listed all the prices in one breath, then looked at the old man and his group. When they heard everything had to be paid for with zombie cores, the old man and the young man behind him didn't look too happy. There were no zombies in their community, and they didn't dare go outside. They'd been holed up here the whole time, never venturing out. So asking them to come up with zombie cores to buy things was impossible. "We don't have any zombie cores. Can we trade for something else?" Chu Jiangwei lost interest as soon as she heard they didn't have zombie cores. She was already cutting them some slack, but if they couldn't pay, there was no point in talking. "I don't need anything else." After being rejected, the old man and the young man behind him looked even more upset. You're just one woman, you can't speak for the others, can you? If we don't have zombie cores, we'll trade something else. Otherwise, don't expect to leave this community safely. So you're going to use force because you can't get what you want? Lin Qian had a fiery temper. Flames flickered in his palm. Seeing the fire in Lin Qian's hand, the old man and the young men behind him looked tense. They knew what that meant. Some people in the community had suddenly awakened abilities too. But none of them gave off the same sense of threat as the young man in front of them. Don't do anything rash. Let's talk this out. The old man realized their plan had probably failed. These people were not to be trifled with. What I said still stands. Before we leave, you can come trade with us if you bring zombie cores. Chu Jiangwei knew not to push people too far. She had to leave them some hope. How many cores they could actually come up with was their own business. We still have some instant noodles left. 5 level, 1 zombie cores per pack. Jiang He chimed in at the right moment. The price sounded even higher than Chu Jiangyue's food, but the advantage was that instant noodles were sealed and could be stored for a long time. Whereas Chu Jiangyue's food would have to be eaten the same day, especially in this weather. We'll go get some zombie cores ready. The old man didn't argue further and left with his group. This little episode didn't affect Chu Jiangwei and her friend's mood. Once the others left, they went back to their meal. Su Shucheng put several ice cubes under the table to keep the food from spoiling in the heat before they finished eating. Little Fox, can you make more of those flyers you handed out before? Previously, to attract customers, Chu Jiangwei had distributed flyers in Xingshi Huadu community, but she was out of stock now. Although this community was protected by mutant plants and free from zombie attacks, with the extreme heat dragging on, it was only a matter of time before the people here couldn't survive any longer. Since she was already here, Chu Jiangwei didn't mind giving them a sliver of hope. Sure, host. How many do you want? Jianglin Hotel had already been upgraded, and the little fox had more energy to use. A few flyers were nothing, just a flick of the paw. Make me 100. No problem, host. The little fox stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, its tail swishing, face scrunched up in concentration. Before long, 100 flyers appeared in front of Chu Jiangwei. The flyers showed the entrance of Jianglin Hotel, the restaurant, and the main doors of buildings 1 and 2. With this flyer, you can block out the extreme heat and keep zombies away within a 1-meter radius for 3 days. Host, do you want to give these to the people in this community? Besides Chu Jiangwei and Shin Jigui's group, only the original residents of the community were left. Shin Jigui's group had temperature-regulating suits and abilities, so zombies weren't a threat to them. That left just the original residents. Let's call it my good deed for the day. A stack of paper suddenly appeared in front of Chu Jiangwei. Shin Jigui and the others weren't even surprised. They'd seen crazier things like a whole building rising overnight. A few pieces of paper were nothing. Still, they couldn't help but keep their eyes glued to Chu Jiangwei. These are flyers for Jianglin Hotel. Want to help me hand them out? Chu Jiangwei reached out and gathered the 100 floating flyers, putting them into her system backpack. If Boss Chu needs help, of course we're happy to do it, Shen Jigui said, not minding lending a hand. Chu Jiangwei glanced at him. No need. These are for the people in this community. They'd be back for instant noodles and food, so she could just give the flyers to the old man then. She didn't know how the old man organized things, but an hour later, he returned with his group. They bought 50 packs of instant noodles from Jiang He and from Chu Jiangwei, 3 plates of each dish and 50 bowls of rice. To carry everything back, they'd brought along quite a few young men this time. Before they left, Chu Jiangwei took out the Jianglin Hotel flyers from her system space. These are flyers for Jianglin Hotel. With them, you'll be protected from the extreme heat and zombies within a 1-meter radius for 3 days. What's this? It's for my hotel. If you can't survive here anymore, you can come check it out. There are also people from the B-City Safe base at the hotel. If you don't want to stay at the hotel, you can go with them to the base. Once she reached the B-City Safe base, she'd probably finish her latest customer recruitment quest. After that, there'd likely be new rooms available. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, the skinny old man didn't know how to describe his feelings. At first, Their attitude toward her hadn't exactly been friendly. He hadn't expected her to let bygones be bygones and even give them such valuable things. Is it really able to ignore extreme heat and block zombies? Unlike the old man's gratitude, the young man beside him voiced his doubts. No matter how you listened to it, this thing just sounded unreliable. It was just an ordinary-looking piece of paper. How could it possibly have such amazing functions? Believe it or not, it's up to you. You only know if something is good once you've tried it yourself. Listening to others is never as convincing as experiencing it firsthand. So, how do you use it? She'd given them the item, but surely she wouldn't leave them clueless about how to use it. You can just take one and try it out. There were 100 sheets in total. Using one for a test wouldn't matter. The young man took a flyer from the stack in the old man's arms, held it in his hand, and then looked sharply at Chu Jiangwei. It actually works. Now, the old man and another young man beside him could also feel the change in temperature. There were no zombies in the neighborhood, so they couldn't test that function for now, but being able to ignore the extreme heat was already great. There were also ability users in their community. As long as they didn't run into a zombie horde, they wouldn't be in too much danger. Why would you give us something so good? The young man holding the flyer looked at Chu Jiangwei, a little embarrassed. Because I want more people to know about my hotel. Before you go, prepare some valuables or crystal cores. You'll be in for a surprise. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. This time, the old man looked at Chu Jiangwei with a different expression, grateful, but also with a hint of respect. Being able to run a hotel in an apocalypse like this proved she was no ordinary person. Afraid the food would spoil if they took it back too slowly, the old man had a few youngsters carry the G. But before leaving, Chu Jiangwei glanced at the vines hanging at the entrance to the bathhouse. This time, Su Zhuqing was driving and Chu Jiangwei still sat in the seat behind the driver. Maybe because people from the base often traveled this route, their journey was pretty smooth. Even when they did encounter zombies, it was only one or two, and thanks to the silver SUV's zombie blocking function, the zombies didn't attack them. Still, Shen Jigui tossed a bolt of lightning and blasted the zombies into charcoal. Kindly, Chu Jiangwei used her vines to retrieve the crystal cores for Shen Jigui, while Su Zhuqing used his ice ability to wash the cores clean. If anyone else saw them using their abilities like this, they'd probably call it a waste. The car drove all the way to the entrance of the safe passage built from B-City Safe Base. A few people from the B-City base saw Chu Jiangwei and Shen Jigui's group of 5 and greeted them very politely. Boss Chu, Mr. Shen. Chu Jiangwei and the others nodded slightly in response. Are you heading to the base? The roadwork crew hadn't expected to see Chu Jiangwei here. In their eyes, Chu Jiangwei could just stay in Jianglin Hotel and live comfortably. There was no need to go out and risk danger. If they were her, they'd probably never leave the hotel. Yeah, we're allowed through here, right? The supply kits Chu Jiangwei had provided could be put to use immediately once assembled. How soon they could be fully operational depended on how quickly the assembly was finished. Of course, it's already open to traffic. The roadwork crew sensibly stepped aside to let them pass. Su Zhuqing stepped on the gas and drove straight into the safe passage. This time, the journey was truly smooth. There weren't many vehicles, most were from the B-City base, heading to Jianglin Hotel. Chu Jiangyue's group was going in the opposite direction, so there was no chance of a traffic jam. Still, even with a smooth ride, it took several hours to get from the entrance to the B-City safe base. When the car finally stopped at the base gates, Chu Jiangwei felt as if a lifetime had passed. And wasn't that the truth? Let's get out, I'll end the navigation. With that, Chu Jiangwei was the first to open the door and get out. Stop. Entry to the base requires registration. As expected, they were stopped at the entrance. Someone handed each of them a quarter sheet of A4 paper. Please fill in your information. If you don't have a base pass, each person needs to hand over 2 jin of rice or equivalent value in other goods. 2 jin of rice was no small amount in times like these. But Chu Jiangwei wasn't worried. She didn't have uncooked rice, but she had corn and potatoes. On the slip, besides name and gender, the first question was whether they had awakened an ability. Chu Jiangwei had never hidden her ability. She simply wrote, would-type ability. As for the other questions, she just filled them in randomly. No one would bother to check, and even if they did, it didn't matter. The B City base was still relying on her hotel for supplies. They couldn't afford to offend her. Chu Jiangwei was the first to finish and handed her form to the gatekeeper. You're a would-type ability user? The man's eyes lit up when he saw her answer. Chu Jiangwei nodded. She knew exactly why he was so excited to see a wood-type ability. Because the land was polluted, the base was currently researching how to farm. Wood-type ability users were the backbone of the farming team. In her previous life, she'd worked on that team, and the treatment was pretty good. That was why Jiang Jinjin had targeted her and tricked her out of a lot of things. The base is recruiting wood-type ability users. If you're interested, I can refer you. If he could help the base recruit one, he'd definitely get a reward. Plus, knowing a wood-type user might mean getting first dibs on new crops in the future. It was a good way to make connections and money, lots of benefits. No need, I'm staying at Jianglin Hotel. People at the B-City base already knew about Jianglin Hotel and that the base sent a group there every day, with full transport provided. The gatekeeper had been to Jianglin Hotel himself, but he hadn't been lucky. When he went, the rooms were full, so he hadn't stayed or met the legendary boss Chu. Hearing that Chu Jiangwei was staying there, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. I see. In that case, it's probably not suitable. There's one more health check before you can go in. Because during fights with zombies, people might not notice if they've been scratched or bitten. There have been cases where someone only mutated after returning to the base. That's why this checkpoint was established. If you're uninjured, you can enter the base directly. If you're injured, you have to stay in the quarantine room for 24 hours. Only after confirming you haven't mutated can you enter the base. Every seemingly unreasonable rule was added because of real incidents that happened before. Chu Jiangwei had stayed at the B-City safe base in her previous life, so she was mentally prepared for this rule. But for Shin Jigue and the others, this was their first time at the B-City safe base. When they heard there was a body inspection, none of them looked too happy. How about we message Captain Song and ask him to come take us in? Shin Jigue suggested. He didn't think it was a big deal for them men to be inspected, but for Chu Jiangwei, a young woman, it felt inappropriate. It's fine. Men and women are inspected separately. The person inspecting me will be a woman. Since the base issued this rule, of course they'd have considered these issues. If anything happens, just call out to us, Shin Jigue said. Seeing that Chu Jiangwei didn't mind, Shin Jigue couldn't say much more. Chu Jiangwei handed over a few ears of corn in place of 2 jean of rice to the gatekeeper, then walked into the inspection room. All of Shin Jigue's group's supplies were in Jiang He's storage space, so Jiang He handed everything over for them. The inspector was a middle-aged woman. When she saw Chu Jiangwei enter, her expression flashed with surprise. At this stage, someone as clean and spotless as Chu Jiangwei was a rare sight. Not to mention, Chu Jiangwei was a woman. But when she saw Chu Jiangwei's flawless face, the woman seemed to understand a little. To survive, quite a few women in the base had attached themselves to powerful ability users, but even those women didn't look as clean and tidy as Chu Jiangwei. Take off your clothes. I need to check your whole body, the woman said. She'd gotten this inspection job because her son had awakened an ability and was quite strong. Seeing Chu Jiangwei, she thought of those women who tried to cozy up to her son for favors, so her attitude turned sour. A vine sprouted from Chu Jiangwei's palm, looping around the woman, not touching her, but ready to bind her tightly out of thought. Auntie, I think you'd better watch your attitude, don't you agree? No matter the time, in the face of absolute strength, any scheming is just a paper tiger. There was no way she'd strip completely. At most, she'd take off her outer layer. The woman hadn't expected Chu Jiangwei to be a wood-type ability user. Right now, the base was actively recruiting wood-type users. The woman's attitude did a complete 180. I was just joking with you, little girl. No need to take everything off, just your outer clothes. As long as you don't have any wounds, you're good. She'd originally planned to make things difficult for Chu Jiangwei over the inspection, but since Chu Jiangwei had been staying at the Jianglin Hotel and hadn't run into any trouble, There weren't any hidden wounds on her. Even if she wanted to nitpick, she couldn't find an excuse. And if she tried to force it, Chu Jiangyue's vine whip wasn't just for show. Chu Jiangyue passed the body inspection checkpoint smoothly. After her, Shen Jigue and the others also came out of the inspection room one after another. Where to now? Shen Jigue asked. They were only accompanying Chu Jiangyue to the base this time. She hadn't said what she planned to do here, so Shen Jigue was curious. Let's go find Captain Song, Chu Jiangyue replied. She wanted more people to register as new guests at the Jianglin Hotel, and she couldn't do it alone. Song Chungjun, as the head of the B-City Safe Base Patrol team, had some influence. Chu Jiangyue, Shen Jigue, and the other 5 were all ability users with considerable strength. As soon as they entered the base, quite a few people took notice and reported it. If such a strong ability team could be recruited, it would be a sure win. There were also some who had stayed at the Jianglin Hotel and recognized Chu Jiangyue and her group. When they saw them arrive at the base, they spread the word quickly. Eventually, the news reached Song Chungjun. When Song Chungjun heard that Chu Jiangyue and the others had come to the base, he was a bit surprised. Wasn't Boss Chu known for never leaving the Jianglin Hotel? Shen Jigue and the others had always operated near the hotel, with no intention of coming to the B-City Safe Base. He hadn't expected that after all his previous unsuccessful invitations, they'd show up on their own. Where are they? Take me to see them, Song Chungjun said. He thought, since they'd gotten along well at the Jianglin Hotel, and now they were on his turf, he should at least play host. When we saw them, they were in the base's trading area. Not sure if they're still there, someone replied. Although Chu Jiangyue said she wanted to find Song Chungjun, she didn't mind taking a look around the base first. As they walked, they arrived at the trading area. Song Chungjun quickly led his people to the trading area, and sure enough, saw Chu Jiangyue picking through items at a jade stall. Shen Jigue and the others stood behind her, like bodyguards accompanying a young lady. Boss Chu, Mr. Shen. Long time no see, Song Chungjun greeted them at the stall. Captain Song, you're here. I was just about to go find you, Chu Jiangyue said, putting down the jade in her hand, her eyes lighting up. He was the key person who could help her complete her mission. You came to the base, so of course I should come find you. Boss Chu, are you interested in jade? Song Chungjun asked, seeing how seriously she was picking through the pieces. It's all right. This stall has raw stones. I've never seen them before, so I was curious. She wasn't particularly interested in things she couldn't eat or wear. But the stall owner didn't look too happy. Chu Jiangyue took out an ear of corn from her system backpack. Here, so you can't say I just looked without buying. I'll trade this corn for those finished bracelets. Deal. Besides raw stones, the stall had some finished jewelry, but Chu Jiangyue was only interested in a few jade bracelets. Deal. Take whatever you like, the stall owner said eagerly. Chu Jiangyue handed over the corn and put all the bracelets into her system backpack. After thinking for a moment, she had the little fox make some flyers and handed one to the stall owner. Take this. You can go to the Jianglin Hotel, maybe you can trade your goods for a few gold coins. Good quality jade could fetch a decent price, and this stall had quite a few nice pieces. Of course, she'd already traded the corn. If the stall owner felt he got a bad deal after visiting the hotel, that was no concern of hers. The jade vendor stared at the seemingly ordinary Jianglin Hotel flyer in Chu Jiangyue's hand, unsure whether he should take it or not. Instinctively, he glanced at Song Chungjun. As the captain of the base patrol squad, Song Chungjun should know what this is, right? Song Chungjun, I have no idea. Don't ask me. If you hold on to this for 3 days, within a 1-meter radius, you'll be shielded from zombies and unaffected by extreme heat. Even without a temperature-regulating suit, you can safely get from the base to Jianglin Hotel. Chu Jiangyue thought she should have Little Fox prepare more of these flyers for her. In the future, whenever she met a survivor, she could hand them one. As long as survivors aren't harassed by zombies or threatened by extreme heat, they'll have a much better chance of safely reaching Jianglin Hotel and becoming its guests. When Song Chungjun heard Chu Jiangyue's words, his eyes burned as he stared at the flyer in the vendor's hand. This was a real treasure. Sure enough, good things never stop appearing when you stick close to Boss Chu. Of course, Chu Jiangwei noticed the look in Song Chunjuan's eyes. If he could help her solve the new customer problem, she wouldn't mind giving him a few flyers. You have to give a little to get a little. A few flyers in exchange for Song Chunjuan's help with her mission. It was a guaranteed win. I really do feel a lot cooler. The jade vendor felt the sudden drop in temperature around him and looked at Chu Jiangwei with a hint of reverence in his eyes. Just now, he'd heard Captain Song call her Boss Chu. Could she really be the legendary owner of Jianglin Hotel? He had heard people say that the owner of Jianglin Hotel was a young, beautiful woman. If the person in front of him really was her, then those descriptions were far too lacking. Boss Chu, do you have any more of these flyers? I don't want it for free, I'll buy it from you. Temperature-regulating suits were still quite expensive. Some people in the base had gone to Jianglin Hotel, but after buying other things, they didn't have enough money left for a suit. And you had to change suits every 3 days. Not everyone could afford that. Most people bought a few suits and only wore them when going out on missions. They couldn't bear to use them while inside the base. But if you had this flyer, even though you had to carry it with you, its function was similar to a temperature-regulating suit, and maybe it would be cheaper too. These flyers can only be used once per person. If you use one and don't go to Jianglin Hotel, you can't use a second one. The reason Chu Jiangwei was so open about handing out the flyers was precisely because of this restriction. Otherwise, if everyone had a flyer, there'd be no market left for the temperature-regulating suits. But the jade vendor couldn't care less about that now. Since each person could only use one flyer, he needed to hurry up, pack his things, and head to Jianglin Hotel. After hearing that each person could only use a flyer once, Song Chungjun looked a bit disappointed. He'd thought he'd found a cheaper alternative to the temperature-regulating suit. Still, even if it could only be used once, Song Chungjun thought it was worth pursuing. Boss Chu, I think there's room for negotiation here. Hearing this, Chu Jiangwei raised an eyebrow. Fine by her. She'd originally thought of giving Song Chungjun some flyers as a friendly gesture for helping her bring in new customers. If he insisted on buying them, that was fine too. This isn't the best place to talk. Captain Song, why don't you find us somewhere more convenient, and we'll discuss the details. If they could negotiate, there was hope. Song Chunjuan's eyes lit up, and he led Chu Jiangwei to his usual office. Calling it an office was a stretch. It was really a villa that had been converted for work. The entire B City Safe base was built around a large suburban villa community, though it was on the opposite side of the city from Xingshi Huadu, one in the south, one in the north. Boss Chu, please come in. Song Chungjun led them into the villa and personally poured them each a glass of water. Most of the water they used now was provided by water and ice-powered ability users. Everyone had a daily quota, and if you wanted more after that, you had to trade for it with supplies. Chu Jiangwei didn't mind. She took a sip. Not as good as the water in her own cabin. Boss Chu, I'd like to buy some flyers from you. That way, when we escort people to Jianglin Hotel, it'll be much easier. When they escorted people to Jianglin Hotel, aside from the sections with established safe routes, the rest of the way they had to tough it out. Some of the elderly or children couldn't make it halfway. At those times, they had to give their own temperature-regulating suits to the old or young. But those suits weren't cheap. If they gave theirs away, they'd have to buy another set. If they had to do that every time they escorted someone, no amount of gold coins would be enough. But with the flyers, their burden would be much lighter. These flyers are meant to attract new customers for me. Captain Song, how many new customers can you bring me? With the flyers, we can escort more people. I'm sure that's something you'd be happy to see, Boss Chu. Of course, the flyers aren't easy to make. If you want to buy in bulk, Captain Song, the price won't be cheap. Shin Jigue and the others. Have you forgotten how you handed out 100 flyers at once before? But even if they thought that, they wouldn't be so tactless as to call Chu Jiangwei out on it, unless they didn't want to stay at Jianglin Hotel anymore. Boss Chu, just name your price. After all, the base would be footing the bill. Song Chungjun had no pressure about the final price. It wasn't his own money, so negotiating was a breeze. Chu Jiangwei thought for a moment. After all, He was helping her attract more customers. If she gouged him too hard, it would make her look bad. Since you're an old partner, Captain Song, I won't rip you off. Flat price, 50 copper coins per flyer. What do you think? This was going to be a long-term partnership, so Chu Jiangwei planned to go for small profits and quick turnover. The more flyers they bought, the more customers the base could send to Jianglin Hotel. It was a win-win situation. If she gave them all away for free, even if Chu Jiangwei was willing, Little Fox wouldn't be. After all, making these flyers used up its energy. Even a workhorse can't be exploited endlessly if there's no return. As long as there was income, Little Fox could replenish its energy, so it wasn't working for nothing. 50 copper coins was much cheaper than Song Chungjun had expected, but he still wanted to negotiate a better deal for the base. Boss Chu, right now only our base knows about Jianglin Hotel. We're planning to visit other bases soon. I'm sure we can bring you even more customers. Chu Jiangwei raised a hand to cut him off. 50 copper coins is the lowest. If you can't accept that price, then there's no need to talk further. Of course, Chu Jiangwei knew what Song Chungjun was thinking, but a flat price was a flat price. She wasn't going to give him any room to bargain. Seeing that Chu Jiangwei was firm and had no intention of lowering the price, Song Chungjun had no choice but to compromise in the end. All right, prepare 1,000 copies for me first. But can you help me tweak them a bit? I'd like the 3-day validity countdown to start only when we actually need to use the flyers. Otherwise, if he took them back and hadn't arranged for people yet, the flyers would expire before they could be used. That would just be a waste of money. Host, I can change the setting. When you need to use the flyer, just tear off the top right corner. After all, it would still get the energy in the end. Chu Jiangwei remained calm and nodded at Song Chungjun. We can make some adjustments according to your requirements, but it'll take some time. Pay a 30% deposit first and come find me tomorrow to pick up the flyers. The distance from Jianglin Hotel to the B-City Safe base was quite far, and Chu Jiangwei didn't want to leave the base without doing anything. She planned to stay at the base for the night, and this too needed Song Chunjuan's help to arrange. Can you help arrange a place for us to stay? Chu Jiangwei was quite blunt when it came to asking for help. Song Chungjun glanced at Chu Jiangwei, Shen Jigui, and the other 5, then finally nodded. Come with me. As the head of the patrol team at B-City Safe Base, he certainly had the ability to arrange a few rooms for them. Song Chungjun led Chu Jiangwei and her group of 6 through a winding path, finally stopping in front of a desolate villa that clearly hadn't been lived in. I know you value your privacy. This place is remote and hardly anyone comes by. No one's ever lived here, so you'll just need to do a bit of cleaning before moving in. After he finished, he looked at Chu Jiangwei. It's not free, is it? How much for one night? Though the place was a bit run down, Chu Jiangwei had lived in worse slums in her previous life. Letting people stay in an empty villa was no big deal. Boss Chu, you know me well. Normally, we don't do short-term rentals here. The minimum is 6 months. But since I'm here, I got you approved for just 2 days. 10 level 1 zombie crystals per night. This is a special discounted price, just for you. Song Chungjun tried his best to make a good impression on Chu Jiangwei. That's way more expensive than my hotel. At least Jianglin Hotel had working water and electricity. A standard single room was only 100 copper coins, which equaled 1 zombie crystal. The base's house was just empty space, nothing else. The difference was like night and day. But with no other options, Chu Jiangwei could only accept. However, just as she was about to take out zombie crystals from her system backpack to pay Song Chungjun, Shen Jigui stopped her. We've been hitching rides with you all the way here, and even mooched off your food at lunch. We can't keep letting you take the hit. We'll cover the room fee. Shen Jigui looked at Jiang He, who immediately understood and took out 10 level 1 zombie crystals from his space, handing them to Song Chungjun. Song Chungjun accepted them without hesitation. I'll get the deposit from the base chief and transfer it to you tonight. With that, he quickly turned and left, afraid that Chu Jiangwei would insist he pay the deposit right away. Chu Jiangwei. Did she really look like someone who would force people to buy things? We'll clean up the rooms. You pick which one you want to stay in. Although Chu Jiangwei usually acted tough, she was still a girl. With several grown men around, it wouldn't be right to make her do the cleaning. Yeah, Boss Chu, you pick a room. We'll handle the cleaning. The others chimed in, not thinking there was anything wrong with Shin Jigui's suggestion. When you're out and about, it's only right to take care of the girls, provided you get along with them, of course. If she were the difficult type, they probably wouldn't be so willing to help. Everyone has a bit of a double standard. Chu Jiangwei felt a little embarrassed at first, but since Shin Jigui and the others insisted, she had no choice but to agree. Then you guys go ahead. I'll take another look around outside. They had just arrived at the trading area when Song Chungjun showed up, so there were still many places she hadn't explored. Chu Jiangwei remembered that in her previous life, there was an old lady in the trading market who specialized in selling seeds. But the seeds couldn't be eaten or planted, so her stall was mostly ignored. Chu Jiangwei had only stumbled upon it once by chance and occasionally bought a little something from her. At the time, Jiang Jinjin had tricked her out of a lot of supplies, and she was living frugally. Even if she wanted to buy more, she couldn't afford it. But things were different now. She was no longer the naive pushover who believed everything Jiang Jinjin said. She had enough supplies to buy all the seeds the old lady had. The reason she wanted to buy seeds was to see if they could be grown at Jianglin Hotel. If it worked, she could put out a long-term seed collection mission and have the hotel guests help her find seeds. As she thought about this, Chu Jiangwei wandered through the trading market, following her memories from her previous life. Hey, miss, want to buy a bag? Hand-carved wooden sculptures. Want to take a look? Chu Jiangwei had barely entered the trading market when people started targeting her. After all, quite a few people had seen her earlier, trading several ears of corn for multiple jade bracelets from the jade stall owner. At the time, she'd had Shin Jigui and the other 5 with her, and then Song Chungjun showed up. Even if people wanted to take advantage of her, they didn't dare. But now, to their surprise, the gullible rich girl had come to the market alone. As soon as she entered, countless vendors tried to strike up a conversation. But Chu Jiangwei ignored them all. These people probably knew she was acquainted with Song Chungjun and had several burly men with her earlier, so they only dared to talk to her, not block her way. Following her memories, Chu Jiangwei wound her way through the market and finally arrived at a small stall in a corner, where an old cloth was spread on the ground with a few packets of seeds on top. If she remembered correctly, in her previous life, she had bought seeds from this old lady almost a year into the apocalypse. Now, she was taking advantage of her rebirth to get a head start. Granny, how much are your seeds? Chu Jiangwei squatted down in front of the old lady's stall and tried to sound as friendly as possible. You want to buy? The old lady was clearly surprised that Chu Jiangwei, who had ignored so many other vendors, had chosen her stall. Yes, I have a wood-type ability. I want to buy some seeds and see if I can get them to grow. TCH another one with her head in the clouds. Exactly. There are so many wood-type ability users and researchers at the base working together, and they still haven't managed to grow crops. Does she really think she's stronger than all those wood-type ability users and researchers? When the people around heard that Chu Jiangwei wanted to buy seeds to try planting them herself, quite a few started to talk her down. At first, they spoke quietly, but when they realized everyone around was saying the same thing and Chu Jiangwei didn't react, their voices grew louder and more brazen. The old woman's eyes lit up for a moment when she heard Chu Jiangwei was a wood-type ability user, but after hearing all the naysayers around, her expression quickly fell. Child, don't buy them. These seeds just won't sprout anymore. I'm only selling them because I have nothing left at home. I never really expected anyone would actually buy them. She was just an old woman who'd been lucky enough to survive the outbreak of the zombie virus and be rescued to the base. To have made it this far was already a blessing. If she really couldn't sell anything, she'd just walk out of the base when she felt her time was near, find a quiet place to lie down, and die in her sleep. As for whether she'd be torn apart by zombies after death, well, once she was dead, that was no longer her concern. I want to buy them of my own accord. You've already told me about the risk that they won't sprout, but I've decided to buy them anyway. This is my own stubbornness. It has nothing to do with you. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, the old woman sighed. I'm old, I can't argue with you young people. These seeds aren't worth much. Just give me a little food and that's enough. She'd originally bought these seeds to plant in her own little courtyard, but before she could even get them in the ground, the apocalypse struck. Her husband had also turned into a zombie on the day the virus broke out. With his last bit of willpower, he walked out of the yard without harming her at all. You're the only one selling seeds here, so it's a monopoly. I can't just pay you a pittance. Where do you live? Let me walk you home first, and I'll have someone bring the food over. Chu Jiangyue didn't want anyone else to know what she was giving the old woman, so she suggested escorting her back to her place. The old woman glanced at the greedy eyes around her and didn't refuse Chu Jiangyue's offer. Chu Jiangyue put all the seeds into her system backpack, then helped the old woman up from the ground. I live just up ahead, not far. The trading market was a dividing line. On one side was the base's inner district, on the other, the outer district. The villa where Song Chungjun had taken Chu Jiangyue and Shin Jigue was in the inner district. The old woman lived in the outer district, commonly known as the slums. Even so, her place, though cramped, was kept very clean. None of the unpleasant smells often found in the homes of the elderly. Granny, most of my food is already cooked. The only raw things I have are corn, potatoes, and some bok choy. Since I'm taking so many seeds, I'll leave you some of each and also enough cooked food for today's meals. Chu Jiangyue could be cold. She could watch someone die with indifference, arms crossed, if she didn't care for them. But if she took a liking to someone, she could be extremely generous. With the old woman, it was clear Chu Jiangyue felt a strong affection and was being very generous. No. Those seeds aren't worth anything. I only bought a few because my little grandson liked watermelon and I wanted to plant some in our yard. But before I could even start sprouting them, the old woman trailed off, but Chu Jiangyue knew what she meant. She hadn't even had a chance to start before the apocalypse began. It's true, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. I'll leave you some corn and potatoes then. And some bok choy too. Corn and potatoes keep well, and you can just stir-fry the bok choy over the next couple of days. Chu Jiangyue wasn't willing to give any less. In her previous life, when she'd been tricked and manipulated by Jiang Jinjin, it was the old woman who had comforted her and helped her avoid falling into depression. Otherwise, even if she'd been reborn, she wouldn't have been able to adjust her mindset so quickly. Chu Jiangyue thought, if possible, she'd take the old woman with her when she left. She had plenty of resources. Taking care of one more person was no problem. As for anyone who objected, they could choose not to patronize Jianglin Hotel. There were plenty of survivors. She didn't care about losing 1 or 2 customers. Host, why are you being so nice to her? She doesn't seem special, aside from being a bit old. Maybe it's just a gut feeling. If the old woman had family around, Chu Jiangyue wouldn't bother, but right now she was all alone. Her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson were nowhere to be found. In her previous life, when Chu Jiangyue met the old woman, she never saw any family with her. Maybe they'd never been reunited. Leaving the old woman alone in the base just didn't sit right with Chu Jiangyue. All right, I don't get it. The little fox stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, looking a bit confused. Chu Jiangyue didn't bother explaining. She took out corn, potatoes, and bok choy from her system backpack and put them in the bamboo basket hanging on the wall. Granny, I live over in the villa district. If you ever need anything, just come find me. If anyone tries to steal these things from you, just let them take it and remember what they look like. I'll get it back for you. Since she decided to take the old woman with her, Chu Jiangyue felt free to be generous. But she couldn't watch over her all the time, so she'd have to ask the base patrol to keep an eye out. Once she finished her business with Song Chungjun about the flyers, she'd bring the old woman away. Chu Jiangyue was quite optimistic. She never even considered the possibility that the old woman might not want to go with her. I know. The patrol knows I live here alone, so they usually pass by more often. Maybe it was a case of top-down influence, but the current base patrol was completely different from the one Chu Jiangwei remembered from her previous life. If she had to choose, she definitely preferred the current patrol. Under Rin Jie's leadership, the old patrol wasn't exactly useless, but they usually just muddled through. If you needed their help, you'd better be ready to pay a hefty price, or else no matter how much you begged, they wouldn't even bat an eye. In less than a year, the B-City safe base had changed completely. Chu Jiangwei nodded. If that was the case, she didn't have to worry about the old woman's safety. I'll be going now. I'll come visit you again next time. Chu Jiangwei didn't mention her plans, deciding to come back tomorrow and talk about it then. The old woman watched Chu Jiangyue's departing figure until she was out of sight, then turned and went back inside. She took the bamboo basket off the wall, looked at the potatoes, corn, and bok choy inside, and a faint smile appeared on her face. When they returned to the villa, Shen Jigui and the others had already helped her tidy up a room. The villa wasn't big, but it had 3 floors, more than enough space for the 6 of them. Boss Chu, you're back. We've prepared a room for you on the 2nd floor. If there's anything you're not happy with, just let us know. Su Shuqing was the first to notice Chu Jiangyue's return, and he naturally steered the conversation to the topic of her room. Chu Jiangyue followed Su Shuqing upstairs to the 2nd floor and entered the room they'd prepared for her. She wasn't picky about where she stayed, and Shin Jigui's group had indeed cleaned up thoroughly, even laying a fresh sheet on the bed for her. She couldn't help but wonder what all Jiang he kept in his spatial storage. Even things like bed sheets seemed to be available. These are things we collected before, planning to use ourselves. But after we got Jianglin Hotel, we never needed them. Didn't expect they'd come in handy now. It just goes to show, whatever you collect, you never know when it'll prove useful. Boss Chu. At that moment, Song Qinjuan's voice rang out from the 1st floor. Chu Jiangwei and Su Shuqing both stepped out of the room and headed downstairs. Boss Chu, I was wondering if it's possible to exchange the gold coins for the deposit right now? He wants to exchange them on the spot? Chu Jiangwei frowned slightly. She didn't have an exchanger on hand. If they needed to do the exchange right now, it'd have to be like last time at the school. She'd need 5 gold coins to open a temporary exchange channel. To open a temporary channel, there's a 5 gold coin fee. You know that, right? I know. I'll transfer the coins to you right now. As he spoke, Song Chungjun opened his virtual screen and transferred 5 gold coins to Chu Jiangwei. Once she received the notification, Chu Jiangwei didn't make things difficult for him. Where are the items? I can help you exchange them now. Song Chungjun hadn't brought anyone with him, and he wasn't a spatial ability user. If there was something to exchange, he'd have to take Chu Jiangwei to it. I drove here. It's in the courtyard. Since he was here to do business with Chu Jiangwei, of course Song Chungjun had thought of these details. Chu Jiangwei followed him outside and saw a pickup truck parked in the yard. The truck bed was loaded with gold, silver, and jewelry, as well as a box containing zombie crystal cores. 1,000 flyers. Isn't that a bit much? Chu Jiangwei thought Song Chungjun had gone a little overboard with all this. It's fine. If there are extras, I can use them for our next collaboration. After all, the coins were in the account. They wouldn't get lost. To keep things clear, Song Chungjun had even separated his personal and public funds in his account, keeping meticulous records. If anyone ever questioned him, he'd have solid proof that he hadn't pocketed a single copper coin of public money. Since Song Chungjun had said as much, Chu Jiangwei didn't press further. She had Little Fox open the temporary exchange channel and exchanged all the items from the pickup. Detected, 35 level, 1 zombie crystal cores, 20 level, 2 zombie crystal cores. Can exchange for 25 gold, 30 silver, and 56 copper coins. Confirm to proceed? Yes/no. Check the amount yourself. If everything looks right, just hit confirm. Chu Jiangwei looked at Song Chungjun. He didn't hesitate and pressed confirm. The next second, his virtual screen showed a new balance, 25 gold, 30 silver, and 56 copper coins. I actually think 1,000 flyers might not be enough. Can I get a few more? Seeing the amount he'd exchanged, Song Chung-jun felt that 1,000 flyers seemed a bit underwhelming. Only 50 silver coins, it felt a little anticlimactic. Sure, how many do you want? 5,000. He asked tentatively. Chu Jiangwei shot him a glance, then turned to Little Fox. Little Fox, can you make 5,000 flyers? She wasn't sure what state Little Fox was in, or how many flyers it could produce at once. If this order exceeded its capacity, she'd have to negotiate. 5,000 is too many. At most, I can make 2,000 more today, no more than that. Little Fox had wanted to protest as soon as it heard 5,000. That would drain all the energy it had accumulated today. 5,000 is too much. The maximum is 2,000. No more. Chu Jiangwei didn't try to bargain. She just relayed Little Fox's limit to Song Chung-jun. He thought 2,000 was still too few, but judging by Chu Jiangyue's expression, if he wasn't satisfied, she could just walk away from the deal. All right, 2,000 it is. That's 10 gold coins, I'll transfer them now. Song Chung-jun was straightforward, not even mentioning a deposit, and immediately sent over 10 gold coins. With the payment received, Chu Jiangyue's gaze toward him softened. I'll go organize people now. Tomorrow we'll head to Jianglin Hotel together. Besides those from the B-City Safe base, they still needed to notify people from other bases. But Song Chung-jun didn't mention any of this to Chu Jiangwei. It was their own responsibility, not hers. Hearing this, Chu Jiangwei was clearly pleased. I really like how decisive you are, Captain Song. She spoke as she watched Song Chung-jun leave. Shen Jigui stood beside her, his expression unreadable. It's getting late. Time for dinner. Jiang He appeared from somewhere, walked over to the dining table in the villa's living room, and took out dishes from his spatial storage, setting them on the table. Not wanting to freeload, Chu Jiangwei also bought a few dishes and some rice from the system shop at wholesale price, placing them on the table. Only she could see the shop interface. I'm planning to head back tomorrow. Is there anything else you all want to do? Since meeting at Jianglin Hotel. We're fine, Boss Chu. You can make the arrangements. Their main goal now was to stay safe and not worry their families. Chu Jiangwei didn't know much about their families, and whatever they decided, she figured they had their reasons. What do you think I should do if I want to bring someone back to Jianglin Hotel with me? At Jianglin Hotel, even if there were no rooms left, just staying outside the hotel was cooler than being in the base. Plus, within a 10-meter radius of the hotel, zombies were kept at bay. All in all, it was a better living environment than the base. Not to mention, at Jianglin Hotel, as long as you had copper coins, you never had to worry about food or zombie attacks. Boss Chu, who do you want to bring back to the hotel? Su Zhucheng looked at Chu Jiangwei, unable to hide the gossip gleaming in his eyes. A person who once helped me. When Chu Jiangwei went out to meet the old lady today, Shin Jigui and the others weren't around, so they had no idea she'd met someone else. But when Shin Jigui heard Chu Jiangwei say this, the meaning changed a bit in his ears. Isn't this your first time at B-City Safe Base? How come you just arrived and already know someone, and you're even thinking about bringing them back to Jianglin Hotel? This time, Shin Jigui even forgot to address her as Boss Chu. It is my first time here, but that doesn't mean it's the first time we've met. In fact, it wasn't her first time at B-City Safe Base. But Chu Jiangwei was tactful enough not to say that out loud. After all, even regulars like Shin Jigui and the others knew that since the zombie virus outbreak, Chu Jiangwei had barely left Jianglin Hotel a handful of times. This really was her first time at B-City Safe Base. But when she said it wasn't their first meeting, Shin Jigui's mood sank a little. Really? A friend of yours, Boss Chu. But as far as he knew, wasn't Chu Jiangyue's only friend that Jin girl she'd fallen out with? How did she suddenly have another friend at the base? Sort of. I'll get up early tomorrow and go find her. Chu Jiangwei didn't notice anything off about Shin Jigui, still lost in her fantasy of bringing the old lady back to Jianglin Hotel with her. Let's eat first. We can talk about tomorrow's plans then. Seeing Shin Jigui's face darken, Jiang He quickly tried to change the subject. No matter what, they still had to eat. Chu Jiangwei casually picked a seat and sat down, not noticing that Shin Jigui sat right beside her as soon as she did. Ahem, ahem. Su Xiuqing kept glancing between Chu Jiangwei and Shen Jigui, and when Chu Jiangwei caught him, he gave a couple of tactical coughs. Let's eat, let's eat. Chu Jiangwei shot him a puzzled look, not understanding what he was embarrassed about, and focused on her meal. The next morning, just as the sky was turning pale, Chu Jiangwei woke up. Only she and Shen Jigui were staying on the second floor, everyone else was on the first. As Chu Jiangwei stepped out of her room, the door across the hall opened at the same time. Morning. Seeing Shen Jigui, Chu Jiangwei greeted him naturally. Morning. Shen Jigui nodded slightly in reply. The others were still asleep, but Chu Jiangwei had no intention of waking them. She planned to use this time to visit the old lady. In her previous life, after she'd gotten to know the old lady better, she often came by to chat. She also learned the old lady's daily routine. Older people tend to sleep early and wake early. With no evening activities at the base, the old lady would go to bed right after dinner. So, by dawn, she'd usually be awake. That meant Chu Jiangwei didn't have to worry about disturbing her at this hour. Heading out? I'll go with you. Seeing Chu Jiangwei about to leave without breakfast, Shen Jigui quickly followed. Chu Jiangwei glanced at him, but didn't stop him. I'm going to the outer district. You want to come too? The outer district's conditions were much worse than the inner district. Judging by Shen Jigui's usual behavior, Chu Jiangwei figured he was a bit of a neat freak. But he rarely showed his emotions, so few people noticed. If Chu Jiangwei hadn't learned to read people's expressions during her last life at B City Safe Base, she wouldn't have picked up on it either. Yeah, the outer district isn't as safe as the inner one. It might be risky for a girl to go alone. Of course, with Chu Jiangyue's abilities, it was probably others who needed to worry, but Shen Jigui was just that much of a double standard. Chu Jiangwei raised an eyebrow. She'd gone yesterday, and he hadn't said anything about it being risky. But she knew he meant well, so she didn't refuse. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the temperature was cooler. Occasionally, someone could be seen stepping out of their rooms. Still, Chu Jiangwei and Shen Jigui's unhurried figures drew quite a few glances. But when people noticed they were both wearing the patrol team's temperature-regulating suits, they realized these two weren't short on money. Even at Jianglin Hotel, those suits cost 20 silver coins each and only lasted 3 days. Ordinary folks couldn't afford such a luxury. At the base, only those with significant abilities ever bought them. If people couldn't stand the heat, they'd go cool off in the safe corridor at the base entrance, which helped a lot. Chu Jiangwei and Shen Jigui had become the focus of attention for many. Where in the outer district is the person you're looking for? Shen Jigui followed Chu Jiangwei through the trading area and into the outer district. People here got up earlier than those in the inner district. Many were already out working. Chu Jiangwei ignored everyone else and led Shen Jigui straight to the small house where the old lady lived. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Jiangwei knocked 3 times, as lightly as she could. Coming. Hearing the voice from inside, Shen Jigui was momentarily stunned. The person she wanted to bring back to Jianglin Hotel was an old woman? When the old lady opened the door, Shen Jigui finally snapped out of it. Hello, ma'am. I'm Jiangyue's friend, Shen Jigui. Now that he knew the person Chu Jiangwei wanted to bring back was an old lady, Shen Jigui's mood instantly brightened, and even his tone became much gentler. Hello, young man. What brings you here, little girl? The old lady greeted Shen Jigui first, then turned to Chu Jiangwei. Granny, we're heading to Jianglin Hotel today with Captain Song's team. I'd like to invite you to come with us. Chu Jiangwei knew that Captain Song would prioritize recruiting young and able-bodied people, and someone the old lady's age might be seen as a liability on the road. But Chu Jiangwei was confident she could keep the old lady safe. To Jianglin Hotel? The old lady had heard people talk about Jianglin Hotel at the base. She knew it was a remarkable place, but at her age, she thought it was better not to go through the trouble. So she'd never considered leaving the base for Jianglin Hotel. She didn't expect that after just one meeting yesterday, Chu Jiangwei would invite her to go. She was grateful for the invitation, but she didn't want to be a burden. I'm too old. I won't take up a spot meant for you young folks. If I need anything, I'll just go to the base exchange. The base had bought a lot of supplies, all for the residents to exchange for. Thanks to Jianglin Hotel, the residents' quality of life had improved a lot. No, you won't be taking anyone's spot. I have my own team, and we're just traveling with Captain Song's group. Xu Jiangwei quickly explained about the spots. They had their own vehicle and didn't need to take up the base's resources. But I know that old lady. If she goes to the Jianglin Hotel, she probably won't be able to afford the room and meals for long. She'd heard others mention the Jianglin Hotel before, and knew its environment was much better than the base. Many people who had gone to Jianglin Hotel with the group ended up staying there and never returned to the base. But recently, word was that the Jianglin Hotel didn't have any spare rooms. Even those who went with the base's team had come back. Even so, plenty of people still wanted to go to Jianglin Hotel with the base's team. Not for any other reason, just because the extreme heat outside didn't affect you inside the hotel. It's fine. The room and board at Jianglin Hotel aren't a problem for me. My cooking isn't great, and lately I've been wanting to hire someone to help me with meals. I'm pretty picky, and after all this time, you're the only one I really feel comfortable with. I trust you won't let me down, right? Xu Jiangwei knew that a direct invitation wouldn't work, but if she asked the old lady for help, she might not agree right away, but she'd at least consider it. Sure enough, the old lady, who had been so firm before, softened at Xu Jiangyue's words and was no longer so resolute. If you agree, we'll have an employment relationship. I'll pay you every month, so you won't have to worry about not having money to live at Jianglin Hotel. The old lady fell silent, lost in thought. Xu Jiangwei didn't rush her, but sat down with Shin Jigui on the stool in the old lady's house, waiting for her to make up her mind. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I just cooked some corn, have some. Seeing the two of them sitting there, the old lady took out the corn she'd just cooked for herself and offered it to them. No, you keep it for yourself. I still have plenty. This was the corn Xu Jiangwei had given her yesterday in exchange for seeds. She couldn't just eat it herself the very next day. Even the stingiest landlord wouldn't be that shameless. We've already eaten, don't worry about us, Shin Jigui added, also refusing the food. They were both able-bodied, no need to take food from an old lady. Seeing that neither of them would take it, the old lady didn't insist and started eating the corn herself. Xu Jiangwei and Shin Jigui could only sit there, staring at each other. After breakfast, the old lady began tidying up her house. She was the type who couldn't sit still, always finding something to do. Xu Jiangwei felt awkward just watching, so she got up to help. Sit down, I'm just sweeping, it won't take long, the old lady said. There was only one set of cleaning tools in the house, so she didn't let Xu Jiangwei help and quickly finished tidying up herself. Granny, have you decided? Will you come back to Jianglin Hotel with me? Xu Jiangwei asked again once the old lady finished sweeping. Shin Jigui didn't know why Xu Jiangwei was so determined to bring the old lady to Jianglin Hotel, but he looked at her seriously as well. Seeing how persistent Xu Jiangwei was, the old lady sighed. All right, I accept your offer. I'll go to Jianglin Hotel with you. After all, she was alone. Life was the same wherever she went. At least at Jianglin Hotel, she wouldn't have to suffer from the extreme heat. As soon as the old lady agreed, a smile broke out on Xu Jiangyue's face. Great. From now on, I'll be counting on you for my meals. Pack your things, we'll leave right away. Xu Jiangwei was worried that if they delayed, the old lady might change her mind. But the old lady lived alone and didn't have much to pack. She ended up just taking a worn black backpack and fitting all her belongings inside. Seeing how little she had, Xu Jiangwei felt a pang of sadness. Let's go. You'll come back to the villa with us now, and later we'll leave with the rest of the base's group. This time, Song Chungjun was leading the team, and Xu Jiangwei didn't mind traveling with them. Since she'd already agreed, the old lady didn't hesitate any longer. She locked her door and followed Xu Jiangwei and Shin Jigui. Xu Jiangwei and Shin Jigui stood out among the people from the outer district. As soon as they stepped outside, they drew a lot of attention. But when people saw the old lady following them, they were puzzled. Everyone knew the old lady, but no one knew when she'd gotten to know these young people. Even if they hadn't seen the two in action, people's instincts about danger were often spot on. In the end, Xu Jiangwei, Shen Jigui, and the old lady made their way through the trading market, under the watchful eyes of others, and entered the inner district of the base. It was the old lady's first time in the inner district, and she was struck by how much cleaner the streets were compared to the outer district. Our villa is at the very back. There are a few friends living with us. When you see them, just call them by their names, Xu Jiangwei explained, worried the old lady might feel uncomfortable meeting so many people at once. The old lady nodded to show she understood. Inside the villa, Jiang He and the others saw Xu Jiangwei and Shen Jigui return together and immediately looked at Shen Jigui, their eyes asking, "What's going on? Did something happen?" Shen Jigui ignored their speculation and walked into the villa, revealing the old lady behind them. "Who's this?" Xia Silin was the first to ask. Had Boss Shen and Boss Chu found a family member? Neither of them seemed like the type to show kindness to strangers. "This is the granny I hired to cook for me. She'll be coming with us to Jianglin Hotel today," Xu Jiangwei explained. The others nodded in understanding. "So, when are we leaving?" Song Chungjun was already organizing people, but it wasn't clear when exactly they'd depart. "We'll wait for Captain Song's notice," Xu Jiangwei replied. The 6 of them were among the strongest in the base. She didn't think Song Chungjun would miss the chance to have them as free bodyguards. Shen Jigui and the others had no objections. "I just checked, Captain Song is still organizing people, so it won't be right away. Let's eat first." On the dining table were all sorts of dishes Jiang He had taken out from his storage space. The old lady looked at Xu Jiangwei and Shen Jigui. Hadn't they said they'd already eaten? Xu Jiangwei averted her gaze, pretending not to notice. Shen Jigui coughed awkwardly. "We made too much. Why don't you join us for a bit?" He tried to shift the old lady's attention. She shook her head. She was already full from the corn and couldn't eat any more. "Come on, have a little. We'd feel bad making you stand there watching us eat," Xu Jiangwei invited again. Unable to refuse, the old lady sat down at the table, though she seemed a bit uncomfortable the whole time. Xu Jiangwei knew she might feel out of place at first, so she did her best to look after her during the meal and help her relax. Song Chungjun arrived at the villa to find them at 10 o'clock. By then, Xu Jiangwei and the others had already been waiting in the villa for quite some time. "Granny Hua, what are you doing here?" When Song Chungjun entered the villa and saw the elderly woman, he looked a bit surprised. Xu Jiangwei knew the old lady's surname was Hua, but at this point, she didn't know that Song Chungjun was aware of it too. She hadn't expected Song Chungjun to know Granny Hua's surname as well. "I hired Granny to cook 3 meals a day for me. She's coming back to Jianglin Hotel with us today. Don't worry, I'll be responsible for her safety." "Boss Chu, what are you saying? Granny Hua has helped me out a lot too. If she's in danger, I wouldn't just stand by and do nothing." Song Chungjun hadn't expected Granny Hua to return to Jianglin Hotel with Xu Jiangwei, but after finding out, he was actually quite pleased. Even though the base had ice-type ability users releasing their powers around the perimeter every day, it didn't help much with the temperature inside. According to the base leader, if Jianglin Hotel had enough rooms, he'd want everyone in the base to move in. The original intention of building the base was to provide survivors with a safe place to live, but under the extreme heat, the residents were suffering terribly. So far, only Jianglin Hotel and the roads built with materials provided by Xu Jiangwei were unaffected by the extreme heat. If things were this tough for them, it was even worse for smaller bases. Life there must be even harder. "Let's not talk about this now. We should get going, or we won't make it to the hotel before nightfall." Jianglin Hotel was still quite a distance from the B-City safe base. As usual, Xu Jiangwei set up the navigation, and the silver SUV appeared once again in everyone's view. "Granny, get in." Xu Jiangwei gave the seat behind the driver's seat, where she'd sat before, to Granny Hua, and sat down next to her. As for Shen Jigui and the others, they arranged themselves. Shen Jigui took the front passenger seat. Jiang He, not wanting to drive, sat in the last row behind Granny Hua. Lin Shuyuan also sat in the front passenger seat. Su Zhuqing and Xia Silin both sat in the last row as well. 7 people, just right. Song Chenjuan's organized team was waiting at the base gate. They drove over and joined the end of the convoy. As they left the base, Chu Jiangwei glanced out the window and unexpectedly saw Ren Jia, the person they'd left behind on the way to the B-City safe base. Chu Jiangwei didn't know if Ren Jia had seen her, but he was definitely staring in the direction of the silver SUV. From the look on Ren Jia's face, Chu Jiangwei couldn't shake the feeling that he was up to something. But since he hadn't done anything yet, and it was just a gut feeling, there wasn't much she could do about it. The car drove out of the B-City safe base and soon entered the safe passage. After a day, the safe passage had been extended even further. At this rate, the plan to fully open the road would soon be realized. This time, the journey was smooth and safe. Even the section without a safe passage went without a hitch. By the time they truly returned to Jianglin Hotel, the sun was already slanting west, but visibility was still good. Once inside Jianglin Hotel, Granny Hua realized that everything people had said about the place was true. If anything, they'd understated it. She felt that even the praise she'd heard didn't do Jianglin Hotel justice. Some things you have to see and experience for yourself to really understand how they feel. Chu Jiangwei helped Granny Hua out of the car. After Shen Jigui and the others got out, she ended the navigation and put away the silver SUV. Granny, I'll take you to get your ID card. Without an ID card, you basically couldn't do anything at Jianglin Hotel. All right. Granny Hua knew very well that she was only there to cook for Chu Jiangwei, so she was happy to go along with whatever arrangements Chu Jiangwei made for her at the hotel. It's you. Just as Chu Jiangwei was leading Granny Hua into the hotel and heading toward the office hall, they ran into the skinny old man from the zombie-free neighborhood protected by mutant plants. The old man recognized Chu Jiangwei and came over in surprise to greet her. Hello. She'd expected people from that neighborhood to come to Jianglin Hotel eventually, but not this soon. Chu Jiangwei thought they'd wait and observe a little longer. But it was a good thing. They were one step closer to her goal of 1,000 new guests. At this moment, Song Chungjun also arrived with the group he'd organized that day. I have no objections. How could Granny Hua object? Everything she had now was thanks to Chu Jiangwei. Then it's settled. Jiangong, recharge Granny's account with 80 silver coins. Chu Jiangwei took zombie crystal cores worth 80 silver coins from her system backpack and placed them on the exchange tray. Following her instructions, Chu Jiangyong recharged Granny Hua's account with 80 silver coins. There aren't any rooms available at the hotel right now, so I'll take you to my place. You can also get familiar with the kitchen. The supplies in Chu Jiangyue's cabin could only be used by her, but it was fine to have someone cook for her. As long as the ingredients were handled but not eaten, there was no problem. She just didn't know how many people Song Chungjun had brought this time, or if she'd be able to complete her task. Before leaving the office hall, Chu Jiangwei glanced at the long line forming there. Once those people got their ID cards, she'd be able to clearly see her task progress inching forward. Granny Hua had no objections and followed Chu Jiangwei out of the office hall. After 2 days and 1 night away, the supplies Shen Jigui and the others had prepared were almost used up. As Chu Jiangwei and Granny Hua came out of the office hall, they happened to see Shen Jigui and his group coming out of the restaurant. When he saw Chu Jiangwei, Shen Jigui's eyes lit up. Boss Chu. Chu Jiangwei nodded in greeting. I'm taking Granny to my place so she can get familiar with the environment. After all, she'd be relying on her for 3 meals a day from now on. But isn't the hotel out of rooms? Where will Granny stay? That was indeed a problem. Chu Jiangwei could only hope that Song Chungjun had brought enough people this time. 1,000 new guests was no small feat. I'll figure something out. No matter what, since she'd brought Granny Hua here, she couldn't let her end up sleeping rough. That would be worse than Granny Hua living alone in a little cabin back at the base. Chu Jiangwei brought Granny Hua to her own 2-story wooden cabin. This house is just for me. You can use any of the ingredients in the kitchen on the first floor as you like. But you can't eat them. If you need a meal, you'll have to buy it from the hotel restaurant. That was the hotel's rule. Everything in the cabin was a personal benefit provided to Chu Jiangwei by the Apocalypse Hotel. No one else was allowed to use them, not even if Chu Jiangwei wanted to give them away for free. Alright. Granny Hua walked into the kitchen and, seeing all the complete and spotless equipment, couldn't help but feel emotional. She never expected that, in times like these, she'd still get to see such a clean and well-equipped kitchen. I can use all of this? Granny Hua asked Chu Jiangwei, a little uncertain. Of course. I'm the only one living here, and I'm hiring you to cook 3 meals a day for me. Of course you can use everything in the kitchen. Chu Jiangwei gave her a reassuring answer. So, what exactly will my working hours be? Although it was supposed to be 3 meals a day, Granny Hua wasn't sure about Chu Jiangwei's schedule, nor did she know when to prepare food. It's fine. Let's sort out your accommodation first. Chu Jiangwei opened her virtual screen to check the latest mission progress. Mission issued. Please help the host expand the Jianglin Hotel's clientele, 873/1000. Mission reward, to be unlocked. Since the people Song Chungjun brought were still in the process of getting their ID cards, the number was still slowly increasing. But it still wasn't a sure thing. If the number didn't reach the target today, wouldn't Granny Hua have nowhere to stay tonight? Granny Hua, the hotel doesn't have any vacant rooms at the moment. I'll take you to Xingshi to find a place to stay. As soon as the hotel has a room available, I'll come and bring you back right away. Near Jianglin Hotel, the only residential complex was Xingshi. After the apocalypse began, almost everyone moved into the Jianglin Hotel. Now, the people living in the complex were mostly those who came later, staying in Xingshi mainly to be the first to grab any new rooms that became available. That's fine. Anywhere is the same for me. Granny Hua wasn't upset that Chu Jiangwei couldn't let her stay at the Jianglin Hotel. She was all alone, so it didn't matter where she lived. Chu Jiangwei led Granny Hua out of the 2-story cabin, left the Jianglin Hotel, and headed towards Xingshi. There were quite a few people living in Xingshi. As Chu Jiangwei brought Granny Hua over, they ran into quite a few residents. Boss Chu. Good evening, Boss Chu. Whenever people saw Chu Jiangwei, they'd stop and greet her. After all, she was the owner of the Jianglin Hotel. Others might not be overly deferential, but they definitely wouldn't dare show her any disrespect. However, Chu Jiangwei hadn't expected to run into Lu Yi and Jiang Jinjin in Xingshi. Didn't they have rooms at the Jianglin Hotel? How come, after not paying attention for a while, they'd ended up back here? And from the looks of it, the two of them seemed to be getting along quite well. When did they become friends? When they saw Chu Jiangwei, both of their faces twisted with resentment. But, given Chu Jiangwei's status and strength, all they could do was glare at her. There was nothing else they could do. Chu Jiangwei ignored them and continued to look for a vacant house for Granny Hua. Boss Chu, what brings you here? Chu Jiangwei had originally planned to find a safe villa for Granny Hua, but when she saw Jean Churin, she had a new idea. Mr. Jean, I'm helping Granny Hua find a place to stay. Where are you living? If Jean Churin was here, then the protagonist and her team must be here as well. With them around, Granny Hua's safety would be much more assured. We're staying in Mr. Shen's villa now. It wasn't a secret. Anyone could find out just by walking around Xingshi. So Jean Churin told her directly. Are there any spare rooms in your villa? Or is there an empty villa next door? Chu Jiangwei was being very thorough about Granny Hua's safety. Jean Churin glanced at Granny Hua. Our villa is full, but there are rooms in the villa next door. However, there are already other people living there. Because of the situation at the Jianglin Hotel, Xingshi occupancy rate was almost as high as it was before the apocalypse. What kind of people are living there? If they were dangerous types, Chu Jiangwei wouldn't feel comfortable letting Granny Hua stay there. It's an ability user team passing through Jianglin Hotel. They're all college students, so they should be easy to get along with. Students tended to be simpler-minded than adults. Otherwise, before the apocalypse, people wouldn't have joked about the pure stupidity of college students. Could you show us the way, Mr. Jean? If it was just a group of students, Chu Jiangwei felt much more at ease. No problem. Follow me. Jean Churin led the way for Chu Jiangwei and Granny Hua. Before long, they arrived at the villa where the college students were staying. Jean Churin stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, someone inside opened it and poked their head out. Seeing Jean Churin, the person relaxed and came out. "Brother Jean, what brings you here?" "This is Boss Chu. You know her, right?" Jean Churin introduced Chu Jiangwei to the young man. "Of course. She's the owner of Jianglin Hotel. Right now, no one else could be respectfully called boss except Chu Jiangwei." "Hello." Chu Jiangwei reached out to shake hands and greet him. Hello. I'm Qian Boss Chu. You can just call me Xiao Qi." Qian was a little flattered as he shook her hand, but quickly let go. He was afraid that if he held on too long, it would be misunderstood as being inappropriate. "This is Granny Hua. I heard from Mr. Jean that you have a spare room here. Would it be possible for Granny Hua to stay? Also, I'd like to ask you to keep an eye on Granny Hua's safety while she's here. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to do it for free, I'll pay you." Chu Jiangwei took a bag of zombie crystals from her system backpack. She'd collected them while out killing zombies and hadn't exchanged them for gold coins yet. No need. It's just a small favor. How could we accept payment from you, Boss Chu?" Although Qian was tempted by the crystals, he knew this was a great chance to make a good impression on Chu Jiangwei. If they got on her good side, maybe she'd help them out in the future. Even if there were no benefits, it was never a bad thing to leave a good impression on Chu Jiangwei. "I'm asking you for a favor, so it's only right to pay you. Take it." Chu Jiangwei shoved the bag into Qimo's hands. "How many crystals is this? You can deduct it from my salary later." Granny Hua didn't want to take advantage of Chu Jiangwei. Seeing her pay Qian, she offered to have it deducted from her own wages. "It's not much. I just picked them up along the way. Don't worry about it." Chu Jiangwei really didn't care about those zombie crystal cores. She didn't rely on them to get by. "I'm just someone you hired to cook. If I let you help and then take your payment, that's not right." Granny Hua still wasn't willing to take advantage of Chu Jiangwei for nothing. "There's no need to pay me, I already said so. Boss Chu, please take these back." Qian handed the bag of zombie crystal cores back to Chu Jiangwei. Chu Jiangwei looked at the bag and finally relented. "All right, but I can't just let you help for nothing either. The mangoes at the hotel are almost ripe. When the time comes, you'll have priority to buy some." When she'd just returned to Jianglin Hotel, Chu Jiangwei had noticed the mango trees were already bearing fruit. With the growth speed inside the hotel, they'd be ripe in just a few days. Hearing there were mangoes, Qimo's eyes lit up. That was his favorite fruit. "Great. I'll definitely buy some when the time comes." Ever since the apocalypse began, he hadn't eaten any fruit, let alone mangoes. If Jianglin Hotel had them, that would be amazing. "I'll let you know in advance." Last time it was Shinjigue and the others. This time, it was Qian. "Qian, what are you doing out there? Why aren't you coming in?" Qian didn't live alone. While he was talking to Chu Jiangwei and the others, someone inside was clearly getting impatient. Coming. Boss Chu, let's go in and talk." Qian moved to the side of the villa entrance, making way for Chu Jiangwei and Granny Hua to go inside. "I'll head back now. If you need anything, just call me." Jean Churin saw there was nothing left for her to do and didn't want to just stand around as background. Chu Jiangwei waved her off, letting Jean Churin do as she pleased, then went inside the villa with Granny Hua. The others inside the villa looked surprised to see Chu Jiangwei and Granny Hua come in from outside. They knew Boss Chu, but who was this old lady? Qimo's grandmother? "This is Granny Hua, the chef Boss Chu hired. She'll be staying with us for a while. And when the mangoes at Jianglin Hotel ripen, we get first dibs." Qian was clearly very interested in this mango priority. Mangoes? The others were also surprised to hear that. In the current environment, getting fresh fruit was harder than reaching the sky. The mangoes at Jianglin Hotel really are almost ripe. But to get priority, they'd have to guarantee Granny Hua's safety. Mangoes. So, what do we need to do? It was the apocalypse, after all. They learned the hard way there's no such thing as a free lunch. All you have to do is protect Granny Hua while she's staying in the villa. She was only a few people away from completing her mission. With just a few more, it'd be done in a day or two. After all, the B-City safe base brought people over every day, just a matter of how many. No problem. We'll treat Granny Hua like our own grandma. At her age, calling her their grandma wasn't wrong. Granny Hua looked at Chu Jiangwei gratefully. She really had thought of everything for her. If not for Chu Jiangwei, she'd have been completely lost here. Chu Jiangwei nodded, feeling pretty confident in them. Plus, Jean Churan was in the villa next door. She was the heroine's brother in the Little Foxes storyline, so he was definitely a good person. If anything happened to Granny Hua, he wouldn't just stand by. I'll head back now. Granny Hua, settle in first. There's no rush for me. Cooking was just an excuse. Chu Jiangwei had never really seen Granny Hua as just a chef. I'll come make you breakfast tomorrow morning. But for non-hotel guests, you could only stay in Jianglin Hotel for 2 hours a day, so she'd have to plan her time carefully. Otherwise, she might get kicked out before she finished cooking. And who knew where she'd end up if it was in a zombie horde? She'd have no chance of survival. Granny Hua pondered these things. Chu Jiangwei, on the other hand, didn't think that much. She just felt that now Granny Hua was here, her life would definitely get better. She didn't refuse Granny Hua's offer either. She couldn't make it too obvious. After settling Granny Hua in, Chu Jiangwei didn't linger at Shengshi Huadu. She said goodbye to Granny Hua and the others, then left the villa and headed for the gates. By the time she got back to Jianglin Hotel, it was already quite late. Chu Jiangwei made herself a quick bowl of noodles in her little cabin, ate, washed up, and went to bed. Staying at Jianglin Hotel gave her an overwhelming sense of security, and Chu Jiangwei slept straight through until she woke up naturally. After washing up, she opened the door of her cabin and saw Granny Hua waiting outside. Granny Hua, why didn't you message me when you arrived? Why didn't you remind me? She asked the little fox quietly sitting on her shoulder. Host, didn't you tell me not to wake you while you're sleeping? It had learned the hard way about Chu Jiangyue's morning temper. Even if you're not human, you still need to use your judgment. Next time Granny Hua comes, even if I'm sleeping, you can wake me up. Okay, host. The little fox was very obedient. The conversation in Chu Jiangyue's mind seemed long, but it all happened in an instant. I saw your door was still closed, so I figured you weren't up yet and didn't want to wake you. But counting the time she'd waited, Granny Hua had already lost 20 minutes. With less than 2 hours left, Granny Hua hurried into the kitchen and started making breakfast for Chu Jiangwei. Chu Jiangyue's cooking was just average, but Granny Hua's skills were truly masterful. Chu Jiangwei felt like she'd barely looked away before Granny Hua had already finished making the dumplings. Since it was just Chu Jiangwei, Granny Hua only made 20 dumplings and soon they were all cooked and boiling. I only have 2 hours, so I can't stay any longer. I need to save time for lunch and dinner. Once the dumplings float to the top, they're ready to eat. Granny Hua took off her apron and quickly left the cabin, heading for the hotel exit. Chu Jiangwei watched her go and soon saw Qian coming over as well. Granny Hua and Qian left Jianglin Hotel together. Mission. Please help Jianglin Hotel attract new guests. 1,000 out of 1,000. Completed. Mission reward. Building 3 fully unlocked. Unlock summer food and cold drinks. EXP plus 1,000. Current hotel level 3, 8150/. Would you like to renovate and place Building 3? Yes/no. Seeing Building 3, Chu Jiangyue's eyes lit up and she immediately chose to renovate and place it. She put Building 3 right behind Building 2, but not too close so it wouldn't block the light. Above Building 3, a 10-minute countdown appeared. With Building 3 finally available, Chu Jiangwei hurried out of Jianglin Hotel to catch up with Granny Hua and Qian. Granny Hua. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's voice, Granny Hua and Qian stopped and turned around. Boss Chu, is there something you need? Granny Hua asked, looking at her. The hotel has new rooms available, Chu Jiangwei announced. Qian's eyes lit up. He had been waiting a long time for new rooms at Jianglin Hotel. Really? There are new rooms? Qian could hardly believe it. Of course. Would I joke about something like this? Chu Jiangwei replied. With Chu Jiangyue's confirmation, GMO was so happy he nearly jumped for joy. Granny, let's hurry back and pack up so we can grab a room. GMO pulled Granny Hua along, quickly heading back toward their villa. Chu Jiangyue followed as well, ready to lend a hand if Granny Hua needed help. Granny Hua quickened her pace to keep up with GMO, and before long, they were back at their villa. Hurry, hurry. Pack up. Jianglin Hotel has new rooms. Let's get ready and go grab one. GMO went around waking up everyone in the villa who was still asleep. As soon as the others heard the news, their sleepiness vanished. Jianglin Hotel has new rooms? What fantastic news! Boss Chu came to tell us herself. It can't be fake, GMO said, pointing to Chu Jiangyue, who was helping Granny Hua pack. When the others saw Chu Jiangyue, their eyes brightened. Hello, Boss Chu. Hello, everyone. The rooms are still being renovated, so there's no need to rush, Chu Jiangyue reassured them. No one would be able to check into the new rooms until renovations were complete. Of course, if someone happened to be at Jianglin Hotel and saw Building 3 being renovated, well, that was just their luck. How can we not rush? Once others find out, they'll call their friends, and if we're even a little slow, we might miss out on a room. The others weren't as calm as Chu Jiangyue and began packing in a flurry. Compared to them, Granny Hua had only stayed one night and didn't have much to pack. With Chu Jiangyue's help, she finished even faster. Granny, wait here for a moment. I'll go next door to let them know, Chu Jiangyue said. After all, it was Jean Churin who had shown her the way yesterday. Chu Jiangyue thought it was only right to inform them as well. Most of the people staying at Xingshi Huadu were waiting for new rooms at Jianglin Hotel, including the female lead. Go ahead. I'll wait here, Granny Hua replied. Chu Jiangyue left the villa and headed to Jean Churin's place. She didn't bother hiding her movements, and many people in the area were watching her closely. But when they saw Chu Jiangyue enter Jean Churin's villa, most stopped paying attention. The people living there were all top tier, and no one wanted to attract trouble by being nosy. Good morning, Boss Chu. Jean Churin and his group were still eating breakfast when Chu Jiangyue arrived. They were surprised to see her. Previously, Chu Jiangyue rarely left Jianglin Hotel, and even when she did, she never came to Xingshi Huadu, except for yesterday, when she came to help Granny Hua find a place. The hotel will have new rooms available today. If you're interested, you'd better hurry to Jianglin Hotel, Chu Jiangyue said. Jean Churin and the others immediately looked up. There are new rooms? To be honest, coming from H City to B City on Jean Churin's advice had been a huge decision for them. While Jianglin Hotel was. And since the information came straight from Chu Jiangyue, the owner of Jianglin Hotel, it was definitely reliable. Thank you for letting us know, Boss Chu. We'll head over right away, Jean Churin said, shoveling food into his mouth to finish breakfast as quickly as possible. When it comes to new rooms, the sooner the better. If they were late and missed out, it would be a real shame. All right, I'll leave you to it, Chu Jiangyue said. She felt she'd done her part by notifying them, regardless of their reaction. She left the villa and went back to find Granny Hua. GMO and the others had already finished packing, but since Chu Jiangyue hadn't returned yet, they waited with Granny Hua in the villa. When they saw Chu Jiangyue come back, they quickly grabbed their things and headed outside. Granny Hua had Chu Jiangyue to back her up, but the others didn't. Chu Jiangyue didn't say anything about it. Granny Hua, let's go, Chu Jiangyue said, reaching out to help with her luggage, but Granny Hua refused. It's just a few clothes. I can manage, Granny Hua said, picking up her backpack and walking with Chu Jiangyue toward the exit of Xingshi Huadu. Boss Chu, is it true that new rooms are available at the hotel? Mr. Jean and GMO just left with their luggage, someone asked as they walked down the main road. Yes, there are new rooms. If you're interested, you can go take a look, Chu Jiangyue replied openly. After all, Building 3 had plenty of rooms, there should be enough for most people. With Chu Jiangyue's confirmation, the person thanked her repeatedly and rushed off to pack. When Chu Jiangyue and Granny Hua arrived at the hotel's lobby, it was already packed with people. Chu Jiangyue squeezed her way through the crowd with Granny Hua. Granny, which room would you like? Chu Jiangyue asked, using her privileges as the hotel owner to let Granny Hua skip the line. Although others were envious, they all knew about the hotel's eviction mechanism, so no one said anything. Granny Hua wasn't one to splurge, so she just picked a standard single room. Chu Jiangwei quickly helped her check in, so Granny Hua no longer had to worry about being evicted for not being a guest. Go settle into your room first. I'll help the others check in, Chu Jiangwei said. Building 3 was much larger than buildings 1 and 2, and could accommodate many more people. Chu Jiangong, the hotel's robot, couldn't handle the rush alone, which was why the lobby was so crowded. Although Chu Jiangwei didn't really want to work, she didn't want people to think she was lazy either. Chu Jiangong was already working so hard, she should at least help out. Granny Hua had no objections to Chu Jiangyue's arrangements and took her luggage to find her room. If you want to check in, come over here and line up. Don't waste time. As soon as Chu Jiangwei finished speaking, people quickly started crowding over. Boss Chu, we want to book the luxury 6-person suite. The first to come over was Jean Churin's group. They were strong, good at fighting zombies, had gold coins in their accounts, and could even afford to stay in the best rooms. No problem. How long will you be staying? Chu Jiangwei tapped a few times on the virtual screen above the counter, then asked. We'll stay for a month first, Jean Chuyu decided right away, pulling out her ID card. It's 12 silver coins per day, so for 30 days that's 3 gold coins and 60 silver coins. Split between the 6 of you, that's 60 silver coins each. Just swipe your ID card here. Chu Jiangwei was already very skilled at checking guests in. Jean Churin and her group took out their ID cards and each swiped them over the payment sensor. The next second, 60 silver coins were deducted from each person. All done. Your room is 1201. Just go into Building 3, take the elevator to the 12th floor, and you'll find it. Now that they were officially guests, smiles appeared on Jean Chuyu and her friends' faces. Thank you, Boss Chu. We'll go check out the room first. Since it was a luxury 6-person suite, it couldn't be bad. Even the standard suites at Jianglin Hotel were far better than the accommodations provided to residents at Base B. If nothing else, just the fact that the rooms were kept clean every day was something the base couldn't manage. As for the other guests who came to check in, Chu Jiangwei didn't really know them, but she still handled their check-in seriously and professionally. The rush of people checking in lasted all the way until noon before it finally started to die down. For the few stragglers left, Chu Jiangwei had them go find Chu Jiangyang to check in instead. Once she was free, Chu Jiangwei immediately left the main hall and went to Building 3 to find Granny Hua. Meanwhile, as Chu Jiangwei was busy checking in guests and then heading off to find Granny Hua, quite a few people noticed that the restaurant had a new iced drink on offer. After drinking it, you could go 2 hours without being affected by the extreme heat outside. Each cup cost 2 silver coins, but you could only buy up to 3 cups per day. If you drank a 4th cup, it would just be a regular iced drink with no special effect. 2 silver coins wasn't expensive, but if you drank 3 a day, it added up. Still, it gave those who couldn't afford temperature-regulating suits a second option, which was a pleasant surprise for many. When Chu Jiangwei arrived at Building 3, Granny Hua happened to be coming out. You're here. I was just about to go cook lunch for you, Granny Hua said, checking the time as she stepped out of her single room, ready to head to the cabin to cook for Chu Jiangwei. No rush. Have you eaten yet? Chu Jiangwei wasn't hungry at the moment. I'll just buy something from the restaurant. There's still time to cook for you first. Granny Hua always remembered that she was hired by Chu Jiangwei to cook 3 meals a day. Otherwise, with the limited spots at Jianglin Hotel, who knew when it would ever be her turn, an old lady with 1 foot in the grave. The restaurant just launched a new drink today. I was thinking of trying it. Let's eat together in the restaurant. Chu Jiangwei didn't really want Granny Hua to be her personal chef, so she was always looking for excuses to spare her the trouble. Granny Hua gave Chu Jiangwei a suspicious look, feeling like Chu Jiangwei never really intended for her to cook all her meals. Come on, let's go. I heard the new drink in the restaurant has a special effect. Don't you want to try it? Chu Jiangwei took Granny Hua's arm and half-dragged her into the restaurant. As soon as they entered, they saw a crowd gathered in front of the food dispensers. Before, the dispensers only had steamed buns, meat buns, corn, and bok choy. Now, there was a new drinks section. Chu Jiangwei noticed quite a few people buying 3 cups of the cooling iced drink and leaving the restaurant without drinking them. She guessed they planned to use the drink's special effect to go out scavenging for supplies or fighting zombies. Granny Hua, do you want to try a cup? Although there were a lot of people waiting, Chu Jiangwei could buy at wholesale price from her own system shop. Anything she bought from her shop, she could give away or resell as she liked. At 2 silver coins a cup, it wasn't much for Granny Hua, who had 80 silver coins, but not exactly cheap either. With her salary, she could only afford to indulge occasionally, not every day. There are too many people. Let's check out the other food first. The restaurant's menu hadn't changed in a long time, and many guests at Jianglin Hotel were already tired of the food. But compared to the moldy, rotten food outside, the meals here were still a precious luxury. Chu Jiangwei and Granny Hua were just 2 people, so they didn't order much. They got 1 serving of braised pork, 1 tomato and egg stir-fry, 1 shredded potato in vinegar, and 2 bowls of rice. A balanced meal with both meat and vegetables. Chu Jiangwei didn't have to pay for her meals in the restaurant, but Granny Hua wasn't one to take advantage, insisting on paying Yun Zijin half the cost. Which meant Chu Jiangwei still made a profit on the wholesale price. After all, the price in the dispenser was double what Chu Jiangwei paid in her own system shop. Unable to win the argument, Chu Jiangwei finally accepted half the money. Mission issued. Within 3 days, sell 5,000 cooling iced drinks, 0/5,000. Mission reward, to be unlocked. Chu Jiangwei had just taken a sip of the iced drink when she heard the sudden mission prompt. Sell 5,000 cups in 3 days? Chu Jiangwei felt the hotel was really making things hard for her. Jianglin Hotel didn't have that many guests to begin with. Compared to Base B, it was a drop in the bucket. Even counting the people living in Shishihuadu, 5,000 cups in 3 days was a stretch. Unless she got lucky and ran into a group of students or a gathering of survivors. But that kind of thing was unpredictable. Most hiding spots near the hotel had already been searched. If she wanted to find more survivors, she'd have to look farther afield. Faced with this headache, Chu Jiangwei frowned instinctively. What's wrong? Granny Hua immediately noticed her mood. It's nothing, just thinking about something. Don't worry about me. There was no way Chu Jiangwei could complete the mission alone. She'd have to rely on Song Chungjun to bring in more people from the base. First-time guests at Jianglin Hotel were always prone to impulse purchases. After finishing lunch with Granny Hua, Chu Jiangwei went to find Song Chungjun. When she found him, he was already organizing the people who hadn't managed to get a room at Jianglin Hotel, preparing to head back to Base B. Seeing Chu Jiangwei approach, he greeted her naturally, Boss Chu. Captain Song, the restaurant just launched a new cooling iced drink. Did you hear about it? Seeing how busy Song Chungjun was, Chu Jiangwei couldn't help but look at him sympathetically. Boss Chu, we've already bought some and plan to bring them back to the base. As long as the summer cooling drinks aren't opened, their effect won't fade. Only after opening and finishing them will they work. In a couple of days, the hotel's mangoes will be ripe too. If Captain Song is interested, you're welcome to come by and take a look. Chu Jiangwei pointed to the mango tree next to the random fruit tree. The mango tree had grown quite large, its branches heavy with fruit, though they were still green at the moment. But judging by how fast the mango tree was growing at Jianglin Hotel, they'd probably be fully ripe in about 2 days. Following Chu Jiangyue's gesture, Song Chungjun also saw the mango tree laden with fruit. Of course I'll come. Are you planning to sell all of them, Boss Chu? Outside, apart from a few mutated plants, you could hardly see any greenery anymore. And most mutated plants were aggressive, so picking their fruit wasn't exactly easy. Fruit at the base had become a luxury item. If they could buy it at Jianglin Hotel, that would be a great thing. Of course, I'm selling them all. Chu Jiangwei had plenty of fruit for herself, so she never thought about keeping any. Don't worry, Boss Chu. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. He'd come back for the mangoes, no matter what. Not just to buy for the base, He wanted some for himself, to satisfy his cravings. Looking forward to seeing you, Captain Song. As long as Song Chung-jun came, he'd definitely bring more people from the base, and then the sales of the cooling drinks would surely hit a new high. Song Chung-jun didn't know why, but he felt that Chu Jiangwei was looking at him a little strangely. But since he didn't sense any malice, he didn't dwell on it. After a few words with Chu Jiangwei, Song Chung-jun led his people away from Jianglin Hotel. Watching Song Chung-jun's departing figure, Chu Jiangwei had high hopes for the people he'd bring next time. However, because the cooling drinks were a bit pricey and the temperature-regulating suits were cheaper, Chu Jiangwei could see from her panel that sales of the cooling drinks were steadily rising. It was just that there weren't many guests at Jianglin Hotel, and only Xingshi Huadu nearby was still habitable, so the growth wasn't dramatic. After Chu Jiangwei finished talking with Song Chung-jun, Granny Hua finally spoke up. What would you like for dinner? I'll start prepping now so I can cook faster tonight. Granny Hua was very dedicated to cooking for Chu Jiangwei. After all, before the apocalypse, she'd never had an employer pay her a month's wages before she even started work. If she didn't do her job, she'd really start to wonder what Chu Jiangwei had hired her for. Whatever you want to make is fine. I'm not picky. Of course, Chu Jiangwei wouldn't micromanage Granny Hua's work. After all, this job was just a cover. How about I make you 2 dishes and a soup? Granny Hua had paid special attention to Chu Jiangyue's appetite earlier. As long as the portions were small, one person could finish 2 dishes and a soup. Sounds good. You can use whatever ingredients are in the kitchen. Then I'll go check what we have now. All right, feel free. At the moment, Chu Jiangyue's cabin could only be entered by herself and Granny Hua. With Chu Jiangyue's permission, Granny Hua went inside to start planning dinner. Chu Jiangwei, meanwhile, walked over to the mango tree and the random fruit sapling, giving each a bit of her wood-type energy. After infusing them with energy, Chu Jiangwei felt as if the 2 trees were very happy, but the feeling was faint. She couldn't be sure if it was real or just her imagination. But the good news was that the mangoes on the tree looked a bit riper than before. As for the random fruit sapling beside it, it had only just started to bud. It would still be a while before it bore mature fruit. After finishing with the trees, Chu Jiangwei turned to leave, only to spot Jin Qiu, with Zheng Wenin in tow. Is the power of the plot really so strong? Even though the story's gone off the rails, how are the male and female leads together again? The little fox, who always perched on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, usually didn't butt into her conversations unless something unusual happened. Now, seeing the male and female leads together, the little fox's fur bristled in shock. Calm down, I'll go find out what's going on for you. Chu Jiangwei comforted the little fox in her mind, then walked toward Jin Qiu. Qiu Jia. Trying to get closer to the female lead, Chu Jiangwei even changed her form of address to Jia, big sister. Normally, she'd call other guests Miss or Ma'am. But the female lead deserved a little special treatment. Boss Chu. Jin Qiu didn't change how she addressed Chu Jiangwei, and even found it a bit odd to be called Jia. Boss Chu sounds so distant. I feel like we hit it off right away, Qiu Jia. You can call me Jiangwei or even Yaya if you like. Chu Jiangwei beamed at her. When Zheng Wenin saw Chu Jiangwei approaching, he subconsciously took a step to the side. After all, he had his own designs on Chu Jiangwei. Classmate Jiangwei. Please call me Boss Chu, thank you. Chu Jiangyue's attitude toward the male and female leads was night and day. She changed faces as quickly as flipping a page. Zheng Wenin could only laugh awkwardly and stand quietly to the side. Jiangwei, did you need something? Chu Jiangyue's double standard toward her and Zheng Wenin made Jin Qiu feel a bit odd, though she couldn't quite put her finger on why. It's just, the hotel's mangoes will be ripe in a couple of days. I was wondering if you like mangoes. This was the 3rd time Chu Jiangwei had brought up mangoes as a topic. If there really are mangoes, of course I'll buy some. Fruit was a luxury these days. Then keep an eye out for the hotel's new arrivals announcement over the next couple of days. Chu Jiangwei smiled brightly. Jin Qiu nodded. All right, I'll keep an eye out. But Qiu Jia, do you know this? Mr. Zheng. Now that the conversation had warmed up, Chu Jiangwei got to her real question. Jin Chuyu shook her head. He came to ask if he could join my ability user team. But we have enough members for now, so we're not considering new ones. Jin Churin was only able to join because he was her brother, and the team agreed out of trust in her. After Jin Churin joined, he performed well and gradually earned the others' trust. But Zheng Wenin was a stranger, so Jin Chuyu wouldn't consider him. So that's what he was after. If the story hadn't gone off the rails, Zheng Wenin probably would have succeeded. But now that the plot had collapsed, who knew if the male and female leads were still the same? Miss Jean, I sincerely want to join, and I'm a level 2 fire-type ability user. Level 2 fire-type sounded impressive, but compared to Jin Chuyu's team, it wasn't anything special. Sorry, we're not looking to add anyone to our team. No matter what kind of ability user Zheng Wenin was, Jin Chuyu had no intention of letting him join. You. At that moment, the deeply affectionate second male lead, Huijun, appeared. When Huijun saw Zheng Wenin, his expression soured. Junji. Jin Chuyu turned to look at Huijun, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Chu Jiangwei glanced back and forth between the two of them. This development didn't seem to match the original plot at all. Host, are they falling for each other? The female lead and my deeply devoted second male lead. Is this the route where the second lead rises to the top? The little fox stood excitedly on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, its tiny feet twitching nonstop. If others could see it, everyone would be staring at it by now. Calm down, don't get too worked up. If you get too excited and the plot changes again, that could be bad. If it was Jin Chuyu and Huijun, Chu Jiangwei personally didn't mind that pairing at all. Zheng Wenin frowned deeply when he saw Huijun, feeling that things weren't supposed to go this way, but he couldn't quite say why. Mr. Zheng, are you looking to join the ability user team that you and I formed? By all rights, as the male lead, Zheng Wenin's looks and height should be on par with Huijun's. But now, in Chu Jiangyue's eyes, Huijun seemed to be on a whole different level compared to Zheng Wenin. She didn't know why that was. Yes, I'm very sincere about joining. You don't mind, do you, Mr. Hua? Zheng Wenin didn't want to lose face, so he tried to maintain a smile. But what he was really thinking, no one could know. I've already said, we're not recruiting new members for now. Mr. Zheng, you'd best look elsewhere. Jin Chuyu was worried Huijun might impulsively invite him in, so she quickly rejected Zheng Wenin again before Huijun could say anything. Host, my plot system is reacting. It's showing a script error and is currently correcting and revising. The little fox bounced anxiously on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, but since there was no concrete update yet, it was actually quite worried. We can only wait and see. From the way things are going now, the development looks pretty good. Anyway, the current situation was that Zheng Wenin, the male. When Huijun heard Jin Chuyu personally reject Zheng Wenin, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. But he didn't dare make it too obvious. We'll follow your lead when it comes to the team. Huijun was one of the strongest members of their team. If he was willing to listen to Jin Chuyu, the others naturally wouldn't object. Zheng Wenin opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but Jin Chuyu cut him off. Mr. Zheng, there's no need to be so persistent. There are other good ability user teams recruiting at Jianglin Hotel. You have plenty of options. After saying that, Jin Chuyu didn't bother to see how Zheng Wenin reacted and left with Huijun. Zheng Wenin of course knew there were plenty of other ability user teams recruiting at Jianglin Hotel, but his instincts told him that he needed to join Jin Chuyu's team. But he hadn't expected to be rejected. In Zheng Wenin's mind, Jin Chuyu would never refuse to let him join. But the reality was, he'd been turned down. Speaking of ability user teams recruiting new members, I actually know quite a few. Would you like me to introduce you to some, Mr. Zheng? Watching Jin Chuyu reject Zheng Wenin was extremely satisfying for Chu Jiangwei, so she helpfully offered to introduce him to other teams. No need, thank you, Boss Chu. Zheng Wenin almost called her Jiangwei again, but when he saw Chu Jiangyue's rather cold gaze, he forced himself to correct it to Boss Chu. Then I wish you luck, Mr. Zheng, in finding a team you like. Knowing that Jin Chuyu had absolutely no interest in Zheng Wenin, Chu Jiangwei was greatly relieved. As long as the plot continued along its current trajectory, there would definitely be major changes. She just wasn't sure, in this story, whether the male lead or the female lead was more important. Zhang Wenin watched Chu Jiangyue's departing figure, his expression gradually turning dark and sinister. But because of Chu Jiangyue's status as the owner of Jianglin Hotel, he didn't dare act rashly. With nothing urgent to do, Chu Jiangyue returned to the cabin, went back to her room, and started browsing the system shop. She finally noticed the osmanthus tree she'd unlocked earlier. There was even a suggestion to plant it by the roadside. Chu Jiangyue bought one from the shop, and when she took it out, it was a sapling about waist-high. "Little fox, do you think it's okay if I plant this outside?" There wasn't a single green plant outside. As far as the eye could see, it was just buildings and endless yellow sand. If the osmanthus tree could survive, it would at least help improve the environment a little. Anything from the shop is top quality. But if you want to plant the osmanthus tree outside, host, I suggest you plan carefully first. The osmanthus tree was a shop item. If planted outside, it would cover the entire hotel grounds. The larger the area planted with osmanthus trees, the larger the area Jianglin Hotel would cover. But there was a downside. The position of the osmanthus tree could only be changed manually. When Jianglin Hotel upgraded and expanded in the future, if the osmanthus trees surrounded the whole hotel, it would be a headache to move them. So, if she really wanted to plant the osmanthus trees, she needed to plan ahead and decide where to put them. Chu Jiangyue took out the real-life map booklet of Jianglin Hotel, opened it, and quickly ran through several plans in her mind. In the end, she decided to plant one osmanthus tree on each side of the safe passage between Jianglin Hotel and B City's safety base, right at the edge of the hotel grounds. As for planting trees along the entire passage, that was impossible. Not to mention that each osmanthus tree cost 5 silver coins. She'd also have to hire people to plant them. That would all come out of her own pocket. Chu Jiangyue wasn't a saint. Why would she do something so unprofitable? She bought 2 saplings and dragged them toward the hotel entrance. "Boss Chu, what kind of saplings are those?" "Wow, that looks like an osmanthus tree, doesn't it?" "Boss Chu." As Chu Jiangyue dragged the trees along, people kept asking about them. She couldn't answer everyone, so she just smiled in response. "Are you planting trees? Need a hand?" Shen Jigui appeared at her side at some point. Seeing her struggling with the saplings, he stepped up to help. "Thanks, just put them at the hotel entrance." Just outside the hotel entrance, 10 meters away, was the safe passage to B City's safety base. "I'll help you plant them. I helped with that firefruit tree before, so I have experience." Shen Jigui insisted on helping, and Chu Jiangyue couldn't really refuse. "All right, I'll go get some tools. Can you keep an eye on things here for me?" Chu Jiangyue's 2-story wooden house had a tool shed. "Sure, I'll wait here," Shen Jigui replied with a smile and a nod. Shen Jigui was usually calm and rarely smiled when you saw him. This sudden smile almost made Chu Jiangyue feel bewitched. But she quickly regained her composure and headed toward the wooden house. Shen Jigui was well known at Jianglin Hotel. When people saw him standing by the entrance with 2 osmanthus saplings, quite a few came over to ask what he was doing. "Mr. Shen, what are you up to?" Outside Jianglin Hotel, aside from mutated plants used for brewing, there were no other green plants. These 2 osmanthus trees immediately drew a lot of attention. If Song Chungjun hadn't taken the base's people away, there might already be people here eyeing the saplings greedily. "Boss Chu wants to plant them. I'm just helping her keep watch," Shen Jigui answered honestly. After all, once Chu Jiangyue arrived, everyone would find out anyway. "Oh, so Boss Chu is planting them? That's fine then." To the guests at Jianglin Hotel, nothing Chu Jiangyue did was surprising. After all, she'd managed to build a high-rise overnight. What couldn't she do? Some people left, but others stayed to watch. After all, enjoying a bit of excitement was in the nature of people from Longhua. When Chu Jiangyue returned, she saw Shen Jigui surrounded by a crowd. "Excuse me, could you make some space?" Chu Jiangyue was holding a hoe and a shovel. As soon as she spoke, many people turned to look. When they saw it was her, the onlookers quickly made way. At Jianglin Hotel, the one person you absolutely couldn't afford to offend was Chu Jiangwei. After all, she was the boss. If she got upset, you might find yourself kicked out. Shen Jigui saw the tools in Chu Jiangyue's hands and hurried over to help her carry them. What are you all doing here? Chu Jiangwei handed the hoe to Shen Jigui, then looked at the crowd gathered to watch. She was here to plant trees, not to be gawked at like a monkey in a zoo. We haven't seen any green plants other than mutated ones for a long time, so we came to check it out. Boss Chu, if you need any help, just let us know, said one bold onlooker, explaining why they'd gathered. Isn't the whole Jianglin Hotel full of greenery? There's such a big lawn, haven't you noticed? Other than the walkways and buildings, the rest of Jianglin Hotel was covered in grass. Everywhere you looked, it was green. The crowd. Well, she wasn't wrong. But the plants inside the hotel, and these new ones weren't quite the same thing. Boss Chu, when these osmanthus trees bloom, will you sell us the flowers? An elderly man, probably in his 70s, stepped forward and asked, surprising Chu Jiangwei. What do you need osmanthus flowers for? I want to make some osmanthus cakes. My granddaughter loves them. The old man's eyes lit up as he spoke of his granddaughter. I'm not sure when these trees will bloom, but if I do sell the flowers, I'll post a notice. When you see it, just go to the main office and ask for Manager Chu. Since Chu Jiangwei was sometimes away from the hotel, it was safer to have him find Chu Jiangyang instead. All right, I'll keep an eye out. The old man shuffled away from the crowd. Boss Chu, if you're going to sell osmanthus flowers, isn't just 2 trees a bit too few? Someone else asked. Osmanthus trees weren't rare before the apocalypse. Schools and streets were full of them, but now they'd become precious. That old man had really broadened everyone's horizons. For now, it's just these 2, Chu Jiangwei replied. She planned to plant one at each entrance where the hotel met the safe passage. The person who asked was just trying their luck, so they weren't upset when Chu Jiangwei didn't agree. Shen Jigui, holding the hoe, confirmed the planting spots with Chu Jiangwei and started digging. Luckily, the saplings weren't very big, so Shen Jigui quickly dug holes of the right size. Chu Jiangwei helped position the saplings and filled in the soil. I think I forgot to bring a watering can, she said. Newly planted saplings needed watering. Boss Chu, I'm a water-type ability user. I can help water them. A young man, about 17 or 18, stepped out of the crowd. To prove himself, he summoned a small jet of water from his hand. It was obvious he was only a level 1 ability user, but it was more than enough for watering plants. Thank you. I'll give you a cold drink as a reward, or if you'd prefer cash, that's fine too. In times like these, everything was an exchange. Chu Jiangwei didn't believe in free lunches. Just like at Jianglin Hotel, she might live better than most, but she still had tasks to complete. This guy offered to help with no strings attached, which made Chu Jiangwei even more wary. A cold drink cost 2 silver coins. For just a bit of watering, that was like earning 200 yuan before the apocalypse, a pretty high wage. No need, no need. I'll just treat it as practice for my ability. I'm grateful you don't mind how little water I can produce, the young man said, refusing the reward. Chu Jiangwei became even more cautious. If you don't want a reward, then I won't trouble you. I can fetch the watering can myself, it won't take long. She could have gotten the watering can in the time it took to talk. In that case, I'll take a cold drink. Thank you, Boss Chu. The young man relented when he saw she insisted. Chu Jiangwei immediately bought a cold drink from her shop and handed it to him. Thank you. By this time, Shen Jigui had finished digging the second hole. Chu Jiangwei placed the other sapling in and filled it with soil, then let the young man water it. After everything was done, Chu Jiangwei channeled a bit of her wood-type ability into both trees. The leaves, which had been a bit wilted from the transplant, perked up noticeably after receiving her power. In her mind, Chu Jiangwei vaguely sensed a feedback of delicious, delicious, want more. If the fruit tree and mango tree before were coincidences, these 2 osmanthus trees couldn't be just another fluke. Chu Jiangwei gained a new understanding of her wood-type ability. However, she had no idea if other people's wood-type abilities worked the same way, and she didn't plan to tell anyone about the plants giving her emotional feedback. With the osmanthus trees planted, Chu Jiangwei and Shin Jigui prepared to leave, ignoring the crowd still watching them. Boss Chu. As Chu Jiangwei and Shin Jigui stepped through the entrance of the Jianglin Hotel, the water-type ability user from earlier came running over, stopping right in front of them. Is there something else you need? I've already paid him, surely he's not here to ask for more money? Chu Jiangwei eyed the young man with a scrutinizing gaze. Boss Chu, I'd like to talk to you about something personal. Mr. Shin. He clearly wanted Shin Jigui to excuse himself. It's fine, I'll go ahead. If you need anything, just let me know. Shin Jigui showed no sign of surprise. After all, he knew there was no way Chu Jiangwei would be interested in a boy she'd just met for the first time. Still, before leaving, he shot the young man a look, then brushed past him. If you have something to say, just say it. Once Shin Jigui had walked a fair distance away, Chu Jiangwei finally turned to the young man, her demeanor much colder than before. Chu Jiangwei didn't like being forced into things. Even though this water-type ability user had seemed like the weaker party the whole time, blocking her way and asking Shin Jigui to leave had already crossed one of her lines. She hadn't lost her temper yet only because he was a guest at the Jianglin Hotel. Boss Chu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Whoa. Some people started to jeer, others whistled. There was a bit of everything. Someone even shouted, say yes. Chu Jiangwei frowned at that. If I remember correctly, today is the first time we've met, isn't it? Maybe this guy had seen her before, but as far as Chu Jiangwei could recall, this was indeed their first meeting. That's not true. You came to our school with Mr. Shin and the others and rescued us. Wasn't that the school incident with Zhulanlan? So this was technically their second meeting, but Chu Jiangwei had no memory of him from the first time. So? And you fell for me just like that? Chu Jiangwei could only remain skeptical about his so-called feelings. There were so many people there that day, why single her out? Host, I think he's just after a sugar mama. The little fox's voice suddenly sounded in her mind, nearly making Chu Jiangwei lose her composure. A sugar mama? Since when did the system get so cheeky? Yes. It was love at first sight. Please say yes, I promise I'll treat you well. Chu Jiangwei rolled her eyes inwardly. Thank you for your feelings, but I don't like you. You'd better not waste your time on me. With that, Chu Jiangwei tried to walk around him and head inside. Unexpectedly, the young man stepped over, blocking her path again. Why? What did I do wrong? Tell me and I'll change. Chu Jiangwei was baffled. From the moment they met until now, it hadn't even been 20 minutes. What could she possibly judge as good or bad in that time? There's nothing wrong with you. You're just not my type. What else could she say? He was just a 17 or 18-year-old boy. She herself was only 18, but having lived 3 extra years after her rebirth, her mental age was already 21. Don't block me. Otherwise, you might not be able to stay at the Jianglin Hotel anymore. Chu Jiangwei rarely threatened people like this, but if someone really pushed her, she wasn't above it. Hearing that he might be kicked out of the hotel, the young man finally stepped aside a little, though his gaze was full of sorrow as he looked at her. But with 3 extra years of life experience, Chu Jiangwei could tell that sorrow was a bit exaggerated. How exaggerated depended on his acting skills. She finally managed to shake him off, but her mood was pretty much ruined. Just then, Shin Jigui appeared from somewhere and naturally fell into step beside her. You just got confessed to. Why do you look so unhappy? Shouldn't you be pleased? Shin Jigui sounded like a concerned friend making casual conversation, and Chu Jiangwei didn't find anything odd about it. Would you be happy if someone you didn't like confessed to you and then wouldn't leave you alone? At this point, Chu Jiangwei pretty much saw Shin Jigui as a close friend. But not quite a confidant, at least, not yet. Shin Jigui imagined himself in her shoes and found he could understand her mood. Fair enough. I heard you say just now that he's not your type. So, what is your type? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shin Jigui asked something he genuinely wanted to know. What, are you trying to set me up with someone? Chu Jiangwei had no intention of finding a partner anytime soon. After all, as the owner of Jianglin Hotel, no matter who she dated, people would gossip that the man was living off her. Not many could handle that. If you want me to, I wouldn't mind. Shen Jigui's tone was playful, but his words were sincere. Under Chu Jiangyue's diligent daily infusion of wood-type powers, the mangoes finally ripened. Inside the Jianglin Hotel, quite a few people were eyeing the mangoes on the tree with hungry looks. However, Chu Jiangwei hadn't forgotten her previous promise to Qian and his group. Once the mangoes were ripe, they would have first dibs. Chu Jiangwei walked up to the mango tree and, with a single command, harvested the entire crop. Mango, all attribute fruit. When consumed by an ability user, increases strength by 20% for 2 hours. Maximum 3 per day. For ordinary people, promotes overall health. Suggested price, 8 silver coins each. As soon as Chu Jiangwei harvested the mangoes, an information panel popped up with the details. This time, she'd harvested a total of 800 mangoes. The varieties seemed to be the small Thai mango, petite and easy to carry. After confirming the price and quantity, Chu Jiangwei found Qian and his friends in the crowd. Qimo's eyes lit up when he saw Chu Jiangwei looking their way. Boss Chu. As agreed, since you helped protect Granny Hua, you guys get first pick of today's mangoes. The price is 8 silver coins each. How many do you want? 8 silver coins wasn't cheap, but having these mini mangoes could make it much easier for them to challenge higher-level opponents. We'll buy separately. I'll take 20, Qian said, checking his balance before settling on 20 mangoes, costing him 1 gold and 60 silver coins. Just buying these mangoes instantly took out half his wallet. Qimo's teammates quickly stepped up as well, each buying 20 and transferring the money to Chu Jiangwei before hurrying off. This batch of mangoes was an all-attribute fruit, so even more people wanted to buy them. Shen Jigui's group, Ling Feng's team, Song Chungjun representing the base, and so on. And these people all had gold coins in their pockets. If there weren't any restrictions, one of them could easily buy out the whole stock. Chu Jiangwei quickly posted an announcement. Announcement. Mango, all-attribute fruit. When consumed by an ability user, increases strength by 20% for 2 hours. Maximum 3 per day. For ordinary people, promotes overall health. 8 silver coins each. Limit of 20 per person, first come, first served. If you want one, head to the Jianglin Hotel restaurant's vending counter. After posting the announcement, Chu Jiangwei placed the mangoes in the restaurant's vending counter and left it at that. As soon as the announcement went out, everyone rushed to the restaurant, afraid they'd miss out if they were even a little late. By now, Shen Jigui had come to understand Chu Jiangyue's habits. As soon as she harvested the mangoes, he headed straight for the restaurant. The fire fruits had been sold at the vending counter before, and now with the mangoes, Shen Jigui figured she'd do the same. Currently, the Jianglin Hotel only had vending counters in the restaurant, so while Chu Jiangwei was handling Qimo's group's orders, Shen Jigui led Su Zhuqing and 3 others to the restaurant. It proved that careful observation always pays off. Thanks to Shen Jigui's foresight, all 5 of them managed to snag 20 mangoes each. Since there was a 20 per person limit, many people not only bought for themselves, but also called on friends, ideally ordinary people. After all, ordinary people only got a health boo. Hit a new record today. It was almost packed to bursting. Don't push, don't push. Everyone line up. Seeing that things were about to get out of hand and a stampede might break out, Chu Jiangwei raised her voice, sounding a bit exasperated as she started managing the crowd. The moment Chu Jiangwei spoke up, the customers who had been swarming forward immediately fell into line, behaving themselves. One at a time. If I catch anyone cutting in line, you'll have to deal with the consequences. Chu Jiangwei stood beside the line like a strict homeroom teacher, keeping a close eye on everyone's movements. The little fox stood on Chu Jiangwei's shoulder, still cheering her on. Host, you're awesome. That's exactly how you should handle it. These people really need someone to keep them in check. Seeing everyone get disciplined, the little fox was practically over the moon with excitement. Once Chu Jiangwei was sure no one was cutting in line, she finally sat down on a chair inside the restaurant, still keeping a watchful eye on the crowd. She might not have been pacing around anymore, but her gaze never left the line. Fortunately, there were only 800 mangoes in total. Chimo's group bought 100, and the rest of the customers bought 1 or 2 each, some 3 or 4. In less than 30 minutes, all the mangoes were sold out. Just then, Song Chungjun came over again. "Boss Chu." Chu Jiangwei looked up at him. "Captain Song, is there something you need?" The rooms in Building 4 were fully occupied, and the people waiting in line gradually began to disperse. Just then, Chu Jiangwei received a new mission. Mission issued. Please sell 2,000 units of brown sugar ginger tea and women's daily essentials gift packs within 3 days. 0 out of 2,000. Mission reward. To be unlocked. However, when she saw this mission, Chu Jiangwei felt a bit awkward. This time, the main target customers were women, so she'd have to plan carefully. Given the number of female guests at Jianglin Hotel, selling 2,000 sets in just 3 days would be quite difficult. Because of the mission, Chu Jiangwei was distracted even when she went back to the cabin for dinner that evening. Granny Hua couldn't eat the ingredients from the kitchen, but she didn't want Chu Jiangwei to eat alone. So after cooking for Chu Jiangwei, she went to the restaurant to buy her own dinner and brought it back to the cabin so they could eat together. But seeing Chu Jiangwei so absent-minded, Granny Hua grew worried. "What's wrong? You're so distracted even while eating." Granny Hua's face was full of concern. Chu Jiangwei was pulled back to reality by her voice. "I'm fine, just thinking about something." After saying that, Chu Jiangwei tried to set the mission aside for now and focused on eating. As evening fell, many people who had gone out gradually returned to Jianglin Hotel. Chu Jiangwei could see that sales of the women's daily essentials and brown sugar ginger tea were slowly increasing, but not by much. She knew that relying solely on the hotel guests wouldn't be enough to complete the mission. She'd have to come up with another plan. If only the safe passage between Jianglin Hotel and Base B was fully open. If that were the case, with safety guaranteed, Chu Jiangwei believed many people would be willing to come out and take a look around. "I heard from someone at the base today that the passage is almost finished." "Don't worry. I was just saying, that's all." Still preoccupied with the mission, Chu Jiangwei hurried through dinner and sent Granny Hua back to her own room. "Host, are you worried about the mission?" The little fox, who was always by Chu Jiangwei's side, naturally knew when she started looking so anxious. "Yeah, the number of hotel guests isn't large, and there are so few female guests. 2,000 sets in 3 days, it really was a lot." Hearing this, the little fox's expression grew serious as well. "So, what should we do? If we can't complete this mission, there won't be any new missions after this. Without new missions, there won't be any new supplies or experience points, and the hotel won't be able to level up." What the little fox didn't tell Chu Jiangwei was that if the Jianglin Hotel couldn't continue to upgrade, all of humanity on Blue Star would eventually face extinction, and the entire planet would become a dead world, lying dormant and waiting for a new beginning. But if the Jianglin Hotel could keep upgrading, all the way to the highest level, maybe Blue Star would have some surprises in store for them. Hearing the little fox's words, Chu Jiangwei frowned slightly. "If you fail a mission once, there won't be any new missions after that?" Whatever she was thinking, her expression didn't look good. Whenever she was in a bad mood, Chu Jiangwei liked to go outside and kill a few zombies to blow off steam. Everyone else was heading into the Jianglin Hotel, but Chu Jiangwei was the only one walking out. This scene happened to be witnessed by Shen Jigui and his group of 5, who had just returned from outside. "Boss Chu, you're heading out this late?" Chu Jiangwei didn't rely on scavenging for supplies or crystal cores to get by, so going out at this hour seemed pretty strange. I just suddenly felt like killing some zombies. Thought I'd go take a look." Chu Jiangyue's words made the people around her fall silent. What did she mean? She suddenly felt like killing zombies. "Isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? It's dark at night, you can't see clearly." Seeing that Chu Jiangwei was about to head out, Shen Jigui frowned instinctively. It really was too dangerous to go out at this time. "It's fine, I won't go far." Chu Jiangwei knew Shin Jigui was worried about her safety. Even though her decision was a bit sudden, she knew her own limits. I'll go with you. Shin Jigui really couldn't stand the thought of Chu Jiangwei being in danger. Chu Jiangwei looked at Shin Jigui in confusion. Was he being a little too nervous? That's not necessary, is it? I'll just stay near the hotel. Nothing will happen. If it weren't nighttime, Chu Jiangwei would have already driven off with a bang. It was only because of the dangers of poor visibility at night that she decided to just wander around nearby. It's fine, it's fine. Brother Shin just upgraded his ability, and now's the perfect time for him to stabilize it. Boss Chu, just let Brother Shin go with you. At least it'll be a bit safer. Xia Silan's eyes darted around as he quickly came up with a reason for Shin Jigui to go out with Chu Jiangwei. Shin Jigui glanced at Xia Silan and, for the first time, found him so agreeable. When Chu Jiangwei was about to jump down, Shin Jigui instinctively wanted to step forward and catch her, but fortunately, his rationality held him back just in time. After all, at best, they were just ordinary friends right now. Stepping up to catch her would have been a bit too forward. Still, as soon as Chu Jiangwei landed from the wall, Shin Jigui immediately went over to check on her. Are you okay? Chu Jiangwei shook her head. This height was still within her limits. Let's listen first and see where the zombie is. Otherwise, if they walked right in and ran into a zombie, they might get hurt by accident. Chu Jiangwei nodded, agreeing with Shin Jigui's suggestion. The two of them stood at the entrance of the main building, focusing all their attention on the sounds coming from inside. Ha. There should only be one zombie. I think it's probably on the top floor. Chu Jiangwei shared her judgment. The villas in Xingshi Huadu neighborhood had either 2 or 3 floors. The one they'd entered was a 3-story villa. So, should we open the door? Shin Jigui looked at Chu Jiangwei, asking for her opinion. Chu Jiangwei nodded. Since they were already here, there was no turning back. Shin Jigui tried the main door lock, then somehow produced a piece of wire and started picking the lock like a pro. You know how to do this? She'd always thought of Shin Jigui as the calm and steady type. She hadn't expected him to have this kind of skill. I learned it during my rebellious phase as a kid, so I could sneak out. Shin Jigui was more than happy to let Chu Jiangwei see this other side of him. Who knew, maybe it would win her over. Looks really can be deceiving. I never would have guessed that someone as steady as Mr. Shin also had a rebellious phase. Discovering this new side of Shin Jigui, Chu Jiangwei found it a bit unbelievable. Everyone goes through a rebellious phase, sooner or later. Shin Jigui never thought he was any different from anyone else. He'd gone through all the same things growing up. The calmness he had now was something he'd built up over time. Enough talking, focus on the lock. Chu Jiangwei watched Shin Jigui's movements, curiosity drawing her closer and closer without her even noticing how little space was left between them. Shin Jigui sensed Chu Jiangwei's nearness and, for the first time, felt a wave of nervousness. Even his hands weren't as steady as before. Luckily, Chu Jiangwei only leaned in without making physical contact, so Shin Jigui quickly calmed himself and focused on picking the lock. About 5 minutes later, with a soft click, Shin Jigui popped the main door open with the wire. Watch out. In a split second, Shin Jigui wrapped his arm around Chu Jiangwei's waist and pulled her to the side of the door. At that moment, Chu Jiangwei also heard several sharp whooshing sounds. When she came to her senses, she saw 3 arrows embedded straight into the trunk of a withered tree opposite the main entrance. Are you hurt? Shin Jigui spun Chu Jiangwei around, checking her for injuries. I'm fine. You pulled me away just in time. Thank you. If it hadn't been for Shin Jigui, even if the arrows hadn't hit her throat, she definitely would have been injured. No need to thank me. Looks like whoever's keeping the zombie here doesn't want anyone to find out. Of course they'd want to keep it hidden. Keeping a zombie is such a twisted thing no sane person would approve. Who knew what the person hiding the zombie was up to? Should we go upstairs now? Shin Jigui lowered his head, asking for Chu Jiangwei's opinion. Hearing his voice, Chu Jiangwei instinctively looked up, only to realize she was still in his arms. Her whole face flushed bright red, and she quickly stepped back. I didn't notice just now. Sorry. Shinjigure smiled, his hand at his side clenching and relaxing. It's fine, I didn't notice either. It should be safe now. Should we go in and take a look? Chu Jiangwei nodded. Even though the atmosphere was a little awkward, they still had to deal with the matter of the hidden zombie. Shinjigure walked ahead, instinctively shielding Chu Jiangwei with his arm. As soon as they entered the main building, Chu Jiangwei almost gagged from the stench. You okay? Shinjigure did his best to suppress his own urge to vomit, reaching out to pat Chu Jiangwei's back. Little fox, do you have any masks? Your host is about to die from this smell. There was nothing suitable unlocked in the shop, so Chu Jiangwei tried to get Little Fox to bend the rules. Little Fox was just a string of data. It could block out smells in an instant, but Chu Jiangwei herself couldn't. Host, if you want to unlock an item, the first time costs 1 gold coin. Do you want to unlock it? Unlock it. 1 gold coin was nothing to Chu Jiangwei. Okay, host. 1 gold coin has been deducted. The antivirus, anti-odor mask is now unlocked. You can buy it yourself. Chu Jiangwei immediately ordered 2 masks, one for herself, one for Shinjigure. Put this on. The smell is way too strong. The mask was black, but if you looked closely, you could see some silver threads woven into it. Shinjigure didn't refuse and put the mask on right away. I can finally breathe again. With the mask on, Chu Jiangwei felt a huge sense of relief. Shinjigure chuckled softly. Let's go. Let's see what's going on upstairs. The two of them walked up the stairs, with Shinjigure leading the way and Chu Jiangwei following closely behind. The higher they went, the clearer the sounds of zombies became, and their expressions grew increasingly tense. Shinjigure moved up slowly, making sure each step was safe before proceeding. By the time they reached the 2nd floor, several minutes had already passed. Let's move a bit faster. There shouldn't be any more danger, Chu Jiangwei suggested. If it were ordinary people, they would have been dealt with as soon as they entered the main building. Chu Jiangwei didn't think that whoever was keeping zombies here would have the energy to set up another trap. Resources were scarce now, and even if he wanted to set up a second trap, he might not be able to find the right materials. Shinjigure nodded. All right, I'll speed up. Who are you? Just as they were about to head to the 3rd floor, they heard someone come in and shout angrily. Chu Jiangwei and Shinjigure exchanged a glance, silently lamenting their bad luck today. But since there were 2 of them and only one opponent, Chu Jiangwei was confident they could handle him. Let's subdue him first. Even if he hadn't come back, they would have had to find him after dealing with the zombie anyway. Shinjigure nodded, agreeing with Chu Jiangwei's plan. So the 2 of them quickly rushed downstairs, attacking the man with their abilities as if they cost nothing. The little vine sensed this was its chance to shine. It leapt from Chu Jiangwei's wrist, growing rapidly as it shot toward the man, trying to strangle him. 2 ability users plus a mutated plant quickly overwhelmed the man. Although he had a fire ability and decent attack power, his level just wasn't high enough. After a brief discussion, Chu Jiangwei and the little vine decided to use its tough tendrils to tie the man up. You're going too far, the man shouted. Even after being tied up, he showed no sign of remorse, instead complaining that Chu Jiangwei and Shinjigure had ganged up on him. The 2 ignored his hysterics and left the little vine to watch him while they headed up to the 3rd floor of the villa. No, you can't go up there. Don't. The man shouted, trying to stop them even though he was bound and helpless, forced to watch as they climbed to the 3rd floor. It was obvious the 3rd floor had been set aside for the zombie. The place was empty except for a single zombie, a female whose hands and feet were tied up. A female zombie. Could she be his wife? Chu Jiangwei guessed casually. Shinjigure glanced at her, thinking it was entirely possible. What are you trying to do? Murder is against the law. Su Dong's pupils contracted as he watched, helpless, while barbed vines wrapped around his body, tightening with every second. Sensing Chu Jiangwei's emotions, the little vine tightened its hold on Su Dong even more. Boss Chu, what's going on with Su Dong? Seeing Chu Jiangwei act against Su Dong without hesitation, some people in the crowd couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Was she really going to strangle Su Dong to death right here? That was just too cruel. Why don't you all go take a look over there and see what that is? The female zombie had already been killed by Shinjigue with a lightning strike, and the vines on her body had been retrieved by the little vine. No one had noticed before, because Su Dong had drawn all their attention. Now that Chu Jiangwei pointed it out, many people turned their eyes to where the female zombie lay. That's a zombie. How is there a zombie in our community? Didn't we already organize a sweep and clear them all out? Right now, Xingshi Huadu was basically a small base that had grown out of the Jianglin Hotel, and its safety level had increased dramatically. For the sake of everyone's safety, some people had even formed a volunteer patrol squad, and there were signs they might eventually join the B-City safe zone. When they cleared out the zombies before, they had even removed all the corpses. So seeing a zombie corpse appear out of nowhere was a real shock. Of course, it's your comrade Su Dong who kept it. That was his lover, you know. Chu Jiangyue's tone was laced with sarcasm. Before you start feeling sorry for Su Dong, maybe think about those 7 or 8 missing elderly, women, and children. In Chu Jiangyue's estimation, those missing people were almost certainly fed to the female zombie by Su Dong. After all, zombies eat raw flesh. If they go too long without food, they get restless. To keep anyone from finding out, Su Dong would have had to feed her fresh meat. But by now, any raw meat would have spoiled, and there was none for sale at Jianglin Hotel. So, to keep the female zombie quiet, he must have taken a desperate risk. When Chu Jiangwei finished speaking, the others all turned to her in shock. What did you say? I mean, this zombie was raised by Su Dong. Before you all got here, Mr. Shin killed it. So, do you still think Su Dong deserves your sympathy? Feeding a zombie with the flesh of his own people. Su Dong was beyond redemption. Chu Jiangwei had no intention of letting him walk out of this villa alive. It was you. Su Dong, how could you do something like this? Those were living, breathing people. 7 or 8 lives, including a 10-year-old child. How could Su Dong be so heartless? How could he? Give me back my son. Give me back my son. You bastard, you deserve to die. A woman in the crowd rushed forward, her eyes red as she began to punch and kick Su Dong. Su Dong was barely hanging on, struggling even to breathe. Hey, I was just helping you get rid of burdens. You should be thanking me. Su Dong was delirious now, and his words only made everyone want to tear him to pieces. If anyone has lost a loved one, come here and take your revenge. He won't die just yet. Seeing the woman sobbing uncontrollably, even Chu Jiangwei felt a twinge of pity. But the dead could not be brought back. All she could do for them was this. Su Dong had to die, but she could at least make sure it wouldn't be an easy death. Boss Chu, could I borrow a knife? The woman suddenly looked up at Chu Jiangwei. Chu Jiangwei was taken aback, but still took a tang sword from her system backpack and handed it over. The woman accepted the sword, thanked her, and then looked at Su Dong with a chilling gaze. Su Dong, when you let your zombie wife eat my family, did they scream in pain? I don't think you'll feel pain, will you? Her voice was soft, almost gentle, but it sent chills down everyone's spine. Because as she spoke, she began slicing flesh from Su Dong's leg, piece by piece, slowly and methodically. Su Dong's eyes bulged from the pain, but the agony was so intense that he couldn't even pass out. If he did faint, the pain would just wake him up again. I trained as a nurse, you see. Not much blood loss, right? My basic skills are pretty solid, aren't they? She kept talking as she cut. Su Dong wanted desperately to lash out and strangle her, but his powers were spent, and he was tied up by Chu Jiangwei and the little vine. He could only watch as she sliced his flesh. Su Dong. The woman stopped the young man before he could act, but her words made everyone draw a sharp breath. 18 stabs and still just minor injuries. What a ruthless woman. Under the torment of the woman and the young man, there was no uninjured flesh left on Su Dong's body. And as the families of Su Dong's victims arrived one by one, each of them, under the woman's guidance, took their turn stabbing Su Dong. Yet, he stubbornly refused to die. Su Dong's crimes were unforgivable. To prevent him from lashing out and hurting anyone seeking revenge, Chu Jiangwei found a chair in the villa's living room, wiped it clean, and sat down to wait. Once everyone had vented their anger, it would be time for Su Dong to die. The others who had come to investigate didn't want to linger in the scene for long. In the end, they left a level 2 fire ability user to keep watch, while the rest went home. In the end, Su Dong's fate was to have all the flesh sliced from one of his calves, leaving only bone, his body covered in wounds with not a single patch of healthy skin left. 18 stabs might have been minor injuries, but there were far more than 18. With so many wounds, he finally bled out and died. Though the villa had been occupied by a zombie and was a bit unlucky, it could still be used by newcomers in the future. So, after Su Dong died, several relatives of his victims dragged his corpse out of Shishihuadu and burned it. After everything was over, the woman washed the Tang sword Chu Jiangwei had lent her and returned it. Boss Chu, thank you. If it hadn't been for Chu Jiangwei, she, an ordinary person, would never have been able to take revenge on Su Dong. It's nothing. Why don't you keep the sword? It wasn't that Chu Jiangwei disliked the sword. She just felt that every woman should have something for self-defense. The woman couldn't hold back her tears any longer and burst into sobs. Chu Jiangwei didn't know how to comfort her. She could only urge her to cherish the present. What's gone is gone, and living well is what matters most. Chu Jiangwei didn't know if the woman heard her words. She wasn't good at comforting people, so after a few words, she pulled Shinjigue back to Jianglin Hotel. The woman's heartbroken sobs were truly hard to bear. It wasn't until she stepped into the entrance of Jianglin Hotel that Chu Jiangwei finally let out a long, heavy sigh. What's wrong? Seeing Chu Jiangwei like this, Shinjigue was a little worried about her. It's nothing. I just ran into a lot today, so I'm not in the best mood. That Su Dong really disgusted Chu Jiangwei beyond anything she'd ever known. But she figured maybe it was because she'd spent almost all her previous life inside the base, so she'd never come across people this nasty before. In both her past and present lives, the worst person she'd ever met was Jiang Jinjin, that fake best friend who pushed her into a horde of zombies. Society's collapsed now. With no laws to hold people back, you can run into all kinds. You don't need to overthink it. We can help for a while, but not forever. Besides, Shen Jigue felt that Chu Jiangwei had already done more than enough for this apocalypse. Just the existence of Jianglin Hotel alone had given countless people hope to keep going. Don't worry, I'm just venting. I'm not going to get stuck on it. Of course, Chu Jiangwei didn't see herself as a savior who could rescue every poor soul in the world. She just felt down after what happened today, but tomorrow would be a new day. Seeing that Chu Jiangwei wasn't going to get hung up on it, Shen Jigue finally relaxed a little. Thanks for coming out with me for so long today. Let me treat you to dinner tomorrow. Honestly, when it came to treating someone to a meal, Chu Jiangwei felt a little embarrassed. After all, she could only choose from the items already unlocked at Jianglin Hotel. And Shin Jigue could definitely afford any of those. But besides treating him to a meal, she really couldn't think of any other way to thank him. If she tried to pay him in gold coins, she'd feel like she was insulting his dignity. Shin Jigue definitely didn't need a few gold coins. Sure. Of course, Shin Jigue wasn't going to pass up a chance to spend time alone with Chu Jiangwei. Then, let's do dinner. You guys get up so early in the morning, I can't manage that. And once Shin Jigue and the others left in the morning, they usually didn't come back to Jianglin Hotel for lunch. So dinner was the best option. Anyway, with Chu Jiangyang watching over the hotel, it was no problem for Chu Jiangwei to be away. Shen Jigue nodded. Okay, it's getting late, and it's almost my rest time. You should get some sleep too. With that, Chu Jiangwei turned and headed toward her cabin. Shen Jigue watched her back, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The progress wasn't obvious, but Shen Jigue felt there was at least some. He just wondered when she'd finally open her heart. Back at Building 1, Su Zhuqing and the others were all waiting in the lobby. When Shin Jigue returned, they all gave him teasing looks. Hey, Looks like our eternal bachelor is finally seeing springtime. Yeah, what are you saying? How could our great Shin be a bachelor? He's a single aristocrat. Shinji, how'd it go? Any new progress? All four crowded around Shinji-gue, bombarding him with questions, very invested in his love life. Shinji-gue glanced at them. You all seem pretty energetic? The four immediately quieted down, even straightening their postures. They were all about the same age, but Shinji-gue just had a kind of pressure that made them behave. We're fine. But you haven't answered us yet, Ji. Lin Shuyuan was always the boldest. Even though Shinji-gue's gaze was intimidating, he was willing to risk it for gossip. Shinji-gue glanced at him and replied casually, same as always. For Chu Jiangwei to run Jianglin Hotel on her own proved she was a very independent woman. Getting close to someone like that wasn't easy. But Shinji-gue had his own sense of balance. He knew what he should and shouldn't do. If he tried his best and still didn't get what he wanted, he wouldn't have any regrets. His words instantly killed Su Zhuqing and the others' gossiping mood, and they all went back to their rooms. Cabin. Host, today's sales of brown sugar ginger tea and the women's daily essentials gift pack are still under 200. There are only 2 days left. Aren't you worried at all? As soon as Chu Jiangwei got back to her cabin, the little fox started reporting her mission progress. If she failed the mission, Jianglin Hotel would stay as it was, unable to upgrade. Even though the little fox was a newbie system, it had heard from its seniors that once the Apocalypse Hotel system was upgraded, it could rival a whole city, even cover an entire planet. Right now, Jianglin Hotel was just at the beginning. I'm not worried. Since the hotel gave me this mission, it must be possible to complete. I believe things will work out. Of course, Chu Jiangwei wanted to finish the mission quickly, but given the hotel's current situation, there wasn't much she could do. She was mostly pinning her hopes on newcomers. Since the hotel owner herself wasn't anxious, the little fox, just a string of data, couldn't do much except quiet down. 8 a.m. Hidden mission. Complete the first safe passage connecting to the outside world. Completed. Mission reward. Unlock housing area A. Unlock item. Essential travel tent. Unlock item. Cold weather gear set. EXP plus 1000. Current hotel level. 3. 9650/. Hearing the words hidden mission, Chu Jiangwei instantly woke up. So this meant the safe passage between Jianglin Hotel and Base B City was finished, right? Sure enough, as soon as she opened her virtual panel, she got a message from Song Chungjun. Song Chungjun, Boss Chu, the safe passage between Jianglin Hotel and Base B City was officially completed at 8 a.m. The base may send more people to Jianglin Hotel to get ID cards. Please arrange for their reception. Oh, and the base leader might come too. That last line, the base leader might come, left Chu Jiangwei stunned. The base leader was coming? In her previous life, she'd only seen the leader of Base B City from afar, but she could still feel the powerful aura he gave off. But it wasn't an uncomfortable pressure, it actually made people feel secure. Unfortunately, whatever she thought of, Xu Jiangyue's eyes snapped open, and she quickly messaged Song Chungjun. Xu Jiangwei, hotel owner. Captain Song, when is the base leader coming? Song Chungjun hadn't expected her to reply so quickly, but when she did, he felt a little excited for some reason. He carefully typed out his response. Song Chungjun, the current estimate is departure tomorrow. The base leader said he wants to experience the completed safe passage as soon as possible. When Chu Jiangwei saw the message from Song Chungjun, she was left speechless. But then, thinking about the Jianglin Hotel's identity cards, Chu Jiangwei felt that it was almost inevitable that the head of the B-City base would come over. Chu Jiangwei, if possible, try to arrange for the base personnel to leave temporarily. Chu Jiangwei had just suddenly remembered that the B-City safe base had once been attacked by a zombie horde. Although the base ultimately survived, the losses were devastating. But she'd only heard about this after entering the base in her previous life, and didn't know the details. She wasn't sure of the exact date, but she was certain it would be within the next few days. If she could get the base's people to evacuate in advance, then the losses at the Beast City safe base definitely wouldn't be as severe as in her previous life. Chu Jiangwei even vaguely suspected that, in her previous life, the reason she never saw Song Chungjun or Shin Jigui after entering the base might be because they died in that very zombie horde. But with no evidence, all Chu Jiangwei could do was guess. Even asking the people involved wouldn't get her the truth, since they had no memory of it now. Inside the B-City base, Song Chungjun was a little surprised when he saw Chu Jiangyue's message. He knew Chu Jiangwei had always wanted everyone at the base to visit Jianglin Hotel, but he hadn't expected her to go so far as to meddle in things like this. Still, Song Chungjun also knew that if it wasn't something serious, Chu Jiangwei would never send him such a strange message. After his initial surprise, his expression turned grave. Song Chungjun immediately went to find the base leader, Lu Zhengyao. When Song Chungjun arrived, Lu Zhengyao was studying the Jianglin Hotel flyer that Song had brought over. No matter how he looked at it, it just seemed like an ordinary piece of A4 paper. But according to feedback from people who'd used it, if you tore off a corner of the flyer as Chu Jiangwei instructed, you could stay unaffected by the extreme heat for 3 days. The flyer in Lu Zhengyao's hand hadn't been used yet. Knock, knock, knock. Song Chungjun walked up to Lu Zhengyao's office and knocked 3 times. Hearing someone at the door, Lu Zhengyao called out, "Come in." Song Chungjun opened the door and entered. Base leader. Seeing it was Song Chungjun, Lu Zhengyao was a bit surprised. "Aren't you really busy these days? How do you have time to come here?" Song Chungjun was now essentially the B-City Safe Base's spokesperson at Jianglin Hotel, with endless work every day. It was only now that the safe passage had been completed that he finally had a moment to breathe. "Boss Chu just sent me a message." With that, Song Chungjun opened his virtual panel and pulled up his chat with Chu Jiangwei, showing Lu Zhengyao their latest conversation. Sure enough, when he saw Chu Jiangyue's message, Lu Zhengyao's expression grew serious. "Organize everyone at the base immediately. Evacuate at full speed through the safe passage. All personnel must remain within the safe passage during the evacuation, not a single step outside." If the safe passage hadn't been completed, Lu Zhengyao might have hesitated. But now that it was fully built and operational, he didn't even pause to think. Everyone who'd returned from Jianglin Hotel said the environment there was better than the base. If there were enough rooms at Jianglin Hotel, they'd all want to stay there and never come back to the base. If only one person said this, he might suspect Chu Jiangwei had paid someone to say it. If 2 people said it, maybe it was a coincidence. But 3 or more proved it was true. Even if there weren't enough rooms at the hotel, it was still better than staying here and risking their lives. "Base leader, aren't you going to think it over? What if she's lying? If we go through all this trouble for nothing, we could lose the people's trust. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. A base leader without the people's support is nothing. What reason would she have to lie to you? For gold coins? She probably has more gold coins than all of you put together. For you? Do you really think that's possible?" Lu Zhengyao hit the nail on the head, though it stung Song Chungjun a little. It was true, but did he have to be so blunt? "I'll go notify the residents now. Everyone will evacuate the base as quickly as possible." If they were heading to Jianglin Hotel, food wouldn't be a problem, but finding a place to stay would be trickier. Lu Zhengyao sprang into action, notifying everyone around him and spreading the word. Then he returned to his quarters to quickly pack up his things. When the residents of the B-City Safe Base were informed by the patrol team that a full evacuation was being organized, they were all stunned. They'd finally found a safe place to live, and now they were being told to leave? Those with connections in the patrol team rushed to ask their friends, "What's going on? Why are we suddenly evacuating everyone? And with this extreme heat, where are we supposed to go?" Some people had wanted to move to Jianglin Hotel, but the rooms there were always snapped up. Living far away, they never had a chance. The patrol team members were just as confused, but Song Chungjun's orders left them no choice but to carry them out. Still, they all trusted that Song Chungjun would never put them in harm's way. "We don't know either. This is a direct order from above. Just pack up what you can and leave behind what you can't." The patrol team couldn't linger. After a few words with friends, they hurried off to notify others. Luckily, many people in the base had already gotten Jianglin Hotel identity cards. Song Chungjun sent out a mass notification and only relaxed once he saw everyone had read it. Since it was a mandatory order from the base, most people, even if unhappy, kept it to themselves. The entire B-City base was busy packing up. At times like this, everyone envied the spatial ability users. Just toss everything into their space, and it couldn't be more convenient. While the B-City safe base was bustling with evacuation preparations, Chu Jiangwei at Jianglin Hotel was busy too. The safe passage connecting to the B-City safe base was now fully constructed and open for use. Chu Jiangwei was delighted to have completed a hidden mission. The first thing she did was finish renovating Housing Area A. The second thing, restocking the lobby's vending containers with essential travel and cold weather gear. The second task was easy, just a bit of work. The first, renovating Housing Area A, was more involved. The renovation time for Housing Area A jumped from 10 minutes to 60 minutes. It was clear that this time, Housing Area A would be a real upgrade. Song Chungjun and the others never expected that. When they returned to Jianglin Hotel 2 days later, the place would be completely transformed. After the renovations began in Residential Area A, quite a few people in Jianglin Hotel went over to watch. Previously, renovations only took 10 minutes, but this time it was going to take a whole hour. When Chu Jiangwei came out of the wooden cabin, many people came over to ask questions. Boss Chu, what kind of building is being renovated over there? Boss Chu, is the hotel getting something new again? Only the bold ones dared to come up and ask. Chu Jiangwei stopped and began answering their questions. It's another residential building being renovated. The hotel has just launched 2 new products. You can go check them out in the containers in the office lobby. For non-food items, Chu Jiangwei always put them in the containers in the office lobby for sale. Hearing this, quite a few people ran off toward the office lobby. Watching the guests run off, Chu Jiangwei smiled slightly. As long as no one was causing trouble, these guests were actually quite adorable. Boss Chu, I saw there's a new cold-resistant thermal suit in the office lobby container. But we probably don't need that right now, do we? This cold-resistant thermal suit was priced at 50 silver coins, more expensive than the temperature-regulating suit. Jean Churin and her group had a change in their plans today, so they were all resting in Jianglin Hotel. They hadn't expected that just while they were taking it easy, such big changes would happen at the hotel. We don't need it now, but there will come a day when you do. Chu Jiangwei couldn't exactly say that after this extreme heat wave, there would be a polar day, the temperature would suddenly plummet, and then it would quickly turn into an extreme cold period. She'd experienced it once before, so she knew what was coming, but Chu Jiangwei wasn't about to set herself up as some kind of prophet. Jean Chuyu, on the other hand, looked thoughtful after hearing Chu Jiangyue's words. If they'd need it in the future, didn't that mean the weather would get cold again? The cold-resistant thermal suit from Jianglin Hotel was high-tech clothing that could withstand temperatures as low as -500 degrees Celsius. An hour passed quickly, and Residential Area A now encompassed what used to be buildings 1 through 4, transforming the area into a full-fledged residential complex. The entire Residential Area A consists of 30 buildings, each 10 stories high. The 1st to 5th floors are standard apartments, while the 6th to 10th floors are luxury units. The entrance to Residential Area A faces the left side of Chu Jiangyue's wooden cabin, while the side of the residential area is adjacent to the office lobby. The main entrance aligns directly with the hotel entrance, and together with the restaurant, these buildings surround Chu Jiangyue's residence. The entire layout of Jianglin Hotel radiates outward from Chu Jiangyue's home as the central point. With the completion of Residential Area A, the footprint of Jianglin Hotel has expanded significantly. Compared to the bustling activity around Residential Area A, the restaurant area seemed a bit deserted. But that was to be expected. After all, Jianglin Hotel's main business is accommodation. Everything else is secondary. At this moment, many people were heading to the office lobby. After all, it was a rare event for Jianglin Hotel to release such a large batch of new residential units. So many people who had missed out on rooms before hurried back. Seeing the situation, Chu Jiangyu.